Chapter 561. At the same time, Duan Lingtian opened the door and looked excitedly at the old man outside the door. It seems to be the phoenix wing herb. Luo Rong said. Phoenix wing herb? Duan Lingtian's gaze abruptly lit up, and he asked with an anxious tone. Where's the phoenix wing herb now? Luo Rong continued. It was the imperial city's Sima clan's second elder that personally came to tell me. He said he saw the phoenix wing herb at Blackwind Ridge. Presently he's already rushed to Blackwind Ridge, and there'll be news tomorrow at the latest. Duan Lingtian nodded when he heard Luo Rong. Master, besides telling you about this matter, I came to find you to ask for your guidance. As Luo Rong spoke up to hear, he looked at Duan Lingtian with an expression of anticipation. What? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. That Sima clan's second elder is skilled in using whips. I've never refined a whip before, so I don't know how to start. Luo Rong was slightly embarrassed. Duan Lingtian smiled lightly. It's only a small matter. Under Duan Lingtian's guidance, Luo Rong quickly completed the first whip-type spirit weapon he'd refined in his lifetime. It was capable of amplifying strength by 49%. Duan Lingtian was rather excited when he found out there was news of the phoenix wing herb, and he didn't continue cultivating. Together with Su Li, he walked around the imperial city. Another day passed. Duan Lingtian obtained the phoenix wing herb as he wished. The phoenix wing herb was completely jade green, and the horns around it were extremely similar to the wings of the divine beast, Phoenix. According to the memories of Emperor Wu of Samsara, Duan Lingtian could confirm that this was the phoenix wing herb, a genuine phoenix wing herb. I've obtained the phoenix wing herb, and only the ageless root remains. As for the other medicinal materials, they can be easily gathered. Duan Lingtian was slightly excited in his heart. So long as he found the ageless root, he would be able to refine the rebirth pill. The rebirth pill would be a turning point for him. Once I consume the rebirth pill, my cultivation might be able to surpass Su Li in one go. Duan Lingtian was very confident in the efficacy of the nirvana pill. It should be noted that even Emperor Wu of the samsara cycle had broken through 3 levels after fully absorbing the medicinal power of the rebirth pill when he had stepped into the Emperor Wu realm. Of course, digesting the medicinal power of the nirvana pill required a process. Back then, the reincarnation Emperor Wu had spent several years to completely absorb the medicinal power of the nirvana pill. With my current cultivation, if I want to completely digest the medicinal strength of the rebirth pill, I'm afraid it will take at least 10 years, or even longer, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. However, no matter what, the rebirth pill was a pleasant surprise. It was enough to help him soar into the sky. Ageless root. Ageless root. Once I arrive at the Darkstone Empire, I'll surely think of a way to find the ageless root. Duan Lingtian's gaze was exceedingly firm. After he obtained the phoenix wing herb, Duan Lingtian cultivated even more diligently. Another day passed. Early in the morning, Duan Lingtian, Luo Zhan, and Su Li left the headquarters of the Weapons Craftsman Guild together. As for the sword young master, Xianxia Shuai, he'd been staying in the spring night pavilion these past few days. According to him, he was about to leave soon and had to properly enjoy himself for a few days. The 3 of them sat in a carriage and rushed to the imperial palace. Duan Lingtian's group of 3 were just about to enter the imperial palace when they heard a familiar voice sound out from behind them. Duan Lingtian was the first to turn around to look. The person that had arrived was precisely the sword young master, Xianxia Shuai. Aren't you afraid of exhausting your body? Luo Zhan shook his head and smiled. Don't worry, my body is extremely good. Xianxia Shuai spoke complacently. Let's go. Duan Lingtian called out to Xianxia Shuai, and the 4 of them walked into the imperial palace together. After a short moment, Duan Lingtian's group of 4 gathered together with the saber young master, Long Yun, under the lead of the imperial palace guards. When Long Yun faced Duan Lingtian's group of 4, he revealed intense hostility towards Duan Lingtian and Su Li. Duan Lingtian and Su Li could both be said to be lifelong enemies of his. Duan Lingtian had defeated him twice and caused him to feel extreme humiliation. Su Li was the person his master wanted him to defeat, and was the motivation for him to ceaselessly advance. In this lifetime, he was bound to surpass the two of them as his goal and work hard to advance. On Lincoln Su, there'll come a day when I trample all of you beneath my feet. Long Yun silently swore in his heart. Duan Lingtian naturally noticed Long Yun's hostility, yet he didn't mind. He didn't take Long Yun seriously at all. In the past, now he didn't. As for Su Li, he glanced coldly and indifferently at Long Yun before withdrawing his gaze and closing his eyes to rest. Bush. Two figures appeared one after another before Duan Lingtian's group of 5. An old man and a middle-aged man in luxurious clothes. Vice Dean Qi. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he nodded to the old man. The old man was precisely the former vice dean of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy, Qi Ming. As for the middle-aged man in luxurious clothes, Duan Lingtian paid no attention to him. Vice Dean Qi, Prince Sheng. But Duan Lingtian paying no attention to him didn't mean that the others paid no attention to him. The middle-aged man in luxurious clothes was precisely Prince Sheng. Prince Sheng's face sank slightly when he saw Duan Lingtian paying no attention to him, and his eyes emitted icy coldness. After a short moment, the coldness dispersed, and Prince Sheng's expression recovered its calm. This Prince Sheng isn't simple. Duan Lingtian noticed the change in Prince Sheng's expression, and his heart jerked as he couldn't help but arouse vigilance. Very good, everyone is present. After Qi Ming nodded to Duan Lingtian, he glanced indifferently at the others. This trip to the Darkstone Empire will be led by me and Prince Sheng. Let's go. As soon as Qi Ming finished speaking, he soared up into the sky. Prince Sheng followed suit and soared up into the sky to walk side by side with Qi Ming. Duan Lingtian's group of 5 followed up. 7 figures transformed into 7 flowing lights in the blink of an eye that left the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Imperial Palace. All the way north. That place was precisely the direction of the Darkstone Empire. At this moment, the experts of the Azure Forest Trisect ought to have already left, right? Prince Sheng's gaze squinted as he thought to himself. This time, he'd asked the Emperor for permission to head to the Darkstone Empire with Qi Ming's group of 6. Whereas the reason he'd accepted this strenuous and thankless task was naturally not so simple. All this he'd done was for the sake of taking Duan Lingtian's life. If Duan Lingtian didn't die, he wouldn't be able to eat or sleep in peace. He'd already reached an agreement with the 3 great sect leaders of the Azure Forest Trisect, and he would join forces with the experts sent over by the Azure Forest Trisect to annihilate Duan Lingtian. Time silently flowed by. Half a month later, when he saw the border between the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and Darkstone Empire was right before his eyes, Prince Sheng's face sank. Why haven't the members of the Azure Forest Trisect arrived? Presently, the agreed time between him and the 3 great sect leaders of the Azure Forest Trisect had passed long ago. But the experts of the Azure Forest Trisect still hadn't come. Prince Sheng realized. He might have been stood up by the 3 great sect leaders of the Azure Forest Trisect. Darkstone Empire. As he looked at the area ahead that belonged to the Darkstone Empire, Duan Lingtian's eyes revealed slight recollection. He'd once been to the Darkstone Empire that day. He'd even stayed in the Darkstone Empire for a period of time. Branch sect of the Azure Forest Trisect. The original demonic Lotus Blade sect. Today, the demonic Lotus Blade Gorge was in chaos, and blood flowed into rivers. That demon beast has come again. Suddenly, an Azure Forest Trisect disciple raised his head to look up into the sky and shouted out in terror. Right at this moment, the black dot in the sky grew larger and larger. In the end, it transformed into a rock. The rock's body was enormous, and when it spread out its wings, it was like a cloud that covered the sky. Its eyes emitted a terrifying sheen that didn't contain the slightest emotion. Swoosh! The rock seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning that descended into the demonic Lotus Blade Gorge. Everywhere it passed, shrill cries rose and fell. Blood sprayed into the sky and sprayed onto the ground. Flee! Flee! Don't kill me! Don't kill me! No! Waves of heart-wrenching shrill cries sounded out ceaselessly. For a time, The entire demonic Lotus Blade Gorge seemed to have transformed into purgatory on earth. The rock swooped down, and its sharp claws were tainted with fresh blood. However, its pair of eyes revealed a frightening cold light, causing people to tremble in fear. "Animal, don't flee." Abruptly, a grim shout sounded out from high above in the sky. Numerous figures tore through the sky and chased after the rock that was slaughtering in the demonic Lotus Blade Gorge. As they looked at the corpses that covered the ground within the demonic Lotus Blade Gorge, their expressions were extremely unsightly. The rock slightly turned its head when it saw them arrive, and it glanced at them with contempt. Subsequently, swoosh, the rock charged into the sky and flapped its wings before vanishing in the horizon in the blink of an eye. It caused the people behind it to be unable to catch up. Damn it! This rock is even more terrifying than the 7-star sword sect's Xianxia. The Origin Convergence sect's sect leader, Lu Yuan, looked at the direction the rock left with an extremely unsightly expression. He didn't chase after it, because he knew that he was unable to catch up. The rock was the sect guarding demon beast of the former 7-star sword sect, and in terms of speed, there were few people that were able to compare to it. This rock relies on 6th-level wind concept, and coupled with the rock clan being adept in speed. If a 6th-level void initiation stage martial artist wants to catch up to it, then the martial artist has to comprehend 7th-level wind concept or 8th-level concept of nature. The eyes of the demonic Lotus Blade sect's sect leader were filled with icy coldness. No one in our Azure Forest Trisect is able to catch up to this rock in speed. If this continues, then the disciples of our Azure Forest Trisect will sooner or later be completely slaughtered by it. The sect leader of the Snow Moon sect, Shuirei, had an extremely gloomy expression. The only thing we can do now is to protect the disciples of the sect properly. We can't chase after it. Otherwise, once it turns around, the blood of our Azure Forest Trisect disciples will flow into rivers. Cold lights flickered within Lu Yuan's eyes. Although he felt aggrieved in his heart, he had no other choice. If our Azure Forest Trisect is able to produce a 7th-level void initiation stage expert, then why would we be afraid of this rock? When we annihilated the 7-star sword sect that day, we ought to have killed this rock at the first possible moment. In that way, we wouldn't be in such a passive position as we are now. The expressions of the other guardian elders of the Azure Forest Trisect were extremely unsightly as well. I've remembered. Suddenly, a wave of shocked shouts sounded out within the demonic Lotus Blade Gorge. Chapter 562. What this Azure Forest Trisect disciple said caused the expressions of the other Azure Forest Trisect disciples to go grim. The 7-star sword sect's sect guardian demon beast? Are you sure? Many Azure Forest Trisect disciples looked at the person that shouted out in shock. Of course. At that time, I was present when the 7-star sword sect was annihilated by our Azure Forest Trisect. It's absolutely not wrong. The latter hurriedly nodded, and his eyes revealed slight terror. I still remember that Duan Lingtian was rescued by it that day. Its speed is something that practically no one in our Azure Forest Trisect is able to compare to. Earlier, the 3 sect leaders and several guardian elders chased after it, but they couldn't even touch a single one of its wings. Not only that, it even killed so many of our senior brothers. The bodies of some Azure Forest Trisect disciples lightly trembled. I want to leave the sect. I don't want to be an Azure Forest Trisect disciple anymore. I want to leave the sect too. Instantly, the crowd of Azure Forest Trisect disciples within the gorge seethed with excitement, and all of them wanted to leave the Azure Forest Trisect. In their opinion, so long as they cut off their relationship with the Azure Forest Trisect, they wouldn't have to worry about that grand rock coming to their door and slaughtering them. No one in the Azure Forest Trisect could compare to the speed of that grand rock. In other words, if the rock wanted to kill them, it would be as easy as entering an unstoppable state. The commotion from the demonic Lotus Flower Gorge caused the expressions of the 3 great sect leaders of the Azure Forest Trisect to go grim. They didn't expect this. The demon rock from the Seven-Star Sword sect had actually caused such great terror to arise in their Azure Forest trisect. Soon after, the three of them descended from the sky, calming the people's hearts. One could imagine. If they didn't do anything, then it wouldn't be long before only they and the group of elders remained in the Azure Forest trisect. Even though the strengths of these Azure Forest trisect disciples were ordinary, they were the foundation and hope of the Azure Forest trisect. The future of the Azure Forest trisect still depended on these disciples. If these disciples were to leave, then the Azure Forest trisect would surely cease to exist 100 years later. Because of the sudden attack of the Grand Rock, the three great sect leaders of the Azure Forest trisect had completely thrown the agreement between them and Prince Xing to the back of their minds. Now their house was on fire and they were busy putting out the fire. He was in no mood to care about anything else. Darkstone Empire. Duan Lingtian's group flew past the skies of Phoenix Nest City. It wasn't long before they arrived near the inscription formation that enveloped the Soul Cleanse pool in the past. Zhao Ming. When Duan Lingtian thought of the two old men trapped in the inscription formation, his face couldn't help but darken, and his eyes revealed a cold, killing intent. As long as he had enough strength, he would definitely enter the inscription pattern formation again and torture Zhao Ming to death. In the past, he did not know what Zhao Ming had done when the Seven-Star Sword sect was annihilated. Therefore, he did not hate Zhao Ming that much. However, now that he knew that Zhao Ming was the main culprit behind the deaths of Elder Xian and the sect leader Linghu Jinhong, he knew that Zhao Ming was the culprit behind the deaths of Elder Xian and sect leader Linghu Jinhong. He wanted nothing more than to tear him to shreds. That member of the Azure Forest trisect actually dared deceive me. Prince Xing, who was dressed in luxurious clothes, had an ashen face. He finally realized it would probably be impossible for the members of the Azure Forest trisect to come. The strengths of the 5 young men in Duan Lingtian's group were ordinary, but Qi Ming and Prince Xing were both existences at the Void Initiation stage. Especially Qi Ming, his cultivation was at the 6th level of the Void Initiation stage, and he even possessed a Grade 4 spirit weapon to rely on. So, this entire journey was extremely calm. To Void Initiation stage martial artists, the journey from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom to the Darkstone Empire wasn't considered to be far. However, Qi Ming and Prince Xing had to take care of these young men instead. So, their group only arrived nearby the Darkstone Empire's Imperial City after 3 months. The Darkstone Empire's Imperial City is ahead. Qi Ming took the lead to descend from the sky, and he looked down from afar at a tiny black dot ahead. Along with Duan Lingtian's group moving forward, the tiny black dot grew larger and larger. In the end, it transformed into a vast city. This city was simple and ancient, and it emitted an extraordinary aura. It was like a demon beast that lay dormant there, and it ceaselessly swallowed carriages and carriages. Darkstone Empire's Imperial City. Duan Lingtian looked at the city before him as flowing lights flickered within his eyes. He knew this was the place he was going to stay at next. The Young Genius competition of the Darkstone Empire would begin 9 months from now. At that time, the people that were outstanding in the Young Genius competition of the Darkstone Empire would be able to obtain the qualifications to head to the Dark Han dynasty, and even the various empires to compete with each other. In the Dark Han dynasty, the participants to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties would be decided and directly participate in it. Supposedly, the martial competition of the 10 dynasties was held by a formidable power in the foreign lands. The people that were outstanding in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties would presumably obtain the favor of that formidable power. That power is my current target. I'll use it as a stepping stone to enter the foreign lands and wait for an opportunity to take the great treasure left behind by Emperor Wu during his second lifetime. Duan Lingtian made plans for his future in his heart. Before this, I must stand out in the Dark Han dynasty and seize the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Otherwise, it would be useless no matter how much I think. This was something that Duan Lingtian was extremely clear about. Descend. Along with Qi Ming taking the lead to descend from the sky, Duan Lingtian and the others followed. They strode into the imperial city together. After entering the imperial city, Duan Lingtian and the others had a meal. Qi Ming went to buy a spacious courtyard house. There's still 9 months of time before the Young Genius competition of the Darkstone Empire. All of you stay in the Darkstone Empire's imperial city during this period of time and cultivate properly and strive to break through. Qi Ming said to Duan Lingtian's group of 5. Duan Lingtian's group of 5 nodded in agreement. Duan Lingtian, perhaps I'll be a step ahead of you and break through to the 5th level of the void prying stage. Chen Xiaoshui looked at Duan Lingtian and smiled. Then let's wait and see. Duan Lingtian smiled as well. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian returned to the room Qi Ming allocated to him. Duan Lingtian's room was situated at the center of 2 rooms. One of the rooms was Su Li's. The other room was Qi Ming's. Vice Dean Qi is really considerate. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled, and his face contained slight emotion mixed within. He was able to discern that Qi Ming's allocation was done intentionally. Presumably, Qi Ming had long since noticed Prince Sheng's enmity towards him. Squeak squeak. Suddenly, the little gold mouse on Duan Lingtian's shoulder awoke, and her jade-green eyes opened wide as she sized up the room before her. Big brother Lingtian, where are we? You little fellow. We've already arrived at the Darkstone Empire's imperial city. Duan Lingtian smiled. Big brother Lingtian, I haven't eaten meat for a long time. The little gold mouse looked pitifully at Duan Lingtian. I didn't see you awake when we were eating earlier. You're hungry now, right? Duan Lingtian shook his head and walked out of the room before notifying Qi Ming before leaving the courtyard house. He found a nearby restaurant and ordered a table of fried meat for the little gold mouse. Whereas within the courtyard house, a figure was just intending to leave. Prince Sheng. The aged figure followed closely behind like a shadow. Revered Elder Qi, Prince Sheng frowned slightly when he saw the old man, and his expression was unsightly. He knew that the old man had discerned his intentions. He was bound to be unable to follow Duan Lingtian and execute Duan Lingtian in secret. Duan Lingtian naturally didn't know about all this. After feeding the little gold mouse, he brought the little gold mouse to walk around the nearby area before returning to the courtyard house. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique, lightning W-arm transformation. Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged on the bed and silently cultivated. 1 month later. Duan Lingtian, why are you suddenly interested in the auction held by the Darkstone Empire's Imperial Auction House? On the way, Su Li asked Duan Lingtian who was by his side. Su Li, don't you think it's too boring for us to always stay in the courtyard house and cultivate? Supposedly, the auction held by the Darkstone Empire's Imperial Auction House is only held once a year, and there are many precious items every single time. Duan Lingtian said with a smile, perhaps you'll be able to obtain the thing you need from it. Su Li nodded, and there was slight anticipation in his eyes. On the other side, Luo Zhan and Chen Xiaoshui were similarly slightly expectant. The Darkstone Empire's Imperial Auction House was dazzling, and it caused Duan Lingtian's group of 4 to be unable to refrain from being shocked when they walked in. A single room actually costs 100,000 gold. The Darkstone Empire's Imperial family is simply robbing. Within the room, Chen Xiaoshui couldn't help but shake his head. Luo Zhan said with a smile, you're probably feeling heartache. If this money is used for you to go to the Spring Night Pavilion, it can be used for an extremely long period of time, right? Chen Xiaoshui was seen through, and he was slightly embarrassed. Duan Lingtian sat at the side and silently tasted the fragrant tea on the table, and his gaze passed through the window to look at the auction hall. Presently, there were more and more people in the auction hall. Not long after, the auction began. At the beginning, the things auctioned in the auction were practically all spirit weapons and medicinal pills, and Duan Lingtian didn't take a fancy to a single one of them. Only later on did the auction take out some rare materials. Only now did Duan Lingtian make a bid. Before the curtains to the auction came to an end, Duan Lingtian had won many materials from the auction. So long as it was something he took a fancy to, he'd practically directly bid for it. Unknowingly, the gold in Duan Lingtian's possession had decreased by an entire 100 million gold. This caused Su Li's group of 3 to be unable to refrain from being astounded. Duan Lingen, I originally thought that amongst the 4 of us, the person with the most gold and silver ought to be Luo Zhan. I never imagined that you'd conceal your strength so deeply. Chen Xiaoshui looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a smile, looks like if I have no money to use in the future, I'm entirely capable of directly borrowing from you. You can borrow, but you have to pay interest. Duan Lingtian smiled lightly. Chen Xiaoshui angrily rolled his eyes at Duan Lingtian when he heard this. Even though Su Li was surprised, yet he didn't say anything. In the past, Duan Lingtian had shocked the world with a single brilliant feat, and he'd long since gotten used to it. As far as he was concerned, any matter that caused shock to occur to Duan Lingtian was extremely normal. As for Luo Zhan, after his surprise, he felt that it was natural. Only he knew of Duan Lingtian's background and knew that Duan Lingtian was a grade 4 weapons craftsman. Would a grade 4 weapons craftsman lack gold and silver? The answer was no. Luo Zhan believed it. So long as Duan Lingtian was willing to refine a grade 4 spirit weapon and put it up for auction in the Darkstone Empire's imperial city, it would absolutely be able to fetch a sky-high price. Grade 4 spirit weapon. Normally, only the weapons craftsmen of the dynasties were able to refine it. Chapter 563. Grade 4 Spirit Weapon. To a certain extent, it wasn't something that could be measured in gold and silver. If it was really exchanged for gold and silver, it would surely be an enormous amount that was difficult to imagine. So as far as Luo Zhan was concerned, Duan Lingtian didn't lack money. How could Luo Zhan know that practically none of the wealth in Duan Lingtian's possession was obtained by exchanging spirit weapons? These wealth were all earned by him using various methods. The things auctioned by the Darkstone Empire's imperial auction house are truly disappointing. Duan Lingtian looked out of the window and shook his head at the middle-aged man that stood on the auction platform that presided over the auction. Of course, the reason Duan Lingtian had such thoughts, it was entirely because he looked down upon many of the precious things that were auctioned earlier. For example, the grade 5 spirit weapon and the bottle of void-strengthening pills with 80% purity, as well as some miscellaneous items. To others, those were precious things. But to him, they weren't worth mentioning. So long as he was willing, he could refine an even better grade 5 spirit weapon and a void-strengthening pill with an even higher purity. As for the other things, he didn't need them. When one stood at a different position, one's mentality would naturally be different. Everyone, the next item to be auctioned is the final item of our imperial auction house this time. This is a demon beast egg, and it contains a trace of the aura of advanced lightning force. The middle-aged man that presided over the auction introduced. Presently, a plate had appeared in the middle-aged man's hand. On the plate was an egg that was the size of an infant's fist. On the surface of the egg, there was faint violet-colored energy that flickered. In other words, the demon beast that laid this demon beast egg was most probably an existence that had comprehended advanced lightning force. The middle-aged man continued. Advanced lightning force? As soon as the middle-aged man mentioned the words advanced lightning force, Qin Wentian's eyes lit up. Most of the people in the auction hall couldn't help but become excited. After they finished hearing the middle-aged man, the gazes of many people lit up. A demon beast egg left behind by a demon beast that had comprehended advanced lightning force? I'm determined to obtain it. Right at this moment, a resolute voice sounded out from a room upstairs. Then let's see if you have the wealth. A disdainful voice came from another private room. Since this demon beast egg carries advanced lightning force? In other words, the demon beast within the demon beast egg in the future is extremely likely to grow into a demon beast that has comprehended advanced lightning force. A voice rang out from another private room. There was a hint of excitement in the voice. Duan Lingtian discovered. One by one, the guests in the private rooms spoke out. They were determined to get the demonic beast egg. What kind of demonic beast egg is that? Duan Lingtian looked at the demon beast egg, and his eyes contained slight curiosity mixed within. His mental power swept out, wanting to find out what was going on. Right at this moment, Duan Ling Tian noticed another spiritual force that was probing the demon beast egg as well. The strength of this spiritual power was on par with his. It was also a 6th-level void prying stage spiritual force. There's a second inscriptionist here? Duan Ling Tian raised his eyebrows. He was only able to notice that spiritual force, yet he had no way of knowing where it came from. I wonder if it's the spiritual force of the person in the room or the person in the hall. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. But when he saw that spiritual force didn't have the intention of making things difficult for him, Duan Ling Tian paid no attention to it. Even if that spiritual force wanted to make things difficult for him, he wasn't afraid. His spiritual force wasn't inferior to the spiritual force of the spiritual force. When Duan Ling Tian's spiritual force touched the demon beast egg, his gaze couldn't help but squint. Because he noticed that the vitality within the demon beast egg was swiftly draining away, and only a trace of it remained now. In the blink of an eye, that tiny bit of life force had completely disappeared. The advanced lightning force that flickered on the demon beast egg was completely restrained. The demon beast egg had become simple and unadorned. What's going on? This scene caused many guests present to be unable to refrain from being stunned. There were also some people with unique discerning gazes that cried out in shock. This demon beast egg has already lost its vitality. It's already a dead egg. Dead egg? A single stone gave rise to 1,000 ripples. A living demon beast egg had suddenly become a dead egg, and it caused everyone to be dumbstruck. It's really dead? It seems to have lost its vitality. So long as a demon beast egg still has a trace of vitality, its outer appearance would have traces of force. Exactly. If the force suddenly vanishes, then there's only one possibility. The demon beast is dead. A demon beast egg that was originally priceless is now worthless. What a pity. The auction hall was completely bustling with noise and excitement. Duan Lingtian, is the demon beast within that demon beast egg really dead? Luo Zhan asked Duan Lingtian curiously. He blindly believed in Duan Lingtian. Subconsciously, he felt that Duan Lingtian was omnipotent. Yes, it just died. Duan Lingtian nodded. Just died? Su Li and Qin Xiao Shuai couldn't help but be stunned when they heard this. Fortunately, it's dead now. Otherwise, if it died after someone bid for it, then it would have really cheated that person. Qin Xiao Shuai sighed with emotion. Meanwhile, the expression of the middle-aged man on the auction platform went grim. After a short moment, 2 old men walked up from the backstage. After they inspected the demon beast egg for a while, they couldn't help but shake their heads. The final auction item of the Imperial Auction House is actually a dead egg. This matter will surely become the laughingstock of the Imperial Auction House. A demon beast egg that was originally priceless has now become a useless thing, truly a pity. Many people in the auction hall shook their heads and sighed with emotion. Moreover, the voices that sounded out from the various rooms earlier went silent and didn't sound out again. Guess. The middle-aged man on the auction platform took a deep breath and said apologetically, "A slight accident has occurred in the final auction item of today. We never imagined that the demon beast within it would actually be so weak. However, we've still decided to auction off this demon beast egg. The original starting price of this demon beast egg was 10 million gold. Now, the starting price is 1 million gold. 1 million gold. The middle-aged man's words caused everyone in the auction hall to be unable to refrain from feeling disdain. A dead egg, a completely useless egg, 1 million gold? Only an idiot would buy it. If this demon beast egg wasn't a dead egg, then perhaps it could be sold for a sky-high price. But the demon beast within it was dead now, and this demon beast egg was bound to become a useless thing. Even holding it would be too cumbersome. Even spending 1 million gold to buy it? Presently, even Duan Lingtian who sat in the room couldn't help but shake his head. He felt that the Imperial Auction House had gone mad for money. 1 million gold. A dead egg? Lo Qing shook his head. Right when Su Li and Qin Xiao Shuai felt that it wasn't too likely for anyone to bid. Squeak squeak, The little gold mouse that stood on Duan Lingtian's shoulder suddenly cried out, "Big brother Lingtian." Subsequently, Duan Lingtian heard the little gold mouse's voice. "What's wrong?" Duan Lingtian asked curiously. "Big brother Lingtian, I want that demon beast egg." The little gold mouse's gaze descended outside the window onto the middle-aged man's hand on the auction platform. The middle-aged man's hand was precisely holding the demon beast egg that had completely lost all signs of life. "Little gold, the demon beast within that demon beast egg is already dead." Duan Lingtian was afraid that the little gold mouse didn't know of this fact. "I know." The little gold mouse nodded like a human and continued to speak via voice transmission. "Big brother Lingtian, I want it." Duan Lingtian noticed. Presently, the little gold mouse was staring at him with a pair of jade green eyes. The little gold mouse's gaze was filled with anticipation. "All right, I'll just bid for it." Duan Lingtian rubbed the little gold mouse's head with a doting expression. "It was only 1 million gold. Buying this dead egg would be like buying a toy for this little fellow. 1 million gold." Instantly, Duan Lingtian directly spoke out under the disbelieving gazes of Luo Zhan and the others. Duan Lingtian's voice resounded out in the auction hall, causing everyone in the hall to be dumbstruck. They only recovered from their shock after a short moment. "There's really someone willing to spend 1 million gold to buy a demon beast egg that has lost all signs of life? Truly a fool with a lot of money. The world of the rich isn't something we can imagine." The group of people whispered in discussion. The gazes of even more people couldn't help but look towards the window of Duan Lingtian's room. But unfortunately, because of the angle, they weren't able to see anything. "Are there any other guests that want to increase the price?" Right at this moment, at the same time that the middle-aged man on the auction platform heaved a sigh of relief, he asked in a loud voice. Someone spending 1 million gold to buy a demon beast egg that had lost all signs of life had similarly exceeded his expectations. Now, he didn't think that someone would continue to increase the price. He was only asking out of habit. "If there are no other guests that increase the price, then I'll start counting down. 1 million gold going once, 1 million gold going twice, 1 million gold going thrice." "Sold." The middle-aged man said word by word. "Congratulations to the guest in box 7 for winning this demonic beast egg with 1 million taels of gold." The middle-aged man looked towards the room where Duan Lingtian was and said in a loud voice. Seeing that the demon beast egg that had lost all signs of life had an owner. Once again, there was a burst of discussion in the auction hall. "A demon beast egg that has lost all signs of life is simply useless. I don't know who actually spent 1 million gold to buy such a useless thing." "That's right, this demon beast egg is probably no different from an ordinary egg now. There's still a difference between it and an egg. At least I still dare to eat an egg. If this demon beast egg were to fall into my hands, I would definitely throw it away." No matter how the people outside discussed, Duan Lingtian still won the demon beast egg. Duan Lingtian, Luo Zhan and the other two looked at Duan Lingtian with a puzzled expression. In their opinion, Duan Lingtian was absolutely not the kind of person who was a fool with a lot of money. Duan Lingtian didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at the little gold mouse on his shoulder and thought in his heart, "What does little gold want with that demon beast egg?" Thump, thump. Right at this moment, the sound of knocking sounded out. The people from the auction house had brought over the demon beast egg. Chapter 564. Duan Lingtian had just obtained the demon beast egg. Squeak, squeak. The little gold mouse let out a sharp cry as it pounced over, and it seized the demon beast egg away with a speed that left no time for covering one's ears. "You little fellow, are you afraid I won't give it to you?" Duan Lingtian looked at the little gold mouse that held the demon beast egg as if it had obtained a precious treasure, and he spoke angrily. Meanwhile, the gazes of Luo Zhan, Su Li, and Qin Shao Shui descended onto the little gold mouse with a slightly dazed expression. They were extremely curious. Why did the demon beast by Duan Lingtian's side want this demon beast egg that had lost all signs of life? It wasn't only them that were curious, even Duan Lingtian was similarly curious. He'd won the bid for this demon beast egg because the little gold mouse wanted it. As for what the little gold mouse wanted it for, he didn't know the slightest. When the staff of the auction house received the money and left, they closed the door behind them. Duan Lingtian's group of 4 saw it in astonishment. The little gold mouse's figure moved, and it slightly expanded. At the same time, it grabbed the demon beast egg with one hand and directly stuffed it into its mouth. The demon beast egg just happened to be able to be swallowed by it. Gulp! At the instant the little gold mouse swallowed the demon beast egg, Duan Lingtian's group of 4 couldn't help but heavily swallow a mouthful of saliva. Luo Zhan's group of 3 had questioning gazes that descended onto Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly as he spread out his hands, and his expression showed that he didn't know beforehand. Little gold. Right when Duan Lingtian intended to ask the little gold mouse why it swallowed the demon beast egg, Duan Lingtian saw the little gold mouse shrink once more, and its fluffy and chubby body fell down as it fell asleep on the table. This state was no different than the state it was in after consuming the nether soul fruit that day. Could it be that little gold ate that demon beast egg as a spirit fruit? Duan Lingtian had a strange expression. Duan Lingen, this jade-eyed heavenly mouse by your side is really strange. Luo Zhan shook his head and sighed with emotion. Jade-eyed heavenly mouse? Chen Xiaoshuai's eyes lit up. What a domineering name. Duan Lingtian, where did you find this little guy? If there's a chance, I'll get one and raise it. Back then, I also met it in the exchange hall. Speaking of which, I even spent a few million gold taels on it. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but recall the scene when he bought the little gold mouse at the Ma clan's auction house in Black Wind City. Only a few million taels of gold? Luo Zhan's face was full of envy and jealousy. Duan Lingtian, your luck is really heaven-defying. He was very clear about how terrifying the little golden mouse by Duan Lingtian's side was. Although Chen Xiaoshuai didn't say anything, he looked at Duan Lingtian with envy. Jade-eyed heavenly mouse? Su Li pondered for a short moment before his gaze abruptly lit up as he looked at Duan Lingen. Duan Lingen, this little gold mouse by your side is a jade-eyed heavenly mouse? Are you sure? At this moment, even Su Li's breathing became hurried. Su Li, you know of the jade-eyed heavenly mouse? It was the first time Luo Zhan had seen Su Li lose composure like this, and he asked curiously. Chen Xiaoshuai looked over as well. Su Li muttered, if this little gold mouse is really a jade-eyed heavenly mouse, then Duan Lingtian has really struck it rich? Jade-eyed heavenly mouse, a few million gold taels? Su Li, since you know of the jade-eyed heavenly mouse, then introduce it to us. Luo Zhan and Chen Xiaoshuai both had faces full of curiosity. Su Li's loss of composure allowed them to realize that the little gold mouse by Duan Lingtian's side was extremely not simple. Su Li glanced at Duan Lingtian as if he was confirming something. Duan Lingtian nodded. Only now did Su Li look at the little gold mouse that had fallen asleep on the table as he said, I've once seen records related to the jade-eyed heavenly mouse in some ancient books. The jade-eyed heavenly mouse is an extremely formidable demon beast. When it matures, it's even capable of transforming into a demon and taking human form. As he spoke up to hear, Su Li's voice trembled slightly. Demon? Su Li's words caused Luo Zhan and Chen Xiaoshuai's pupils to be unable to refrain from constricting. Anything that could be called a demon was at least an existence at the 4th void stage, the void transformation stage. Even a 9th level void interpretation stage demon beast didn't have the qualifications to be called a demon. Only a demon beast that had stepped into the void transformation stage and was capable of taking human form had the qualifications to be called a demon. Demon itself was the synonym of an expert. On Cloud Continent, every single demon was in existence with shocking strength. Some formidable demons even had the chance to become a demon monarch or even a demon emperor. A demon monarch was equivalent to a martial monarch amongst human martial artists. A demon emperor was equivalent to the Emperor Wu amongst human martial artists. Their strength was exceedingly high and was difficult to imagine. Demon. This jade-eyed heavenly mouse actually has the bloodline of a demon flowing within its body? Chen Xiaoshuai was dumbstruck. In other words, so long as it matures, it's extremely likely for it to transform into a demon and possess a formidable strength at the void transformation stage. At this moment, Luo Zhan was practically able to hear his own heartbeat. Yes. Su Li nodded. For a time, Luo Zhan and Chen Xiaoshui looked at Duan Lingtian with red eyes. A few million gold to buy a demon beast that could transform into a demon? Why didn't they have such luck? Only the two of you know about this matter. You must not spread it out. Su Li glanced at Luo Zhan and Chen Xiaoshui with a warning gaze. Don't worry. Luo Zhan and Chen Xiaoshui hurriedly nodded. After they found out about the jade-eyed heavenly mouse's background, they knew that it was a hot potato. It was also because outsiders didn't know about the background of the little gold mouse by Duan Lingtian's side. Otherwise, they could imagine. Duan Lingtian would surely welcome the plundering of experts from all over. At that time, even if it was the top experts of the Dark Han dynasty, they would probably be interested in the little gold mouse by Duan Lingtian's side. This little gold mouse was a future demon. Its potential was so great that it was shocking. Now, they'd already decided to bury this secret in the depths of their hearts. They wouldn't betray Duan Lingtian. Not because of anything else, but only because of Duan Lingtian's acknowledgement. Earlier, before Su Li spoke, he'd especially inquired about Duan Lingtian's gaze, and they'd clearly seen it. They knew that if it wasn't for Duan Lingtian's agreement, it would be impossible for Su Li to reveal the background of the jade-eyed heavenly mouse. Whereas since Duan Lingtian had agreed, it was sufficient to show that Duan Lingtian didn't take them to be outsiders. Give them a plum and return a peach. They weren't ingrates. Duan Lingtian, not only do you possess heaven-defying natural talent, even your luck is unimaginable. A few million gold to buy a future demon, even I'm slightly envious. Chen Xiaoshui sighed. Luo Zhan nodded and deeply agreed. Demon? Duan Lingtian snickered in his heart. Actually, when Su Li spoke those words from before, he knew that Su Li didn't understand the jade-eyed heavenly mouse. At the very least, Su Li was far from understanding it as Emperor Wu. In Su Li's knowledge, when the jade-eyed heavenly mouse matured, it would only be a void transformation stage demon. According to the memories of Emperor Wu, once the jade-eyed heavenly mouse matured, it wouldn't be as simple as an ordinary demon. In the history of Cloud Continent, there was no lack of existences that had become demon emperors in the jade-eyed heavenly mouse clan, and their strength was exceedingly high and awe-inspiring. It's time to go. Duan Lingtian was the first to stand up, then he grabbed the little gold mouse in his hand and placed it on his broad shoulder before calling out to Luo Zhan's group of three. The three of them walked side by side with Duan Lingtian and left the room on the second floor of the auction house together. This time, besides Duan Lingtian, he'd bought many materials. Luo Zhan, Su Li, and Chen Xiaoshui had more or less bought some things. After the group of four left the auction house, they directly returned to the courtyard house. They returned to their rooms to cultivate. I wonder if any changes will occur to Little Gold after she swallowed that demon beast egg that had lost its vitality. I hope she'll be able to break through to the 9th level of the void prying stage. Duan Lingtian glanced at the little gold mouse that was still snoring loudly as he silently thought in his heart. The stronger the little gold mouse's strength was, the more help it would be to him. Once Little Gold wakes up, I ought to start looking for the ageless root. Duan Lingtian silently thought in his heart. If I'm able to refine the rebirth pill before the young genius competition of the Darkstone Empire, perhaps I'll have the chance to break through to the void initiation stage in a short period of time, and even enter the Sword Monarch's treasure. Duan Lingtian's feelings surged, as if he'd already seen his exceedingly bright future. Gradually, Duan Lingtian calmed down. Cultivate. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique, lightning WM form. Duan Lingtian's mind was completely immersed in his cultivation, and he'd forgotten time and forgotten everything. Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, in the sky above Dubhe Peak. Suddenly, the clouds and mist in the horizon roiled as an enormous figure swooped down. Swoosh! The enormous figure's speed was extremely swift, and in the blink of an eye, it descended onto the vast platform on the peak of Dubhe Peak. Who's there? Right at this moment, 3 old men walked out from the trade hall that belonged to the 7-Star Sword sect at the side of the peak of Dubhe Peak. They were precisely the elders of the Azure Forest Trisect. Great Rock. The 7-Star Sword sect's Great Rock. The 3 old men looked at the great rock that stared fixedly at them, and their faces went grim. Damn it. Why would it appear here? Flee! The hearts of the 3 old men trembled, and they didn't dare have the thought of going against the great rock, so they split into 3 directions and soared into the sky with the intention of flying far away. But would they be able to flee? Swish! Suddenly, the great rock spread open its wings that were like wings that covered the sky, and it abruptly slapped the ground. Instantly, the dust on the ground was swept clean. Swoosh! The great rock seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning that flashed out swiftly to charge towards one of the old men. Even though the old man was a 2nd-level Void Initiation Stage martial artist, his speed was shocking. But that little bit of speed of his wasn't worth mentioning before the great rock. In the blink of an eye, he was caught up by the great rock. The great rock's sharp claws swept out to hold onto the old man's head and directly twisted it apart. 2nd-level Void Initiation Stage martial artist, dead. Swoosh, swoosh. Subsequently, the great rock repeated the same trick and successively caught up to the other 2 old men before killing them one by one. After killing the 3 old men, the great rock looked at the empty peak of Dubhe Peak, and its eyes revealed a trace of sorrow. Swoosh! The great rock spread its wings and started to search Dubhe Peak and even the surrounding 6 great sword peaks. Chapter 565. The 7 great sword peaks of the 7-Star Sword sect were dyed with blood. Suddenly, the rock unfolded its wings and flashed directly towards the peak of Migra's Peak, seeming to have noticed something. Everywhere the rock passed, the clouds and mist dispersed. In next to no time, a crooked tree appeared before the eyes of the rock after the clouds and mist. Behind the crooked tree was a passageway that led to the cave inside. The rock's eyes abruptly became fierce. A pair of wings that were like clouds that hung down from the sky flickered with a frightening sheen. Within his origin energy, wind concept raged and suffused out. Right at this moment, light footsteps sounded out from within the cave passageway. In next to no time, a beautiful woman walked out with a sword in hand. Every step the beautiful woman took seemed to be able to give rise to a wave of fierce sword chi that swept ahead. 1 step, 2 steps, the beautiful woman had a serious expression. Until she walked out of the cave passageway and stood on the crooked tree, she saw the rock that circled in the sky before her. The seriousness on her face vanished into thin air. Elder Peng? The beautiful woman was precisely the former peak master of the 7-Star Sword sect's Alcade Peak, Xianxia. Presently, as she looked at the rock before her, Xianxia's delicate figure lightly trembled, and her beautiful eyes that were like water were filled with excitement. Xiang girl, you've returned. After the great rock saw Xianxia, the fierceness in its pair of eyes vanished without a trace. Replacing it was warmth. The current rock, when compared to the rock that carried out a bloody massacre on the 7 great sword peaks earlier, it was simply like a different bird. Elder Peng, I thought. It's good that you're fine, it's good that you're fine. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief, and her beautiful face was extremely excited. Elder Peng, the former sect guarding revered elder of the 7-Star Sword sect. An existence like this was still alive and well. Xianxia saw the hope of the 7-Star Sword sect rising once more. Elder Peng. Meanwhile, another 2 figures walked out side by side from within the cave passageway. It was precisely Mou and Zheng Song. The rock nodded when he saw the 2 of them, and slight sorrow was mixed within the depths of his pair of sharp eyes. Only these few people remained in the entire 7-Star Sword sect. Little girl Xiang, it's good that all of you are alive. Presently, all the members of the Azure Forest Trisect on the 7 Great Sword Peaks have been completely slaughtered by me. From today onwards, I'll guard the 7-Star Sword sect and won't allow anyone to encroach on it. The Great Rock's voice transmission was filled with ruthlessness and overbearingness. Elder Peng, don't worry. We'll be able to annihilate the Azure Forest Trisect sooner or later and revive the sect. Xianxia said to Elder Peng. They have Duan Lingyan. Duan Lingtian. Hearing this, the giant rock's sharp eyes flashed and he nodded. The young man it had brought out in the past. It was as confident as he was. Time always flies by. Unknowingly, another month had passed. Creak, creak. Early in the morning, Duan Lingyan was awakened by a scream. Little Gold? Are you awake? Duan Lingyan awoke from his cultivation, and he opened his eyes that were dazzling like stars as he stared at the little gold mouse before him. Creak, creak, the little gold mouse nodded, and her jade-green eyes flickered with a crafty sheen. Duan Lingtian's spiritual force stretched out to envelop the little gold mouse, and he saw through the little gold mouse's current cultivation at the first possible moment. Little Gold, you didn't break through? Duan Lingtian was slightly disappointed. He originally thought that after swallowing the demon beast egg the other day, the little gold mouse that had fallen into deep slumber ought to have broken through. Unexpectedly, the little gold mouse's cultivation was still at the 8th level of the void prying stage, and there wasn't any change. Creak, creak, when the little gold mouse heard Duan Lingyan, she raised her little head and cried out complacently. What are you complacent for? You didn't break through. Duan Lingtian angrily rolled his eyes at the little gold mouse. Looks like the demon beast egg I bought for you the other day is completely useless to you. But since it's useless to you, why did you sleep for another month? As he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian was slightly speechless. Right at this moment, the little gold mouse moved. She revolved around Duan Lingtian and flashed up. Strands of violet-colored energy floated up into appearance on the little gold mouse's body. Whoosh! In the sky, an enormous silhouette spiraled down to reveal its face. An ancient horned dragon silhouette. Duan Lingtian's face went grim as he looked at the ancient horned dragon silhouette above the little gold mouse and glanced at the violet-colored energy on the little gold mouse. Little Gold, you've comprehended first-level lightning concept? Duan Lingtian asked in surprise. Sweet. The little gold mouse replied and nodded like a chick pecking for rice. It's because of that demon beast egg? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but recall. 1 month ago, the demon beast egg that he bought at the Darkstone Empire's Imperial Auction House emitted advanced lightning force before the vitality within it was annihilated. After a period of 1 month, the little gold that swallowed the demon beast egg that day had comprehended first-level lightning concept. This caused Duan Lingtian to have no choice but to link the two together. Squeak, squeak, the little gold mouse nodded when she heard Duan Lingtian's question. Looks like that demon beast egg wasn't wasted in the end. At the same time that Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief, a sense of pleasant surprise appeared on his face. The first-level lightning concept Little Gold had comprehended possessed the strength of an entire 8,000 ancient mammoths more than the advanced lightning force she comprehended before. It was even more terrifying than a breakthrough in cultivation. As an 8th-level void-prying stage demon beast, when Little Gold's origin energy exploded out completely, it was comparable to the strength of an ancient horned dragon and 1,000 ancient mammoths. Now, coupled with first-level lightning concept. Without using a spirit weapon, Little Gold was able to exert the strength of 2 ancient horned dragons and 1,000 ancient mammoths. If she utilized a spirit weapon, the spirit weapon in the Little Gold Mouse's hand was a Grade 4 spirit weapon refined by Duan Lingtian. It was able to amplify strength by 60%, although this amplification could only be used on one's own strength. But the Little Gold Mouse's own strength possessed the strength of an ancient horned dragon and 1,000 ancient mammoths. In other words, the Grade 4 spirit weapon in her hand was able to amplify the strength of 6,600 ancient mammoths. Presently, once Little Gold exerts her full strength, she's able to exert the strength of 2 ancient horned dragons and 7,600 ancient mammoths. There's practically no human or demon beast below the void initiation stage that's capable of defeating her. Even if there is, it's extremely rare. This was something that Duan Lingtian firmly believed. Squeak, squeak, the Little Gold Mouse transformed into a golden light that descended onto Duan Lingtian's shoulder, and her jade-green eyes were filled with complacency. You little fellow, I truly never imagined that a dead egg bought with a mere 1 million gold would actually be able to transform something rotten into something miraculous in your hands and assist you in comprehending first-level lightning concept. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh when he recalled the little gold mouse's experience. Little gold, I intend to go on a long journey. Duan Lingtian looked at the little gold mouse and spoke. Squeak, squeak. The little gold mouse instantly became excited when she heard this. Sure. Big brother Lingtian, where are we going? We're going to 2 cities. One of them is a comparatively special city in the Darkstone Empire, and the other is a city in the Dark Han Dynasty. Duan Lingtian spoke of his plans. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian went to look for Qi Ming. Vice Dean Qi, I have to leave temporarily for a period of time. When he saw Qi Ming frowning and seeming to want to say something, Duan Lingtian spoke first. Don't worry, Vice Dean Qi, I'll surely return half a year later at the latest, and I'll absolutely not miss the Young Genius competition 7 months from now. Duan Lingtian guaranteed, so Qi Ming didn't continue persuading him. Be careful all the way. Qi Ming said. He was able to discern that Duan Lingtian left in a hurry this time, and there was obviously something urgent. Okay. Duan Lingtian nodded, then brought the little gold mouse along and left directly. He didn't even bid farewell to Luo Zhan, Su Li, and Chen Xiao Shuai. Duan Lingtian had only just left the courtyard house when a person followed him in a concealed manner. What does this Duan Lingtian want to do? A middle-aged man in luxurious clothes followed behind Duan Lingtian, and his eyes flickered with icy cold lights. Prince Sheng. But he hadn't taken a few steps when he heard an aged voice sound out from behind him. Instantly, the middle-aged man's body stiffened. Revered Elder Qi, he knew that it was impossible for him to make a move against Duan Lingtian. At the same time that this caused him to be slightly aggrieved, he was filled with helplessness. It's all because the Azure Forest Trisect didn't keep their word. Otherwise, that Duan Lingtian would have died long ago. He couldn't help but be enraged when he recalled the Azure Forest Trisect standing him up. He was from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial family since he was young, and his status was noble. When had anyone dared stand him up? What an Azure Forest Trisect! You even dare play tricks on this prince? Prince Sheng's expression was exceedingly gloomy. Qi Ming silently looked at Prince Sheng's face that had sunk, and he didn't express anything. He naturally knew of Prince Sheng's intentions. However, Prince Sheng was the blood brother of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's emperor after all. Even if Prince Sheng committed a great mistake, it wasn't his turn to teach him a lesson. What he could do was stare at Prince Sheng and protect Duan Lingtian. Sush. Whereas now, outside the Darkstone Empire's imperial city, a golden light shot into the sky and vanished in the horizon in the blink of an eye. Above the clouds, the speed of the golden light doubled once more. Rumble. Waves of ear-piercing thunderclaps sounded out at practically the exact same moment, and it followed the golden light towards the northeast. The owner of the golden light was an enormous gold mouse. The gold mouse's entire body was furry, and it looked extremely cute. Yet now, a violet-clothed young man sat cross-legged on the back of this enormous gold mouse. The violet-clothed young man sat there and silently cultivated. This young man and mouse were precisely Duan Lingtian and the little gold mouse. After notifying Qi Ming, Duan Lingtian brought the little gold mouse along and left the imperial city of the Darkstone Empire at the first possible moment. His time was limited. I only hope that half a year of time is sufficient for me to find the ageless root. Duan Lingtian only had a single objective for leaving the Darkstone Empire's imperial city this time: to find the final auxiliary medicinal catalyst required to refine the rebirth pill, the ageless root. So long as he found the ageless root, he would be able to successfully refine the rebirth pill. Once he refined the rebirth pill, his strength would advance by leaps and bounds. Not to mention surpassing Su Li. Even surpassing the little gold mouse wasn't impossible. Big brother Lingtian, where are we going now? The little gold mouse's voice transmission entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. Chapter 566. Flourishing Summer City. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he spoke slowly. Flourishing Summer City? What's that place? The little gold mouse asked curiously. That's the largest trade city in the Darkstone Empire, and it's similar to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's ancient city of Everlast. Supposedly, the Darkstone Empire's flourishing Summer City is even more chaotic than the ancient city of Everlast. Duan Lingtian continued. So, if it's not necessary, you must not cause trouble for me during this trip. Understand? As Duan Lingtian finished speaking, his tone was slightly stern. Squeak, squeak, the little gold mouse cried out and agreed. Flourishing Summer City was located in the northeast area of the Darkstone Empire. The little gold mouse flew at full speed, and her speed wasn't inferior to a first-level Void Initiation stage martial artist. 10 days later, Duan Lingtian saw the outline of Flourishing Summer City. Flourishing Summer City's 4 walls were completely pitch black like ink. Practically all the buildings within the city were constructed from black bricks. Today, the sky was dim as dark clouds converged in the horizon and enveloped the entire Flourishing Summer City within it. Coupled with the completely pitch-black Flourishing Summer City, it gave others the feeling of black clouds pressing down on the city and threatening to destroy it. Big Brother Lingtian, this is Flourishing Summer City? The little gold mouse asked. Exactly. Find a place to land outside, we'll enter the city. Duan Lingtian nodded and called out to the little gold mouse. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian brought along the little gold mouse that had shrunk once more and stood on his shoulder as he walked into Flourishing Summer City with large strides. Flourishing Summer City was extremely large, and it wasn't the slightest bit inferior to the Darkstone Empire's Imperial City. After entering the city, what entered his eyes was a road that was excessively wide. There was an endless stream of people passing by, and carriages flowed without end. It gave others an extremely prosperous feeling, as expected of the #1 trade city in the Darkstone Empire. In terms of prosperity, even the Imperial City is unable to compare to it. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Suddenly, swoosh, 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 a wave of wind howls suddenly sounded out above Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian looked up. Only then did he realize that there were quite a few people flying at a low altitude, their speed as fast as lightning. Duan Lingtian quietly extended his psychic power. After a short while, he was able to determine the cultivation base of these people. Amongst these people, most of them were existences at the 7th level of the Void Prying stage or above, and there were even many existences at the Void Initiation stage. An empire is not something an empire can compare to. Duan Lingtian sighed. However, Duan Lingtian headed straight for the center of the city. Brother Lingtian, where are we going? The little gold mouse could see that Duan Lingtian was walking with a purpose. You'll know soon enough. Duan Lingtian didn't explain in detail and continued to walk forward with the little golden mouse. Finally, in front of a luxurious building in the center of Flourishing Summer City, Duan Lingtian stopped. Treasure Gathering Pavilion. The luxurious building before Duan Lingtian's eyes was dazzling, and it occupied the best area of Flourishing Summer City. With a single glance, he knew that it wasn't the property of an ordinary power. Duan Lingtian walked in with large strides. This treasure-gathering pavilion was precisely the destination of his trip to Flourishing Summer City this time. The treasure-gathering pavilion is the property of a formidable power of the Dark Han dynasty, and it has branches in the various empires under the Dark Han dynasty. Besides collecting the treasures in the world, the treasure-gathering pavilion also sells many treasures. The treasure-gathering pavilion disdains to collect ordinary treasures. For example, spirit weapons. Only spirit weapons above grade 5 have the qualifications to enter the treasure-gathering pavilion. Spirit weapons below grade 6 are utterly disdained by the treasure-gathering pavilion. Besides collecting and selling various treasures, the treasure-gathering pavilion also provides services like consignment sales. Of course, it can also offer rewards. All of this was what Duan Lingtian had found out in the Darkstone Empire's Imperial City. And he'd come here this time precisely for the sake of offering rewards. Customer, may I ask what you need? Duan Lingtian had only just entered the treasure-gathering pavilion when an attendant came over to greet him, and the attendant revealed a professional smile. Duan Lingtian's pupils couldn't help but constrict at the first glance of the attendant. Heavens! What have I seen? A mere attendant actually possesses a cultivation at the first level of the void-prying stage. This treasure-gathering pavilion is worthy of being the property of a formidable power of the Darkhan dynasty. What extravagance! Duan Lingtian was greatly shocked in his heart. I need to offer a reward. Duan Lingtian spoke to the attendant. Offer a reward? The attendant nodded, then brought Duan Lingtian to walk up to the second floor of the treasure-gathering pavilion before welcoming Duan Lingtian to a counter. Customer, what reward do you need to offer? You can register it here. Behind the counter stood a middle-aged man with a calm expression, and it was impossible to discern his emotions. Fourth level of the void-prying stage. When Duan Lingtian's spiritual force stretched out, he noticed the cultivation of the middle-aged man behind the counter at the first possible moment. He never imagined. The cultivation of a martial artist that guarded the counter in this treasure-gathering pavilion was similar to his. Customer, may I know what reward you want to offer? The middle-aged man looked at Duan Lingtian and asked slowly. Ageless root. I need a reward for the ageless root. Duan Lingtian's gaze squinted, and his tone was resolute and decisive. Ageless root? The middle-aged man couldn't help but be stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian. Customer, please describe the characteristics of the thing you want. Besides that, if it's convenient, I hope you can leave behind a diagram of it. Obviously, the middle-aged man didn't know what the ageless root was. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded, and after he casually described the characteristics of the ageless root, he waved his hand and drew the ageless root on the white paper the middle-aged man prepared. It's this thing. Duan Lingtian looked at the middle-aged man and spoke slowly. Customer, what reward do you want to offer? The rewards offered in our treasure-gathering pavilion don't accept gold or silver and only accept treasures. The middle-aged man reminded. With a raise of his hand, a 3-foot-long blade that flickered with an azure light appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand, and he directly slapped it on the counter. I'll offer this thing. Spirit weapon? The middle-aged man frowned and said, Customer, our treasure-gathering pavilion only accepts spirit weapons above grade 5. How do you know it doesn't have a grade 5 spirit weapon? Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at the middle-aged man. This person didn't even look at the spirit weapon Duan Lingtian had taken out before hastily coming to a conclusion. The middle-aged man couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this. When he saw Duan Lingtian for the first time, he'd underestimated Duan Lingtian because Duan Lingtian was young. After all, as far as he was concerned, a young man like Duan Lingtian probably wouldn't be able to take out a spirit weapon above grade 5. But now that he'd seen Duan Lingtian's composure, the middle-aged man realized that he might have underestimated Duan Lingtian. The middle-aged man grabbed the spirit sword Duan Lingtian placed on the table and fused his origin energy into it. In an instant, in the sky above the middle-aged man, 6,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared first, and then another 3,500 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. The middle-aged man was dumbstruck when he saw this scene. The attendant that brought Duan Lingtian in was dumbstruck as well. Heavens! What have we seen? Increase. An amplification of 59%. The attendant fiercely gulped down a mouthful of saliva and had a shocked expression. For grade 4 spirit sword. The middle-aged man gasped, and the gaze he looked at Duan Lingtian with was completely different. According to his knowledge, there seemed to be no grade 4 weapons craftsman in the Darkstone Empire. In other words, the grade 4 spirit sword the young man before him took out was extremely likely to be refined by a grade 4 weapons craftsman of the Darkhan dynasty. In the Darkhan dynasty, there were only a few people that could make a grade 4 weapons craftsman not hesitate to refine a grade 4 spirit weapon. Those existences were all the leaders of the various powers of the Darkhan dynasty. This young man isn't simple. The middle-aged man's heart shook. How is it? This thing can be used as a bounty item? Duan Lingtian asked indifferently, seeming as if he didn't see the shocked expression on the middle-aged man's face. Yes, of course it can. The middle-aged man hurriedly nodded like a chick pecking for rice. Then he recalled how he'd underestimated the young man earlier and was slightly embarrassed. Then it's fine. Duan Lingtian nodded. Now, help me register it. The middle-aged man didn't dare dally and hurriedly withdrew a jade pendant. There was an obvious crack in the middle of the jade pendant. Right when Duan Lingtian was wondering why the middle-aged man withdrew a lousy jade pendant. The middle-aged man pulled open the jade pendant, leaving half of it behind and giving the other half to Duan Lingtian. Customer, the next time you come to our treasure-gathering pavilion, no matter if someone completes the bounty, no matter if it's to retrieve your grade 4 spirit sword or your bounty item, you have to use this token to exchange for it. The middle-aged man had a serious expression as he spoke to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded, and after he received the other half of the jade pendant he asked, "When do you usually come to confirm it?" "At least 3 months. Customer can come and collect it after 3 months." The middle-aged man continued. Because Duan Lingtian had withdrawn a grade 4 spirit sword, his attitude towards Duan Lingtian had undergone a tremendous change. "All right." Duan Lingtian nodded, then asked, "I heard that a certain handling fee is required to post a bounty in your treasure-gathering pavilion. I wonder how much I have to pay?" The middle-aged man smiled. "Customer, our treasure-gathering pavilion has a rule that if a customer uses a grade 4 spirit weapon or above as a bounty item, then the handling fee can be waived." "Waive the handling fee?" Duan Lingtian was stunned. "There's such a rule?" With a quick thought, Duan Lingtian came to an understanding. In the entire Darkhan dynasty, a grade 4 spirit weapon was an extremely rare item. It was understandable that the treasure-gathering pavilion would take care of a person that was able to take out a grade 4 spirit weapon as a bounty item. After all, a grade 4 spirit weapon usually represented a grade 4 weapons craftsman, whereas a grade 4 weapons craftsman was an extremely rare existence in the entire Darkhan dynasty. It was even rarer than void interpretation stage experts. "Then I'll be troubling you." Duan Lingtian nodded. Then he put away the jade pendant in his hand before leaving hastily with the little gold mouse. After Duan Lingtian left, the middle-aged man heaved a sigh of relief. Then he muttered as he looked at the grade 4 spirit sword before him. "He's willing to take out a grade 4 spirit weapon as a bounty item? What exactly is the background of that young man?" Subsequently, the middle-aged man raised his head to look at the nearby attendant and said with a low voice, "Quickly report this to the pavilion master." Chapter 567. Big Brother Lingtian, you directly passed the grade 4 spirit sword to them. Aren't you afraid they'll take it for themselves? After they left the treasure-gathering pavilion, the little gold mouse's voice transmission entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. Take it for themselves? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. This treasure-gathering pavilion is renowned far and wide within the territory of the Darkhan dynasty, and it still has this bit of credibility. Moreover, even if they want to take it for themselves, they need to have the courage to do so. Grade 4 spirit sword. It caused others to associate it with a grade 4 weapons craftsman. Whereas all the grade 4 weapons craftsmen in the Darkhan dynasty were masters that were respected by everyone. Very few people dared offend them. So Duan Lingtian didn't think that the treasure-gathering pavilion would dare take his grade 4 spirit sword for themselves. Bang! Suddenly, an enormous bang sounded out by his ears. Duan Lingtian looked over and noticed a burly man with a bare upper body had smashed a middle-aged man flying with a single punch. Subsequently, the burly man stretched out his arms, and a pair of meteor hammers appeared out of thin air before flashing out and seeming to have transformed into a shooting star that smashed down towards the middle-aged man. Another enormous bang sounded out, and the middle-aged man was completely devoid of any signs of life. His flesh was badly mangled, and he was extremely miserable. 9th level of the void-prying stage? The ancient horned dragon silhouette and a few thousand ancient mammoth silhouettes in the sky above the burly man caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to refrain from glancing over. All along the way, Duan Lingtian saw many similar bloody scenes. The rumors aren't wrong. This Darkstone Empire's flourishing summer city is indeed even more chaotic than the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's ancient city of Everlast. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh with emotion. When he arrived, he'd headed all the way to the treasure-gathering pavilion and didn't pay attention to the surroundings. Now when he intended to leave, he paid attention to the surroundings, and it allowed him to feel the cruelty of flourishing summer city. Kid, hand over the spatial ring and this gold fur mouse in your hand. Otherwise, I'll fucking make you die a graveless death. When he saw the city gate was right before his eyes, a wave of arrogant voices sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. Subsequently, a light flashed before Duan Lingtian's eyes, and a tall and sturdy figure appeared. This was a burly man with 3 hideous scars on his face. They looked like 3 centipedes and were extremely frightening. One of the scars ran from the left side of his face along his nose to the right side of his face. The scar-faced man held his broadsword and stared down at Duan Lingtian. His eyes were as big as gongs, and they were filled with bloodthirst and violence. Die without a burial place? Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows, and a hint of disdain appeared at the corner of his mouth. You! The moment the scar-faced man appeared, Duan Lingtian used his acute spiritual force to detect his exact cultivation at the first possible moment, the 9th level of the void-prying stage. His cultivation was similar to that of the burly man with the meteor hammer. Brat, you've angered me. Faced with Duan Lingtian's disdain, the scar-faced man went completely berserk. He swung the broadsword in his hand and smashed it down at Duan Lingtian. I'll chop you into minced meat. Little gold. Duan Lingtian's face was covered with a layer of frost as he lightly shouted. In an instant, a golden light flashed out from Duan Lingtian's shoulder, who was as still as a mountain. An ear-piercing and swift sword whistle sounded out of nowhere. Amidst it, there was a light and ear-piercing sound of thunder. In the next moment, the scar-faced man who was originally charging towards Duan Lingtian with a menacing aura stopped halfway and swayed. You, the scar-faced man stared at Duan Lingtian, and a hint of fear appeared in his eyes. Then, a bloody hole suddenly appeared on his throat. Dazzling and eye-catching blood spurted out from the bloody hole, and it flowed out continuously as if it was free. Bang! Finally, the scar-faced man couldn't hold on any longer. His eyes were wide open as he fell to the ground with a bang, and he didn't make a sound. The squeak squeak, right at this moment, accompanied by a wave of sharp cries, the golden light flashed out once more, and the little gold mouse returned to Duan Lingtian's shoulder. Let's go! Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at the dumbstruck crowd in the surroundings, then he brought the little gold mouse out of the city. Everywhere they passed, no one dared come forward to look for trouble. Lightning concept. Someone only reacted to it when Duan Lingtian's figure vanished before their eyes, and they exclaimed in a low voice. That demon beast is so terrifying. It actually comprehended lightning concept. At the city gate near flourishing Summer City, the group of people were astounded. Daoba is really unlucky this time, offending an existence that he shouldn't have offended. Yeah, Daoba's strength can be considered to be not bad. But before that rat-type demon beast, it's not worth mentioning, and he doesn't have the slightest strength to fight back. Many people looked at the corpse of the scar-faced man on the ground and shook their heads. Outside flourishing Summer City, Duan Lingtian sat on the back of the little gold mouse that had enlarged and continued on their way. Big brother Lingtian, where are we going now? The little gold mouse asked. The Dark Han Dynasty. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he spoke word by word. Dark Han Dynasty? The little gold mouse's jade-green eyes lit up when she heard this. There's surely many delicious things in the Dark Han Dynasty. Little fellow, what else do you know besides eating? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched slightly. Big brother Lingtian, where's the Dark Han Dynasty? The little gold mouse asked again. Duan Lingtian looked towards the north and reminded. Swoosh. Instantly, the little gold mouse's figure flashed out, and it was accompanied by waves of ear-piercing thunderclaps as it headed north. whereas Duan Lingtan instead silently sat on the back of the little gold mouse and closed his eyes to cultivate. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique, lightning WM form. Presently, my cultivation is only a tiny bit away from being able to break through to the 5th level of the void prying stage. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and the origin energy in his body flowed tirelessly. 3 days later, the origin energy in Duan Lingtian's body roiled and converged together before flashing directly towards the final bottleneck of the 4th level of the void prying stage. Bang! The vast origin energy charged at the bottleneck and caused the bottleneck to loosen. Still a little bit more. Duan Lingtian didn't hesitate to once again converge his origin energy and carry out the second charge. Bang! The second time, he was still unable to charge through the bottleneck. Bang! The third time. Over and over again. Until the 9th time. Bang! Duan Lingtian's origin energy instantly charged through the bottleneck. And right at this instant, his origin energy underwent a transformation like a carp leaping through the dragon's gate. I've broken through. Duan Lingtian abruptly opened his eyes, and flowing lights flickered within his eyes like the dazzling stars in the night sky, causing everything in his surroundings to dim in comparison. 5th level of the void prying stage. Under his excitement, the origin energy on Duan Lingtian's body skyrocketed, and it seemed to have transformed into an enormous ball of flames. In the sky, 7,000 lifelike ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. Big Brother Lington, you've broken through? The little gold mouse's young and naive voice that was like a little girl entered into Duan Lingtian's ears in a timely manner. Yes. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he nodded. Little gold, you have to work hard. Otherwise, I'll surpass you one day. I'll surely not allow Big Brother Lingtian to surpass me. I'm not far from the 9th level of the void prying stage. The little gold mouse spoke via voice transmission, and her tone was filled with confidence. Then we'll see. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed slightly. He believed that so long as he was able to refine the rebirth pill, it wouldn't take long for him to surpass the little gold mouse. Unfortunately, there's only one rebirth pill, and it can't be consumed separately. Otherwise, its medicinal strength would be greatly reduced. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. Otherwise, if he made the little gold mouse consume the rebirth pill as well, then he would have a great assistance by his side. With the little gold mouse's current strength, once she consumed the rebirth pill, she would surely be even more terrifying. Never mind. No matter how strong little gold is, she's only an external source of strength to me. There are many times when I have to rely on myself in the end. Duan Lingtian was clear in his heart. Only when he possessed an exceedingly formidable strength would he be able to be considered as a true expert. Rebirth pill. Ageless root. Duan Lingtian looked towards the direction of the Darkhan dynasty, and his feelings surged. Right when Duan Lingtian was heading towards the Darkhan dynasty. At the southwest area of the Darkstone Empire. A swift flowing light flashed past the horizon and headed directly towards the south. Above the clouds and mist, a beautiful young girl in yellow clothes flew in the sky. The young girl's beautiful face that was like carved jade was sufficient to make anyone feel pity for her. Hiss hiss, suddenly restless sounds came from beneath the young girl's sleeve. The young girl slowed down. She raised her slender hand and grabbed 2 little pythons from beneath her sleeve. The 2 little pythons, one black and one white. On the body of the black little python, there were bright golden striations that flickered with a dazzling sheen. On the top of its head, there was an extremely sharp golden horn that flickered with a frightening cold light. On the other hand, the appearance of the white little python wasn't much different from the black little python. The only difference was, the striations on the white little python's body were silver in color. The horn on the top of its head was similarly silver in color. Squeak squeak, the 2 little pythons coiled around the young girl's white wrists, and their eyes focused as they stared ahead and flickered with traces of human-like reminiscence. Little black, little white, both of you are thinking of Big Brother Lingtian again? The yellow-clothed young girl lightly rubbed the little heads of the 2 little pythons and lightly smiled as she asked. The two little pythons lightly nodded, and their soft bodies were excited to the point they started trembling. Whoosh, whoosh. Instantly, the two little pythons' figures flashed out, transforming into two extremely swift bolts of lightning that flashed directly towards the south. In the blink of an eye, they vanished before the yellow-clothed young girl's eyes. Little black, little white, wait for me. The yellow-clothed young girl followed up. Her graceful figure caught up to the two little pythons in the blink of an eye. Hiss hiss, the sharp eyes of the two little pythons flickered, and they were anxious to return home. Not long after, the yellow-clothed young girl and the two little pythons left the area of the Black Market Empire and entered the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Qing Nu probably won't notice that we've already left for a while. This time, we must properly play outside. The yellow-clothed young girl brought along the two little pythons and headed directly towards the south of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Not long after, 7 mountains that were like sharp swords that shot into the sky appeared before the young girl's eyes. Hiss hiss. Meanwhile, the two little pythons seemed as if they were injected with chicken blood and were extremely excited. The yellow-clothed young girl stood in the sky above the 7 great sword mountains, and her beautiful brows frowned as she looked at the roiling clouds and mist below. Right at this moment, swoosh! Chapter 568. Spiraling up from the bottom of the clouds was an incomparably huge rock. The rock's wings were unfolded like clouds that covered the sky, and its imposing manner shot into the sky like a rainbow. A pair of fierce eyes stared fixedly at the yellow-clothed young girl in the sky. The yellow-clothed young girl was slightly surprised when she saw the rock. I never imagined that I would be able to see a demon beast with the bloodline of a golden-winged rock here. Golden-winged rock. The rock's eyes squinted when he heard the yellow-clothed young girl, and he said via voice transmission, "Little girl, who are you? You're actually able to discern that I possess the bloodline of a golden-winged rock. You wouldn't know who I am even if I told you." The yellow-clothed young girl's gaze passed through the clouds and mist to descend onto a sword peak at the side of the 7 great sword peaks. "All right, I won't speak with you anymore. I'm going to look for Big Brother Ling Tian." As she spoke, the yellow-clothed young girl's figure flashed to descend. Big Brother Ling Tian? The rock was stunned, and then he asked via voice transmission. "You're talking about Duan Ling Tian? You know Big Brother Ling Tian?" The yellow-clothed young girl stopped moving and looked at the rock. "Of course I know him, but he's not here anymore." When the rock saw that the person that had arrived might be Duan Ling Tian's friend, the fierceness in his eyes dissipated slightly. "He's not here anymore?" The yellow-clothed young girl was stunned. Hiss hiss. Right at this moment, 2 small heads stuck out from beneath the young girl's sleeve, and their eyes flickered with slight disappointment as they flickered their tongues. "Do you know where my big brother Ling Tian went?" The yellow-clothed young girl asked. "I only know that he was in the Crimson Sky Kingdom 2 years ago." The rock said. "Crimson Sky Kingdom? Where's the Crimson Sky Kingdom?" The yellow-clothed young girl asked. "The Crimson Sky Kingdom is south of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Duan Ling Tian stayed in the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city." The rock said. What it said was all learned from Xianxia. As for where Duan Ling Tian went now, he didn't know the slightest. Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city. The yellow-clothed young woman nodded and raised her hand before her figure flashed out. "Little black, little white, let's go to the Crimson Sky Kingdom to look for Big Brother Ling Tian." Hiss, hiss. The 2 little pythons immediately jumped in excitement. Looking at the yellow-clothed girl's disappearing figure in the blink of an eye, the rock's pupils constricted, and its emotions surged. She looked to be about 16 years old. He actually had such a terrifying cultivation base. It couldn't help but feel a little scared. What kind of people does that little fellow Duan Ling Tian know? The rock muttered in its heart. The Dark Han dynasty was vast and boundless. Even with the little gold mouse's current full-speed flying speed, the little gold mouse was still unable to fly. After entering the Dark Han dynasty, Duan Ling Tian did not see even the slightest trace of human habitation for 2 consecutive months. What entered his eyes was a boundless desert. Don't tell me we've come to the southern wasteland of the Dark Han dynasty? Duan Lingtian sat on the back of the little gold mouse as he looked down at the boundless desert, and he revealed a bitter smile. Dark Han dynasty, southern wasteland. He'd heard of it. Supposedly, the southern wasteland was a place where even birds wouldn't shit. Not only were there few signs of human habitation, even wild beasts, fierce beasts, and demon beasts were extremely rare there. It could be said that the southern wasteland was a region that had never been developed. Originally, even if it hadn't been developed. As a region of the Dark Han dynasty, it shouldn't be so desolate. However, in this region of the Dark Han dynasty, there was something that caused even void interpretation stage experts to tremble in fear upon hearing its name. That was a sandstorm. Sandstorms came from nature, and their might was boundless. If it was a formidable sandstorm, then even a void interpretation stage expert would be unable to escape death upon encountering it. Although the strength of a void interpretation stage expert wasn't weak, but before the strength of nature, it was still like an ant that wasn't worth mentioning. I wouldn't have really arrived at the Dark Han dynasty's southern wasteland, right? Duan Lingtan laughed bitterly and prayed in his heart. I hope I don't encounter a sandstorm that's unique to the Dark Han dynasty's southern wasteland. Little Gold, continue flying towards this direction, and you'll be able to leave this desert in the end. Duan Lingtian said to the little gold mouse. Squeak, squeak, the little gold mouse replied and continued flying forward swiftly. 3 days later, Duan Lingtian was originally cultivating with his eyes closed, when suddenly, an unusual gale blew towards him. As a martial artist that had comprehended half-step advanced wind force, Duan Lingtian had an extremely acute intuition towards the wind. Even the little gold mouse was unable to compare to him in this aspect. It wouldn't be so coincidental, right? Duan Lingtian looked ahead and muttered. Not long after, Duan Lingtian's face went completely pale, because he saw that at the end of the desert ahead, an expanse of sand and dust that covered the sky had suddenly been lifted up, and then it flashed towards the direction he and Little Gold were at. The sand and dust arrived nearby in a short moment. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian was able to feel a terrifying gale blow over, and it caused the little gold mouse to be unable to move an inch. Whoosh, whoosh. A violent gale blew out in the distance, and the sand and dust that covered the sky was accompanied by a terrifying tornado as it swept over. Everywhere it passed, the ground of the desert cracked apart, and the airflow in the air flashed and emitted a wave of ear-piercing sounds of air exploding. Little Gold, turn around. Flee! Duan Lingtian recovered from his shock and hurriedly shouted out explosively. At practically the instant Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the little gold mouse had turned around and flashed back. Flee! Flee! Duan Lingtian felt the approaching sandstorm behind him, and his expression was unsightly to the extreme. At this moment, the hairband on Duan Lingtian's long hair that was draped behind him had broken, and his long hair flowed along with Feng Qingyang, whereas the violet clothes on his body were blown by the violent gale to the point of fluttering. The violent gale grew closer and closer. Even if the little gold mouse moved at full speed, it seemed to be impossible for her to escape the pursuit of the sandstorm. I've really jinxed it. When he thought of the prayer from 3 days ago, Duan Lingtian wished for nothing more than to slap himself. The good really didn't come true, but the bad did. Presently, the sandstorm behind him was practically boundless. With the little gold mouse's speed, there was utterly nowhere to flee. The speed of this sandstorm is probably sufficient to compare to the speed of an ordinary martial artist at the 4th level of the void initiation stage or above. Perhaps, a sandstorm of this level was nothing in the eyes of a void interpretation stage expert. But before Duan Lingtian, it was comparable to a scourge and a ferocious beast that might swallow him at any moment. Little Gold, flee to the left. Quickly! Duan Lingtian turned around, and after he saw the direction of the sandstorm with narrowed eyes, he hurriedly urged. Swoosh! The little gold mouse didn't hesitate in the slightest to flash towards the left. However, the speed of the sandstorm was truly too swift. The little gold mouse was utterly unable to leave the area swept by the sandstorm before it caught up. Big Brother Lingtian, I've tried my best. The little gold mouse's slightly immature voice was filled with helplessness. I never imagined that our luck would be so good. We encountered the sandstorm of the southern desert of the Darkhan dynasty on our first visit to the Darkhan dynasty. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly. Right at this moment, the sandstorm grew closer and closer, and it was less than 500 kilometers away from Duan Lingtian and the little gold mouse. Swoosh! The little gold mouse flashed with all her might. In the end, she was still swallowed by the sandstorm. Little gold! Duan Lingtian felt a gust of violent wind assault him from behind, and accompanied by the sand that covered the sky, it completely covered his field of vision. Not only that, at this moment, he felt that he'd lost control of his entire body. He was brought along to spin in the air by an extremely strong violent wind, and it caused him to feel dizzy. Duan Lingtian's body tensed up as the origin energy on his body swept out. Half-step advanced wind force and half-step advanced lightning force suffused out along with his origin energy. Even then, Duan Lingtian was still unable to resist the violent wind that enveloped him. The origin energy and force in his entire body were shattered by the violent wind. Gradually, Duan Lingtian gave up resisting. He allowed the sandstorm to bring him along and fly. Little gold! Little gold! Of course, Duan Lingtian didn't forget the little gold mouse. But no matter how he shouted, his voice was pushed back by the sandstorm and entered into his ears. The little gold mouse had completely vanished without a trace. I hope little gold is fine. Duan Lingtian silently said in his heart. Time silently flowed by. Duan Lingtian didn't know how long had passed as well. He utterly didn't have the mood to calculate the time. Presently, he was swept flying by the sandstorm, and he could only use half-step advanced wind force to merge into the violent wind of the sandstorm and seek to merge with it. The result of doing this allowed Duan Lingtian to luckily escape calamity and not be killed by the sandstorm. Little Gold's strength far surpasses me, and she's even comprehended first-level lightning concept. She ought to be fine. Duan Lingtian, who felt the sandstorm ceaselessly weakening, thought in his heart. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian calmed down. He wasn't as impatient as before. After he calmed down, Duan Lingtian started to observe the sandstorm. The sandstorm was mainly formed from the violent wind that covered the sky, and the sand and dust within it were all blown up by the wind. Its essence was wind. The violent wind swept Duan Lingtian's extremely tattered clothes and slapped his cheeks. Duan Lingtian, who closed his eyes and allowed the violent wind to bring him along as he rode on the clouds and mist, and he gradually seemed to have merged into the violent wind. Wind! At this moment, Duan Lingtian's comprehension towards wind force had changed. Duan Lingtian's mind had completely merged into wind force. He'd completely forgotten everything in the outside world. Wind is sufficient to sweep through everything. Just like the violent wind within this sandstorm, it's strong to the limit, and even those void interpretation stage and void transformation stage experts don't have the slightest ability to resist it. Duan Lingtian silently thought in his heart. Bang! Suddenly, Duan Lingtian felt his body jolt, and his internal organs trembled. When he opened his eyes, only now did he notice that the sandstorm had already vanished, and only a light breeze that ceaselessly blew past remained. Before he had the time to think about where he'd been blown to, Duan Lingtian stood up and spread out his hands. On the surface of his body, strands of azure-colored energy abruptly condensed into form and suffused out. Wind force. At the same time, 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form in the sky above Duan Lingtian. Wind force. I've finally attained the advanced stage. Duan Lingtian's mood surged, and he revealed an expression of wild joy. Not dying from encountering the sandstorm this time was already extremely fortunate. But he never imagined that he'd actually obtain a blessing in disguise and comprehend the advanced wind force from the violent wind within the sandstorm. Comprehending the advanced wind force also meant that Duan Lingtian's strength had advanced a level. After his wild joy, Duan Lingtian calmed down. Where's little gold? Chapter 569. Whirlwind. Whirlwind. Duan Lingtian's figure flickered as he searched around. In the end, he didn't notice the slightest trace of the little gold mouse. This caused him to be rather helpless. I wonder where little gold is. Duan Lingtian was slightly worried. Although he could confirm that the little gold mouse ought to have been fine by the sandstorm. But the hearts of men were sinister, and if little gold were to encounter other martial artists, there would always be potential danger. Never mind if it was a weak martial artist. He was only afraid that little gold would encounter a strong martial artist. Presently, I utterly don't know where this place is. Duan Lingtian looked at the surroundings, and what entered his eyes was a boundless desert that he couldn't see the end of. He didn't know which direction the sandstorm blew him over from. Nor did he know where the little gold mouse was blown to now. I'll expand the area and go around the surroundings to see if I can find traces of little gold. If it really doesn't work, I can only leave this desert myself first. Duan Lingtian had a plan in his heart. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian soared into the sky, and the origin energy beneath his feet flashed as he flashed out while accompanied by advanced wind force and half-step advanced lightning force. Although his speed was inferior to the little gold mouse, it wasn't slow in the slightest. Not long after, Duan Lingtian noticed that there were people ahead. In the distance, 3 small black dots appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes in the desert. When he got close to look, it was a young woman that was a little over 20 and 2 middle-aged men. The woman wore gorgeous clothes and was obviously of extraordinary birth. As for the 2 middle-aged men, they wore the same clothes and were obviously the servants by the woman's side. Presently, the 3 of them were covered in dust and were in an extremely sorry state. These 3 people were probably affected by the sandstorm as well. Duan Lingtian guessed in his heart. What do you want to do? Suddenly, Duan Lingtian heard the woman's sharp cry. Subsequently, he saw the 2 middle-aged men that were dressed like servants blocked the young woman's path from the front and back, and both of them revealed frenzied expressions. You've gone mad. The woman's expression was livid and extremely unsightly. We're not crazy. One of the middle-aged men revealed a maniacal smile. Second young miss, eldest young master has never treated us as humans. Although you never said it, we all know that you have never treated us as humans either. That's right. Today, that sandstorm can be considered to have helped the 2 of us. Today, we'll kill you, second young miss, and seize all the wealth in your spatial ring before fleeing far away. The other middle-aged man walked towards the woman step by step, his eyes shining with a strange light. Perhaps we don't need to run away. We can just say that we've never seen second miss before. The sandstorm separated us from the eldest young master and the others. Who knew that the 2 of us would be together with second young miss? The middle-aged man in front said again. Don't do anything rash. Whatever you want, I can give it to you. As long as you send me back, I can ask my father and big brother to reward you. The wealth in my storage ring is limited. I can ask my father and big brother to reward you with more. The woman said in a panic. Second young miss, we're not 3-year-old children. We know clearly in our hearts that once we send you back, we'll die for sure. Second young miss, although we're greedy, we won't joke around with our lives. The 2 middle-aged men obviously didn't believe the woman, and they walked step by step towards her. A saber appeared in each of their hands. Origin energy flickered on the sabers, and 1,000+ ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared in the sky above them as well, 2 9th-level nascent soul stage martial artists. Duan Lingtian looked down at the 3 people beneath him and his brows raised. As for the woman, although she didn't reveal her cultivation, but Duan Lingtian's spiritual force stretched out and detected her cultivation at the first possible moment. 7th level of the nascent soul stage. Before the 2 middle-aged men, she didn't have the slightest strength to fight back. The saber lights in the 2 middle-aged men's hands flashed out as they attacked the woman in unison. Under the exchange of attacks of the 2 9th-level nascent soul stage martial artists, the woman's face went ghastly pale, and she even forgot to resist. Right at this moment, a cold snort sounded out from the horizon. Bang! An enormous bang sounded out, and the 2 middle-aged men were directly blasted flying. They violently spat out blood, and their faces were ghastly pale as they fell to the ground in a sorry state. They struggled to stand up, and their expressions were gloomy as they looked at the violet-clothed young man that stood by the woman's side. Why are you interfering in our business? One of the middle-aged men asked with a low voice. K off. The person that attacked was naturally Duan Lingtian. Although the woman was unrelated to him, the two scheming and vicious servants by her side caused him to be extremely displeased. So, he attacked. Moreover, according to his guess, the woman ought to be someone from the surroundings of the desert. After all, it was impossible for a nascent soul stage martial artist to easily enter the southern desolation of the Dark Han dynasty. Presumably, the woman knew the path in this desert and knew how to walk out of the desert in the shortest amount of time. Walking out of the desert was what Duan Lingtian wanted to do the most now. When the two middle-aged men heard Duan Lingtian's fierce shout, their bodies trembled and their eyes were filled with terror. They didn't dare hesitate and hurriedly fled. Why didn't you kill them? Right at this moment, the woman's questioning voice sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. The woman's voice was filled with unwillingness. Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at the woman. I have no obligation to help you kill them. Besides that, is this the attitude you have towards your savior? Although the woman's appearance wasn't bad, but compared to his fiancée, Ke, and Li Fei, she was still quite inferior. The woman's expression froze when she heard this. Thank you for saving my life. The woman took a deep breath and expressed her thanks. But in the depths of her eyes, a trace of a fierce light was mixed within. This scene was naturally noticed by Duan Lingtian. Looks like there's a reason why those two people wanted to kill this woman. I saved her, yet she's actually displeased with me in her heart. Just because I didn't help her kill those two servants. At this moment, Duan Lingtian didn't have the slightest good impression of the woman. If it wasn't for wanting the woman to bring him out of this desert, he would have probably left long ago. Benefactor, I hope you can protect me out of the southern desolation. So long as I return to the clan, I'll surely reward you generously. The woman looked at Duan Lingtian as she spoke slowly. She was obviously worried that the two middle-aged men would return. Duan Lingtian nodded indifferently and didn't refuse. The woman's request was exactly what he wanted. As for the reward, he didn't care. When she saw Duan Lingtian agreed so readily, in the depths of the woman's eyes, a trace of disdain flashed imperceptibly. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian followed behind the woman and walked forward together. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian found out about the woman's experience from before from her. It turned out that a few days ago, the woman followed her elder brother back from a city on the side of the southern desolation. They needed to pass through a corner of the southern desolation to return home. Unexpectedly, they encountered a sandstorm on the way and were separated. Duan Lingtian saw everything that happened after that. Those two lackeys are ingrates. They ate our Zhu family's food and still dared to have evil intentions towards me. They truly deserve death. When the two middle-aged men were mentioned, the woman's beautiful face was filled with rage. Duan Lingtian listened silently, his expression unchanged. 5 days later, under the woman's lead, Duan Lingtian finally arrived at the edge of the desert. An oasis appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. Duan Lingtian, our Zhu family is in the Abundance City ahead. The woman looked at Duan Lingtian and reminded. Duan Lingtian nodded. During these past few days, he'd found out about the woman's identity. A daughter of an aristocratic family. Juqing. Our Zhu family is a famous large family in Abundance City. This time, even though you let those two slaves go, you saved me after all. My father and elder brother shouldn't blame you. Zhu Qing said to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian frowned. Won't blame me? Shouldn't? A wisp of a cold smile appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth. Looks like this Zhu Qing really took the matter of him saving her as a matter of course. Not long after, a city that was neither big nor small appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. The reason the city was said to be neither big nor small was because it was larger than many cities Duan Lingtian had seen, yet smaller than many cities. Abundance City. Duan Lingtian followed behind Zhu Qing and walked into Abundance City. In next to no time, The two of them arrived before an estate that occupied a vast area. Duan Lingtian's eyes were sharp, and he saw the plaque that hung on the entrance of this estate with a glance, Chu family. Second young miss. Meanwhile, the two guards at the entrance of the Zhu family estate revealed pleasantly surprised expressions when they saw Zhu Qing. Second young miss, you finally returned. During these past 2 days, the patriarch and eldest young master were almost driven mad with worry. One of the guards said. Zhu Qing nodded and brought Duan Lingtian along as she walked into the Zhu family estate. In the audience hall of the Zhu family estate, Duan Lingtian saw the patriarch and eldest young master of the Zhu family. Father! Zhu Qing pounced into the embrace of the patriarch as tears flowed down like rain. Your daughter was almost unable to see you again, father? Woo 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 woo. The patriarch's face went grim. Qing, what exactly happened? Did this kid bully you? Whereas the eldest young master of the Zhu family instead revealed a cold light as he stared at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian frowned. If he wanted to harm Zhu Qing, then at the moment they walked out of the desert and Zhu Qing lost her value, he would have already killed Zhu Qing. Father, it was Wang Zhu and Li Gong. After the sandstorm separated me and Big Brother, Wang Zhu and Li Gong were by my side. They wanted to kill me and seize my spatial ring. As she finished speaking, Zhu Qing's tears flowed down again. What? Those two slaves are so audacious? The patriarch and eldest young master of the Zhu family's faces went grim. The eldest young master of the Zhu family's eyes even emitted a ghastly cold light. Damnable slaves. So, it was he who saved you? The patriarch of the Zhu family looked at Duan Lingtian with a calm gaze, as if he wasn't facing his daughter's savior, but a stranger. Zhu Qing nodded. Did he help you kill Wang Zhu and Li Gong? The eldest young master of the Zhu family asked. Chapter 570. No. The expressions of the Zhu clan's patriarch and eldest young master went grim at the same time. After they found out about the sequence of events, they wished for nothing more than to tear those two Zhu clan servants into pieces. Now, they heard that someone had let those two servants go. Boundless flames of rage arose in their hearts. Why did you let them go? The Zhu clan's eldest young master looked at Duan Lingtian and asked in a low voice. There was no lack of a questioning tone in his tone. Although the Zhu clan's patriarch didn't speak, the gaze he looked at Duan Lingtian with had imperceptibly become colder. At this moment, this pair of father and son seemed to have completely forgotten. If it wasn't for Duan Lingtian making a move, the Zhu clan's second young miss, Zhu Qing, would have already become a dead soul under the blades of those two Zhu clan servants. When he heard the questioning tone in the Zhu clan's eldest young master's tone, Duan Lingtian frowned and said indifferently, "It seems to be none of your business who I let go, right? It's naturally none of my business if you let others go. But you let go of two servants that wanted to kill my younger sister. You're undoubtedly not taking my Zhu clan seriously." The Zhu clan's eldest young master shouted in a grim voice. Not taking the Zhu clan seriously? The words of the Zhu clan's eldest young master caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to help but be stunned. When he saved Zhu Qing, he seemed to have utterly not known of the existence of the Zhu clan, right? Moreover, even if he knew of the existence of the Zhu clan, so what? Was it the Zhu clan's turn to tell him what to do? Eldest young master Zhu, right? Duan Lingtian's calm gaze met the Zhu clan's eldest young master's gaze as he said with a chilly voice, "Don't forget, if it wasn't for me, this younger sister of yours would have already died in the desert. Now you're denouncing me?" Duan Lingtian's words caused the Zhu clan's eldest young master's expression to freeze, but the rage in his eyes didn't show any signs of dispersing. Not to mention that I didn't know of the existence of your Zhu clan before this. Even if I knew, so what if I didn't take your Zhu clan seriously? Duan Lingtian continued. As he finished speaking, he had a mocking smile. Could it be that a clan that treated its savior like that still want others to respect it? Laughable. How laughable! Duan Lingtian's words made the Zhu family's three patriarchs dumbfounded. You're courting death. The Zhu clan's eldest young master was the first to react. The origin energy in his body surged, and his aura was like a rainbow as he charged towards Duan Lingtong. In the sky, 4,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. The third level of the void prying stage? The corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled up in disdain. Done. Right at this moment, an indifferent voice sounded. It was the Zhu clan head who stopped his son. After all, he saved your sister's life. Our Zhu clan can't treat our savior like this. Although the Zhu family's patriarch said so. However, the way he looked at Duan Lingtian was extremely cold, as if he was trying to push people 1,000 miles away. Eldest young master Zhu coldly harumphed and glared at Duan Lingtian. Count yourself lucky. Sir, you've saved my daughter's life, and I thank you here. The Zhu clan's patriarch nodded to Duan Lingtian, and then he said indifferently, but we have something to do in a while, and I'm afraid we can't entertain you. Do as you please. Duan Lingtian started laughing. Originally, he indeed intended to turn around and leave. But now, the attitude of the Zhu clan's father and son caused him to be extremely displeased in his heart. Trying to save a person and even getting into trouble? If the Zhu clan's patriarch politely asked him to leave now, he would leave without saying a word and would absolutely not stay for a moment longer. After all, he'd never thought of obtaining any benefits from the Zhu clan. But the Zhu clan's attitude now caused him to feel that if he didn't obtain some benefits, then he would seem to be slightly unworthy of their warm hospitality. Zhu clan's young Mississippi, Duan Lingtian looked at the nearby Zhu Qing who had a cold and indifferent expression, and he grinned. If I'm not wrong, after I saved you that day, you'd once promised that you'd surely reward me generously after I sent you back to the Zhu clan. Now I've sent you back. Shouldn't you fulfill your promise and reward me generously? Duan Lingtian spoke word by word. I think that second young Miss Zhu wouldn't go back on her word, right? You? Zhu Qing's beautiful face flushed red, and she was speechless. She seemed to have indeed promised him this. But these were only polite words she'd said at that time. She had extremely complicated feelings towards her savior, who'd let go of 2 dogs that wanted to kill her, and she'd never thought of really wanting to reward him generously. Now, the Zhu clan's patriarch had taken the initiative to mention this, and it caused her to be both angry and anxious. There's actually someone in this world with such thick skin? Duan Lingtian's words caused the faces of the Zhu clan's patriarch and eldest young master to sink. Kid, you arbitrarily let go of those 2 dogs that wanted to kill my younger sister, yet you still want my Zhu clan to reward you generously? The Zhu clan's eldest young master spoke with a low voice. His tone contained rage mixed within. Eldest young master Zhu, you're mistaken. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Eldest young master Zhu, think about it properly. I've already saved your younger sister, and it's already an extremely great kindness to your Zhu clan. As for whether or not to kill those 2 people isn't my obligation. Of course, if your Zhu clan feels that the life of the Zhu clan's second young miss isn't worth mentioning and doesn't reward me generously, then it's fine as well. I'll leave now. Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at the Zhu clan's patriarch and eldest young master, and the corners of his mouth curled into a ridiculing smile as he turned around with the intention of leaving. Wait. Right at this moment, the Zhu clan's patriarch stopped Duan Lingtian with a gloomy expression. Patriarch Zhu, do you still have something? Duan Lingtian turned around and asked indifferently. Although my Zhu clan can't be considered to be a clan that's ranked high in the Dark Han dynasty, it isn't a clan that doesn't know how to repay kindness. Speak, how do you want my Zhu clan to thank you? The Zhu clan's patriarch spoke word by word with a low voice. Patriarch Zhu is straightforward as expected. Duan Lingtian started laughing. How about this? I won't be greedy. Just give me 100 million gold. Duan Lingtian's voice entered into the ears of the 3 Zhu clan members, causing them to seem as if they were struck by lightning and be stunned on the spot. 100 million gold? This isn't greedy? Kid, don't be shameless. The Zhu clan's eldest young master shouted out furiously. Duan Lingtian paid no attention to the Zhu clan's eldest young master and instead looked at the Zhu clan's patriarch as he smiled indifferently. What? Patriarch Zhu, do you think your daughter's life isn't worth 100 million gold? Never mind. Since the Zhu clan's second young miss is so cheap in the eyes of the Zhu clan, then take it as I've never said these words. Duan Lingtian shook his head and casually waved his hand before walking out. The Zhu clan's patriarch's face flickered between a livid and ashen expression. Zhu Qing stood at the side with an extremely unsightly expression. Never had she imagined that this violet-clothed young man that saved her would actually ask for such an exorbitant price. 100 million gold. Although it wasn't to the extent of hurting their Zhu clan, it was still an enormous amount of wealth, and it was enough to make their hearts ache. Wait. Finally, the Zhu clan's patriarch spoke once more, and his voice was incomparably low. Father. The Zhu clan's eldest young master's face went pale. Although this kid saved my sister, he let those two damnable servants go. At most, it can be considered as offsetting. You don't have to give him so much money. Offsetting? At the instant the Zhu clan's patriarch opened his mouth, Duan Lingtian had stopped in his tracks. Now that he heard the words of the Zhu clan's eldest young master, his face instantly seemed to be covered in a layer of frost. Now he suddenly felt that his previous actions were slightly wishful thinking. At that time, even if he looked on helplessly as Zhu Qing was killed, it wouldn't affect him in the slightest. If he wanted to leave the desert, he didn't have to rely on Zhu Qing. So long as he coerced those two Zhu clan servants, they could similarly bring him out of the desert. If it wasn't for him, your sister would have died long ago. The Zhu clan's patriarch raised his hand to stop his son, then withdrew a thick stack of gold from his spatial ring. This is 100 million gold. From today onwards, our Zhu clan doesn't owe you anything. Thank you, Patriarch Zhu. The frost on Duan Lingtian's face instantly melted when he saw the Zhu clan's patriarch pass over the gold, and he received it without the slightest trace of politeness and put it away within his spatial ring. This caused the nearby Zhu clan's eldest young master to gnash his teeth with hatred, whereas Zhu Qing's beautiful face was unsightly to the extreme as well. That was 100 million gold. Eldest young master Zhu, second young miss Zhu, farewell. Before leaving, Duan Lingtian intentionally bid farewell to the other two people, then he walked off in large strides. For a time, only the three Zhu clan members remained on the spot, each with thoughts of their own. After Duan Lingtian left the Zhu clan, he heaved a sigh of relief and his face revealed a brilliant smile. I truly never imagined that just lifting a finger would earn me 100 million gold. I wonder which direction of the Dark Han dynasty this abundant city is located at. When Duan Lingtian thought up to here, he started to inquire everywhere. In the end, he finally confirmed it. Abundant City was located at the southwest area of the Dark Han dynasty, and it was adjacent to the southern desert. After Little Gold and I entered the Dark Han dynasty, we entered the southern area of the Dark Han dynasty. Looks like that sandstorm forcefully blew us to this southwest area. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Even though the Darkstone Empire has a map of the Dark Han dynasty, it isn't very detailed. This is the Dark Han dynasty. I ought to be able to buy a more reliable map. Duan Lingtian searched for a while and finally bought a map of the Dark Han dynasty from a bookstore in Abundance City. Amongst the maps, there was even the symbol of Abundance City that he was currently at. In the entire territory of the Dark Han dynasty, Abundance City was only in existence that was even smaller than an ant. My destination this time is the most flourishing trade city in the Dark Han dynasty, Milky Way City. This is something that Little Gold knows as well. Perhaps I'll be able to meet Little Gold there. Duan Lingtian put away the opened map in his hand and prepared to leave Abundance City and head to Milky Way City. But he hadn't walked out of the city gate in time. Duan Lingtian noticed that he was being followed. Zhu clan members? Duan Lingtian frowned. Besides the Zhu clan members, he couldn't think of anyone that would target him. It's probably not someone sent by the Zhu clan's patriarch. The Zhu clan's patriarch wants to deal with me, and he made a move at the Zhu clan estate earlier, so it's impossible for him to give me 100 million gold. A 6th-level void-prying stage martial artist was able to draw upon the energy of heaven and earth to develop an ancient horned dragon silhouette when utilizing a spirit weapon, whereas a 7th-level void-prying stage martial artist was able to exert the strength of an ancient horned dragon without using a spirit weapon. 6th-level void-prying stage martial artist? 7th-level void-prying stage martial artist? Even their Zhu clan's strongest Grand Elder's cultivation was only at the 7th level of the void-prying stage. Do you still want to continue? Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at the middle-aged man before him. No. The middle-aged man hurriedly waved his hand when he heard this. What a joke! Although Duan Lingtian looked to be young, Duan Lingtian's strength was something that was difficult for him to reach. If Duan Lingtian had the intention, he would have died earlier. Speak of the person behind the scenes, then fuck off. Duan Lingtian's slanted brows stood up, and he instantly seemed to have transformed into an enraged King Kong. Although he'd already guessed that the Zhu clan's eldest young master was the person behind the scenes, but he still wanted to confirm it. It's the eldest young master, it's the eldest young master, the middle-aged man hurriedly said. As soon as he finished speaking, he heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Duan Lingtian's figure flash and vanish before his eyes. I can't stay in the Zhu clan any longer. The middle-aged man sighed and made a resolution in his heart. In the next moment, the middle-aged man transformed into a flowing light that shot out of the city and into the clouds, vanishing without a trace. Zhu clan estate. It was as if a gust of wind blew past, and a violet-colored figure appeared out of thin air. Zhu clan's eldest young master. The owner of the violet-colored figure was precisely Duan Lingtian who'd left and returned. Presently, Duan Lingtian looked down at the Zhu clan estate beneath him as he spoke out coldly. His voice contained origin energy and spread throughout the entire Zhu clan estate. Instantly, the entire Zhu clan was stirred. Someone's looking for the eldest young master? The person has come with ill intent. Many Zhu clan members raised their heads to look up into the sky. It's him. Why has he returned? The Zhu clan's patriarch was originally silently drinking tea in the courtyard, and his face sank when he heard this familiar voice, and he soared into the sky. He's not dead? In the Zhu clan's martial practice grounds, the Zhu clan's eldest young master's face sank as he soared into the sky. Subsequently, another 3 figures soared into the sky. Who's causing trouble in my Zhu clan? An aged figure was the first to arrive at the sky above Duan Lingtian, and his voice had already sounded out before he arrived. Duan Lingtian looked over when he heard the voice. A white-browed old man was the first to appear before him. 7th level of the void-prying stage? His spiritual force detected the old man's cultivation at the first possible moment. Looks like this person ought to be the Grand Elder with the strongest strength in the Zhu clan. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. A few days ago, he'd come all the way to Abundance City under Zhu Qing's lead. On the way, Zhu Qing had frequently complacently praised their Zhu clan. Amongst them, she'd mentioned their Zhu clan's strongest Grand Elder, in existence at the 7th level of the void-prying stage. The Zhu clan's Grand Elder looked at Duan Lingtian and was slightly dazed. Obviously, he'd never imagined that the person that came to provoke the Zhu clan would be such a young man. Young man, do you know that your actions have already provoked the dignity of my Zhu clan? The Zhu clan's Grand Elder's voice was like muffled thunder, and it contained slight rage mixed within. The dignity of the Zhu clan? Duan Lingtian started laughing. Your Zhu clan has dignity to speak of? Truly a joke. Presumptuous. The voice of the Zhu clan's Grand Elder and another voice sounded out at practically the exact same time. Subsequently, the Zhu clan's patriarch was the second to make an appearance, and he stood shoulder to shoulder with the Zhu clan's Grand Elder as he glared angrily at Duan Lingtian. I've said it before, my Zhu clan and you are even. Now, you've openly provoked my Zhu clan, what exactly do you want? The Zhu clan's Grand Elder frowned, as he obviously never imagined that the Zhu clan's patriarch would recognize this young man. What do I want? Duan Lingtian started laughing as his eyes narrowed. Patriarch Zhu, Your Zhu clan and I are indeed even. But that son of yours seems to not think in this way. The Zhu clan's patriarch's face went slightly grim when he heard this. What do you mean by this? Patriarch, Grand Elder. Right at this moment, another two figures soared into the sky and stood by the side of the Zhu clan's patriarch and Grand Elder. Duan Lingtian's spiritual force swept out. The two old men that had arrived now had cultivations comparable to the Zhu clan's patriarch. Both of them were at the 6th level of the void prying stage. They ought to be Zhu clan elders. What do I mean? Duan Lingtian's gaze abruptly turned to converge onto the final figure that slowly soared into the sky. Patriarch Zhu, I'm afraid you have to ask your precious son about this. Ask him what good deeds he's done. As Duan Lingtian spoke the last two words, his voice intentionally became slightly heavier. The Zhu clan's eldest young master was the last to appear. As soon as he appeared, he looked at Duan Lingtian and stared angrily at him. Kid, you took 100 million gold from my Zhu clan and still dare behave atrociously in my Zhu clan? Looks like you're really tired of living. 100 million gold? The words of the Zhu clan's eldest young master caused the three Zhu clan elders, including the Zhu clan's grand elder, to be dumbstruck. Patriarch, what exactly is going on? The three of them asked the Zhu clan's patriarch. The Zhu clan's patriarch sighed and spoke of the sequence of events. The three of them came to a sudden understanding. Young man, since our Zhu clan is even, why are you still blabbering endlessly? The Zhu clan's grand elder's white brows raised as he emitted a dignified aura. Blabbering endlessly? Duan Lingtian laughed in ridicule, then looked at the Zhu clan's eldest young master. Who's the one blabbering endlessly? You should ask your Zhu clan's eldest young master. Duan Lingtian's words successfully diverted the attention of the four higher-ups of the Zhu clan. Including the Zhu clan's patriarch, for gazes descended onto the Zhu clan's eldest young master in unison. Kid, what do you mean by this? The Zhu clan's eldest young master's face sank as he asked with a shout. But in his heart, he felt slightly weak. Could it be that he already knows that I sent people to kill him? Wait. Unless they fail, otherwise it's impossible for him to know. The Zhu clan's eldest young master was extremely confident towards the three people he sent out. He didn't think that the violet-clothed young man before him was capable of killing those three people. So, he chose to pretend to be deaf and mute. What do I mean? Duan Lingtian's face seemed as if it was covered in a thin layer of ice. Eldest young master Zhu, I originally took 100 million gold from the Zhu clan's patriarch, and we're even. But you actually sent 2 4th-level void prying stage martial artists and a 3rd-level void prying stage martial artist with the intention of killing me when I left. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? As he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's voice was icy cold to the extreme, and it seemed as if it came from an icy pit. As soon as Duan Lingtian said this, the expressions of the 5 Zhu clan members went grim. Especially the Zhu clan's eldest young master, his pupils constricted as his feelings surged. Impossible? How could he possibly know? Could it be that they failed? A bad premonition arose within the Zhu clan's eldest young master's heart. What did you do to my Zhu clan's 3 revered elders? The Zhu clan's eldest young master spoke with a low tone as he shouted out. They obeyed your orders and wanted to kill me. Yet now, I'm standing here perfectly fine. What do you think of them? Duan Lingtian laughed in disdain as he spoke sharply. You killed them? The Zhu clan's eldest young master's face went grim. What? You can send them to kill me, but I can't kill them? Duan Lingtian sneered. Originally, I saved your Zhu clan's second young miss, yet all of you didn't appreciate my kindness. But you actually wanted to kill me and wanted to make a big deal out of this matter? Then I'll play with you properly. Chapter 572. Kid, do you think my Zhu clan's 100 million gold is so easy to obtain? When the Zhu clan's eldest young master saw the matter being exposed, he simply stopped concealing it and shed all pretenses. But, you actually dared kill 3 revered elders of my Zhu clan? You're dead today. At practically the instant he finished speaking, the origin energy on the Zhu clan's eldest young master skyrocketed. The origin energy on the bodies of the 4 Zhu clan higher-ups became restless as well, and their imposing manner shot into the sky like a rainbow. What? Doesn't your Zhu clan feel that you're in the wrong? Duan Lingtian looked at the Zhu clan's patriarch, the Zhu clan's grand elder, and the other 2 Zhu clan elders as he asked with a low voice. In the wrong. The Zhu clan's patriarch's expression was extremely gloomy, and his gaze was icy cold to the extreme. Perhaps, my son has indeed gone slightly too far. But he didn't succeed after all. But you killed 3 of my Zhu clan's revered elders. So, you're dead today. The origin energy on the Zhu clan's patriarch raged like flames, and there were even strands of fiery red-colored energy leaping about within it. In the sky above him, 500 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared out of thin air beside the 8,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes, 6th level of the void prying stage. Half-step advanced fire force. What a good, didn't succeed, Duan Lingtian started laughing from extreme rage. Today, if his strength was inferior to those 3 revered elders of the Zhu clan, he would have already been killed. But now, the Zhu clan's patriarch was actually so casual when facing this matter. Of course, Duan Lingtian knew clearly. The head of the Zhu family and the 3 elders of the Zhu family were now more protective of their children. You must pay with blood for killing members of my Zhu clan. You can stay here today. The Zhu clan's grand elder's white brows raised as he glared angrily at Duan Lingtian as he spoke with a low voice. Stay here. Duan Lingtian started laughing brilliantly. Go ahead and laugh. You're bound to only be able to laugh at times like this in your lifetime. The Zhu clan's eldest young master sneered. The smile on Duan Lingtian's face instantly vanished, and his gaze descended onto the 4 Zhu clan higher-ups, including the Zhu clan's patriarch. Today, I came to your Zhu clan only for the sake of getting even with this eldest young master Zhu. Do you really want to get involved in this mess? Think carefully. Sometimes, a single choice is enough to end your life. Duan Lingtian's voice was cold as ice. There was no lack of warning in his words. Although he resented the blindly protecting behavior of the Zhu family's 4 higher-ups, he was still angry. However, he still gave them a chance. As for whether or not the 4 of them would cherish this opportunity, it was not something he could interfere with. Duan Lingtian's words made all 4 of the Zhu family's upper echelons pale. Brat, don't be so arrogant. The Zhu clan's grand elder was the first to recover from his shock. His figure flickered like the wind as he pounced towards Duan Lingtian. A wide saber appeared out of thin air in his hand, and it carried strands of azure-colored energy as it slashed towards Duan Lingtian with an imposing aura that shot into the sky like a rainbow. It was as if it wanted to split Duan Lingtian in 2. Above his head, an ancient horned dragon silhouette wriggled down and swept out. Behind the ancient horned dragon silhouettes were over 4,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes tailing behind. It was as if they were escorting a supreme emperor as they moved forward. 7th level of the void prying stage. Grade 6 spirit saber. Half-step advanced wind force. This was the strength of the Zhu clan's grand elder. Since all of you don't cherish this opportunity, then don't blame me for not showing mercy. Duan Lingtian's calm voice was filled with bloody killing intent. As soon as he finished speaking, a dim light started to flash in the depths of Duan Lingtian's eyes. 1,000 illusions. Instantly, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force fused into the soul brand and executed his exclusive soul skill. An illusory space was instantly constructed and enveloped the Zhu clan's grand elder. The Zhu clan's grand elder had a cultivation at the 7th level of the void prying stage. However, he wasn't an inscription master, and he hadn't comprehended advanced force. So, he was utterly unable to resist the soul skill, 1,000 souls, executed by Duan Lingtian with his 7th level void prying stage spiritual force. Instantly, he was sealed within the illusory space. He was like a headless fly that bumped about everywhere. Suddenly, the Zhu clan's grand elder suddenly turned around and stared fixedly at the Zhu clan's eldest young master. That icy cold gaze caused the Zhu clan's eldest young master to feel a chill run down his spine. Grand Elder. He felt the killing intent in the old man's eyes, and his body couldn't help but tremble. Suddenly, the Zhu clan's Grand Elder attacked. His saber slashed down, carrying the might to split a mountain as it descended towards the Zhu clan's eldest young master. Grand Elder. The Zhu clan's patriarch's face went grim, and his figure flashed out, wanting to rescue the patriarch, yet it was too late. The Zhu clan's eldest young master's eyes stared wide open as he was split into two by the Zhu clan's Grand Elder. Blood sprayed through the sky as the corpse that was split into two fell to the ground. Ah! Instantly, a wave of Zhu clan disciples exclaiming in shock sounded out from the Zhu clan estate. Obviously, they were terrified by the corpse of the Zhu clan's eldest young master. Grand Elder, why did you kill my son? High up in the sky, the Zhu clan's patriarch's eyes were crimson red as he glared angrily at the Zhu clan's Grand Elder. The other two Zhu clan elders also looked at the Zhu clan's Grand Elder with dazed expressions. At this moment, they seemed to have forgotten the existence of Duan Lingtian. And Duan Lingtian was happy to watch the show. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into an evil arc. Only he knew what had happened earlier. Earlier, in the illusory space that he constructed, he overlapped the position of him in the illusory space with the Zhu clan's eldest young master outside the illusory space. So, the Zhu clan's Grand Elder killing him in the illusory space was equivalent to killing the Zhu clan's eldest young master outside the illusory space. You can't even withstand a single strike from me, yet you dare to provoke our Zhu clan, you're simply courting death. At this moment, the Zhu clan's Grand Elder snorted coldly and put away the spirit saber in his hand. Obviously, he was still in the illusory space that Duan Lingtian had constructed with his soul skill, 1,000 illusions. He only thought that he had killed Duan Lingtian. This scene caused the originally furious Zhu clan's patriarch to be dumbfounded. An absurd thought arose in his heart. Did the Grand Elder kill the wrong person? The other two Zhu clan elders looked at each other in dismay, not daring to believe that all of this was true. It's time for the show to start. Duan Lingtian's heart stirred, and he instantly withdrew his soul skill, 1,000 illusions. And that illusory space also shattered. The Zhu clan's Grand Elder regained his senses. However, when he saw Duan Lingtian standing in front of him unscathed, his expression changed drastically, as if he had seen a ghost. Why aren't you dead? Just now, clearly already. Grand Elder Zhu. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh. You don't think that the person you killed just now was me, right? Duan Lingtian's words caused the Zhu clan's Grand Elder's expression to change drastically. If it wasn't you, then who was it? Look who's missing now. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled up slightly, and an evil arc appeared once again. The Zhu clan's Grand Elder looked around and discovered that only the patriarch and two elders were left. The eldest young master, who was originally standing with them, was nowhere to be seen. Most importantly, he discovered that the patriarch's expression was extremely unsightly, and his eyes were bloodshot. Could it be? His heart trembled and his voice trembled. I killed Chang? The Zhu clan's eldest young master was called Zhu Chang. Since young, he had been treated as his own grandson. But now, he had actually died at his hands? No. The Zhu clan's Grand Elder's eyes were bloodshot as he shook his head continuously. In the end, he looked at Duan Lingtian and roared, "It must be you, it must be you." Although he didn't know what had happened just now. But the Zhu clan's Grand Elder subconsciously believed that what had happened just now was definitely related to this purple-clothed youth. The Zhu clan's Grand Elder attacked Duan Lingtian once more with an imposing aura that shot into the sky like a rainbow. Duan Lingtian revealed a disdainful expression. 1,000 illusions. He executed his soul skill once more. The illusory space appeared once more and enveloped the Zhu clan's Grand Elder within it. In the next moment, the Zhu clan's Grand Elder seemed as if he'd been possessed, and he swung his saber towards the Zhu clan's patriarch and the two Zhu clan elders. At the beginning, the Zhu clan's patriarch and the other two were barely able to resist the Grand Elder's attacks. Gradually, their strength was unable to continue. The Zhu clan's Grand Elder's saber descended and annihilated one of the Zhu clan elders. Elder Liang. The Zhu clan's patriarch and the other Zhu clan elders' faces went pale. What exactly did you do? Presently, the Zhu clan's patriarch had realized that the strange matter before his eyes was definitely related to Duan Lingtian, and he roared with a grim voice. Patriarch Zhu, don't blame me for not warning you. I've said it before. Sometimes, a single choice is sufficient to ruin your entire life. Duan Lingtian smiled indifferently. But when his smile entered the eyes of the Zhu clan's patriarch, it was like the smile of a devil. The Zhu clan's Grand Elder swung his saber down once more and killed the other Zhu clan elder. Grand Elder! It's me, it's me! Only the Zhu clan's patriarch was left, and he roared endlessly, wanting to stop the Zhu clan's Grand Elder. But the current Zhu clan's Grand Elder was within the space created by Duan Lingtian's soul skill, 1,000 illusions, yet he seemed to have been possessed, and was utterly unable to be awakened. Finally, the Zhu clan's patriarch followed in the footsteps of the two Zhu clan elders. I'll give you a quick death. Duan Lingtian's figure flashed and landed behind the Zhu clan's Grand Elder. Swish. He pointed out with a finger and took the life of the Zhu clan's Grand Elder. The Zhu clan's young master and the 4 upper echelons of the Zhu clan were all dead. Spatial ring. Duan Lingtian only remembered after a moment that he hadn't collected the Zhu clan's spatial rings, and he instantly descended from the sky. The Zhu clan's large martial arts practice field was stained with blood. Only one of the 5 corpses was intact. Around the martial arts practice field, the group of Zhu clan disciples had pale faces, and some with weaker mental fortitude even directly vomited. What exactly happened? How did the patriarch and Grand Elder get killed? The Zhu clan disciples had no idea what had happened at all. There's someone in the sky. All of a sudden, someone cried out in alarm. Subsequently, all the Zhu clan disciples saw a purple figure descend from the sky and stand on the martial arts practice field for a moment. This was an elegant purple-clothed youth. But the actions of the purple-clothed youth were completely different from his temperament. Chapter 573. It was he who killed the patriarch and Grand Elder? The group of Zhu clan disciples were all stunned when they saw Duan Lingtian. They only recovered from their shock when Duan Lingtian's figure flashed and vanished before their eyes in the blink of an eye. Such a young man actually possesses the strength to kill the patriarch and the others? Who exactly is he? He's surely a member of those great powers. I wonder how the patriarch and the others offended him. Fortunately, he didn't have the intention of making a move against our Zhu clan. Otherwise, our Zhu clan would surely be annihilated. The Zhu clan disciples discussed animatedly, and many of them even had a slight lingering fear in their hearts. They rejoiced that they'd escaped calamity. Duan Lingtian left. He left the Zhu clan and left Abundance City. To him, the incident that occurred in Abundance City was only a small matter that wasn't worth mentioning. It wasn't long before he tossed it to the back of his mind. Milky Way City, the most bustling trade city in the Darkhan dynasty. It was also the final destination Duan Lingtian came to the Darkhan dynasty. My time is limited and I'm unable to head to the Darkhan dynasty's capital. If I'm unable to find the ageless route in the Darkhan dynasty's Milky Way City and the Darkstone Empire's flourishing Summer City, then I can only continue searching after the Darkstone Empire advances in the future and head to the Darkhan dynasty's capital. Duan Lingtian headed all the way to Milky Way City according to the map in his hand. During this period of time, he'd found a forest that was densely packed with demon beasts, and he used his soul skill, 1,000 illusions, to tame a 7th-level void-prying stage flying demon beast as a means of transportation. Even though the speed of this flying demon beast was slower than the little gold mouse, it wasn't much inferior. Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged on the back of the flying demon beast as he cultivated in meditation. He'd forgotten the time while cultivating. Only when the flying demon beast jolted Duan Lingtan awake did Duan Lingtan awaken from his cultivation. I'm still slightly lacking from the 6th level of the void prying stage. Presently, another 2 months had passed. Duan Lingtian's cultivation obtained a swift improvement. He was already close to the 6th level of the void prying stage. Han River City? Duan Lingtian sat on the back of the flying demonic beast as it swooped down. A city appeared in front of him. This city was definitely the largest city Duan Lingtian had ever seen in this world. In terms of land area, even if the imperial city of the Darkstone Empire and the flourishing Summer City were added together, they wouldn't be able to compare to half of this city. As they approached the city, Duan Lingtian could see it clearly. One after another, swift figures flew across the sky or sprinted across the ground. They kept surging into Han River City in front of them. Among these figures, there were human warriors and monstrous beasts. The latter were all controlled by human ancient martial art practitioners. Duan Lingtian slowly stood up and stepped on the flying beast, allowing it to take him into the city. In Han River City, there were too many high-profile people like Duan Lingtian. Therefore, Duan Lingtian's arrival did not attract the attention of others. I should first look for the treasure-gathering pavilion to issue an assignment, Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Subsequently, he descended from the sky and stopped a middle-aged man that passed by, then asked politely, "Big brother, may I ask?" "Don't disturb me, I have an urgent matter." The middle-aged man spoke impatiently. "Big brother, I want to ask about the location of the treasure-gathering pavilion." Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled, then a gold bill of 10,000 appeared out of thin air in his hand. "Walk ahead and reach the end. Turn right and you'll reach the treasure-gathering pavilion." The middle-aged man took the gold notes, and his attitude changed drastically. Then he left. Really realistic. Duan Lingtian shook his head and soared up into the sky once more, then stood on the back of the flying demonic beast and urged it to continue forward. In next to no time, they arrived at the end of the road. After turning right, Duan Lingtian saw a large golden signboard on an independent building in the distance, Treasure-Gathering Pavilion. Duan Lingtian had just arrived at the entrance of the treasure-gathering pavilion when an attendant came over to greet him. "Guest, please come in." One of the attendants respectfully welcomed Duan Lingtian in. Duan Lingtian nodded, then stepped on the flying demonic beast and entered the treasure-gathering pavilion. On the way, the attendant asked Duan Lingtian about the purpose of his visit. When he found out that Duan Lingtian had come for the sake of issuing a bounty, he didn't dare dally and brought Duan Lingtian up to the 3rd floor. "Guest, may I know what you need as a bounty? What are you using as a bounty?" The old man behind the counter looked at Duan Lingtian with a tranquil expression. "Ageless root." Duan Lingtian did the same as when he was at the treasure-gathering pavilion in flourishing Summer City. After he described the characteristics of the ageless root, he specially drew the ageless root. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian withdrew a grade 4 spirit sword and passed it to the old man. The old man held the grade 4 spirit sword in his hand with a skeptical expression. Along with origin energy blossoming from the old man's hand, an ancient horned dragon silhouette and 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared out of thin air at the side of the 2 ancient horned dragon silhouettes above him. First level of the void initiation stage. Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. When he entered, he didn't use his spiritual force to detect the old man's cultivation. Now, the old man revealed a cultivation at the first level of the void initiation stage, and it shocked him. As expected of the treasure-gathering pavilion in the most flourishing city of the Dark Han dynasty. A mere old man that was in charge of registering at the counter was in existence at the void initiation stage. Duan Lingtian was surprised, but the old man was even more surprised than him. An amplification of 60%? The old man's stiff face revealed a shocked expression, and his muddy eyes flickered with a bright light. When he saw the old man looking over, Duan Lingtian lightly nodded. "Senior, please help me register." The old man nodded and said slightly woodenly, "The handling fee can be waived for a grade 4 spirit weapon. 3 months from now, no matter if you've placed a bounty on the thing you need, You can use this half-a-jade pendant to exchange for your spirit weapon. As he finished speaking, the old man passed a broken jade pendant to Duan Lingtian. The rules were no different than the treasure-gathering pavilion in the Darkstone Empire's flourishing summer city. A grade 4 spirit sword that provides an amplification of 60%? The attendant that brought Duan Lingtian in was completely stunned on the spot, and he seemed to be petrified. According to his knowledge, there seemed to be no grade 4 weapons craftsman in the Dark Han dynasty that was capable of refining a grade 4 spirit weapon that provided an amplification of 60%. Thus, the value of this grade 4 spirit sword was obvious. "I'll be troubling Senior." Duan Lingtian lightly smiled and nodded to the old man before urging the demon beast beneath him to leave. A grade 4 spirit weapon that provides an amplification of 60%. Could it be that he's related to that person? Wait, even if it's that person, he's only refined 2 grade 4 spirit weapons that provide an amplification of 59% after exhausting his entire lifetime's worth of effort, and there isn't a single grade 4 spirit weapon that provides an amplification of 60%. A thought had only just arisen within the old man's heart when it was shattered by himself. In his eyes, the violet-colored figure that was disappearing into the distance was so mysterious. "You, quickly take this diagram to the first floor's hall and paste it on the notice board in the hall. Announce that no matter who it is, so long as they find the medicinal material on the diagram, they'll be able to obtain a grade 4 spirit sword that provides an amplification of 60%. The old man looked at the attendant and spoke with a serious expression. The attendant replied and left, whereas the old man left the counter and walked up the stairs that led upstairs. After a short moment, he'd arrived outside a pavilion on the 5th floor. "Pavilion Master." The old man stood outside and bowed. The treasure-gathering pavilion was an industry under a formidable power of the Dark Han dynasty. It was distributed throughout the Dark Han dynasty. Even the various empires under the Dark Han dynasty had branches of the treasure-gathering pavilion. Every pavilion branch had a pavilion master. The Han River City was no exception. Not only that, because the Han River City was the most prosperous commercial city in the Dark Han dynasty, the pavilion master of the Han River City's treasure-gathering pavilion was an expert with shocking strength. No one knew how strong this pavilion master was. However, even though the Han River City's treasure-gathering pavilion contained numerous precious treasures, there were very few people that dared to come look for trouble. The deterrent force of this pavilion master could be seen from this. "Come in." A sonorous voice sounded out from within the pavilion. Following the old man in the pavilion, the old man walked into the pavilion. A middle-aged man that stood there with his back facing the old man appeared within his field of vision. "Is there something you need?" The middle-aged man turned around and stared at the old man with a gaze that was like lightning as he asked, "Pavilion Master, look at this." Although based on appearance alone, the old man was sufficient to be the middle-aged man's father, he was respectful and reverent when facing the middle-aged man and didn't dare be disrespectful in the slightest. As he spoke, a sword appeared in his hand, a spirit sword. "This is?" The middle-aged man raised his hand and didn't seem to make any movements. The spirit sword in the old man's hand instantly flew up and firmly descended into his hand. It was as if it was guided by a shapeless force. If Duan Lingtian was here and saw this scene, he would surely be indescribably shocked. This was because the technique the middle-aged man executed was a technique that allowed him to obtain an object from afar. Telekinesis. It seemed simple but was actually extremely difficult. If it wasn't a martial artist with a formidable strength, it was utterly impossible to accomplish this. But the old man didn't seem to be surprised in the slightest when faced with the middle-aged man's telekinesis technique, as if it was a common occurrence. The middle-aged man's gaze descended onto the spirit sword in his hand. After a while, his eyes abruptly squinted. What the profound method of equipment refinement! This grade 4 spirit sword is at least able to provide an amplification of 59%. Could it be the masterpiece of that old fellow? As he finished speaking, the middle-aged man muttered to himself, The old man that stood respectfully at the side wasn't surprised that the middle-aged man was able to discern the extraordinariness of the spirit sword with his naked eye. This was because he knew the pavilion master was a grade 4 weapons craftsman himself. He was also one of the only 5 grade 4 weapons craftsmen that the Dark Han dynasty knew of. Wait! In next to no time, the middle-aged man shook his head and muttered, "I've seen the 2 top grade 4 spirit weapons refined by that old fellow, but there isn't a spirit sword. Could it be that this is his most recent creation?" As he finished muttering to himself, the middle-aged man looked at the old man and asked with a low voice, "Who placed this sword in our treasure-gathering pavilion?" "It's a young man." Chapter 574. Besides that, Lord Pavilion Master, this grade 4 spirit sword doesn't provide a 59% amplification of strength. The old man looked at the middle-aged man and seemed to have thought of something. "It doesn't provide a 59% amplification?" The middle-aged man frowned and sized up the spirit sword in his hand. "Could it be that I've misjudged? Is this spiritual sword just a facade?" The old man shook his head and laughed bitterly. "Lord Pavilion Master, this spirit sword doesn't only provide a 59% amplification. It can provide a 60% amplification of strength." 60%. When the old man's words entered into the middle-aged man's ears, it was like a thunderclap. It caused the middle-aged man to be dumbstruck. A 60% amplification? In next to no time, the middle-aged man held the sword and tested it with a serious expression. Along with the origin energy on the sword in his hand rising, the silhouettes of ancient horned dragons and ancient mammoths appeared in the sky above him. In the end, he finally confirmed it. It really is 60%. Instantly, the middle-aged man's face flushed red, and his eyes flickered with a dazzling bright light as he looked at the spirit sword in his hand. His breathing gradually became hurried. His chest rose and fell like a bellows, and he was unable to calm down for a long time. The old man wasn't surprised when he saw the middle-aged man lose composure like this. As far as he was concerned, the pavilion master himself was a grade 4 weapons craftsman. Seeing a grade 4 spirit weapon with such a terrifying amplification ability, it was normal for him to be elated. What does that young man want to use this spirit sword as a reward? The middle-aged man looked at the old man with a burning gaze as he asked. If it was possible, he wanted to obtain this grade 4 spirit sword as well. A grade 4 spirit sword that provided a 60% amplification. If it was in his hands, then after he carefully studied it, he might be able to improve his attainments in the Tao of weapons refinement. Perhaps he would be able to refine a grade 4 spirit weapon that provided a 59% or even 60% amplification because of this. Lord Pavilion Master, the thing that young man offered as a reward was a type of medicinal material. He called that medicinal material the ageless root. The old man replied, "Ageless root?" The middle-aged man frowned. "What's that? I've actually never heard of it. Even Lord Pavilion Master hasn't heard of it?" The old man was stunned. As far as he was concerned, this was an extremely inconceivable thing. The Pavilion Master was a figure that stood at the peak of the Dark Han dynasty. Logically speaking, there was very little that the Pavilion Master didn't know. Did he say anything special about that medicinal herb? The middle-aged man continued asking. The old man nodded, and then he repeated the words of the violet-clothed young man in full detail. Not only that, but the old man also followed suit and drew the ageless root. The ageless root's characteristics were extremely obvious. Its entire body was completely natural. It was simply impossible for ordinary root-shaped medicinal herbs to grow to such an extent. What a peculiar medicinal ingredient! The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes in surprise. With just one look, he could tell that this medicinal herb was not simple. Duan Lingtian naturally didn't know what happened in the treasure-gathering pavilion after he left. At this moment, he was sitting in a restaurant in Han River City. He leaned against the window and looked at the people on the bustling streets outside, as well as the emptiness realm martial artists and demonic beasts that flew in the sky above the streets. "I wonder where Little Gold is right now," Duan Lingtian's eyes were filled with worry. The little gold mouse was a person with no sense of direction. He was swept away by the sandstorm again. This made Duan Lingtian very worried. In next to no time, the fragrant dishes were served. However, Duan Lingtian didn't have much of an appetite. After a short while, the restaurant became more and more crowded, and at the same time, it became lively. Hey, have you heard? The treasure-gathering pavilion just issued a reward an hour ago for a rare medicinal ingredient. A middle-aged man had just sat down when he spoke to his companion at the same table. Doesn't the treasure-gathering pavilion often have people offering rewards for medicinal ingredients? What's so strange about this? His companion was disdainful. You don't know. The middle-aged man shook his head and laughed. Do you know what the reward of this reward is? What is it? The latter was intrigued. A grade 4 spirit sword. The middle-aged man spoke with a clear voice, and he wouldn't stop until he was shocked to death. What? Instantly, the restaurant that was packed with people was in an uproar. A grade 4 spirit sword with a reward for a medicinal ingredient? Really? Many customers in the restaurant didn't believe it. As far as they were concerned, how rare was a grade 4 spirit weapon? How could it be compared to a mere medicinal ingredient? Even the most precious medicinal ingredient they knew of was far inferior to a grade 4 spirit weapon in their eyes. If all of you don't believe me, you can go to the hall on the first floor of the treasure-gathering pavilion to take a look. That reward is hung on the most conspicuous notice board in the hall. The middle-aged man was instantly unhappy when he saw someone doubting him. When they heard the middle-aged man, the customers in the restaurant believed him slightly. Who's so generous to actually want to use a grade 4 spirit weapon to exchange for a medicinal ingredient? After we finish eating, I'll surely go see what medicinal ingredient he wants to exchange for. Yeah, if we have that medicinal ingredient in our hands, then we'll have struck it rich. Quickly finish eating and go take a look. Many people started wolfing down their food and sweeping up the food on the table. All of you better hurry up. If you're late, it's very likely that someone will beat you to it. The middle-aged man laughed slyly when he saw this scene, and he said as if wishing for the world to be in chaos, "Right, I forgot to tell all of you something. The grade 4 spirit sword in the treasure-gathering pavilion is a grade 4 spirit weapon that can provide a 60% amplification of strength." Silence. As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, the restaurant went deathly silent. Numerous gazes descended onto the middle-aged man in unison. After a short moment, slap, 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 a wave of sounds of bowls and plates shattering sounded out, and it was the bowls and plates in the hands of some customers that were absent-minded accidentally falling down. A 60% amplification? Are you sure? In next to no time, someone gasped and looked at the middle-aged man to confirm it. That's what the treasure-gathering pavilion said? As for the reputation of the treasure-gathering pavilion, I presume all of you are aware that it would never exaggerate. The middle-aged man continued. Motherfucker. I'm not eating anymore. Attendant, get the bill. Instantly, someone paid the bill and left. After a short moment, only 2 tables of people remained in the entire restaurant. Besides the table of the middle-aged man, only Duan Lingtian's table remained. Presently, these 2 tables seemed to be like cranes among chickens. The middle-aged man was instantly slightly surprised when he saw someone was still able to remain so composed. Little brother, aren't you going to join in the fun? Perhaps you have that medicinal material in your possession. Duan Lingtian raised his head and smiled lightly. Perhaps. As soon as he finished speaking, he started to immerse himself in eating and drinking. Join in the fun? If this middle-aged man knew that the grade 4 spirit sword was the reward item he'd placed in the treasure-gathering pavilion, he probably wouldn't say these words. Looks like my plan wasn't wrong. The influence of the treasure-gathering pavilion is extremely great. I presume it won't be long before the news of a grade 4 spirit sword that provides a 60% amplification in exchange for the ageless root will spread far and wide. After he ate and drank his fill, Duan Lingtian paid the bill and left, and he found an inn to stay in. No matter if there's an outcome or not, I must leave the Dark Han Dynasty 3 months from now and return to the Dark Stone Empire. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to make it in time for the Darkstone Empire's Young Genius competition. After he stayed in the inn, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Duan Lingtian closed his eyes and rested as he lay in the bathtub that had steam rising from it. I hope Little Gold has already returned to the Darkstone Empire. Duan Lingtian thought silently in his heart. He'd never been able to let go of the little gold mouse in his heart. Even though Little Gold was the demon beast that followed by Little Black and Little White's side. But during these past few years, Little Black and Little White weren't here, and it was always Little Gold that followed by his side. He'd long since had a deep relationship with Little Gold. In his heart, he took Little Gold to be family. After he finished bathing, Duan Lingtian changed into a set of dry clothes, then sat cross-legged on the bed and prepared to cultivate. After he consumed the void-strengthening pill, he closed his eyes and started cultivating. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique, lightning WM form. During these 3 months, Duan Lingtian planned to stay in Han River City and not leave. Firstly, it was because he wanted to cultivate in peace. Secondly, he was worried that Little Gold would appear in Han River City. Han River City was too chaotic. During these few days, Duan Lingtian could see many martial artists falling as he walked throughout Han River City. The definition of the law of the jungle was interpreted to be extremely perfect in Han River City. 2 months passed. Duan Lingtian carried out his final breakthrough. So long as he broke through the bottleneck, he would be able to break through to the 6th level of the void prying stage in one go. This time, Duan Lingtian spent 3 days and 3 nights before smoothly breaking through. The origin energy on Duan Lingtian's body soared and roared. Gazing at the 8,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes that were condensed into form after the energy of heaven and earth roiled in the sky above him, Duan Lingtian's face revealed a wisp of a smile. I've finally broken through. Duan Lingtian's mood was extremely good. The next 7th level of the void prying stage is another critical point. If nothing unexpected happens, it's probably impossible for me to break through before the Darkstone Empire's Young Genius competition begins. This was something Duan Lingtian was extremely clear in his heart. I hope that the ageless root has clues. Whereas the rebirth pill was a turning point. But unfortunately, if he wanted to refine the rebirth pill, he had to first find the ageless root. Otherwise, everything was just a dream. I'll have to leave in a month. I'll walk around during this month and see if Little Gold has come to Han River City. In the following month, besides cultivating, Duan Lingtian wandered around Han River City. Of course, he never took the initiative to cause trouble. He also intentionally avoided those martial artists at the 9th level of the void prying stage or above. If a martial artist below the 9th level of the void prying stage offended him, he wouldn't be courteous and would directly execute a swift attack to kill the martial artist. Presently, Duan Lingtian's cultivation had stepped into the 6th level of the void prying stage. His spiritual force had been pushed to the 8th level of the void prying stage as well. So long as it wasn't an inscription master, he was able to kill martial artists below the 9th level of the void prying stage. Bang! A corpse fell before Duan Lingtian. Chapter 575. After my spiritual force broke through, the illusory space constructed by the soul's skill, 1,000 illusions, is sufficient to disregard advanced force. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart as he looked at the corpse that fell beneath his feet, and he was slightly delighted. Now, even if I were to go against Su Li, I wouldn't be afraid of his advanced sword force. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he thought to himself. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian turned around and left. Only the surrounding crowd of void-prying stage martial artists that looked at Duan Lingtian with fear remained. This young man looks to be around the age of 25, yet his strength is actually so terrifying. With his natural talent and strength, he ought to not be an unknown figure in the Dark Han dynasty. The surrounding spectators whispered in discussion. Duan Lingtian, who'd just taken a few steps, frowned. and he seemed to have noticed something as he looked up into the sky. After he noticed there was no one in the sky, Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief and continued forward. After Duan Lingtian left, high above in the sky, a tall figure appeared from behind the clouds and mist. This little fellow has such acute intuition. I was actually almost noticed by him. The tall figure was a tall middle-aged man, and he had a surprised expression now. An 8th-level void-prying stage martial artist that had comprehended advanced force died at his hands. It's truly rare for him to possess such strength at his age. The middle-aged man's brows raised. I wonder which one of the most renowned young geniuses of the Darkhan dynasty he is. A month's time passed very quickly. During this month of time, although Duan Lingtian intentionally went all over to look for the little gold mouse, he came up empty-handed. Looks like little gold didn't come to Milky Way City. Early in the morning, Duan Lingtian, who walked out of the inn, shook his head and sighed. Now, I can only hope that little gold has already returned to the Darkstone Empire's imperial city. Duan Lingtian was worried about the little gold mouse as he headed towards the treasure-gathering pavilion. After he arrived outside the treasure-gathering pavilion, Duan Lingtian was slightly perturbed. I wonder if the whereabouts of the ageless root is there. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and walked into the treasure-gathering pavilion. Walking into the treasure-gathering pavilion, he saw the bounty mission on the bulletin board in the middle of the hall. There was also a picture on it, and on the picture was the ageless root. Who? Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief as a bitter smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. In the end, he gained nothing. He was clear in his heart. If someone had found the ageless root, his bounty would have been removed a long time ago. The reward was still there, which meant that no one had found the ageless root in the past 3 months. Customer. Soon, a servant came up to him. Duan Lingtian recognized that this servant was the one who had brought him to the 3rd floor to post a bounty 3 months ago. Take me to that senior. I want to cancel this bounty. Duan Lingtian used his elemental energy to converse with the manservant. The manservant nodded and respectfully led the way. Since 3 months ago, when he witnessed the might of the spirit sword Duan Lingtian placed in the treasure-gathering pavilion, he knew that Duan Lingtian's identity wasn't simple. Otherwise, how could Duan Lingtian possess such a heaven-defying grade 4 spirit sword? On the 3rd floor of the treasure-gathering pavilion, Duan Lingtian saw the old man once more. Senior. Duan Lingtian looked at the old man. You intend to cancel the bounty? The old man couldn't help but be stunned when he saw Duan Lingtian withdraw the broken jade pendant. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. I probably won't be able to find the thing I want in a short period of time. I intend to think of a way in the future. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian saw to his astonishment. The old man gave the nearby servant a glance, and the servant sensibly left. Senior. Duan Lingtian revealed a puzzled expression. Young man, our Lord Pavilion Master said that so long as you cancel the mission, I'll take you to see him. Please. The old man left the counter and called out to Duan Lingtian as they walked out. Pavilion Master? Duan Lingtian's brows raised. Could it be because of that grade 4 spirit sword? Duan Lingtian quickly guessed the reason. When he thought of the reputation of the treasure-gathering pavilion, Duan Lingtian wasn't worried that the pavilion master of the treasure-gathering pavilion would do anything to him. He followed behind the old man and walked up the stairs. Senior, why would the pavilion master want to see me? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Young man, to tell you the truth, the pavilion master wants to see you because he's interested in the grade 4 spirit sword you placed in our treasure-gathering pavilion. The old man spoke frankly. As expected. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, then he said, Senior, if the pavilion master is able to find the ageless root, then I'll naturally hand over the grade 4 spirit sword with both hands. The old man shook his head and smiled, and he didn't continue. In next to no time, the old man brought Duan Lingtian to the 5th floor. Standing outside the pavilion, the old man respectfully said to the person inside, Lord Pavilion Master, the guest that placed the grade 4 spirit sword has arrived. Please come in. A sonorous voice sounded out. Although it didn't contain any origin energy, it still caused Duan Lingtian's mind to shake. What the profound cultivation! Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted. Young man, please come in, the old man said to Duan Lingtian. As for himself, he was standing at the side like a guardian. Duan Lingtian walked in large strides into the pavilion. A tall middle-aged man in blue clothes stood there like a statue. Duan Lingtian's spiritual force stretched out and enveloped the middle-aged man. This, in next to no time, Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted. He noticed. When his spiritual force fused into the middle-aged man's body, it was as if it had fused into a ball of cotton, and he had no place to exert force. It gave him a mysterious and unfathomable feeling. Could it be? Duan Lingtian's heart trembled, and after a thought emerged in his mind, it was difficult for him to suppress it any longer. Only a void interpretation stage expert is capable of causing my spiritual force to lose effect. Duan Lingtian secretly gasped. Void interpretation stage expert. That grade 4 spirit sword was placed in our treasure-gathering pavilion by you? Right at this moment, the middle-aged man turned around, and his old-fashioned face faced Duan Lingtian as he asked. Duan Lingtian nodded. Whoosh! The middle-aged man raised his hand, and a spirit sword appeared out of thin air. Duan Lingtian recognized that this was precisely the grade 4 spirit sword he placed in the treasure-gathering pavilion. I'll get straight to the point. The middle-aged man looked at Duan Lingtian and said bluntly, I'm rather interested in this spirit sword, but I'm temporarily unable to find the ageless root you want. Duan Lingtian frowned. This void interpretation stage expert wouldn't be thinking of suppressing him with his strength and forcefully seizing his grade 4 spirit sword, right? In next to no time, Duan Lingtian knew that he was thinking too much. How about this? Lend me this grade 4 spirit sword for 3 years. For the sake of making up for your loss, I can refine an ordinary grade 4 spirit sword for you and give you 2 spirit fruits. The middle-aged man spoke frankly. Lend for 3 years? Using another grade 4 spirit sword and 2 spirit fruits as compensation? You're a grade 4 weapons craftsman? Duan Lingtian reacted to the middle-aged man and spoke in surprise. At practically the instant Duan Lingtian finished speaking, a strand of blue-colored flames appeared in the middle-aged man's hand with a flip of his palm. The blue-colored flames raged restlessly. It was precisely a grade 4 weapon flame. The weapon flame unique to grade 4 weapons craftsmen. Yes, I'm a grade 4 weapons craftsman. The middle-aged man nodded. In this way, Pavilion Master wants to borrow my grade 4 spirit sword to study? Duan Lingtian went straight to the point. He guessed the middle-aged man's intentions. It was none other than because the middle-aged man saw that the grade 4 spirit sword he stored in the treasure-gathering pavilion was able to provide an amplification of 60%, and the middle-aged man wanted to study the profundity within it to improve his own level of weapons refinement. Yes. The middle-aged man nodded, then asked, Do you agree to my conditions? So long as you agree, I can give you my compensation right now. Besides that, I'll do my best to help you search for the ageless root within these 3 years. Needless to say, the conditions of the treasure-gathering pavilion's pavilion master were filled with temptation. It caused Duan Lingtian to find it difficult to refuse. Pavilion master, I want to know what spirit fruit you want to give me? Duan Lingtian asked. Void accumulation fruit, spirit void fruit. The pavilion master of the treasure-gathering pavilion spoke slowly. Duan Lingtian's gaze abruptly lit up when he heard this. The void accumulation fruit was a precious spirit fruit capable of improving a void prying stage martial artist's cultivation. It wasn't inferior to the void refining fruit he'd consumed in the past. As for the spirit void fruit, it was even more shocking. It was a spirit fruit used by void initiation stage martial artists to improve their cultivation, and if a void prying stage martial artist were to forcefully consume it, it was possible that the martial artist's body would explode and die. Duan Lingtian had never consumed these 2 spirit fruits in the past. They were undoubtedly precious treasures to Duan Lingtian. Borrow my grade 4 spirit sword for 3 years. Give me an ordinary grade 4 spirit sword, and these 2 spirit fruits? Besides that, you still want to help me search for the ageless root? At this moment, Duan Lingtian was bursting with laughter in his heart. To him, this was an extremely good thing. It was only a grade 4 spirit sword. So long as he had the materials, he could refine it at any time. But the void accumulation fruit and spirit void fruit were precious treasures that could only be chanced upon by luck and not sought after. How about it? With a raise of his hand, 2 spirit fruits appeared in his hand. Besides that, there was also a spirit sword. Pavilion Master. Duan Lingtian looked at the Pavilion Master. I agree to your conditions. The Pavilion Master was originally slightly perturbed. After all, even though he'd compensated Duan Lingtian with a grade 4 spirit sword and 2 spirit fruits, but in his eyes, the value of a grade 4 spirit sword that provided an amplification of 60% was far greater than the sum of all the things he'd given out. Duan Lingtian's agreement caused him to heave a sigh of relief. Pavilion Master, I'll trouble you with the matter of searching for the ageless root. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he casually put away the grade 4 spirit sword and 2 spirit fruits that the Pavilion Master passed over. The materials of this spirit sword aren't bad. If I refine it once more, I'll similarly be able to possess a 60% amplification. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. To him, the grade 4 spirit sword that the Pavilion Master compensated him with only required 2 hours of time to transform into a top-grade spirit sword amongst top-grade spirit swords. At that time, the value of this spirit sword wouldn't be inferior to the grade 4 spirit sword in the Pavilion Master's possession that he'd refined earlier. It could be said that not only did he not suffer any losses, he even used a short 2 hours to earn 2 spirit fruits. More importantly, with the Pavilion Master of the Dark Han Dynasty's Milky Way City's treasure-gathering pavilion helping him search for the ageless root, the efficiency would undoubtedly be much faster. All in all, Chapter 576. Don't worry. Even though I don't dare guarantee that I'll be able to find the ageless root, I'll surely try my best. The Pavilion Master of the treasure-gathering pavilion promised to Duan Lingtian. Thank you, Pavilion Master. Duan Lingtian hurriedly expressed his gratitude. I feel that I can be considered to be extremely knowledgeable in the various dynasties. But I've never heard of the ageless root you're looking for. The Pavilion Master looked at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze. I wonder if it's convenient for you to tell me what medicinal material the ageless root is and what use it has. Of course. Duan Lingtian smiled lightly and casually said, the ageless root is a medicinal material that's slightly similar to the claws of the legendary divine beast, the phoenix. Even though the ageless root is a medicinal material, it can also be taken as a weapon refinement material. Weapon refinement material? The Pavilion Master's pupils constricted. Duan Lingtian nodded. I know a grade 3 weapons craftsman. He's able to use this ageless root as the main weapon refinement material to refine a grade 3 spirit weapon. Grade 3 weapons craftsman. Grade 3 spirit weapon. Tempestuous waves arose on the calm face of the Pavilion Master. You know a grade 3 weapons craftsman? The Pavilion Master's breathing became hurried. He was a grade 4 weapons craftsman, and in the Dark Han Dynasty and even the various dynasties, he was an existence that stood at the peak of the Tao of weapons refinement. There had never been a grade 3 weapons craftsman that had appeared in the various dynasties. A grade 3 weapons craftsman was an existence of legend to the members of the various dynasties, and it was unreachable. Supposedly, there were grade 3 and above weapons craftsmen in the mysterious and unfathomable foreign lands. But in the various dynasties, there were very few people that left the foreign lands and returned. So, grade 3 and above weapons craftsmen were extremely mysterious existences to the members of the various dynasties. As grade 4 weapons craftsmen, they were filled with yearning towards grade 3 weapons craftsmen. The Pavilion Master of the treasure-gathering pavilion was no exception. Pavilion Master, the grade 4 spirit sword in your hand was refined by that grade 3 weapons craftsman. Duan Lingtian added. Although all of this was made up by Duan Lingtian on a whim, he sounded like he was telling the truth. The pavilion master of Jubao Pavilion was convinced. No wonder. Like I said, how could a grade 4 spirit weapon that provides a 60% amplification possibly appear in the Dark Han Dynasty? So it was made by a 3rd grade weapon craftsman senior. The leader of the Jubao Pavilion took a deep breath, and his gaze toward Duan Lingtian was completely different now. If it was said that before this, he did not put this young man in his eyes. But now, he was treating the young man as an existence on the same level as himself. He did not dare to be negligent, because this was a young man who knew a grade 3 weapons craftsman. In his opinion, since this young man was able to make a 3rd grade weapon craftsman forge a weapon for him, he must have a deep relationship with that 3rd grade weapon craftsman. Little brother, what is your relationship with that 3rd grade weapon craftsman senior? The Jubao Pavilion master looked at Duan Lingtian and asked excitedly. He's my master. Duan Lingtian spoke frankly. Master. Little brother, so you're that senior's disciple. I was rude earlier. The leader of the Jubao Pavilion secretly took a deep breath, and when he spoke once more, his tone was slightly serious. The person standing before him was the disciple of a grade 3 weapons craftsman. Pavilion master, you're too kind. Duan Lingtian smiled lightly. He wasn't surprised when he saw the attitude of the leader of the Jubao Pavilion undergo a tremendous change. A grade 3 weapons craftsman was sufficient to cause the leader of the Jubao Pavilion to let his imagination run wild. Little brother, I'm called Xianxia. Besides being the pavilion master of the Dark Han Dynasty's Milky Way City's treasure-gathering pavilion, I'm also the vice guild master of the Dark Han Dynasty's Weapons Craftsman Guild's main guild. The leader of the Jubao Pavilion, Xianxia, looked at Duan Lingtian. I wonder how I should address you? Duan Lingtian was shocked in his heart when he heard Xianxia. He never imagined that. Besides being the leader of the Jubao Pavilion, Xianxia actually had another respected identity. Pavilion Master, I'm called Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian introduced himself. Duan Lingtian? A trace of surprise imperceptibly flashed past Xianxia's eyes. He'd never heard of this name. Could it be that he isn't a member of the Dark Han Dynasty? Xianxia thought in his heart. Otherwise, with his shocking strength, logically speaking, it's impossible for him to be a nobody. Then how about I call you Brother Lingtian? Xianxia lightly smiled as he asked. I'm overwhelmed by the favor the pavilion master is showing me. Duan Lingtian smiled. Brother Lingtian, may I know where your master is now? If it's possible, I hope to personally pay a visit. Since he found out that Duan Lingtian was the disciple of a grade 3 weapons craftsman, Xianxia had become more and more courteous to Duan Lingtian. Pavilion master, I'm afraid this won't do. My master usually doesn't like to meet strangers. Of course, if Pavilion Master is able to find the ageless root, then perhaps my master will be happy and be willing to meet Pavilion Master. Duan Lingtian shook his head and added, that's right. The reason Duan Lingtian added this sentence. Naturally, he wanted to make Xianxia work even harder to find the ageless root. As expected, Xianxia's eyes lit up when he heard Duan Lingtian, and he said with a serious expression, Don't worry, Brother Lingtian, I'll surely do my best in the matter of the ageless root. Xianxia already had a plan in his heart. He would mobilize his enormous network of relationships to search for the ageless root, only for the sake of meeting that grade 3 weapons craftsman and properly seeking guidance. Then I'll trouble Pavilion Master. Pavilion Master, it's getting late now, I ought to leave as well. Duan Lingtian bid his farewells to Xianxia before leaving the 5th floor of the Jubao Pavilion. He left the Jubao Pavilion. My gains this time aren't bad. After leaving the Jubao Pavilion and walking out of Milky Way City, Duan Lingtian, who sat on the back of the 7th level void prying stage flying demon beast, had a delighted smile on his face. With a raise of his hand, a spirit fruit that was completely translucent appeared in his hand. It was precisely the void accumulation fruit. A spirit fruit that was on par with the void refining fruit. When Duan Lingtian was at the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Dragon and Phoenix Academy that day, he obtained the additional reward, the Void Refining Fruit, during his first training mission to go deep into Blackwind Ridge to annihilate bandits. After he consumed the Void Refining Fruit, his strength rose swiftly. Behave yourself. Duan Lingtian noticed that after he took out the Void Accumulation Fruit, the flying demon beast beneath him became slightly restless. Obviously, it was attracted by the Void Accumulation Fruit. Duan Lingtian swallowed the Void Accumulation Fruit in 2 or 3 mouthfuls, then he consumed a void-strengthening pill before closing his eyes and starting to cultivate. 9 dragons wore Sovereign Technique, Lightning WM form. After consuming the Void Accumulation Fruit, the origin energy in Duan Lingtian's body was vast and powerful, and it wasn't long before it arrived at the critical point. Whereas the final charge to the 6th level of the Void Prying stage was completed 10 days later. Bang! Vast origin energy gushed out from the tough meridians in Duan Lingtian's body, and it easily charged through the final bottleneck. At the same time, the origin energy in Duan Lingtian's body underwent a tremendous change. I've broken through. Duan Lingtian abruptly opened his eyes that flashed with a bright light, and slight excitement appeared on his face. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and lightly clenched his fists tightly. Origin energy suffused and raged on his fists. At the same time, an enormous and lifelike silhouette coiled down from the sky. It was precisely an ancient horned dragon silhouette. Duan Lingtian's cultivation had finally broken through to the 7th level of the Void Prying stage. Not much of the medicinal strength of the Void Accumulation Fruit remains. I still have to rely on myself for my cultivation from now on. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. As for the other spirit void fruit that Pavilion Master Xiang gave me, I can only consume it after I break through to the 1st level of the Void Initiation stage. Otherwise, it's too risky. Presently, Su Li's cultivation has probably already broken through to the 7th level of the Void Prying stage. As for Luo Zhan and the others, they're probably slightly inferior. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian thought of Su Li and the others. Now that I've come out, the changes that I've undergone are probably enough to shock them. Duan Lingtian revealed a brilliant smile. In next to no time, the smile on Duan Lingtian's face was restrained. Little gold, where exactly are you now? When he thought of the little gold mouse, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but feel a wave of worry in his heart. In his eyes, the little gold mouse was a complete idiot with no sense of direction. Asking her to return to the Darkstone Empire's imperial city by herself seemed to be slightly difficult. I hope she knows how to ask for directions from human martial artists. Duan Lingtian could only console himself like this. In the following part of the journey, Duan Lingtian's mind was filled with worries, and he was slightly dispirited when cultivating. I'll be more or less able to arrive at the imperial city in another half a month. A few months later, Duan Lingtian, who'd entered the territory of the Darkstone Empire, thought in his heart. On the way back, Duan Lingtian walked in a straight line, so his efficiency was extremely high. The Darkstone Empire's Young Genius competition is a month from now. I just happened to be able to make it in time. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. Duan Lingtian was currently at the northern area of the Darkstone Empire. Presently, an unexpected guest had arrived at the southern area of the Darkstone Empire. Swoosh! A yellow-colored figure flashed through the sky with an extremely swift speed. Everywhere the figure passed, the clouds and mist dispersed, and it seemed to have transformed into a heavenly path. The person that traveled was a yellow-clothed young girl that looked to be around the age of 16, and she had an appearance that was like carved jade and was extremely beautiful. It could be discerned from the young girl's immature appearance. When the young girl grew up in the future, she would surely be a drop-dead gorgeous beauty. Hiss hiss, suddenly, 2 light sounds sounded out from beneath the yellow-clothed young girl's sleeve. Following that, 2 small heads popped out. It was precisely the 2 little pythons. One of the little pythons was black and the other white. The former had a golden horn on its head, whereas the latter had a silver horn on its head. Little black, little white. We'll be able to see Big Brother Lingtian very soon. The young girl rubbed the little heads of the two little pythons as she spoke with a light smile. Hiss hiss, suddenly, the little white python raised its head to look at the young girl, and its eyes revealed slight worry. Don't worry. The young girl lightly shook her head. Qing Nu probably won't come looking for us for now. But she'll probably come looking for us after she finishes dealing with the matters here. At that time, we'll have to leave again. Hiss hiss, the two little pythons drooped their little heads and were slightly listless. Don't worry. I'll surely sneak out again in the future and bring you two to look for Big Brother Ling Tian. When they heard the young girl's promise. Chapter 577. Darkstone Empire, Imperial City. Due to the approaching of the Young Genius competition, there were many new faces in the Imperial City. These new faces were either from the various great powers of the Darkstone Empire or from the various imperial kingdoms under the Darkstone Empire. In these past few days, the Imperial City's city guard army had started to get busy. Only because battles would frequently occur in the various areas of the Imperial City. These battles were mostly caused by the various young geniuses that had gathered in the Imperial City. Every single one of the young geniuses that were able to come to the Imperial City to participate in the Young Genius competition were geniuses that were extremely arrogant and didn't submit to anyone. Along with the approaching of the Young Genius competition, the Imperial City once again recovered its calm. Supposedly, the Young Genius competition will be held at the central square of the Imperial City 3 days from now. I wonder if it's true. If it's true, then I'll surely go join in the fun. It's already been confirmed, this news is true. Now, the city guard army has already started to build combat rings at the central square of the Imperial City. Along with the approaching of the Young Genius competition, the Darkstone Empire's Imperial City became even more bustling. Within a spacious courtyard house in the Imperial City, the imperial family's revered elders from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, Qi Ming, Prince Sheng, Su Li, Luo Zhan, Chen Xiao Shuai, and Long Yun were gathered together. Why hasn't Duan Lingtian returned? The Young Genius competition is 3 days from now. Qi Ming frowned. That Duan Lingtian utterly doesn't have the awareness to bring honor to our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. If he misses the Young Genius competition this time, I'll absolutely not forgive him. Prince Sheng's expression was gloomy, and his eyes emitted a cold light. Revered Elder Qi, if that Duan Lingtian misses the Young Genius competition, at that time, I hope you won't interfere when I punish him. Prince Sheng's words caused the faces of Su Li, Luo Zhan, and Qin Xiao Shuai to go grim. They were able to discern the killing intent contained within Prince Sheng's words. Prince Sheng aroused killing intent towards Duan Lingtian. 3 days later, at the central square of the Imperial City, 9 combat rings stood there. The 9 combat rings surrounded a spacious high platform. On this high platform, there were some neatly arranged seats. It was obvious that this was the audience area. He could imagine that this spectating area was surely prepared for the representatives of the various powers of the Darkstone Empire. Outside the 9 combat rings, streams of people flowed and were in an uproar. Presently, there were many young geniuses standing sparsely on the empty space between the 9 combat rings and the high platform. In terms of age, among these young talents, the oldest was only 36 or 37 years old. Why isn't Duan Lingtian here yet? Su Li, Luo Zhan, and Qin Xiao Shuai stood together and looked around, but they didn't discover any traces of Duan Lingtian. As for Qi Ming and Prince Sheng, they were already seated on the high platform. Looks like Duan Lingtian really doesn't take this Young Genius competition seriously. I'll surely teach him a lesson when he returns. Killing intent shot out from Prince Sheng's eyes as he said in a deep voice. Prince Sheng, I believe that Duan Lingtian won't fail to keep his promise. Since he hasn't appeared yet, something must have happened to him. Qi Ming's eyes contained slight worry mixed within. Prince Sheng grunted coldly and said in his heart, "It's best if he's dead." Presently, there were more and more people on the high platform. These people were the higher-ups of the various powers of the Darkstone Empire and the members of the imperial families of the various imperial kingdoms under the Darkstone Empire. Isn't this revered Elder Qi? An old man in azure clothes pretended to be surprised when he noticed Qi Ming. Qi Ming's face sank when he saw the azure-clothed old man. Wei Kuan, I thought that no one from your Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom would come. According to my knowledge, the natural talent of the 5 great young masters of your Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom seems to be extremely ordinary. The corners of Wei Kuan's mouth curled into a wisp of disdain. No matter how ordinary they are, they won't be inferior to your grandson. Qi Ming spoke indifferently. Qi Ming's words caused Wei Kuan to burst into rage, and the origin energy on his body surged as he instantly wanted to attack. Revered Elder Wei. The middle-aged man that stood by Wei Kuan's side stopped the old man and reminded. This is the Darkstone Empire's imperial city. Wei Kuan took a deep breath when he heard this, and the origin energy that hadn't completely surged on his body gradually vanished. But the gaze he shot at Qi Ming was filled with provocation. Suddenly, the clouds and mist in the distant sky shook. Subsequently, a luxurious palanquin appeared. There was a total of 8 void-prying stage martial artists at the front and back of the palanquin, and they carried the palanquin and acted as the palanquin's bearers. On the side of the palanquin, a large word was written in flamboyant calligraphy. After a short moment, the 8 void stage martial artists carried the palanquin to the side of the high platform. This scene caused many young geniuses that came from all over to be dumbstruck. What a grand display! Lo Cheng's pupils constricted as he said in astonishment. Could it be that the person within the palanquin is the Emperor of the Darkstone Empire? The Emperor of the Darkstone Empire probably won't come. It ought to be some great figure of the Darkstone Empire. Chen Xiaoshui shook his head. It's King Yong. Right at this moment, Su Li spoke out. King Yong? Lo Cheng and Chen Xiaoshui were stunned. The King Yong that's said to be the closest to the void interpretation stage in the Darkstone Empire? Luo Zhan had a surprised expression. Darkstone Empire, King Yong. He'd heard of it since long ago. Supposedly, the Darkstone Empire's King Yong was the #1 expert in the Darkstone Empire. Early on when we were young, this King Yong was publicly acknowledged as the expert closest to the void interpretation stage in the Darkstone Empire. According to me, it's very likely that he's already stepped into the void interpretation stage now. Qin Xiaoshui said. It's possible. Luo Zhan nodded. When King Yong became famous, he was only a youth. Now, over 10 years had passed. King Yong's strength was surely even more terrifying. Although they're both princes. But our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Prince Xing is far from being able to compare with this King Yong. Chen Xiaoshui's gaze stared fixedly at the palanquin in midair. Making 8 void-prying stage martial artists at or above willingly act as the palanquin's bearers, such a grand display wasn't something that anyone could enjoy. Greetings, King Yong. Meanwhile, the representatives of the various powers and imperial kingdoms on the high platform stood up successively and respectfully bowed towards the direction of the palanquin. Qi Ming and Prince Xing were amongst them as well. Prince Sheng, who had a face full of killing intent when he mentioned the Duan Lingtian earlier, had a face full of humility when facing this palanquin now. Meanwhile, the curtain of the palanquin was pulled open. A tall figure walked out slowly. This was a middle-aged man in a white robe that was inlaid with gold. He had a firm expression and a dignified expression between his brows. There was a conspicuous cinnabar mole between his eyebrows. It was precisely the #1 expert of the Darkstone Empire, King Yong. After King Yong left the palanquin. Long live King Yong. Meanwhile, everyone that stood outside the 9 combat rings bowed respectfully to King Yong. King Yong looked at the surroundings and nodded indifferently. After that, he descended onto the high platform with a calm expression and sat at the seat of the head at the center. The young geniuses that the representatives brought ought to be all present, right? King Yong's gaze flashed past the various representatives on the high platform. For a time, besides the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Qi Ming and Prince Xing, The others nodded successively. In next to no time, the two of them had become the center of attention. What? The young geniuses you brought haven't arrived? King Yong looked at Qi Ming and Prince Sheng as he asked indifferently. Although his tone was calm, everyone present was able to feel a trace of pressure from it. King Yong, Before King Yong, Qi Ming felt extremely pressured, and he took a deep breath and wanted to explain. But he hadn't finished speaking when he shut his mouth. Swoosh! High above in the sky, a violet-colored figure seemed to have transformed into a violet-colored bolt of lightning that instantly flashed over to descend on the empty space between the 9 combat rings and the high platform. Duan Ling Tian. Qi Ming's gaze lit up, and then he looked at King Yong and said respectfully, King Yong, the young geniuses of our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom have all arrived. King Yong nodded indifferently and withdrew his gaze from Qi Ming. Meanwhile, the gazes of the numerous people present descended onto the violet-clothed young man that had just arrived. Most of them were shocked by the violet-clothed young man's age. This young man that looks to be around the age of 25 is one of the young geniuses that the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom is participating in the Young Genius competition this time. The various Imperial Kingdoms under our Darkstone Empire only have 5 positions each. 2 young men that aren't over 30 have actually come from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Looks like there's really no one left in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Yeah, otherwise, it wouldn't be to the extent of allowing these 2 young men to seize the positions to participate in the Empire's Young Genius competition. No matter if it was the representatives of the various powers and imperial kingdoms on the high platform or the people that were watching the show from afar, all of them were discussing animatedly. Qi Ming, looks like there's really no one left in your Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. According to my knowledge, any one of the 5 great young masters of your Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom seems to be over 30, right? These 2 people ought to not be figures amongst the 5 great young masters of your Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. The azure-clothed old man that entered into conflict with Qi Ming earlier ridiculed. Wei Kuan, wait until the young geniuses of your Bazo Imperial Kingdom are able to defeat the 2 of them. Now shut your stinking mouth. Qi Ming replied bluntly. Looks like you're extremely confident towards the 2 of them, Qi Ming. Wei Kuan grunted coldly, and disdain was mixed within his brows. 2 little kids that weren't over 30 years old. As far as he was concerned, they didn't pose the slightest threat to the young geniuses of their Bazo Imperial Kingdom. Duanling, why have you only arrived now? Lo Cheng looked at the violet-clothed young man that had just descended by their side, and he asked curiously. I encountered some things on the way and was delayed. The violet-clothed young man was precisely the travel-worn Duan Lingtian. Originally, according to Duan Lingtian's estimation, he ought to be able to return to the Darkstone Empire's imperial city a few days ago. However, he was delayed by some things on the way. 7 days ago, Duan Lingtian arrived at the mountain range north of the Darkstone Empire's imperial city, and he unexpectedly noticed 2 9th-level void prying stage demon beasts fighting to their heart's content. He originally thought that the 2 demon beasts were fighting for some treasure. So, when the 2 demon beasts were exhausted, Duan Lingtian killed them before starting to search the surroundings. But after searching for a few days, he still came up empty-handed. Chapter 578. Actually, it was no wonder that Duan Lingtian would misunderstand. Those 2 9th-level void prying stage demon beasts had similar strengths. According to the law of survival of demon beasts, unless it was because of some treasure, otherwise, 2 demon beasts with similar strengths would normally not fight to the death. I can only go take a look when I have the time in the future. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Fortunately, you rushed over in time. Chen Xiao Shui heaved a sigh of relief. Duan Lingtian nodded. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force stretched out under his curiosity to detect the cultivations of the 3 people by his side. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian's heart shook, and he looked at Su Li in astonishment. Heavens! What did he notice? Su Li had actually broken through to the 9th level of the void prying stage. I originally thought that after breaking through to the 7th level of the void prying stage this time, I would be able to catch up to Su Li in terms of cultivation. But I never imagined that he would actually break through 3 levels like me. Duan Lingtian was shocked in his heart. Whereas the improvement of Qin Shao Shui and Luo Zhan's cultivations caused him to be shocked as well, 6th level of the void prying stage. They'd both broken through 2 levels. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian's gaze flashed past the saber young master, Long Yun. 8th level of the void prying stage. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be surprised. Long Yun's improvement was actually almost the same as Su Li's. Looks like their improvement is related to the master behind them. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. Duan Lingtian easily guessed this. Who's that person? Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian's gaze looked towards the high platform and noticed the old man that was in confrontation with Qi Ming. I don't know him. Luo Zhan and the others shook their heads. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian noticed a gaze that contained killing intent had locked onto him. Duan Lingtian didn't have to look as he was able to guess who it was. The owner of that gaze was definitely that Prince Sheng. Duan Lingtian paid no attention to Prince Sheng, and instead looked at the white-robed middle-aged man that sat at the head of the high platform. The middle-aged man was dressed in a white robe with golden edges. He had an imposing appearance. At first glance, one could tell that he was not an ordinary person. Especially that blood-soaked red mole between his eyebrows, it was even more unforgettable. This is the Prince of Yong. Luo Zhan introduced it to Duan Lingtian with a dignified expression. Prince of Yong? Duan Lingtian stared blankly, curiously asking, who is this Prince of Yong? King Yong is the second brother of the current emperor of the Darkstone Empire, and he's the #1 expert in the Darkstone Empire. More than 10 years ago, there were rumors that his cultivation was close to the void interpretation stage. Luo Zhan said. Close to the void interpretation stage more than 10 years ago? Duan Lingtian was surprised. Doesn't that mean that it's very likely that the current him has already broken through to the void interpretation stage? He has most likely broken through to the void interpretation stage. Qin Shao Shui nodded. Profound void martial stage? Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on the Prince of Yong. His spiritual force stretched out to envelop Prince of Yong with the intention of prying into Prince of Yong's cultivation. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian noticed. When his spiritual force touched Prince of Yong, it was as if it had collided with a ball of cotton, and it had no place to exert force. This feeling was no different than when he investigated the pavilion master of the Dark Han Dynasty's Milky Way City's treasure-gathering pavilion, Xianxia. As expected, he's an expert that has stepped into the third void interpretation stage. Duan Lingtian's heart jerked as he confirmed it. He was confident. Even if it was a 9th-level void initiation stage martial artist, he would be able to detect it with his current spiritual force. Only martial artists at the void interpretation stage and above would cause him to be powerless. His current spiritual force was pushed to break through to the 9th level of the void prying stage along with his cultivation breaking through to the 7th level of the void prying stage. It was 2 levels higher than his cultivation in the end. Duan Lingtian withdrew his spiritual force in a timely manner. If time passed, then as a void interpretation stage expert, Prince of Yong, even if he wasn't an inscription master, he would still be able to notice that someone was spying on him. A void interpretation stage expert wasn't as simple as possessing shocking strength. Everyone. Prince of Yong, who was on the high platform, suddenly stood up and looked at the surroundings, and his voice was like a thunderclap that entered into the ears of everyone present. Firstly, I respectfully represent the Darkstone Empire's imperial family to welcome everyone to the Darkstone Empire and the imperial city of the Darkstone Empire. It's been hard on you from the long journey. Prince of Yong's words were obviously spoken to the representatives and young geniuses of the various imperial kingdoms. Thank you for your concern, Prince of Yong. Instantly, the representatives of the various imperial kingdoms stood up and were overwhelmed by the unexpected favor. Prince of Yong nodded, and then he continued. Today, The young geniuses of the various powers of my Darkstone Empire and the young geniuses of the various imperial kingdoms have gathered here for a single purpose. That is to decide on the 10 strongest people to head to the Dark Han dynasty and compete for the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties with the young geniuses of the Dark Han dynasty and the young geniuses of the various imperial kingdoms. Prince of Yong's words were spoken clearly and resounded like thunder in the ears of everyone. Martial competition of the 10 dynasties. As soon as Prince of Yong finished speaking, the gazes of the group of young geniuses including Duan Lingtian lit up. They were standing here today for the sake of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. The rules of the young genius competition today are extremely simple. Decide on the 9 great ringmasters and the number 1 young genius of the empire that's capable of suppressing the 9 great ringmasters. Prince of Yong continued. Number 1 young genius of the empire? Prince of Yong's words caused the breathing of most of the young geniuses present to become slightly hurried. What sort of special honor was this? Amongst the 5 great young geniuses of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, only Duan Lingtian and Su Li were comparatively composed. Duan Lingtian, do you think the number 1 young genius of the empire will have any material rewards? Su Li asked Duan Lingtian via voice transmission. There ought to be. After all, the young genius competition this time is held by the Darkstone Empire. Duan Lingtian guessed. Prince of Yong. Suddenly, a young genius from some unknown power or imperial kingdom looked at Prince of Yong and asked respectfully, I wonder if the person that obtains the honor of being the number 1 young genius of the empire will have any material rewards? Duan Lingtian and Su Li looked at each other and smiled. Looks like it wasn't only the 2 of them that were concerned about this. For a time, the young geniuses of the various powers and imperial kingdoms, and all the representatives looked at Prince of Yong. Even the spectators that were watching the show looked at Prince of Yong. Obviously, they were all curious. Of course. Prince of Yong's expression remained unchanged when faced with a myriad of gazes, and he nodded. Subsequently, under the focused gazes of the numerous burning gazes, Prince of Yong continued. Today, the person that becomes eminent in the young genius competition held by our Darkstone Empire's imperial family and seizes the honor of being the number 1 young genius of the empire will obtain the Void Fuse fruit that our imperial family has prepared for him. Void Fuse fruit. As soon as Prince of Yong said this, everyone present was moved. Void Fuse fruit. Duan Lingtian's heart shook, and his eyes burned with extreme desire. No matter if it was the Void Refining fruit, Void Reserve fruit, or this Void Fuse fruit that Duan Lingtian had consumed earlier, all of them were spirit fruits consumed by Void Prying stage martial artists. The medicinal strength of the Void Refining fruit and Void Reserve fruit were equal. The medicinal strength of the Void Fuse fruit was instead the sum of the 2 spirit fruits from before. Moreover, it wouldn't conflict with the medicinal strength of the 2 spirit fruits from before. In other words, even if Duan Lingtian had consumed the Void Refining fruit and Void Reserve fruit earlier, the situation of the medicinal strength gradually decreasing wouldn't occur after he consumed the Void Fuse fruit. The Void Fuse fruit is able to allow a martial artist that has just broken through to the 9th level of the Void Prying stage to break through to the Void Initiation stage in one go in a short period of time. Someone cried out in shock. Instantly, the atmosphere of the scene was lit ablaze. I'm determined to obtain the Void Fuse fruit. In your dreams? This Void Fuse fruit is surely mine. I think all of you are dreaming. The Void Fuse fruit is surely mine. The group of young geniuses started debating. Everyone was filled with confidence towards themselves. Void Fuse fruit. Duan Lingtian's eyes flickered with bright lights, and he had a resolute expression. With the medicinal strength of the Void Fuse fruit, once I consume it, I might even be able to break through 2 levels in one go in a short period of time and step into the 9th level of the Void Prying stage. In this way, even if I'm unable to obtain the Ageless Root and refine the Rebirth Pill before the Dynasty Martial Competition of the Dark Han Dynasty, I'll similarly have the chance to break through to the Void Initiation stage as soon as possible. So long as I break through to the Void Initiation stage, I'll work together with the other 8 people to open the Sword Monarch's treasure. Duan Lingtian's mood surged to the extreme. The ageless root was too difficult to come by. He didn't dare completely place his hopes on it. Whereas now, the void fuse fruit would be another opportunity for him. I wonder if there's an existence at the void initiation stage or above amongst the young geniuses present. If there is, I'll surely not be a match for them. Whereas even if he obtains the void fuse fruit, it wouldn't be of much use. At that time, if I use a grade 4 spirit weapon to exchange for it, I presume he wouldn't refuse. If there's no existence at the void initiation stage or above, I wonder if there's a 9th level void prying stage inscription master present. An existence like this is the most troublesome to me. My soul skill, 1000 illusions, is useless, and he probably wouldn't give up the void fuse fruit for a grade 4 spirit weapon. As Duan Lingtian's thoughts spun, he was slightly worried as he thought up to this point. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force swept out with the intention of detecting the cultivations of the young geniuses present. But his spiritual force had only just stretched out. He noticed 3 spiritual forces that were even stronger than him sweeping over, and it shocked him to the point he hurriedly withdrew his spiritual force. Void initiation stage spiritual force? Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted, and then he looked towards the high platform. Looks like there are 3 more inscription masters on this high platform. Earlier, I used my spiritual force to detect King Yong, and the reason they didn't react was probably because they were afraid of King Yong's dignity. Earlier, when I wanted to detect the ability of the young geniuses of the various powers, their spiritual forces appeared. Duan Lingtian quickly guessed this. Of course, even if those 3 inscription masters noticed Duan Lingtian's spiritual force, they didn't know exactly who the owner of the spiritual force was. After all, Duan Lingtian had withdrawn his spiritual force at the first possible moment. On the other hand, because Duan Lingtian didn't follow those 3 spiritual forces, he was unable to discover who the owner of those 3 spiritual forces was. Looks like I can only take one step at a time. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Now, if he were to use his spiritual force to detect the cultivations of the young geniuses present, it was very likely that he would be obstructed by those 3 inscription masters. Chapter 579. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian noticed. When faced with the temptation of the void fuse fruit, most of the young geniuses, including him, were filled with yearning. Only 2 people seemed to not care in the slightest. Su Li, Long Yun. They each have a master that came from the foreign lands. Perhaps, they've already consumed the void fuse fruit. Duan Lingtian guessed in his heart. The effect of the void fuse fruit would be greatly reduced the second time it was consumed, and the assistance it provided was next to nothing. Su Li, you've consumed the void fuse fruit? Under his curiosity, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but ask Su Li via voice transmission. Su Li nodded when he heard this, and he replied via voice transmission. Not long ago, Master gave me a void fuse fruit. I haven't completely digested the medicinal strength. So long as I completely digest the medicinal strength of the void fuse fruit, it'll be sufficient for me to break through to the void initiation stage in one go. Void initiation stage. Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted as he looked at Su Li with slight astonishment. Su Li, you've comprehended sword concept? Su Li said that so long as he finished digesting the medicinal strength of the spirit fruit, he'd be able to directly break through to the void initiation stage. These words were sufficient to cause Duan Lingtian's imagination to run wild. Yes. Su Li nodded lightly. I comprehended it 2 months ago. The facts proved that Duan Lingtian was right. He comprehended sword concept 2 months ago? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Su Li's comprehension ability shocked him. Thinking back to that day, Su Li had appeared before Duan Lingtian as a sword cultivator. The red-clothed youth that showed outstanding talent in the Iron Blood Army's genius camp had actually grown to such an extent today. Duan Lingtian knew clearly in his heart. Even if Su Li's cultivation was accumulated by Su Li's master from the foreign lands using various treasures of heaven and earth. However, Su Li's comprehension of concept was completely dependent on his own comprehension ability. Su Li's comprehension ability could be said to be shocking. Su Li was simply a sword cultivator that was born for the sword. Duan Lingtian, I'll do my best in the young genius competition this time. If I obtain the first, then I'll give the void fuse fruit to you. Su Li's voice transmission entered into Duan Lingtian's ears once more. It made Duan Lingtian's body tremble slightly. He could hear the sincerity in Su Li's promise. Warmth rose in his heart. Su Li, don't underestimate me. The current you might not be a match for me. Duan Lingtian transmitted his voice and laughed. His tone was filled with confidence. I'll wait and see. Hearing this, Su Li's eyes suddenly lit up, filled with anticipation. Right at this moment, King Yong, who stood on the high platform, spoke out once more. Now, I'll give all of you 15 minutes to rest and reorganize. After 15 minutes, the young genius competition this time will officially begin. 15 minutes. Hearing the Prince of Yong's words, the originally tense group of young talents all breathed a sigh of relief. A portion of them started to stretch their limbs. The young geniuses of the various powers and imperial kingdoms were in a state of mutual hostility. Duan Lingtian, I'll defeat you today. A voice that was filled with confidence sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. Even though Duan Lingtian didn't turn around, he was still able to discern that this was the voice of the saber young master, Long Yun. I really look forward to it. Duan Lingtian spoke indifferently, and he seemed to not take Long Yun's words to heart. Looks like it's just as revered Elder Wei said, there's really no one left in your Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. An extremely mocking voice sounded out by the ears of Duan Lingtian and the others. Duan Lingtian was the first to look over with a frown. He saw a young man around the age of 35 walk over shoulder to shoulder with another 4 young men around the age of 30, and they looked at Duan Lingtian and the others with mocking expressions. The person that mocked them was precisely the young man around the age of 35. 2 little kids that I've never heard of in the past actually occupy 2 of the positions of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Looks like the so-called 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom are only a joke. Another young man ridiculed. Ridicule appeared on the faces of the other 3 young men. Right when the faces of Luo Zhan, Qin Shao Shuai, and Long Yun went grim. Idiots! Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at the 5 of them as he slowly spat out 2 words. Right at that instant earlier, Duan Lingtian received Qi Ming's voice transmission. He found out about the identities of these 5 people. The 5 young geniuses of the Bazo Imperial Kingdom. Whereas the old fellow that went against Qi Ming earlier was precisely the revered elder of the Bazo Imperial Kingdom's imperial family, and he was one of the 2 representatives of the Bazo Imperial Kingdom this time. That old fellow was called Wei Kun. So, Duan Lingtian wasn't the slightest bit courteous to the 5 people that took the initiative to provoke him. What did you call us? The expressions of the 5 young men from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom went grim. Luo Zhan started laughing loudly, and his voice was filled with arrogance and wanton. You idiots, is there something wrong with your ears? I heard long ago that the Bazo Imperial Kingdom is filled with idiots. Now that I've seen it today, it really deserves its reputation. Chen Shao Shuai ridiculed as well, and he didn't hold back in the slightest. Obviously, Qin Shao Shuai and the others had received the reminder of Qi Ming's voice transmission, and they knew the identities of these people. Long Yun glanced at the 5 young men from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom with contempt, and his eyes were filled with disdain. At this moment, Long Yun stood on the same side as Duan Lingtian and the others. They represented the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. They shared honor and disgrace with outsiders. Idiots? Trash? The faces of the 5 young men from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom were livid, and their bodies were even angered to the point of shivering. When had they been humiliated like this? All of you are courting death. The young man around the age of 35 from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom had a gloomy expression, and his eyes were filled with ruthlessness. Once the young genius competition begins, I'll surely trample all of you beneath my feet. I'll let all of you know who's the real trash. All of you've infuriated me, all of you are dead. The other young man from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom licked his dry lips, and his gaze was filled with awe-inspiring killing intent. You two little kids, your hair hasn't even grown fully, yet you dare come to the Darkstone Empire to participate in the Young Genius competition. Today, I'll surely teach all of you a good lesson. Another young man from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom looked at Duan Lingtian and Su Li with a gaze filled with viciousness. The remaining two young men from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom had killing intent flickering within their eyes without exception. Then we'll see. Luo Zhan sneered. Along with the departure of the 5 young men from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom, the area Duan Lingtian's group of 5 were returned to calm. This was only a small incident. It didn't even draw the attention of many people. Only the 4 representatives of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and Bazo Imperial Kingdom paid attention to this. 15 minutes of time passed by quickly. Now, a combat ringmaster will ascend each of the 9 combat rings, and the others can go up and challenge them one-on-one. In the end, the 9 great combat ringmasters and the number 1 young genius of the empire that's capable of defeating the 9 combat ringmasters will be decided. King Yong stood up once more, and his extremely sonorous voice sounded out. Only spirit weapons can be utilized in the Young Genius competition today, and no other external forces are allowed. King Yong continued. Other external forces included inscriptions and other forces that didn't belong to one's own. Duan Lingtian, where's little gold? Luo Zhan looked at Duan Lingtian's shoulder and asked curiously. In the past, the little gold mouse had always stood on Duan Lingtian's shoulder, and he'd already become accustomed to it. Earlier, he felt that Duan Lingtian was missing something. Through King Yong's reminder, he finally recalled the little gold mouse. I don't know where it is now. It's lost. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly. Got lost? Luo Zhan and the others couldn't help but be stunned. How did it get lost? Qin Shaoshui asked. Even though Su Li didn't ask, he looked curiously at Duan Lingtian as well. It's a sandstorm. Duan Lingtian sighed. Sandstorm? Luo Zhan and the others were first stunned, and then they seemed to have thought of something, causing their expressions to go pale. Duan Lingtian, you went to the southern desert of the Dark Han Dynasty? Qin Shaoshui took a deep breath and asked. In the Dark Han Dynasty, only the southern desert of the Dark Han Dynasty's territory had a sandstorm. This was something that anyone with a bit of common sense knew clearly. Luo Zhan and Su Li were no exception. You didn't die even after encountering a sandstorm. Duan Lingtian, you're really lucky. Long Yun looked at Duan Lingtian as battle-intent sword in his eyes. Looks like even the heavens want you to lose at my hands. Long Yun, you seem to be extremely confident of yourself now. Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at Long Yun. The latter raised his head, and his face was filled with pride. Duan Lingtian, why did you go to the southern desert of the Dark Han Dynasty? Su Li asked via voice transmission. His tone was filled with bewilderment. I originally intended to go take a look at the Dark Han Dynasty, but unexpectedly, I actually entered the southern desert by mistake. Duan Lingtian replied via voice transmission. He didn't speak the truth. After all, the rebirth pill was his secret. Perhaps Su Li wouldn't covet his rebirth pill. But the temptation of the rebirth pill was truly too great. Even Su Li's master that came from the foreign lands would probably be unable to resist the temptation of the rebirth pill. So, Duan Lingtian would absolutely not expose the rebirth pill. For the sake of protecting himself and the people by his side. Su Li nodded with sudden understanding and didn't doubt it. Meanwhile, there were already 9 young geniuses that were the first to ascend the 9 combat rings, and they became the first arena masters of the combat rings. Besides the 9 young geniuses that followed up, the remaining young geniuses stood outside the combat rings as spectators. In next to no time, the 9 fierce battles began. On the 9 combat rings, numerous figures moved like the wind as sabers and swords moved about, and the battles were like a raging fire. 12 4th level void prying stage martial artists, 6 5th level void prying stage martial artists. Duan Lingtian's gaze was sharp, and he saw through the ancient horned dragon and ancient mammoth silhouettes above the 18 people on the combat rings. In next to no time, the outcome of the 9 combat rings was decided successively. 6 5th level void prying stage young geniuses obtained victory as they wished. On the other 2 combat rings, one of the 3 4th level void prying stage martial artists relied on the might of the spirit weapon in his hand, and the other 2 relied on the force that surpassed their opponents to defeat their opponents. Good. Chapter 580. Bang, 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 bang. Numerous deafening noises sounded out from the 9 combat rings. It was the numerous figures that were either standing on the combat rings or floating in the air above the combat rings that were fighting each other until the outcome was decided. Occasionally, there would be someone that wasn't able to admit defeat in time and was killed. Every time this happened, the expression of the representative of the power that the young genius that was killed belonged to would be extremely gloomy. But they didn't dare do anything. The Darkstone Empire's young genius competition had a rule. So long as one ascended one of the 9 combat rings, one had to either leave the combat ring far away and admit defeat, or open their mouths and admit defeat. Otherwise, even if one died, it would be a meaningless death. It's that person from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom. Suddenly, Chen Xiaoshuai's voice caused Duan Lingtian to recover from his shock. Duan Lingtian followed Chen Xiaoshuai's gaze and looked over. One of the 5 young geniuses from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom had already ascended the combat ring. His opponent was a 5th level void prying stage young genius that had comprehended half-step advanced force. Their ages were similar. "You're not a match for me." The young man from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom spoke indifferently with a voice that was cold like ice. "We'll only know if I'm a match for you after we try." His opponent naturally couldn't bear to see his arrogance, and directly attacked. The figure of the young man from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom swayed like the wind as he stepped on origin energy that skyrocketed beneath his feet, and it was suffused with strands of azure-colored energy. Half-step advanced wind force. The strength of this young man from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom was equal to his opponent. But because of the advantage of wind force in speed, his opponent was unable to keep up with his speed. "Don't flee if you have the balls." His opponent's expression was gloomy as he shouted out furiously, "As you wish." At the instant he finished speaking, the young man from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom turned around and pounced towards his opponent. Swish! A swift 3-foot-long blade whistled out, and it was filled with raging origin energy as it fiercely stabbed towards his opponent. Clang! The sound of iron colliding sounded out as the spirit sword in the hand of the young man from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom easily blasted open the spirit saber in his opponent's hand. Subsequently, swish! The spirit sword in his hand was sent into his opponent's chest, and it passed through his body. His opponent had been killed by him. Ping! Immediately on the high platform, an old man stood up, trembling. His voice was incomparably mournful. The gaze he shot at the young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom was filled with killing intent. "Sit down." A dignified voice rang out, causing the old man to tremble and obediently sit back down. The owner of the dignified voice was precisely the Prince of Yong. In next to no time, someone dragged the corpse of the young genius away. Grade 5 Spirit Sword. From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian had watched the battle from the beginning to the end. The reason the young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom was able to win was because he relied on the Grade 5 Spirit Sword in his hand. His opponent only had a 6th grade Spirit artifact. After the young man from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom killed his opponent and obtained victory, he looked provocatively at the place Duan Lingtian and the others were at, and he laughed in ridicule in a loud voice. "Trash of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Do any of you dare come up and battle me? The trash from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom?" The words of the young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom caused the gazes of most people present to become strange. Numerous burning gazes descended onto Duan Lingtian's group of 5. Duan Lingtian's gaze went slightly cold, and his figure moved slightly, intending to ascend the combat ring. Unexpectedly, a hand descended onto his shoulder first and stopped him. "I'll do it." The person that stopped him was precisely Chen Xiaoshui. Sush. Chen Xiaoshui's figure flashed to descend onto the combat ring. "Not bad, you finally have some courage. I thought that the members of your Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom were all cowards." The young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom looked at Chen Xiaoshui with eyes filled with killing intent. "But since you've ascended the combat ring, then don't think of leaving alive." As soon as the young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom finished speaking, the surroundings went into an uproar. This young man wants to kill this young genius from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? Look at his attack earlier. It was extremely ruthless and without the slightest mercy. This young genius from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom is probably doomed. I don't think so. Since this young genius from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom dares ascend the combat ring, I presume he's extremely confident of himself. I think so as well. The surrounding spectators whispered in discussion. Some looked favorably upon the young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom, and some looked favorably upon Chen Xiaoshui. "How's your strength amongst the 5 people from Bazo Imperial Kingdom?" Chen Xiaoshui looked indifferently at the young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom as he asked indifferently. "My strength can only be considered to be at the bottom amongst the 5 people from my Bazo Imperial Kingdom. But it's more than enough to deal with you." The young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom grunted coldly as he spoke with disdain. "Is that so?" Chen Xiaoshui laughed, and he laughed extremely brilliantly. "Remember properly on the road to hell. The person that kills you is one of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom that you look down upon, Sword Young Master." Chen Xiaoshui's words were spoken word by word. Along with him finishing speaking, Chen Xiaoshui moved, and he instantly approached the young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom. 7,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared in the sky above him. 5th level of the void prying stage. Many people present couldn't help but be stunned, as they never imagined that Chen Xiaoshui was only a 5th level void prying stage martial artist. He's actually at the 5th level of the void prying stage as well? Many people broke out in cold sweat for Chen Xiaoshui. This fellow is actually still pretending to be weak to eat the strong. Duan Lingtian had a strange gaze. He'd seen through Chen Xiaoshui's cultivation since long ago. Presently, Chen Xiaoshui was already in existence at the 6th level of the void prying stage. Whereas the young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom had even more disdain in his eyes when he saw Chen Xiaoshui flash over and reveal a strength at the 5th level of the void prying stage. When he saw Chen Xiaoshui arrive nearby before him and condense a sword with a raise of his hand, and he didn't even utilize a spirit weapon. "Since you want to seek death, then I'll let you die." The young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom shouted out coldly, and the sword in his hand casually swung out. He couldn't even be bothered to utilize his full strength in this sword strike. He only utilized the strength of 9,000 plus ancient mammoths. As far as he was concerned, there was utterly no need for him to utilize his full strength against an arrogant 5th level void prying stage martial artist that didn't utilize a spirit weapon. "Qi Ming, your Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom Sword Young Master is probably going to die at the hands of a young genius from my Bazo Imperial Kingdom today." "Ha!" On the high platform, an arrogant voice transmission sounded out by Qi Ming's ears. "Wei Kuan, aren't you happy a little too early?" Qi Ming wasn't willing to show weakness, and he sneered as he replied via voice transmission. Practically at the instant that the revered elder of Bazo Imperial Kingdom, Wei Kuan, was stunned. A tremendous change had occurred in the situation on the combat ring. The origin energy on the sword condensed from origin energy in the hand of Chen Xiaoshui, who approached the young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom, abruptly skyrocketed. The 7,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes in the sky had instantly increased to 8,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes. 6th level of the void prying stage. He concealed his cultivation. At this instant, the same thought emerged in the minds of everyone present. Wei Kuan's face went grim, and then he consoled himself. So what if he possesses the strength of 8,000 ancient mammoths? Presently, it's already too late for him to utilize a spirit weapon. Unless he comprehended advanced force. Otherwise, he'll die for sure. Swish! Along with the sword condensed from origin energy in Xianxia Shuai's hand flashing out, it transformed into a bolt of lightning that moved to intercept the spirit sword in the hand of the young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom. Strands of peerlessly sharp aura started to jump about on the bolt of lightning in Xianxia Shuai's hand. In the sky, another 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared beside the 8,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes. The 10,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes converged into an ancient horned dragon silhouette that coiled down with an imposing manner that shot into the sky like a rainbow. Advanced sword force. Instantly, many people in the surroundings of the combat ring shouted out in shock. How could this be possible? Wei Kuan even left his seat as his face went grim. He was still consoling himself earlier. It ought to be impossible for this Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's sword young master to comprehend advanced force. Yet at this instant, the young man had played an enormous joke on him. He had really used the minute force. Chen Xiao Shuai's sword strike that contained the strength of an ancient horned dragon whistled out to blast away the spirit sword in the hand of the young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom. At the instant the young man's face went grim and intended to utilize an even stronger strength. Swish! The sword that was condensed from origin energy in Xianxia Shuai's hand was sent into the throat of the young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom. Along with his origin energy dispersing, a hideous bloody hole appeared on the throat of the young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom, and fresh blood seemed as if it was free as it ceaselessly gushed out. No. The young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom stretched out his hand to hold tightly onto his throat, and his body trembled as he struggled to look at Xianxia Shuai. After a short moment, fresh blood dyed his hands red. Bang! Finally, the young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom crashed to the ground and was completely devoid of any signs of life. The scene before him caused Duan Lingtian to be slightly surprised. Of course, he wasn't surprised that Xianxia Shuai was able to kill this young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom. He was surprised that Xianxia Shuai didn't even use a spirit sword to kill the young man. Carelessness caused him to die instantly. But even if he wasn't careless, even if he exerted his full strength, so long as sword young master utilized a spirit sword, he would similarly be able to kill him instantly. Duan Lingtian knew clearly in his heart. At the moment sword young master, Xianxia Shuai, ascended the combat ring, the fate of this young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom was already determined, and it was irreversible. 6th level of the Void Prying stage. Advanced sword force. Grade 5 spirit sword. If an existence like this wanted to kill a martial artist that had merely comprehended half-step advanced wind force and was only at the 5th level of the Void Prying stage, it couldn't be any easier. I never imagined that he would have comprehended advanced sword force. Duan Lingtian looked at Xianxia Shuai and sighed in his heart. Even though he'd used his spiritual force to detect Xianxia Shuai's cultivation since long ago. But he was completely unaware of Xianxia Shuai's comprehension of sword force. There's actually a person with such comprehension ability in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Look at his age, he's only a little over 30. Comprehending advanced sword force is truly shocking. I've heard of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. This sword young master seems to be only ranked 4th. What? He's only ranked 4th? Doesn't that mean that there are 3 people that are stronger than him? On the high platform, the representatives of the various powers and imperial kingdoms discussed animatedly. Some of the representatives of the imperial kingdoms had heard of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Chapter 581. As Sword Young Master displayed his astonishing strength. The Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom was well known by the people present. After all, The Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom was only one of the numerous imperial kingdoms under the Darkstone Empire. Many people of the Darkstone Empire hadn't even heard of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom before today. Ranked 4th among the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? Now, many people were looking forward to it. They anticipated that the top 3 of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom would make a move. On the other hand, the expressions of Wei Kuan and the other representative of the Bazo Imperial Kingdom that sat on the high platform were extremely unsightly. Especially Wei Kuan. Just now, he was still being smug in front of Qi Ming. In this short while, he slapped his own face. He couldn't help but feel extremely ashamed. Reverend Wei, thank you for letting me win. Qi Ming looked at Wei Kuan, who had an unsightly expression, and spoke via voice transmission. There was no lack of schadenfreude in her tone. Wei Kuan's body trembled slightly as his eyes flickered with cold, killing intent. His gaze quickly descended onto the young man around the age of 35 amongst the 4 remaining young geniuses of the Bazo Imperial Kingdom. Chang Xian, go kill him. The person Wei Kuan called out was precisely the strongest person from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom this time. The 4 young geniuses of the Bazo Imperial Kingdom, including Chang Xian, were extremely ashamed and furious at the instant they saw their companions being killed. Now, when Chang Xian heard Wei Kuan's voice transmission, his eyes emitted frightening cold lights as he nodded lightly. Chang Xian's figure moved, flying out and standing on the battle arena, facing off against Qin Shao Shuai. The Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's sword young master? Today I, Chang Xian, the number 1 figure in the younger generation of Bazo Imperial Kingdom, will battle you. Chang Xian said in a deep voice. His cold eyes were fixed on Qin Shao Shuai. He was looking for an opportunity to catch Qin Shao Shuai off guard and kill him in one fell swoop. Sword Prince. Duan Lingtian, who was outside the combat ring, withdrew his spiritual force that swept towards Chang Xian, and he frowned as he sent a voice transmission into Qin Shao Shuai's ears. He's a 7th level void prying stage martial artist. 7th level void prying stage? Qin Shao Shuai's pupils shrank when he heard this. Chang Xian dared to come out at this time. He knew that Chang Xian was stronger than the person he had just killed. But he never thought about it. This Chang Xian was actually a 7th level void prying stage martial artist. Duanling, how did you know? Qin Shao Shuai was stunned. Don't ask so many questions now, just admit defeat. Duan Lingtian's expression changed slightly when he saw the elemental energy on Chang Xian's body begin to fluctuate. He used his elemental energy to urge Chang Xian. I admit defeat. Qin Shao Shuai heard the urgency in Duan Lingtian's words. He didn't dare to hesitate and hurriedly admitted defeat. Admit defeat? This scene caused everyone present to be stunned. They were originally looking forward to a fierce battle. Who would have thought that the ending would be like this? You actually admitted defeat? Chang Xian looked at Qin Shao Shuai with a gloomy expression. The yuan power on his body gradually rose. You're at the 7th level of the void prying stage, and you ought to possess a grade 5 spirit weapon. Even if you haven't comprehended advanced force, I'm still not a match for you. Qin Shao Shuai smiled and left the combat ring in a poised manner. Only Chang Xian's expression went grim. How did you know? At the instant Chang Xian's expression went grim, the origin energy on his body rose to the limit. In the sky above him, an ancient horned dragon silhouette condensed into form, and it was lifelike. It's really the 7th level of the void prying stage. Many people exclaimed in surprise. Damn it! On the high platform, Wei Kuan's expression was unsightly to the extreme. How does this Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's sword young master know of Chang Xian's cultivation? Qi Ming instead started laughing, and he laughed extremely brilliantly. Duan Lingtian, thank you. After Qin Shao Shuai left the combat ring, he stood by Duan Lingtian's side and looked at the ancient horned dragon silhouette in the sky above Chang Xian, and he felt a slight lingering fear in his heart. When did you become so polite? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled as he replied via voice transmission. If it wasn't for you reminding me, I wouldn't have been able to escape death if I wasn't prepared. Chen Xiao Shuai had a serious expression. Sword young master, how do you know that he's a 7th level void prying stage martial artist? Luo Zhan looked at Chen Xiao Shuai and asked curiously. Chen Xiao Shuai shrugged and smiled, and he didn't say anything. Luo Zhan thought that Chen Xiao Shuai had something that was difficult to say, and he didn't ask any further. Perhaps Luo Zhan never imagined no matter what. Earlier, it was utterly not Chen Xiao Shuai that saw through Chang Xian's cultivation. Duanling, how did you do it? Chen Xiao Shuai asked Duan Lingtian via voice transmission. It's a secret. Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at Chen Xiao Shuai, and Chen Xiao Shuai rolled his eyes in return. But he discerned that Duan Lingtian didn't want to say, so he didn't continue pursuing the matter. Do members of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom only know how to flee in the face of battle? They don't even have the courage to battle me, Chang Xian. How lamentable! Suddenly, an ear-piercing voice of ridicule sounded out. The expressions of Duan Lingtian and the others went grim as they glared angrily at Chang Xian, who stood on the combat ring. What are you glaring at? Could it be that I'm wrong? Does anyone in your Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom dare battle me? Chang Xian ridiculed. The members of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom are trash as expected. Exactly, a group of trash. The other 3 young geniuses of the Bazo Imperial Kingdom added fuel to the fire. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian and the others had become the center of attention. Even the battles on the other 8 combat rings weren't watched by many people. Right at this moment, a cold snort sounded out abruptly. Subsequently, a swift figure dashed out like the wind, and in the blink of an eye, the figure had flashed onto the combat ring and stood in confrontation with Chang Xian. Long Yun. Duan Lingtian originally intended to ascend the combat ring and put an end to Chang Xian's might. But never had he imagined that the saber young master, Long Yun, had ascended the combat ring before him. Is the saber young master a match for him? Luo Zhan and Chen Xiao Shuai were slightly worried. Don't worry. Duan Lingtian and Su Li practically spoke at the same time as if they had a tacit understanding. Subsequently, the two of them looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. When they saw Duan Lingtian and Su Li being so confident towards Long Yun, Luo Zhan and Chen Xiao Shuai heaved a sigh of relief. Even though they couldn't be considered to be familiar with Long Yun. But Long Yun now represented the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and shared both honor and disgrace with them. They naturally hoped that Long Yun would be able to win. Looks like your Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom really doesn't have anyone else. Your age seems to be even younger than that sword young master, right? Chang Xian looked at Long Yun and said with disdain, Chang Xian, don't kill nameless people. Or you state your name. One of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom that all of you look down upon, Saber Young Master. Long Yun's tone was calm and didn't contain the slightest emotion. Saber Young Master. As soon as Long Yun finished speaking, it gave rise to a wave of shocked exclamations. Saber Young Master? Looks like he's one of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. I wonder what rank this Saber Young Master is ranked amongst the 5 great young masters. Many people were bewildered. I've heard of Saber Young Master. This Saber Young Master is the person that's ranked at the bottom amongst the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Some people that knew the answer. What? The one that's ranked at the bottom? There's no one else in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? Instantly, many people were dumbstruck. Saber Young Master? You're courting death. On the high platform, Wei Kun revealed an insane smile. As far as he was concerned, a figure that was ranked at the bottom amongst the 5 great young masters, and his strength might even be inferior to the sword young master, yet he actually dared to ascend the platform. Simply courting death. But when he saw Qi Ming sitting there with a calm expression, his heart couldn't help but jerk as a bad premonition arose within his heart. Chang. Right when he intended to stop Chang Xian, he noticed that Chang Xian had already made a move. Saber Young Master? Ranked at the bottom of the 5 great young masters? At the same time that Chang Xian ridiculed, His figure flashed out like a bolt of lightning. If there's an afterlife, remember well, don't stand out. Chang Xian's words obviously took Long Yun to be a dead man. Chang Xian's figure flashed out as a spirit saber that was thin like a cicada's wing appeared out of thin air in his hand. The spirit saber was suffused with origin energy as it tore through the sky and swept towards Long Yun. In the sky, 4,800 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared beside the ancient horned dragon silhouettes. Obviously, the spirit saber in Chang Xian's hand was a grade 5 spirit saber. Along with the origin energy leaping on the grade 5 spirit saber in Chang Xian's hand, strands of fiery red energy gradually condensed into form. Instantly, the spirit saber in Chang Xian's hand transformed into a flaming saber that slashed towards Long Yun. Another 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. Advanced fire force. An ancient horned dragon silhouette took the lead and dragged along 6,800 ancient mammoth silhouettes behind it as it charged towards Long Yun. Advanced fire force. Luo Zhan and Qin Shaoshuai's faces went grim as they never imagined that Chang Xian had actually comprehended advanced fire force. For a time, they broke out in cold sweat for Long Yun. On the high platform, Qi Ming's expression became serious as well. As for Wei Kuan, when he noticed Qi Ming's serious expression, he started laughing instead. His gaze once again returned to the combat ring. It was as if he'd already seen the scene of Long Yun being killed by Chang Xian. At that time, he would be able to hold his head high and flaunt his might before his old rival, Qi Ming. Not bad. At this moment, even King Yong couldn't refrain from speaking out and nodded with praise. This caused Wei Kuan to be even more excited, as if he'd taken stimulants. Do you think only you've comprehended advanced force? Right when most people thought that Long Yun would be killed by Chang Xian, Long Yun finally made a move. The origin energy on Long Yun's body skyrocketed as the spirit saber in his hand swept out, and a swift saber light accompanied by origin energy and saber force condensed into a demonic lotus that moved to intercept the flaming saber in Chang Xian's hand. Bang! An enormous bang sounded out as the demonic lotus that was formed from the spirit saber in Long Yun's hand easily destroyed the flaming saber. A miserable shrill cry resounded out in the surroundings, and it caused most people present to be unable to refrain from shuddering. In next to no time, the shrill cry stopped abruptly. Bang! Under the gazes of everyone present, Chang Xian fell. 8th level of the void prying stage. On the high platform, the representative of some power looked at the ancient horned dragon and ancient mammoth silhouettes in the sky above Long Yun and cried out in shock. For a time, Long Yun, who was on the combat ring, had become the absolute center of attention. Long Yun, Saber Young Master. The last of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Chapter 582. Impossible. On the high platform, the representative of the Bazo Imperial Kingdom, Wei Kuan, and the other representative stood up together, and both of them stared blankly at Long Yun, who was on the combat ring. They were unwilling to believe that all of this was real. Amongst the 5 young geniuses from their Bazo Imperial Kingdom that had come this time, Chang Xian was undoubtedly the strongest. He possessed a cultivation at the 7th level of the void prying stage, comprehended advanced fire force, and even possessed a grade 5 spirit saber to rely on. However, even so, he was still killed. Most importantly, Chang Xian was killed by someone from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. This was unbearable for them, because their Bazo Imperial Kingdom had a rare mineral vein that was situated at the common border of the Bazo Imperial Kingdom and the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. They'd been incompatible with the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom since long ago. It was even to the extent that every 20 years, the 2 kingdoms would hold a martial competition between the young geniuses of the 2 kingdoms. The winner would get the right to mine the lode. For many years, it had always been the Bazo Imperial Kingdom that obtained the right to mine. So, in the eyes of the members of the Bazo Imperial Kingdom, the members of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom had always been trampled beneath their feet. Today, the young genius of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom had killed the number one genius in the younger generation of their Bazo Imperial Kingdom with a single strike, and it was something that they were slightly unable to accept. How is that possible? Xianxia was killed by him. 8th level of the Void Prying Stage. An 8th level Void Prying Stage martial artist has actually been born in the younger generation of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. The expressions of the remaining 3 young geniuses from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom were extremely unsightly. When they looked at Long Yun, who was on the combat arena, their eyes were filled with terror. Subtle saber force. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he stared at Long Yun, and tempestuous waves arose in his heart. Although he was mentally prepared, he still couldn't help but feel shocked. Besides that, he used a grade 5 spirit saber this time. Looks like he hid his strength during the genius competition of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom 1 year ago. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. He still remembered that the spirit saber Long Yun used that day was only a grade 6 spirit saber. Looks like we've already been left far behind by Long Yun. Luo Zhan looked at Qin Shao Shui with a wry smile. Crazy young master, has your fire force broken through to the advanced stage? Qin Shao Shui asked. Not yet. Luo Zhan shook his head and sighed. Now, I'm at the bottom amongst the few of us. Luo Zhan's words were filled with sorrow. He, crazy young master, was the leader of the 5 great young masters that were widely known in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. But now, his strength had already been surpassed by Qin Shao Shui and Long Yun, who were ranked at the end amongst the 5 great young masters. This made him feel very uncomfortable. The 3 of you, come at me together. Long Yun stood on the combat ring with his saber held horizontally before him, and his fierce gaze descended onto the remaining 3 young geniuses of Bazo Imperial Kingdom as he spoke indifferently. 1 against 3. Instantly, the crowd burst into an uproar. This Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's saber young master is so arrogant. He's arrogant because he has the qualifications. If it was another person, that person would probably not even be a match for that Bazo Imperial Kingdom's Xianxia. The faces of these 3 young geniuses from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom have gone pale. Looks like they don't dare ascend. Didn't you hear what Xianxia, who was killed by Saber Young Master, said earlier? Xianxia was the number 1 figure in the younger generation of Bazo Imperial Kingdom. Even the first person was killed. Are you still counting on them? The surrounding crowd of spectators discussed animatedly. When these words entered into the ears of the 3 young men from Bazo Imperial Kingdom, it caused them to seem as if they were struck by lightning, and their expressions were unsightly to the extreme. But when faced with Long Yun's challenge, they instead tacitly didn't move in the slightest. Their legs seemed as if they were filled with lead, and they were unable to move in the slightest. If someone carefully observed them, the person would surely be able to notice that the bodies of these 3 people were currently shivering. What a joke! Even Xianxia was killed. If they went up, wouldn't they be looking for a beating? The 3 of them were only 6th level Void Prying Stage martial artists. All of them had only comprehended half-step advanced force. Although all of them possessed grade 5 spirit weapons to rely on, they felt that even if they joined forces, it would be impossible for them to be a match for Long Yun. Long Yun grunted coldly and spoke with disdain. Wei Kun, looks like the members of your Bazo Imperial Kingdom are only a group of cowards. You don't even dare ascend when fighting 3 against 1. On the high platform, Qi Ming looked at Wei Kun with a voice transmission that was filled with complacency. Wei Kun's face sank, yet he was speechless. This time, the Bazo Imperial Kingdom had lost a great deal of face. The 3 of you ascend the other combat rings later and try your best to provoke the 2 youngest people of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. As for that slightly older person, don't offend him. Wei Kun's voice transmission entered into the ears of the remaining 3 young geniuses of the Bazo Imperial Kingdom. Right in the next moment. Duan Lingun was originally chatting idly with Su Li when he suddenly felt 3 burning gazes lock onto him and Su Li, and he couldn't help but be stunned. Duan Lingun, Looks like the members of the Bazo Imperial Kingdom have taken the two of us to be soft persimmons. Su Li smiled. Then let's see if they have the ability to crush us. Duan Lingtian smiled as well. Since the trash of the Bazo Imperial Kingdom don't dare ascend the combat ring. Is there anyone else that wants to battle me, Long Yun? Long Yun's voice was like a sonorous bell as it sounded out. I'll do it. Right at this moment, a figure that was like the wind flashed out to ascend the combat ring. This was a young man around the age of 35 with a handsome appearance and eyes that were like an array of stars, and he had a graceful bearing as he stood there. The young man was dressed like a scholar, and he held a folding fan in his hand. This folding fan wasn't an ordinary folding fan. There was only the frame of the fan and not the surface of the fan. Grade 5 spirit weapon. Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he discerned the background of the folding fan in the young scholar's hand. Darkstone Empire's imperial city's Gao clan, Gao Yuhai. The young scholar looked at Long Yun and lightly smiled. Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Long Yun. Long Yun replied indifferently. Please. Gao Yuhai's bearing was graceful, and even if he was facing a battle with Long Yun, he still revealed his bearing. It's young Master Yuhai. Young Master Yuhai is so handsome. Young Master Yuhai, I love you. Waves of sharp voices sounded out from the surrounding crowd of spectators. The owners of these voices were all women, and there was no lack of beautiful widows amongst them. This Gao Yuhai looks like he's putting on airs. Qin Shao Shui grunted. Sword young master, why do I feel your words are slightly sour? Luo Zhan smiled. Sword young master is probably jealous of him, right? Duan Lingtian hit the nail on the head. I'm jealous of him? Qin Shao Shui rolled his eyes at Duan Lingtian. I can't be bothered with you. On the combat ring. Sush. Long Yun chose to gain the initiative by striking first, and his figure flashed out as if transforming into a fierce tiger that pounced towards Gao Yuhai. Gao Yuhai daring to ascend the combat ring was undoubtedly because he was extremely confident of his own strength. He didn't dare care. Demonic Lotus Blade Technique. The origin energy on the Grade 5 Spirit Saber in Long Yun's hand skyrocketed before converging to transform into a demonic lotus, and it was like a fierce tiger that had opened its bloody mouth as it bit towards Gao Yuhai. Long Yun had utilized his full strength in the first move. The origin energy of the 8th level of the Void Prying stage exploded out completely. The amplification of the Grade 5 Spirit Saber was fully displayed. There was also advanced saber force. In the sky, an ancient horned dragon silhouette dashed out with an imposing manner that shot into the sky like a rainbow under the escort of over 8,200 ancient mammoth silhouettes. On the other hand, the smile on Gao Yuhai's face had been completely restrained. Sush. In the next moment, Gao Yuhai moved. He actually chose to greet Long Yun head-on, and the origin energy on the folding fan in his hand skyrocketed and mixed with strands of fierce aura as it swept towards the demonic lotus that came along with Long Yun. In the sky, an ancient horned dragon silhouette and over 8,200 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared as well. Advanced saber force. Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised that Gao Yuhai revealed a cultivation at the 8th level of the Void Prying stage. What caused Duan Lingtian to be surprised was the force Gao Yuhai executed. It was actually advanced saber force as well. Gao Yuhai's saber force perfectly fused into the folding fan in his hand, and it swept out horizontally as if transforming into a crescent moon that collided with the demonic lotus. Clang. The sound of iron weapons colliding abruptly sounded out, and it was extremely ear-piercing. Amongst the surrounding crowd of spectators, some people with comparatively lower cultivations felt their eardrums hurt from being pierced, and their faces flushed red as their bodies trembled. Bang! Vast origin energy and saber force abruptly collided together. Instantly, the air seemed to have been sucked out. Vast airflow swept out with the point of collision as the center, and it seemed to have transformed into circle after circle of ripples that gave rise to waves of violent winds. The clothes of the people present were successively blown up by the wind. However, no one paid attention to this point. The gazes of everyone descended onto the combat ring. All of them were curious about the outcome. On the combat ring, the two people that collided with each other separated along with this. Long Yun took 2 steps back, whereas Gao Yuhai instead took 5 steps back. On Long Yun's body, there were faint strands of saber chi that were gradually withdrawn into his body. Earth rank defensive martial skill. Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted. I admit defeat. Meanwhile, Gao Yuhai spoke out and admitted defeat. He admitted defeat? Weren't they evenly matched? The surrounding crowd of spectators were in an uproar, and all of them felt disbelief. In their eyes, Long Yun and Gao Yuhai's strengths were equal. Gao Yuhai had admitted defeat after only a single move? What's going on? I, Yuhai, am wholeheartedly convinced of Saber Young Master's strength. I wonder what Earth-rank defensive martial skill Saber Young Master executed earlier? Gao Yuhai looked at Long Yun and asked with a sincere expression. Earth-rank defensive martial skill? Gao Yuhai's words caused the surroundings to go deathly silent. For a time, the gazes of everyone descended onto Long Yun. Earth-rank defensive martial skill. Normally, only martial artists that had comprehended Earth force and Earth concept were able to execute it. Of course, there were a small number of Earth-rank defensive martial skills that could be executed when combined with other force and concept. This sort of martial skill was extremely rare. Although it was inferior to the defensive martial skills executed by Earth force and Earth concept, it was sufficient to rely on it to occupy an advantage in an evenly matched battle. Just like the current Saber Young Master, Long Yun. Saber Force Protection. Long Yun spoke indifferently. Saber Force Protection. I'll remember it. Gao Yuhai nodded and descended from the combat ring in a graceful manner. Although he'd lost extremely gracefully. It caused others to be unable to help but be convinced. Saber Force Protection? Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he thought to himself. It's slightly similar to the Iron Wall sword body that Ji Feng executed that day. But Ji Feng's Iron Wall sword body is at most a low-grade Earth-rank defensive martial skill. Chapter 583. I never imagined that this Saber Young Master has actually cultivated an Earth-rank defensive martial skill. Moreover, it seems to not be an ordinary Earth-rank defensive martial skill. If it was a low-grade Earth-rank defensive martial skill, then even if it was cultivated to the perfection stage, it might not be able to withstand young Master Gao's attack. Cultivating an Earth-rank defensive martial skill with Earth force and Earth concept is the way to go. An Earth-rank defensive martial skill cultivated with other forces and concepts is greatly lacking in the end. It's very likely that the Earth-rank defensive martial skill cultivated by this Saber Young Master is a middle-grade or high-grade Earth-rank defensive martial skill. The surrounding crowd of spectators moved in succession. Even the representatives of the various factions and imperial kingdoms on the high platform had a grave expression on their faces. Although a low-grade Earth-rank defensive martial skill that was executed with force and concept other than Earth was rare, it wasn't impossible for them to obtain it if they wanted it. But a defensive martial skill of this level wasn't of much use to martial artists whose strengths were close to the Void Initiation stage or even above the Void Initiation stage. Even if it was executed, it would be like paper before an opponent with a similar strength. On the other hand, a middle-grade and high-grade Earth-rank defensive martial skill was different. A middle-grade Earth-rank defensive martial skill was extremely useful to a Void Initiation stage martial artist. Of course, once a martial artist at the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage or above attacked with his full strength, practically all of them were able to disregard a middle-grade Earth-rank defensive martial skill. As for high-grade Earth-rank defensive martial skills, they were quite useful before one stepped into the 7th level of the Void Interpretation stage. For a time, many gazes that looked at Long Yun were filled with envy, jealousy, and greed. All of this was only because of the Earth-rank defensive martial skill Long Yun executed earlier. The other 8 combat rings were extremely bustling. The 8 combat ring masters were ceaselessly replaced, and their strengths grew stronger and stronger. whereas the combat ring Long Yun was in didn't have anyone challenge him for now. Duan Lingtian. Long Yun stared at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze, and his eyes were filled with burning battle intent. But, from the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian utterly didn't have the intention to pay attention to him. Meanwhile, one of the 3 remaining young geniuses from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom had defeated the combat ring master on another combat ring and became the new combat ring master. You, do you dare to come up and fight me? The young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom glanced at Duan Lingtian before looking at Su Li as he shouted with a low voice. Suddenly, there was a burst of booing around. People from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom are specifically picking on soft persimmons? Amongst the 5 young geniuses of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, besides the Saber Young Master that's already on another combat ring, the Sword Young Master has fought as well, and only the other 3 people haven't fought. One of them is the oldest, and he's probably a figure that's ranked in the top amongst the 5 great young masters. As for the other 2, they shouldn't be at the level of the 5 great young masters. These 2 people, the older one seems to be only 27 or 28 years old, and the younger one seems to be only 25 years old. The crowd of onlookers discussed animatedly. Many people scoffed at the choice of the youth from Bazo Imperial Kingdom. Su Li, he wants to challenge you and me? Do you want to go first, or should I? Duan Lingtian looked at Su Li and asked with a smile. I'll go first. As soon as Su Li finished speaking, he'd already leaped onto the combat ring and stood in confrontation with the young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom. You're a figure amongst the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom as well? The young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom seemed to want to confirm Su Li's identity. No. Su Li spoke indifferently. Meanwhile, the young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom heaved a sigh of relief, and his eyes were suffused with a bloody sheen. Then don't think of returning alive this time. You want to kill me? A strand of killing intent was faintly brewing in the depths of Su Li's gaze. Of course, the young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom spoke as a matter of course. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but glance at the young man with pity when he heard the ruthless words that the young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom spoke. This fellow, a mere 6th-level void-prying stage martial artist, wants to kill Su Li? Then let's see if you have the ability. Su Li laughed instead of being enraged, but the killing intent in the depths of his gaze had already been brewing. The young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom grunted coldly, then his figure flashed out like a bolt of lightning as he shot towards Su Li. In his hand, the Grade 5 spirit weapon's origin energy skyrocketed, and it carried strands of gentle blue-colored energy, half-step advanced water force. In the sky, an ancient horned dragon silhouette was escorted by over 2,300 ancient mammoth silhouettes as they gushed towards Su Li, 6th level of the void-prying stage. Grade 5 spirit weapon. The young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom shouted out explosively as he pounced towards Su Li with the intention of killing Su Li with a single strike. The young man from Bazo Imperial Kingdom was only inches away. Su Li made a move. In Su Li's hand, origin energy gradually pulsated to instantly form a 3-foot-long blade, and the tip of the blade flickered with origin energy, causing it to be extremely swift and fierce. Along with Su Li's origin energy pulsating, an ancient horned dragon silhouette appeared out of thin air in the sky above him while being escorted by 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes. 9th level of the void-prying stage. Instantly, someone exclaimed in shock. A single stone gave rise to 1,000 ripples. Only now did the people present realize that Su Li's current actions didn't utilize force, nor did he utilize a spirit weapon. Only pure origin energy drew upon the energy of the heavens and the earth to form an ancient horned dragon silhouette and 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes. This was obviously the symbol of a 9th-level void-prying stage martial artist. So strong. Presently, the young geniuses from the various powers and imperial kingdoms were all fighting in the ring. Qi Ming looked at Wei Kuan and shook his head as he sighed, and then he said via voice transmission, "Why don't you take the remaining 2 young geniuses of your Bazo Imperial Kingdom and leave, so as to avoid only 2 people from the 7 of you returning in the end?" Qi Ming. Wei Kuan's body trembled, and he was angered to the point his face flushed red and his eyes almost split apart. His throat felt sweet and he almost spat out blood. On the other hand, the remaining 2 young geniuses of the Bazo Imperial Kingdom glanced at each other, and they were able to see terror in each other's eyes. Meanwhile, no one else ascended the combat ring. Su Li was in to battle him. The 2 great young geniuses of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom each occupied a combat ring. The Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom can be considered to be in the limelight this time. Yeah, such 2 monstrous geniuses have actually appeared in a tiny Imperial Kingdom. If nothing unexpected happens, these 2 ought to be able to obtain one of the 10 positions to head to the Dark Han Dynasty. Many people looked favorably upon Su Li and Long Yun. Time silently passed by. Luo Zhan and Qianxia Shui ascended the other combat rings successively. But unfortunately, with their strengths, they were still unable to become arena masters that no one could challenge. Duan Lingtian, the 2 of us probably have no fate with those 10 positions. Everything will depend on you, Su Li, and Long Yun. Luo Zhan sighed. No wonder they say that the experts in the Empire are numerous like the clouds. I originally thought that my strength could already be considered to be not bad since I broke through to the 6th level of the void prying stage. But today, if I don't possess a cultivation at the 7th level of the void prying stage or above, it would be extremely difficult for me to become one of the final 9 arena masters. Qianxia Shui deeply agreed. Don't be discouraged. Besides Su Li and Long Yun, all these martial artists at the 7th level of the void prying stage or above are older than all of you. When all of you are of the same age as them, you might not be inferior to them. Chapter 584. Luo Zhan and Qianxia Shui nodded when they heard Duan Lingtian's words of consolation. But the corners of their mouths couldn't help but curl into a wisp of bitterness. Duan Lingtian noticed the disappointment of Luo Zhan and Qianxia Shui. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief when he saw his words of consolation didn't have any effect, and then he sent a voice transmission into the ears of Luo Zhan and Qianxia Shui. Both of you don't have to belittle yourselves. No matter if it's Su Li, Long Yun, or I, all of us obtained fortuitous encounters while wandering the outside world to attain our current accomplishments. If we didn't have fortuitous encounters, we might not be able to compare to both of you. Duan Lingtian spoke slowly. When Luo Zhan and Qianxia Shui heard Duan Lingtian, their dim eyes abruptly lit up at this moment. Fortuitous encounter. Both of them looked at each other, and they saw tacit understanding in each other's eyes. Duan Lingtian didn't really pay attention to this. Presently, Duan Lingtian's gaze had descended onto one of the 2 remaining young geniuses from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom. This person ascended the combat ring and battled a 6th-level void prying stage martial artist on the combat ring. In the end, he obtained victory. Moreover, his ability was completely revealed before Duan Lingtian's eyes. 6th level of the void prying stage. Half-step advanced force. Grade 5 spirit weapon. Kid from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, amongst the 5 of you, it seems that only you haven't ascended the combat ring. You occupied a position from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. You wouldn't have come just to watch the show, right? The young man from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom stood on the combat ring and looked at Duan Lingtian with a provocative gaze. Do you dare ascend the combat ring to battle me? This caused the people that originally intended to ascend the combat ring to battle the young man from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom to stop moving. They were happy to watch the show. For a time, Duan Lingtian had become the absolute center of attention. This young man is one of the 5 great young geniuses from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Up until now, he hasn't ascended the combat ring. He looks to be around the age of 25, and he's even younger than Su Li. Just like before, the people from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom like picking soft persimmons. They were just treating Su Li as a soft persimmon. I'm dying of laughter. I wonder if this young man has Su Li's talent and comprehension ability. I don't think so. Even in our Darkstone Empire, Su Li's natural talent and comprehension ability can be considered to be at the top. The crowd of onlookers discussed animatedly. Under the gazes of everyone present, Duan Lingtian moved, and he seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind that descended onto the combat ring, confronting the youth from Bazhou Imperial Kingdom. On the other hand, when the young man from the Bazhou Imperial Kingdom saw Duan Lingtian so straightforwardly ascend the combat ring, he felt slightly guilty. He had originally thought that the other party would not dare to enter the arena. This way, he would be able to humiliate the other party without restraint. What? Do you regret provoking me? Duan Lingtian looked at the young man from Bazhou Imperial Kingdom and spoke indifferently. The expression of the youth from Bazhou Imperial Kingdom sank slightly. He did regret it. But could he say it out loud? Could he afford to lose face like this? How about this? I'll give you a chance. Duan Lingtian's gaze descended outside the combat ring, and it descended onto the last young genius from Bazhou Imperial Kingdom. You come up together. I alone challenge both of you. As he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's tone became slightly heavier. Of course, if both of you don't dare, then you can admit defeat. Duan Lingtian's face quickly revealed a brilliant smile, and he seemed as if he'd already firmly believed that the two young men from Bazhou Imperial Kingdom would admit defeat. Deliberately mystifying things. On the high platform, Wei Kun grunted coldly as he looked at Duan Lingtian with an expression as if he'd already seen through Duan Lingtian's tricks. There were two reasons why Wei Kun would think like this. Firstly, he saw Qi Ming frown. Secondly, he didn't feel that this violet-clothed young man that was only around the age of 25 was strong. Huang Dong, Hu Wei, since he insists on courting death, then both of you properly fulfill his wish. Wei Kun's voice transmission sounded out. The two young geniuses from Bazhou Imperial Kingdom heaved a sigh of relief when they heard Wei Kun. Since you want to court death, then Hu Wei and I will send you off. The young man from Bazhou Imperial Kingdom outside the combat ring, Huang Dong, flew out and descended onto the combat ring. He stood shoulder to shoulder with Hu Wei, and they stood in confrontation with Duan Lingtian together. Wait. Right at this moment, a sonorous voice sounded out from the high platform. It was Qi Ming who looked at King Yong and said with a serious expression, King Yong, these two young men from Bazhou Imperial Kingdom are going 2 against 1, and it seems to violate the rules of the competition between young geniuses, right? Qi Ming. King Yong hadn't spoken when Wei Kun couldn't help but ridicule. Earlier, everyone present heard it clearly. It was a member of your Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom that threatened to challenge the joint forces of two young geniuses from our Bazhou Imperial Kingdom. Now, you want to go back on your word. Do you still take King Yong seriously? Wei Kun's words were spoken with a strong sense of righteousness. Begin. King Yong finally spoke out and tacitly agreed to the two young geniuses from Bazhou Imperial Kingdom. It was just as Wei Kun had said. This matter was started by the people from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom after all. Since they spoke out, then they had to pay the price. Qi Ming sat back down with an extremely unsightly expression. Duan Lingtian looked at Qi Ming and was slightly bewildered. What's Vice Dean Qi doing? He doesn't have confidence in me? Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian seized the opportunity while those two young geniuses from Bazhou Imperial Kingdom don't know your ability. Kill them before they admit defeat. An excited voice transmission entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. Vice Dean Qi, Duan Lingtian was dumbstruck. He was able to discern that this was Qi Ming's voice transmission. But Qi Ming, who was on the high platform, instead seemed to be a different scene. In next to no time, he came to an understanding. Qi Ming was intentionally showing weakness to make the two representatives of Bazhou Imperial Kingdom let down their guard. He's really an old fox. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Kid from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. We'll send you on your way right now. The Bazhou Imperial Kingdom's Huang Dong and Hu Wei revealed frenzied smiles as their figures flashed out to dash out. They utilized all their ability as soon as they attacked. 6th level of the Void Prying stage. Half-step advanced force. Grade 5 spirit weapon. Swoosh, swoosh. 2 figures that were swift like the wind flashed out like 2 venomous snakes that had gone berserk, and they bit towards Duan Lingtian in unison. It was as if they wouldn't stop until they bit Duan Lingtian to death. Idiot! A wisp of a cold smile appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth, and a dim light flashed deep within his eyes. 1,000 illusions! Instantly, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force fused into his soul brand and executed his soul skill. An illusory space instantly enveloped Huang Dong and Hu Wei. Duan Lingtian instead stood on the spot without moving like a mountain. Has this young genius from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom gone mad? Is he courting death? The surrounding crowd of spectators were all dumbstruck when they saw Duan Lingtian, who didn't make the slightest move when facing the joint attack of the 2 people from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom. All of them felt that Duan Lingtian was courting death. But in the next moment, they were all stunned in unison. Heavens! What did we see? Under the gazes of everyone present. At the instant that the attacks of Huang Dong and Hu Wei were about to descend onto Duan Lingtian, they actually turned abruptly and flashed to the side. Huang Dong and Hu Wei split up and charged towards the empty space at both sides of the combat ring. They executed their attacks towards the air. It was as if they'd gone mad. For a time, besides the few people from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom that were prepared since long ago, all the people present were shocked. Including King Yong, they were completely dumbstruck. The entire square at the center of the Imperial City was filled with streams of people, yet it was terrifyingly silent at this moment. Only waves of heavy breathing could be heard. What ability is that? King Yong was the first to recover from his shock, and he had a serious expression. Have these 2 young geniuses from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom gone mad? They're actually attacking the air. They've gone mad. The surrounding crowd of spectators gradually recovered from their shock as well. On the high platform, the expressions of the Bazo Imperial Kingdom's Wei Kuan and the other representative were unsightly to the extreme. Huang Dong, Hu Wei, what are the 2 of you doing? Wei Kuan's voice transmission pierced into the ears of Huang Dong and Hu Wei. But the 2 of them seemed as if they'd utterly not heard his warning, and they remained indifferent and still exerted all their strength to attack the air. When Wei Kuan instinctively looked at Qi Ming, he instead noticed that Qi Ming was looking at him as well. At this moment, there wasn't the slightest trace of worry on Qi Ming's face. Wei Kuan suddenly realized, perhaps I've been tricked by Qi Ming. Look, quickly! They're killing each other. All of a sudden, someone shouted. Wei Kuan glanced over. Yet he noticed that his Bazo Imperial Kingdom's Huang Dong and Hu Wei had actually started attacking each other, and their eyes had gone completely red. Who can tell me what the fuck is going on? When he saw Huang Dong and Hu Wei attacking each other with all their strength, and if this continued, they would sooner or later perish together, Wei Kuan's face went gloomy, and he felt that he was about to go mad. Especially when he saw the violet-clothed young man from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom standing at the side of the combat ring and watching the show leisurely. Pooh! Wei Kuan's vital blood roiled, and he was angered to the point of spitting out a mouthful of blood. King Yong, I admit defeat for the 2 of them. Wei Kuan looked at King Yong and slightly lost his composure as he spoke. Wei Kuan didn't doubt in the slightest. If this continued, then the 5 most outstanding young geniuses of the Bazo Imperial Kingdom he'd brought over would surely all die. It's only effective if they admit defeat. This is the rule. King Yong replied indifferently. Wei Kuan's body shook, and his eyes went crimson red. Huang Dong, wait, both of you stop. When he saw his voice transmission was useless, Wei Kuan shouted out with a grim voice, and he wanted to stop Huang Dong and Hu Wei. But unfortunately, Huang Dong and Hu Wei still didn't hear him and continued fighting each other. It wasn't long before their bodies were covered in injuries. Bang! Finally, Huang Dong saw a flaw and killed Hu Wei, who had a strength that was almost on par with him. Whereas Huang Dong, who was covered in injuries, was on the verge of collapse now. Haha, the members of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom are only SOSO. Huang Dong stood there and laughed loudly with his head raised. His laughter quickly suppressed the clamorous and bustling scene. It caused the scene to return to deathly silence once more. After a short moment, has this Huang Dong really gone mad? Does he think he's killing members of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? Looks like he's really gone mad. Many people looked at Huang Dong with strange gazes. Pooh. On the high platform, Wei Kuan was angered to the point of spitting out a mouthful of blood, and his body started trembling intensely. What exactly is going on? Chapter 585. Huang Dong's laughter completely suppressed the whispers of the surrounding crowd. Under the gazes of everyone present, Duan Lingtian stood on the spot without moving like a mountain, yet his hand moved instead. He slowly raised his hand and pointed out with his finger. Instantly, swish! An origin energy point force that was condensed into form was accompanied by an ancient horned dragon silhouette in the sky as it whistled out, and it moved menacingly as it pierced into the space between Huang Dong's brows. Pooh! A light sound sounded out as a bloody hole appeared between Huang Dong's brows, and he fell stiffly onto the ground without making a single sound. He couldn't be any more dead. Henceforth, the 5 great young geniuses of the Bazo Imperial Kingdom were all dead. On the high platform, the representative of the Bazo Imperial Kingdom, Wei Kuan, and the other representative by his side had livid expressions, and their bodies started trembling intensely. The 5 young geniuses of their Bazo Imperial Kingdom had actually all died. Moreover, they died right before their eyes. These 5 people were the future pillars of the Imperial Kingdom. Qi Ming. Under his embarrassment and rage, Wei Kuan looked at Qi Ming as he sent a voice transmission that was filled with ruthlessness. It's you, it's all you. All of this was because you intentionally dug a hole for me to jump into. It's you that caused their deaths, it's you. Qi Ming slightly turned his head when he heard Wei Kuan's voice transmission, and he glanced at Wei Kuan as if he was looking at an idiot. Wei Kuan, even if it was a hole I dug, it seems to be your choice whether to jump in or not, right? Now, you still want to push all the blame onto me? First think properly about how you'll give an explanation to the Emperor of your Bazo Imperial Kingdom after you return. Qi Ming's voice transmission was filled with an excited laughter. In the past, because of the competition for mineral veins between the 2 kingdoms, although the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and Bazo Imperial Kingdom didn't go to war, they were like fire and water. They wished for nothing more than to annihilate each other. Now, when he saw the 5 most outstanding young geniuses of the Bazo Imperial Kingdom had all died, Qi Ming was extremely happy as well. Moreover, as far as Qi Ming was concerned, all of this was because of the provocation of Wei Kuan and the 5 young geniuses of the Bazo Imperial Kingdom. Otherwise, the outcome might not be like this. As the saying goes, leave some leeway for everything so that we can meet again in the future. This sentence was obviously something the people of the Bazo Imperial Kingdom. 7th level of the void prying stage. At this moment, the crowd was in an uproar. After Long Yun and Su Li, the purple-clothed young man on the fighting ring became the focus of attention of the entire place without any surprise. The Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom is really heaven-defying this time. First, an 8th level void prying stage martial artist and a 9th level void prying stage martial artist appeared. Now, the youngest one is actually a 7th level void prying stage martial artist. Based on his age, he's at most around the age of 25. Such natural talent is sufficient to make all the young geniuses of our Darkstone Empire feel ashamed. After today, the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's name is bound to spread throughout the entire Darkstone Empire. To put it crudely, the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom is completely on fire. The crowd of onlookers discussed animatedly. His words were filled with emotions. Duan Lingtian. Luo Zhan and Qin Shao Shui looked at Duan Lingtian with smiles on their faces. They were happy for Duan Lingtian. Of course, in their hearts, they were still somewhat shocked. Duan Lingtian had actually broken through to the 7th level of the void prying stage. This was something they did not know beforehand. Duan Lingtian has broken through to the 7th level of the void prying stage? Long Yun stood on the combat ring and looked at Duan Lingtian, who was on the other combat ring, and his expression went slightly gloomy. His natural talent is actually so strong? Even though Long Yun himself had broken through to the 8th level of the void prying stage. In a short year, having such an improvement was sufficient to shock anyone. But only he knew. The reason he was able to have such an improvement was entirely because he'd successively consumed 2 spirit fruits during this year. One of the spirit fruits was even the same as the reward given to the person that obtained the honor of being the #1 young genius in the empire. Both of them were void fuse fruits. So he didn't have much desire towards the void fuse fruit now. Besides obtaining the qualifications to head to the Darkstone Empire and participate in the Dynasty Martial competition, his objective was to defeat Duan Lingtian. I wonder if this Duan Lingtian's demonic technique is useful to me now that I've broken through to the 8th level of the void prying stage. Long Yun thought in his heart. Where exactly did this Duan Lingtian learn this demonic technique? Even Master doesn't know the ins and outs of his demonic technique. As far as Long Yun was concerned, this was extremely inconceivable. After all, his master was the strongest existence he'd seen in his entire lifetime. Even his master was unable to see through Duan Lingtian, and this caused him to be slightly unable to accept it. Duan Lingtian, you really didn't disappoint me. A wisp of a smile appeared on Su Li's cool face now. He'd gotten acquainted with Duan Lingtian when he was 18 years old. At that time, Duan Lingtian was only a 16-year-old youth. Later on, the strength Duan Lingtian revealed time and time again caused him to feel a wave of powerlessness. When they passed the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp test and entered Paladin Academy in unison, he was even left far behind by Duan Lingtian. At that time, he'd once thought that it was impossible for him to catch up to Duan Lingtian in his entire lifetime. Unexpectedly, the numerous unexpected events later on allowed him to encounter his current master. Whereas he'd completely caught up to Duan Lingtian and even surpassed Duan Lingtian. This was something he didn't dare imagine in the past. Not bad, not bad. The Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom is filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. What's your name? King Yong's burning gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian as he asked with a light smile. Under the numerous gazes of envy and jealousy, Duan Lingtian nodded to King Yong. King Yong, I'm Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. Immediately, the people present deeply remembered this name. Duan Lingtian? What a good name. King Yong lightly smiled as he nodded. I hope you're able to obtain one of the 10 positions to head to the Dark Han Dynasty. I look favorably upon you. I look favorably upon you. King Yong's short sentence pushed Duan Lingtian to the peak of the storm. Duan Lingtian. The expression of Prince Xing, who sat by Qi Ming's side, was livid. He never imagined that in a moment of carelessness, Duan Lingtian would actually have such a great breakthrough. The eyes of all the young geniuses from the various powers and imperial kingdoms had gone completely red. I'll go against you. In next to no time, a blue-clothed young man flew up the combat ring to stand in confrontation with Duan Lingtian. This was a 7th-level void-prying stage martial artist with the same cultivation as Duan Lingtian, and he even possessed a grade 5 spirit weapon to rely on. However, it was precisely because he'd only comprehended half-step advanced force that he was blasted off the combat ring by Duan Lingtian in a single move. From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian didn't use a soul skill. As far as he was concerned, an existence like this wasn't sufficient for him to utilize a soul skill. As for the 2 people from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom from before, he'd done it entirely for the sake of teasing them. The repeated provocations and killing intent they revealed towards him caused him to feel extreme rage that came from the bottom of his heart. Advanced wind force. The people present were once again shocked by Duan Lingtian. He was only around the age of 25, yet possessed a cultivation at the 7th level of the void-prying stage, and it was already sufficient to shock others. Now, he'd even revealed advanced wind force. Perhaps, the natural talent and comprehension ability of this Duan Lingtian isn't inferior to Su Li at all. The Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, what a miraculous place, is actually able to give birth to such a monstrous genius. If I have the chance, I'll surely go to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and pay my respects to that miraculous place. The surrounding crowd of spectators sighed with emotion. At this moment, the young geniuses present truly realized how terrifying Duan Lingtian was. Meanwhile, many ring masters that no one challenged had appeared on the other combat rings. Practically all these ring masters were existences at the 8th level of the Void Prying stage. There were only 2 combat rings, and there were still 4 7th level Void Prying stage martial artists competing. Duan Lingtian, right? Zhong Nan will go against you. A figure flew up onto the combat ring Duan Lingtian stood on. As expected, it drew the attention of everyone present. It's Zhong Nan. Zhong Nan has finally made a move. Zhong Nan is the 3rd strongest person in the younger generation of our Darkstone Empire. His cultivation is at the 9th level of the Void Prying stage, and he's even comprehended 1st level Earth concept. Zhong Nan's strength isn't inferior to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Su Li. The surrounding crowd of spectators were in an uproar. The 3rd strongest person in the younger generation of the Darkstone Empire? Duan Lingtian sized up the young man before him with surprise. The young man was around the age of 35 with an ordinary appearance, and he belonged to the type that couldn't be found in a crowd. 9th level of the Void Prying stage, comprehending 1st level Earth concept, and he's actually only the 3rd strongest person in the younger generation of the Darkstone Empire? Duan Lingtian was shocked in his heart. Looks like it's very likely that his guess from before was correct. It's very likely that there's an existence at the Void Initiation stage or above amongst the young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire. Even though I have the suspicion of bullying the weak in our battle. But I subconsciously feel that you're not as simple as you seem on the surface. Zhong Nan had a serious expression when facing Duan Lingtian. What do you mean? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be stunned. Not to mention you defeating that 7th level Void Prying stage martial artist earlier. You obviously used unusual methods when dealing with those 2 young geniuses from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom. This time, Zhong Nan had condensed his origin energy into voice transmission and sent it into Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be surprised when he heard this. When everyone felt that the 2 young geniuses from the Bazo Imperial Kingdom had gone mad, this Zhong Nan had actually seen through an inkling of it. With a raise of his hand, a completely black rod appeared in his hand. Grade 5 Spirit Rod? Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he noticed at the first possible moment that the rod in Zhong Nan's hand was a Grade 5 spirit weapon. Zhong Nan was also the first person Duan Lingtian had seen that used a rod in the recent few years. The rod was the ancestor of weapons. In this world, when weapons like sabers, swords, and spears hadn't been born, the weapon everyone used was the simplest rod. So, the rod could be said to be the ancestor of all weapons. Of course, even though the rod was simple, it wasn't an easy thing to use well. Even though the rod didn't have the edge of a saber or sword. Chapter 586. I heard that 1 month ago, Zhong Nan relied on the Grade 5 spirit rod in his hand to forcefully smash a 9th level Void Prying stage martial artist that had comprehended advanced force to death with a swing of his rod. Yeah, Zhong Nan's martial skill, 1000 Mass Rod, is too overbearing. Supposedly, the 1000 Mass Rod is a high-grade Earth rank martial skill. Zhong Nan relied on the 1000 Mass Rod to comprehend Earth force all the way, and now he has even comprehended Earth concept. The surroundings went into an uproar when they saw the spirit rod appear in Zhong Nan's hand. Duan Lingtian heard the discussions in the surroundings, and he deeply realized that Zhong Nan wasn't simple. My spiritual force is currently at the 9th level of the Void Prying stage. Whereas, although this Zhong Nan is a 9th level Void Prying stage martial artist, he has comprehended 1st level Earth concept. I wonder if the illusory space created by my soul skill, 1,000 illusions, will be able to seal him. Duan Lingtian's thoughts spun as he thought of many things. He'd already made a decision in his heart. If his soul skill, 1,000 illusions, was useless against this person, then he would directly admit defeat. Be careful. Needless to say, Zhongnan was extremely open and upright, as he took the initiative to warn Duan Lingtian before making a move. Subsequently, Zhongnan raised his leg and stomped on the ground, causing the combat ring to tremble as if the earth was quaking. Instantly, along with the origin energy on Zhongnan's body raging, an ancient horned dragon silhouette was surrounded by 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes in the sky like a host of stars surrounding the moon. Along with Zhongnan's origin energy, an earthen yellow-colored energy appeared. Another ancient horned dragon silhouette appeared out of thin air. First-level Earth concept. He still wants to rely on the energy of the Earth? Duan Lingtian's face couldn't help but go slightly grim when he saw Zhongnan's entire body gradually forming a strange connection with the Earth at this moment. Instantly, another 5,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared in the sky above Zhongnan. This was the energy of the Earth Zhongnan relied on with his first-level Earth concept. This wasn't the end. Along with the origin energy on Zhongnan's body pouring into the grade 5 spirit rod in his hand. Another 5,700 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form in the sky. In the end, Zhongnan exerting his full strength and drawing upon the energy of heaven and earth caused the unusual phenomenon to be fixed on the 3 ancient horned dragon silhouettes and 2,700 ancient mammoth silhouettes. If they don't fight far from the ground, even Su Li would not be Zhongnan's match. Duan Lingtian's expression was extremely solemn. Furthermore, this Zhongnan had comprehended the earth intent. It was likely that he had also practiced an earth-rank defensive martial skill. Boom! Zhongnan took a step forward, and the ground on the combat arena cracked apart, like a spider web that swept out in all directions. At this moment, it was as if Zhongnan had transformed into the god of the earth, and he was in control of the boundless divine force of the earth. I'm afraid Duan Lingtian is going to lose. Encountering Zhongnan can only be said to be his own misfortune. Zhongnan's strength can be considered to be invincible beneath the void initiation stage in our Darkstone Empire. Unless one is in existence above the void initiation stage, it's practically impossible to defeat Zhongnan. Most of the onlookers were not optimistic about Duan Lingtian. Only the few people from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom looked at the development of the scene before them with slight anticipation. Of course, not everyone looked forward to it. The Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Prince Sheng looked at Duan Lingtian with a gaze that was filled with coldness, and he wished for nothing more than to kill Duan Lingtian as soon as possible. I hope Duan Lingtian is killed by this Zhongnan. Otherwise, with the progress of his cultivation, not to mention me, even the Azure Forest Trisect might not be able to do anything to him in the future. Extreme coldness arose within Prince Sheng's heart. On the combat arena, Duan Lingtian took a deep breath as a dim light gradually flashed deep within his eyes, and it seemed to have transformed into an evil flame. Victory or defeat will be decided here. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and when Zhongnan took a stride forward with a speed that grew swifter and swifter, charging towards him. 1,000 illusions. His spiritual force pierced into the soul brand and successfully executed the soul skill that belonged to him. An illusory space that he just constructed enveloped Zhongnan within it. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian was slightly perturbed. He was deeply afraid that the illusory space would be destroyed by Zhongnan's first-level Earth concept. Along with the passage of time, although the illusory space was lightly trembling, it wasn't damaged in the slightest, and this caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to help but heave a sigh of relief. Looks like the illusory space constructed by my current spiritual force isn't afraid of first-level concept. But if it's second-level concept, then the strength of the illusory space would probably be destroyed. Duan Lingtian discerned this from the reaction of the illusory space. Since a first-level concept was unable to destroy the illusory space constructed by his soul skill, 1,000 illusions. Then, he was now the ruler of the small world that Zhongnan resided in. He could control Zhongnan's life and death. Under the gazes of everyone present, Zhongnan made a move. But when they saw Zhongnan still heavily smashed out his rod after Duan Lingtian dodged, and it blasted towards the air, they were completely dumbstruck. Could it be that Zhongnan has gone mad as well? Right when the group of people were astonished and bewildered, Zhongnan swung out his rod once more, and this time, it smashed towards the air on the other side. This caused the surrounding people to be speechless. King Yong, this Duan Lingtian wouldn't have utilized an inscription, right? An old man that sat by King Yong's side couldn't help but ask. He didn't utilize an inscription. King Yong shook his head, and his eyes were filled with surprise. He'd roamed freely throughout his entire life, yet it was the first time he'd seen such a strange scene. This feeling, it's as if Zhongnan has fallen into an illusory formation constructed from an inscription formation. How exactly did this Duan Lingtian accomplish it? At this moment, in the eyes of King Yong, the violet-clothed young man on the combat ring was mysterious to the point it caused him to be unable to help but be shocked. Swoosh! On the combat ring, Zhongnan smashed out with his rod once more. This time, he was already standing at the edge of the combat ring, yet he seemed to not have noticed in the slightest. It's time to end it. Duan Lingtian shrugged and slowly walked towards Zhongnan before standing by Zhongnan's side. Under the gazes of everyone present, Duan Lingtian's hand pressed down on Zhongnan's back, and with a casual push, he pushed Zhongnan off the combat ring. Zhongnan had lost. Can anyone tell me what's going on? Isn't this too strange? Duan Lingtian and Zhongnan aren't putting on an act, right? They're surely putting on an act. Otherwise, how could such an absurd thing possibly occur? I think this isn't a coincidence. Don't forget those two young geniuses from Bazo Imperial Kingdom from before. Their appearances at that time were more or less similar to the current Zhongnan. Yeah, if it's only putting on an act. Would those two young geniuses from Bazo Imperial Kingdom be willing to be killed by Duan Lingtian? The surrounding spectators discussed animatedly, and all of them were shocked by Duan Lingtian's ability. Duan Lingen. A wisp of a bitter smile suddenly appeared on Su Li's face. He knew. Even if he went against the current Duan Lingtian, he would lose without a doubt. Zhongnan's strength wasn't inferior to his. It was even to the extent that if they fought on the ground, then Zhongnan would rely on the energy of the earth to easily defeat him. Yet now, Duan Lingtian had defeated Zhongnan on the ground. Even though Duan Lingtian hadn't defeated Zhongnan with actual strength. But Zhongnan had indeed lost. In a battle between martial artists, the process wasn't important, and what was important was the outcome. I originally thought that I would be able to leave Duan Lingtian far behind this time, but unexpectedly he has already caught up. Su Li sighed lightly in his heart. How could this be possible? On the other combat ring, Long Yun had an expression of disbelief as he looked at the scene before him. He wasn't willing to believe that all this was true. He felt that he was far from being a match for Zhongnan. But Duan Lingtian had defeated him. At this instant, Long Yun felt a wave of powerlessness in his heart. Even if Su Li went against Zhongnan, I'm afraid he wouldn't have the slightest confidence to win. But Duan Lingtian defeated Zhongnan instead. Long Yun realized that if he wanted to defeat Duan Lingtian, he probably had to defeat Su Li first. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian had even left Su Li behind. Duan Lingen. On the high platform, the astonishment on Qi Ming's face gradually dispersed, and replacing it was a dense smile. On the other hand, the expression of the nearby Prince Sheng was extremely unsightly. This Duan Lingtian is actually so terrifying now. I'm afraid no one below the void initiation stage is a match for him. Tempestuous waves arose in Prince Sheng's heart. Duan Lingtian was invincible below the void initiation stage. Prince Sheng. Right at this moment, a voice transmission sounded out by Prince Sheng's ears. Prince Sheng looked at Qi Ming with a bewildered expression. He was able to discern that the person who sent the voice transmission was precisely Qi Ming. I know that you hate Duan Lingtian to the bone because of the incident in the cage battle arena and the humiliation the young prince suffered. But I still hope that you're able to bury the hatchet with Duan Lingtian. Qi Ming continued via voice transmission. You've seen Duan Lingtian's current accomplishments as well. He's going to the Dark Han dynasty for sure. It's even to the extent that his future is limitless. In the future, it'll probably be impossible for you to find an opportunity to eliminate him. Since it's like this, why don't you bury the hatchet with him? I'm willing to act as a go-between for both of you, how about it? I believe that Duan Lingtian is still willing to give me this face. Qi Ming's words were filled with good intentions. Prince Sheng's body shook. Bury the hatchet? Isn't this asking me to take the initiative to admit defeat? If it's like this, where's my dignity? But when he thought about it carefully, Qi Ming's words did indeed make sense. I'll consider it. Prince Sheng took a deep breath and replied via voice transmission with a deep voice. Qi Ming nodded and wasn't surprised. If Prince Sheng agreed directly, perhaps he would doubt Prince Sheng's sincerity. As a revered elder of the imperial family, he was extremely clear about Prince Sheng's character. Why are there so many monstrous geniuses in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? The two representatives of the Bazo Imperial Kingdom had livid expressions. Especially Wei Kuan, his eyes had unknowingly been tainted with a wisp of crimson red. If he could, he wished for nothing more than to directly charge down the high platform and slaughter the 5 great young geniuses of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom to vent the hatred in his heart. But his reason told him that he couldn't do this. Chapter 587. King Yong was the #1 expert of the Darkstone Empire since over 10 years ago, an existence that had taken half a step into the void interpretation stage. After over 10 years had passed, if someone said King Yong hadn't stepped into the void interpretation stage, there would probably be no one that would believe it. Looks like Duan Lingtian has obtained a fortuitous encounter since he left by himself this time. Luo Zhan glanced at the nearby Chen Xiaoshui and sighed. Perhaps we can't shut ourselves behind closed doors. We ought to go take a look at the outside world as well. Chen Xiaoshui's eyes flashed as he spoke slowly. Meanwhile, along with Duan Lingtian withdrawing his spiritual force, the illusory space constructed by the soul skill Thousand Illusions vanished without a trace. On the other hand, Zhong Nan, who was pushed down the combat ring by Duan Lingtian, reacted at this moment. After he felt the strange gazes converged onto him from the surroundings, he knew that he'd lost completely and utterly. When he thought of the scene he faced earlier, Zhong Nan realized at the first possible moment that everything was an illusion. It was like a dream. Thank you. Zhong Nan nodded to Duan Lingtian, and after lightly smiling, he ascended the other combat ring. A 7th-level Void Prying Stage Arena Master had just been born on that combat ring. When he saw Zhong Nan ascend, this 7th-level Void Prying Stage Arena Master directly admitted defeat and passed the position of Arena Master to Zhong Nan. This Zhong Nan is slightly interesting. Duan Lingtian's brows raised. Earlier, when Zhong Nan thanked him, he naturally knew what Zhong Nan was thanking him for. It was none other than thanking him for showing mercy. After all, he was entirely capable of killing Zhong Nan earlier. But he didn't do this. To Duan Lingtian, there was no deep enmity between him and Zhong Nan, whereas Zhong Nan didn't reveal killing intent towards him from the beginning until the end. So, there was no need for him to kill Zhong Nan. Meanwhile, there was another combat ring, and 2 7th-level Void Prying Stage martial artists were fighting intensely. After a short moment, a 7th-level Void Prying Stage martial artist won and became the Arena Master. But he'd only just become the Arena Master when a figure that was like a bolt of lightning lightly descended onto the combat ring. This was a young man around the age of 35. He wore green clothes, and his ordinary face was strained as if someone owed him money. He Long is finally going up. He Long is the publicly acknowledged #2 expert in the younger generation of our Darkstone Empire. His cultivation is at the 1st level of the Void Initiation stage, and he has even comprehended first-level wind concept. It's time for him to go on stage. The crowd of onlookers discussed animatedly, whereas that 7th-level void-prying stage martial artist that had just become a ringmaster was obviously a young genius of the Darkstone Empire, and his expression went slightly grim when he saw He Long, I admit defeat. In the end, he obediently jumped off the combat ring. Since then, a champion had appeared in each of the 9 combat rings. The Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom occupied 3 out of the 9 ringmasters. The Darkstone Empire also had 3 people, and they were He Long, Zhong Nan, and Gao Yuhai. Gao Yuhai was precisely that young scholar that lost at the hands of Long Yun earlier, and he ascended another combat ring to become the new master of the ring. Amongst the remaining 3 people, one of them was from the top sect of the Darkstone Empire, the Azure Pill sect. The other 2 were respectively from 2 imperial kingdoms under the Darkstone Empire. If no one challenges the 9 great ringmasters after 10 breaths of time, then the 9 great ringmasters can be considered to be decided. At that time, if someone ascends the combat ring, then that person can only compete for the honor of the number 1 young genius of the empire. King Yong stood up from his seat and spoke with a deep voice that was like a sonorous bell. The scene was deathly silent. After a short moment, it became bustling. It's finally time for the competition for the number 1 young genius of the empire. But there ought to be no suspense. Of course. Along with the discussions of the surrounding spectators, the gazes of many people descended onto the black-clothed young man that stood at the corner of the combat ring. The black-clothed young man stood there with his eyes closed in meditation. Duan Lingtun followed the gazes of everyone to look over. He's the number 1 expert in the younger generation of the Darkstone Empire? The black-clothed young man was around the age of a little over 30, and he looked to be even younger than He Long and Zhong Nan. The young man had slanted brows, starry eyes, and an extremely perfect face that seemed to have been carved by a blade. It's time for Mo Xian to make a move. Mo Xian is the pride of our Darkstone Empire. Amongst the 10 people that have walked out from our Darkstone Empire, he's the one with the greatest possibility of obtaining the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Mo Xian, the number 1 expert in the younger generation of the Darkstone Empire, and he'll surely fight for an extremely great honor for our Darkstone Empire. The surrounding crowd of spectators were exceedingly excited. They were filled with confidence towards the black-clothed young man. He's called Mo Xian? Duan Lingtian's brows raised as his spiritual force stretched out with the intention of detecting Mo Xian's cultivation. But his spiritual force hadn't even approached Mo Xian when he noticed that the spiritual forces he noticed earlier had coiled around Mo Xian. Looks like I can only wait for him to ascend the combat ring before I investigate him. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian realized that there was already no need for him to investigate Mo Xian. Sush. Mo Xian moved. From the beginning until the end, some of the spectators didn't see Mo Xian's movements clearly. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian and the other young geniuses only saw a black-colored bolt of lightning flash past. Subsequently, Mo Xian appeared in the sky at the center of the 9 combat rings, and he stood in midair. Moreover, his eyes gradually opened as well. Mo Xian's eyes weren't normal black pupils, and they were close to gray in color instead. They looked to be extremely deep and caused one to easily get lost within them. Meanwhile, 4 lifelike ancient horned dragon silhouettes coiled down from the sky above Mo Xian. 3rd level of the Void Initiation stage. Mo Xian broke through again. The surroundings were in an uproar as they were shocked by the cultivation Mo Xian revealed now. 3rd level of the Void Initiation stage. Duan Lingtan was greatly shocked in his heart, and he stared blankly at Mo Xian. Mo Xian looked to be at most 32 or 33 years old, yet his cultivation had already surpassed the numerous young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire in all aspects. There's an aura on Mo Xian that feels slightly familiar. I seem to have sensed it somewhere. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian's face tensed up as he carefully recalled yet was unable to recall where he'd sensed this aura. This aura was filled with gloominess and ruthlessness. Of course, all of this was restrained within Mo Xian's body, and it was extremely difficult for an ordinary person to notice it. Mo Xian probably obtained some fortuitous encounter to possess his current cultivation. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Not to mention Cloud Continent, even in the entire Dark Han dynasty, the Darkstone Empire was only a small country kingdom. The appearance of such an existence in a small country kingdom like this was itself a shocking thing. If he didn't obtain a fortuitous encounter, it was practically impossible. He's Mo Xian? The #1 expert in the younger generation of the Darkstone Empire really deserves his reputation. 3rd level of the Void Initiation stage. This Mo Xian seems to not be 35 this year, right? No matter if it was the representatives of the various powers and imperial kingdoms on the high platform or the group of young geniuses below the platform, all of them sighed with emotion. The vast origin energy on Mo Xian's body was like a ball of flames that enveloped him within it. Right at this moment, along with strands of material violet-colored energy appearing on the origin energy on the surface of Mo Xian's body, another 3 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared in the sky above him. 7 ancient horned dragon silhouettes spiraled down with an imposing manner that shot into the sky like a rainbow. 3rd level lightning concept. Many people couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Mo Xian, the #1 expert in the younger generation of the Darkstone Empire, possessed a cultivation at the 3rd level of the Void Initiation stage and had comprehended 3rd level lightning concept. Does any of the 9 of you want to challenge me? Mo Xian stood in the sky as he spoke slowly, and his cold voice carried an extremely domineering tone. For a time, the combat masters on the 9 combat rings looked at each other, yet none of them dared challenge Mo Xian in the end. Challenging Mo Xian was simply courting death. 3rd level Void Initiation stage and 3rd level lightning concept was sufficient to stop all 9 of them, including Duan Lingtian. Looks like the outcome has already been decided. There's no show to watch after this. Mo Xian's strength is too strong, and he's utterly not on the same level as the other 9 combat masters. The other 9 combat masters don't even have the courage to battle him. 3rd level Void Initiation stage and 3rd level lightning concept. Mo Xian's strength is already capable of comparing with the experts of the older generation. Many people in the surrounding crowd were slightly disappointed. Since Mo Xian revealed such a formidable strength, the honor of #1 young genius in the empire would undoubtedly belong to him. Duan Lingtian, you're not challenging Mo Xian as well? Zhong Nan looked at Duan Lingtian as he asked via voice transmission. Even until now, he still felt a slight lingering fear when he recalled Duan Lingtian's ability. At that moment, his life seemed to be completely controlled by Duan Lingtian, and he was at Duan Lingtian's mercy. He didn't doubt it in the slightest. If Duan Lingtian wanted his life at that time, then he would die for sure. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly when he heard Zhong Nan. Challenge Mo Xian? Not to mention Mo Xian himself was in existence at the 3rd level of the Void Initiation stage, and it was far from something the sole skill he executed with his current spiritual force, 1,000 illusions, was capable of interfering with. Even Mo Xian's 3rd level lightning concept was sufficient to easily destroy the illusory space he created with his sole skill, 1,000 illusions. His sole skill, 1,000 illusions, had numerous restrictions, and it wasn't omnipotent. It was completely useless when encountering Mo Xian. I'm not a match for him. Duan Lingtian lightly shook his head as he replied to Zhong Nan via voice transmission. Zhong Nan came to a sudden understanding. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto the origin energy on Mo Xian's body. Precisely speaking, he was looking at the violet-colored energy contained within Mo Xian's origin energy, and it was lightning concept. 3rd level lightning concept caused the violet-colored energy to have some leaping bolts of lightning within it. If one didn't observe carefully, one would be unable to notice it. Lightning. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian was completely immersed in Mo Xian's lightning concept. At this moment, he seemed as if he'd pulled open the layer upon layer of fog, and he'd seen a step further into the profundities of lightning. So that's how it is. In the end, Duan Lingtian returned to his senses, and a smile suffused his face. As the saying goes, practice is the truth, and the facts are really like this. With today's experience, I've obtained a new comprehension of lightning, and my Tempest Point will surely be able to attain perfection in a short period of time. Duan Lingtian was extremely confident towards this. Chapter 588. Along with Emo Xian's domineering appearance, the young genius competition of the Darkstone Empire was nearing its end. Emo Xian used his cultivation at the third level of the Void Initiation stage and third-level lightning concept to deter everyone. He caused the combat masters of the 9 combat rings, the 9 great young geniuses, to not dare challenge him. Since it's like this, then the curtains to the young genius competition this time can be considered to have come to an end. The number 1 young genius of the empire is Emo Xian. King Yong stood up once more, and his voice was like a thunderclap as it sounded out. The other 9 combat masters will obtain the qualifications to head to the Dark Han dynasty and participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. The 9 of you and Emo Xian will gather at the Imperial Palace 3 days from now. At that time, the Imperial family will bestow rewards to all of you. King Yong finished speaking in one go. Subsequently, King Yong once again ascended the palanquin, and the 8 Void Stage martial artists carried the palanquin to escort King Yong away. Safe journey, King Yong. Everyone present spoke out respectfully as they sent King Yong's palanquin off with their gazes and vanished behind the clouds and mist in the horizon. The curtains to the young genius competition had come to an end. On the high platform, the representative of Bazo Imperial Kingdom, Wei Kun, grunted coldly before leaving with another representative. This time, their Bazo Imperial Kingdom could be considered to be unique. They were the only Imperial Kingdom present that had 5 great young geniuses completely annihilated. Qi Ming, our Bazo Imperial Kingdom will remember what happened today. Wei Kun didn't forget to threaten Qi Ming before leaving. Go ahead. Qi Ming didn't take Wei Kun's words to heart. Meanwhile, the black clothes of Emo Xian, who was high above in the sky, fluttered rhythmically as he intended to leave. Emo Xian. Duan Lingtian looked at Emo Xian and sent a voice transmission. Instantly, Emo Xian's figure stopped, and his dim and lusterless eyes glanced indifferently at Duan Lingtian before asking via voice transmission. Do you need something? Emo Xian's tone contained slight impatience mixed within. I want to make a deal with you. Duan Lingtian went straight to the point. A deal? Emo Xian was stunned, and then he asked via voice transmission. Void fuse fruit? You know of it? Duan Lingtian was surprised as he never imagined that Emo Xian would be able to guess his objective. Emo Xian grunted coldly. Before you, there were no less than 20 people that were interested in the void fuse fruit. However, the benefits they gave weren't sufficient to move me. Duan Lingtian suddenly understood. Right? It was common knowledge that the void fuse fruit was of no use to Emo Xian. Thus, there would surely be many people that wanted to obtain the void fuse fruit from Emo Xian through bartering. Obviously, no one paid a price that moved Emo Xian. The void fusing fruit is indeed of no use to me. However, if you can't take out something that interests me, I'd rather let the void fusing fruit rot in my hands than give it to anyone. Emo Xian said indifferently. Duan Lingtian smiled confidently and said bluntly, What do you think of a 4th grade spirit artifact? Grade 4 spirit artifact? Emo Xian's pupils constricted when he heard Duan Lingtian, and he glanced at Duan Lingtian with slight surprise. After that, he said, You possess a grade 4 spirit weapon? I'll use a grade 4 spirit sword that can provide a 58% amplification to exchange for the void fuse fruit in your possession. How about it? Duan Lingtian asked directly. Are you sure you want to use a grade 4 spirit sword to exchange for the void fuse fruit? Even though Emo Xian's voice transmission was still calm. but Duan Lingtian was able to sense traces of excitement from it. Obviously, Mo Xian was moved. Yes. Are you willing? Duan Lingtian nodded. All right. If you're able to use a grade 4 spirit sword to exchange with me 3 days from now, then I'll give the void fuse fruit to you. Mo Xian agreed. To Mo Xian, his strength and natural talent weren't inferior to the numerous young geniuses of the Dark Han dynasty. But those extremely outstanding young geniuses of the Dark Han dynasty more or less possessed a grade 4 spirit weapon to rely on. Yet he didn't. If he were to go against those young geniuses of the Dark Han dynasty, he would undoubtedly suffer a loss. So he'd always wanted to obtain a grade 4 spirit weapon. But unfortunately, even in the entire Darkstone Empire, there was only a single grade 4 spirit weapon, and it was in the possession of the imperial family. Supposedly, it was in the possession of King Yong. Yet now, he had the chance to obtain a grade 4 spirit weapon, and it was even using the void fuse fruit to exchange for it, so he naturally wouldn't refuse. After he glanced deeply at Duan Lingen, Mo Xian transformed into a black bolt of lightning that vanished before the eyes of everyone. Meanwhile, the young geniuses on the 9 combat rings walked down from the combat rings successively. Duan Lingtian, Su Li, congratulations. Luo Zhan and Chen Xiao Shui congratulated Duan Lingtian and Su Li. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he replied. On the other hand, Su Li sighed instead. I heard a long time ago that the Darkstone Empire had a young expert with an extremely extraordinary strength. Now that I've seen him today, he really deserves his reputation. Obviously, Su Li was talking about Mo Xian. Su Li, there's still 2 years until the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. At that time, you might not be unable to catch up to him. Duan Lingtian glanced at Su Li with deep meaning as he smiled. Su Li shook his head and smiled when he discerned the meaning contained within Duan Lingtian's eyes. He was naturally able to discern that Duan Lingtian's words contained hidden meaning. But he still had the confidence to catch up to Mo Xian 2 years from now. Both of you are freaks. Chen Xiao Shui rolled his eyes at Duan Lingtian and Su Li, and then he sighed. Luo Zhan and I have already decided that after we leave the Darkstone Empire's imperial city this time, we won't return to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom first, and we'll wander around the world. Yeah. Luo Zhan nodded, and his eyes were filled with yearning. Perhaps we'll be able to obtain fortuitous encounters that belong to us. Otherwise, if we continue to stay in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom behind closed doors, we're bound to be unable to catch up to both of you in this lifetime. Luo Zhan and Chen Xiao Shui making such a decision exceeded Duan Lingtian's expectations. But Duan Lingtian supported them. If a flower in a greenhouse didn't experience the battering of wind and rain, its accomplishments were bound to be limited. This was something that he deeply felt. Then I slightly anticipate the scene when I see both of you again in the future, Duan Lingtian smiled. Duan Lingtian. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian heard Qi Ming's voice. Subsequently, he saw Qi Ming and Prince Xing walking over side by side. Vice Dean Qi, Duan Lingtian lightly smiled to Qi Ming, and as for Prince Xing, he was directly disregarded by Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, Prince Xing has something to say to you. Qi Ming lightly smiled. Duan Lingtian was stunned, and he looked at Prince Xing. Duan Lingtian. Prince Xing looked at Duan Lingtian with a flickering gaze, and he took a deep breath before saying, perhaps there was some misunderstanding between us in the past. I hope that from now onwards, the matter between us will be written off and become a matter of the past. How about it? Prince Xing spoke with an extremely oppressive tone. Although he couldn't discern much sincerity, Duan Lingtian still couldn't help but be shocked. Who is Prince Xing? The younger brother of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's emperor, the master of Prince Xing's estate. An existence at the Void Initiation stage. Now, Prince Xing admitted defeat before me? Duan Lingtian, Prince Xing is extremely sincere. Qi Ming noticed that Duan Lingtian seemed to be slightly hesitant, and he interrupted. Duan Lingtian smiled lightly. Since Vice Dean Qi has spoken, I naturally have no objections to this matter. Prince Xing, The matter between us will be written off at this point. After that, Duan Lingtian spoke to Prince Sheng. He couldn't be considered to have any deep enmity with Prince Sheng, and since Qi Ming had spoken, he had to give Qi Ming face no matter what. Of course, if Prince Sheng was only brushing him off for a moment, and Prince Sheng did something that was disadvantageous to him in the future, then he would absolutely not show mercy. Prince Sheng nodded and heaved a sigh of relief as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Duan Lingtian's improvement had given him too much pressure, so after considering for a moment, he still chose to put down his dignity and take the initiative to seek reconciliation with Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, he and Prince Sheng's estate would probably completely vanish from this world in the near future. This was something he had a strong premonition of. Duan Lingtian, you two ought to be the representatives of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, right? Suli, Long Yun. Waves of clamorous voices sounded out from the surroundings of Duan Lingtian's group. Only now did they notice that they were surrounded by many people. Duan Lingtian's group hurriedly soared into the sky and left as if they were fleeing. There are still 3 days of time. I hope I'll be able to comprehend advanced lightning force in these 3 days. After returning to the courtyard house, Duan Lingtian started cultivating with all his might. A row of wooden figures were placed in the rear courtyard of the courtyard house, and it was precisely for the use of martial artists when cultivating. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was standing before these wooden figures. Swish! With a raise of his hand, he pointed out with his finger, and advanced wind force and half-step advanced lightning force swept out. As for his origin energy, Duan Lingtian intentionally suppressed it. Otherwise, wouldn't these wooden figures be directly blasted into powder by him? On the first day, Duan Lingtian carefully savored the things he'd comprehended from the third-level lightning concept on Mo Xian, yet he was still unable to cause his lightning force to break through. On the second day, he'd barely touched the threshold, yet he was still slightly lacking. On the third day, he smoothly broke through. Whirlwind. In the rear courtyard, Duan Lingtian's movements were like the wind as he flashed out. Since he'd comprehended advanced wind force, the high-grade earth-rank movement technique he cultivated, Whirlwind, had smoothly stepped into the perfection stage. The perfection stage whirlwind speed was so swift that it was astounding. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian abruptly raised his hand. Swish! With a point of his finger, condensed origin energy shot out, and the advanced wind force and advanced lightning force coiled within it as it swept out. The tempest point force easily swept into a wooden figure in the rear courtyard, and it struck the center of its head. Bang! After the tempest point force fused into the wooden figure, it abruptly exploded. Starting from its head, the entire wooden figure transformed into powder. The wooden figure that was still standing there a moment ago had vanished at this moment. My tempest point can be considered to have officially stepped into the perfection stage. Duan Lingtian revealed a brilliant smile. Presently, the two forces he'd comprehended had both stepped into the advanced stage. To him, this was an extremely great gain. I hope I'm able to advance my two advanced forces into concept as soon as possible. At that time, when my two concepts are released, it would be the strength of 2 ancient horned dragons. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement in his heart. Chapter 589. At dawn the next day, Duan Lingtian, Su Li, and Long Yun bid their farewells to Qi Ming and the others. After that, they left the courtyard house together. Luo Zhan and Xianxia Shuai had complicated gazes as they looked at the disappearing figures of Duan Lingtian's group of 3. Luo Zhan and Xianxia Shuai only looked at Qi Ming when the figures of Duan Lingtian's group of 3 vanished before their eyes, and they said, "Vice Dean Qi, we won't be returning with all of you. We intend to wander around by ourselves." Qi Ming nodded and didn't stop them, because he knew that it was useless even if he stopped them. The crazy young master and sword young master that stood before him had obviously decided to leave. He wasn't surprised that the two of them had such a reaction. After all, the young experts that appeared in the Young Genius competition held by the Darkstone Empire this time were truly too outstanding. They suppressed Luo Zhan and Chen Xiaoshui in all aspects. Whereas Luo Zhan and Chen Xiaoshui had surely felt extremely pressured. Thon, I'll help you inform Guild Master Luo. Qi Ming looked at Luo Zhan as he spoke. On the other side, Duan Lingtian's group of 3 headed towards the Imperial Palace. Duan Lingtian. On the way, Long Yun suddenly looked at Duan Lingtian as strands of bright lights flickered within his eyes. If you want to make a move against the Azure Forest Trisect in the future, then you must defeat me first. Duan Lingtian was first stunned when he heard Long Yun, and then he said indifferently, "Is there a need for that? Is there a need for that?" Duan Lingtian's indifferent words caused Long Yun's face to instantly flush red. All in all, if you make a move against the Azure Forest Trisect, then I absolutely won't stand idly by. Long Yun spoke with a low voice. As you wish. Duan Lingtian shrugged with an indifferent expression. Su Li, who walked side by side with Duan Lingtian since the beginning, grunted coldly and glanced indifferently at Long Yun. Long Yun, Duan Lingtian is taking revenge for the Azure Forest Trisect, so you better not join in the fun. Otherwise, I won't stand idly by as well. Besides that, I won't allow Master to allow Martial Uncle Dao to interfere in this matter. Su Li's words were resolute. This made Long Yun furious. He originally had the intention of asking his master to protect the Azure Forest Trisect. However, he could tell from Su Li's words that Su Li was serious. As for Su Li's master, if he truly intended to stop his master would truly be unable to do anything. Moreover, it was unknown if they would continue staying in the Dark Han dynasty after the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. They did not speak for the rest of the journey. In the Darkstone Empire's Imperial Palace, Duan Lingtian's group quickly gathered with the other 6 people. Duan Lingtian. Zhong Nen took the initiative to greet Duan Lingtian. He was very grateful for Duan Lingtian's mercy 3 days ago. Duan Lingtian responded with a smile, and then introduced Su Li to Zhong Nan. Su Li, if I don't borrow the power of the earth, I'm afraid I won't be able to defeat you. Zhong Nan said to Su Li, you're too modest. Su Li gently shook his head. What I'm saying is the truth. Concept is different from force. Only the force of nature is capable of affecting speed. On the other hand, no matter if it's concept of nature or equipment concept, both can be used on speed. Zhong Nen said seriously, just like you sword cultivators. Some formidable sword cultivators rely on sword concept to even transform into a sword when their bodies move, and their speed is so swift that it's shocking. Right at this moment, a figure descended from the sky and drew the attention of everyone. Emo Xian. Emo Xian still wore black clothes as he stood proudly in the distance like a lone wolf. Not long after, someone from the Imperial Palace made an appearance and led Duan Lingtian's group of 9 to a heavily guarded place. This was a temporary residence. Every few steps, there would be a guard standing guard. The cultivations of these guards. When Duan Lingtian's spiritual force stretched out, he noticed a shocking thing. These guards were actually existences at the void prying stage or above. What's this place? As he looked at the palace before him, Duan Lingtian was shocked in his heart. Right at this moment, a figure descended from the sky. A middle-aged man in a white robe that was inlaid with gold and had a cinnabar mole between his brows stepped down from the sky. Behind him, 2 old men followed closely behind him like his shadow. King Yong. Instantly, all the young geniuses present bowed respectfully to King Yong. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian nodded to King Yong as well. Emo Xian. After King Yong descended before Duan Lingtian and the others, he looked at Emo Xian, who stood alone at the side, and with a raise of his hand, his origin energy coiled around an object before slowly pushing it before Emo Xian. This was a crystalline and translucent spirit fruit that emitted a wave of pleasant smell. The smell of it caused one to be unable to help but feel relaxed and happy. Void fuse fruit. Someone couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Instantly, many people looked enviously at the spirit fruit in Emo Xian's hand. Duan Lingtan stared at the void fuse fruit with a burning gaze. Have you prepared it? Under the gazes of everyone present, Mo Xian looked at Duan Lingtian and asked indifferently. Duan Lingtian nodded, and then a spatial ring shot out with a raise of his hand to descend into Mo Xian's hand. Swoosh! With a raise of his hand, Mo Xian passed the void fuse fruit to Duan Lingtian as well. This scene caused everyone including King Yong to be astounded. What did this Duan Lingtian use to exchange it with Mo Xian? Mo Xian is actually willing to give up the void fuse fruit. Even though the void fuse fruit is useless to Mo Xian, but there don't seem to be many things that can arouse Mo Xian's interest. Unbelievable! Most of the people present were curious about what Duan Lingtian gave Mo Xian. After Duan Lingtian received the void fuse fruit, he directly stuffed it into his mouth under numerous envious and jealous gazes before swallowing it in a few mouthfuls. On the other hand, the medicinal strength of the void fuse fruit was temporarily stored within his body, and he would utilize it when he cultivated. As expected of the void fuse fruit, its medicinal strength is truly shocking. It's indeed comparable to the void refining fruit and void accumulation fruit combined. Duan Lingtan was shocked in his heart as he sensed the medicinal strength of the void fuse fruit. I ought to be able to rely on this to break through to the 9th level of the void prying stage. I must break through to the void initiation stage before the Dark Han Dynasty's martial competition begins, and then I'll contact the possessors of the other 8 jade swords to enter the Sword Monarch's treasure. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed, and he had a plan in his heart. If I want to become eminent in the martial competition, then it's undoubtedly wishful thinking if I don't possess a cultivation at the void initiation stage or above. Even if it's an ordinary void initiation stage martial artist, he might not be able to become eminent and obtain the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Duan Lingtian's objective was to become eminent in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties and obtain the favor of the powers of the foreign lands. He wanted to use the powers of the foreign lands as a springboard to think of a way to obtain the great treasure left behind by Emperor Wu of Samsara. After that, he would work hard to cultivate and possess a strength that allowed him to roam freely through the foreign lands. Even to the extent that he would become the supreme Emperor Wu and look down upon the heavens and the earth. There's also Kerr and Little Fei, they're in the foreign lands now. If I want to see them, then I must leave the Dark Han Dynasty and head to the foreign lands. In the blink of an eye, a few years had passed. Duan Lingtian's yearning towards his 2 fiancées didn't decrease but increased instead. What he was most concerned about was whether they were doing well now. Duan Lingtian. A voice transmission suddenly sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears, and it jolted him awake. What? Duan Lingtian looked at Su Li. The voice transmission from before was precisely sent into his ears by Su Li. Duan Lingtian, what did you use as the price to exchange for the void fuse fruit from Mo Xian? Su Li asked curiously. Subsequently, he added, of course, if it's inconvenient for you to say, then take it as I didn't ask. There's nothing inconvenient about it. Duan Lingtian shook his head and replied via voice transmission. Actually, it's nothing. I just took out a grade 4 spirit weapon and exchanged it for the void fuse fruit. Su Li was his friend. There was nothing to conceal about such a small matter. Grade 4 spirit weapon. Duan Lingtian spoke casually, yet it caused Su Li's pupils to be unable to refrain from constricting. You still have a grade 4 spirit weapon? Su Li's voice transmission was filled with shock. Su Li, I'll give you a grade 4 spirit sword before the dynasty martial competition. Duan Lingtian continued. Give it to me? Grade 4 spirit sword? Su Li was shocked, and he went silent for a moment before asking. Duan Lingtian, could it be that you know a grade 4 weapons craftsman? Sort of. Duan Lingtian replied casually. Sort of? Su Li was stunned, and then he shook his head and said, I don't need you to give me a grade 4 spirit sword. I have one myself. But my master doesn't allow me to use it during the selection before the dynasty martial competition. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding, and at the same time he sighed in his heart. Having a master from the foreign lands was indeed different. A grade 4 spirit sword was easily obtained. In this way, Long Yun ought to have a grade 4 spirit saber as well? Duan Lingtian asked. It isn't just a grade 4 spirit saber. According to my knowledge, he ought to have a grade 3 spirit saber in his possession. That was prepared for him by his master for him to use during the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Su Li said, Grade 3 spirit saber? Duan Lingtian was instantly petrified, and he asked after a short moment. In this way, you have a grade 3 spirit sword in your possession as well? Yes. Su Li nodded lightly. It's really infuriating to compare with others, Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly. Presently he was at most able to produce a grade 4 spirit weapon. Yet he was unable to produce a grade 3 spirit weapon. After I consume the void fuse fruit, breaking through to the 9th level of the void prying stage ought to not be a problem. Another step and I'll be at the void initiation stage. So long as I break through to the void initiation stage, I'll be able to condense a grade 3 weapon flame and refine a grade 3 spirit weapon. With a quick thought, Duan Lingtian came to an understanding. Presumably, so long as he was able to gather the materials to refine a grade 3 spirit weapon before the dynasty martial competition, he would be able to use a grade 3 spirit weapon. Follow me. Meanwhile, King Yong spoke out, and he led Duan Lingtian's group of 10 to walk towards the imperial residence ahead. Everywhere they passed, the guards on guard outside moved aside. Aren't you going to inspect it? Duan Lingtian looked at Mo Xian who walked at the other side and asked via voice transmission. Because he noticed that after he passed the spatial ring that stored the grade 4 spirit sword to Mo Xian didn't take it out to inspect it. Is there any need? Mo Xian replied with a question. Duan Lingtian's face froze as he glanced deeply at Mo Xian, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl into an arc. Chapter 590. The grade 4 spirit sword Duan Lingtian used to exchange for the void fuse fruit was precisely the sword the Darkhan dynasty's Milky Way city's treasure-gathering pavilion master gave him. King Yong, this is? Duan Lingtian's group of 10 followed behind King Yong and arrived before the pavilion ahead, and someone couldn't refrain from asking. This is the treasure vault of our Darkstone Empire's imperial family. Various rare materials, medicinal pills, and spirit weapons are stored within it. King Yong spoke slowly. Spirit weapon? The eyes of many lit up. Are there grade 4 spirit weapons? King Yong shook his head. Only grade 5 spirit weapons. Instantly, the interest of everyone present waned. But there were a few people that were extremely interested. Even though they possessed grade 5 spirit weapons in their possession, they were temporarily lent to them by the powers they belonged to. Once they were eliminated in the dynasty martial competition, they would have to hand it over when they returned. If they were able to obtain a grade 5 spirit weapon now, it would undoubtedly be a good thing to them. Of course, there were also people like Duan Lingtian and Su Li that possessed a grade 5 spirit weapon of their own. These people weren't interested in grade 5 spirit weapons. The treasure vault of the Darkstone Empire has some good things in the end. In next to no time, their gazes couldn't help but light up and were filled with anticipation. All of you remember, every single one of you can only choose a single treasure from within. If anyone is greedy, then blood will splatter. An old man behind King Yong swept Duan Lingtian's group of 10 with a fierce gaze as he spoke with a low voice. Duan Lingtian's group of 10 nodded. What a joke! Stealing treasures under the eyes of King Yong and these two old fellows that were suspected to be at the 7th level of the void initiation stage or above, wasn't that courting death? Rumble. Rumble. Finally, the door to the Darkstone Empire's treasure vault was opened. The scene that entered their eyes was a dazzling sight, and it caused Duan Lingtian and the others to be dazzled. Right when King Yong intended to bring Duan Lingtian and the others in, a voice that was pleasant like an aureole suddenly sounded out from the horizon. Instantly, Duan Lingtian and the others couldn't help but turn around. A yellow figure, as fast as lightning, descended from the sky and landed in front of Duan Lingtian and the others in the blink of an eye. A beautiful yellow-clothed girl appeared in front of the group of people. Even the guards who had heard the commotion were stunned. The person who fell from the sky was actually a young girl? Judging from her appearance, she was at most 15 or 16 years old, a 15 or 16-year-old emptiness realm martial artist. The group of guards felt their scalps go numb. Actually, it wasn't just them. Even the Prince of Yong, the two old men behind the Prince of Yong, and the group of young geniuses were all dumbfounded. Compared to the yellow-clothed girl in front of them, they felt that they had lived like dogs all these years. When they were at their age, it was already not bad to have a cultivation at the origin core stage. Be careful! Right at this moment, Prince Yong seemed to have noticed something, and his face went pale as he shouted out in surprise. At the same time, two bolts of lightning, one black and one white, shot towards Duan Lingtian with the fastest speed possible. Amongst the people present, only Prince Yong, the two old men behind the Prince of Yong, and Mo Xian and He Long were able to clearly see the trajectory of these two bolts of lightning. Hiss hiss, in next to no time, they saw a scene that caused them to be astounded. They saw that a little python had appeared on each side of Duan Lingtian's shoulders. The two little pythons, one black and one white, they were utterly unable to discern what type of snake they were. Presently, the two little pythons were flicking their tongues as they excitedly licked Duan Lingtian's face. Little black, little white. Whereas Duan Lingtian had recovered from the shock of the yellow-clothed young girl's appearance, and he stretched out his hand to grab the two little pythons before sizing them up with a light smile. Big brother Lingtian. Meanwhile, the yellow-clothed young girl looked at Duan Lingtian. Xuanai. Duan Lingtian looked at the young girl and was slightly pleasantly surprised. How did all of you know I was here? The yellow-clothed young girl before him wasn't someone else. It was precisely Han Xuanai that took the two little pythons away that day. Big brother Lingtian, little black, little white, and I originally returned to that cave to look for you, but unexpectedly, you'd already left. So we came all the way here to look for you. Han Xuanai said with a light smile, I heard you came to the Darkstone Empire to participate in the Young Genius competition? It has already ended. Duan Lingtian nodded. It's ended? Han Xuanai drooped her little head and was slightly listless. After that, she seemed to have thought of something and asked, Then what are all of you doing now? This is the treasure vault of the Darkstone Empire's Imperial Palace. We intend to go in and receive the rewards of the Young Genius competition this time, and each of us will choose a treasure. Duan Lingtian said. Treasure? Can I go in and choose with you? Han Xuanai's eyes glowed as her interest was aroused. You'll have to ask King Yong. Duan Lingtian looked at King Yong with embarrassment, and he said via voice transmission with a slightly perturbed expression. King Yong, this little girl is insensible, don't. Duan Lingtian hadn't finished speaking to remedy the situation. Han Xuanai had already walked before King Yong, and she wasn't afraid in the slightest when facing King Yong, who had a serious expression. Han Xuanai soared into the sky and stretched out her white wrist to lightly pat King Yong on the shoulder. Uncle Red Mole, I want to go in and choose a treasure with Big Brother Lingtian. Is that all right? Xuanai. Duan Lingtian never imagined that Han Xuanai would make such an insane action, and he instantly felt his scalp go numb. Uncle Red Mole? The others were dumbstruck when they heard Han Xuanai, including the two old men behind King Yong. Subsequently, the group of people looked at Han Xuanai with pitiful expressions. As far as they were concerned, even though this young woman was beautiful and possessed extraordinary natural talent in the martial Dao. But joking with the #1 expert of the Darkstone Empire, King Yong, like this bode ill for her. King Yong. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and wanted to plead for mercy for Han Xuanai. Of course. King Yong spoke out and interrupted Duan Lingtian, causing Duan Lingtian to be dumbstruck. King Yong looked at Han Xuanai with a kind expression and said with a smile, Little girl, Since you're interested in the treasure vault of our Darkstone Empire's imperial family, then go in with them. You can choose the treasures within and take whatever you want. Thank you, Uncle Red Mole. Han Xuanai's eyes glowed as her figure flashed, and she seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind that charged into the treasure vault. At this moment, she tossed Duan Lingtian to the back of her mind. Outside the treasure vault, everyone including Duan Lingtian were dumbstruck, and all of them looked at King Yong with disbelief. King Yong is so easy to talk to? Duan Lingtian and some people that weren't familiar with King Yong thought in their hearts. Only some people that had heard of King Yong's deeds had expressions of disbelief. King Yong is actually so courteous to that young woman. Could it be that the young woman has some great background? At this moment, even the two old men that followed behind King Yong thought like this. All of you go in. The smile on King Yong's face was restrained, and he recovered his old-fashioned expression as he spoke indifferently to Duan Lingtian and the others. Duan Lingtian and the others instantly entered the treasure vault. King Yong. Meanwhile, the two old men behind King Yong looked at King Yong at the same time with bewildered expressions. Revered elders, I know what both of you want to ask. We can't afford to offend this young woman. King Yong sighed, and there was slight fear in the depths of his gaze. The two old men were instantly petrified when they heard this. Can't afford to offend? These words were spoken by King Yong? In next to no time, they thought of the accomplishments the young woman had obtained at such an age, and they couldn't help but come to a sudden understanding. Perhaps, this young woman is the beloved daughter of the higher-ups of those top powers in the Darkhan dynasty. Duan Lingtian followed the crowd to walk into the treasure vault. But traces of bewilderment were mixed within his heart from the beginning until the end. The change in King Yong's attitude was too strange. Could it be that Xuanai sent a voice transmission to King Yong earlier and told him of her background? In the end, Duan Lingtian could only think like this. According to his knowledge, the yellow-clothed young woman, Han Xuanai, was from the foreign lands. According to his guess, there was an enormous power behind Han Xuanai. Otherwise, how could it help her possess her cultivation at such an age? Wait! Suddenly, Duan Lingtian seemed to have thought of something, and his face went slightly pale. Why didn't I notice earlier? Xuanai's current appearance seems to be no different from all those years ago, and there's utterly no change. According to convention, she ought to be at least a little over 20 this year. But her appearance is still like a 15 or 16-year-old young woman, like a child that hasn't grown up. Duan Lingtian's heart trembled when he thought up to here. The Heavenly Mountain Maiden. At the first possible moment, a terrifying thought emerged in Duan Lingtian's heart. He still remembered. In his previous life on Earth, there was a famous Wuxia novel where there was an existence known as the Heavenly Mountain Maiden. The Heavenly Mountain Maiden was over 100 years old, yet looked to only have the appearance of a young woman. Could it be that Han Xuanai is an old witch that's over 100 years old as well? An old freak? Duan Lingtian's heart trembled, and he felt a chill run down his spine. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian looked at Han Xuanai, who was looking around in the treasure vault, and his spiritual force silently stretched out with the intention of detecting Han Xuanai's strength. But unfortunately, his spiritual force had only just touched a meter away from Han Xuanai's body when it sunk into the sea and didn't move again. It's as if there's some sort of energy that's preventing me from detecting Han Xuanai. This feeling is completely different from when I'm detecting a void interpretation stage expert like King Yong. Duan Lingtian suddenly felt that the identity of this yellow-clothed young woman of unknown origins was becoming more and more mysterious. Hiss hiss, right at this moment, the sounds of the two little pythons flicking their tongues sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. Right, how could I have forgotten about you two? Duan Lingtian looked at the two little pythons and sent a voice transmission into their ears. Little black, little white. Both of you ought to be able to communicate with me via voice transmission now, right? If you're unable, then both of you are even inferior to little gold. Instantly. Big brother, we're much more formidable than it. When we were at the void prying stage, we were already able to communicate with big sister Han Xuanai via voice transmission. Big brother, we're very formidable. Two hurried and immature voice transmissions entered into Duan Lingtian's ears at the same time. The former sounded like the voice of a young boy. Chapter 591. Duan Lingtan snickered in his heart when he heard the voice transmission of the two little pythons. These two little fellows were really unwilling to admit defeat before the little gold mouse. Duan Lingtian's heart jerked when he recalled the contents of the little black snake's voice transmission that sounded like a boy's. When we were at the void prying stage, we were able to communicate with Big Sister Shui Nai via voice transmission. These were the little black snake's words. Under his curiosity, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force stretched out to sweep towards the two little pythons. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian noticed. Before his spiritual power could reach the two little pythons were already in a daze. A mysterious and unfathomable energy stretched out from the complicated markings on the bodies of the two little pythons, and it blocked his spiritual force. It caused his spiritual force to be unable to touch the bodies of the two little pythons, let alone detect their cultivations. Soon after, Duan Lingtian discovered something. The two little pythons seemed to be completely unaware of the energy that stretched out from the complicated markings on their bodies. This could be seen from their reactions. The gold markings on Little Black's body and the silver markings on Little White's body. All those years ago, I felt they were extraordinary. Now, they're actually able to stretch out a mysterious energy to resist my spiritual force. Duan Lingtian's heart shook and he was shocked in his heart. What's the cultivation of the two of you little fellows now? Who's more formidable? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Big brother, I'm more formidable. The little black snake's boy-like voice entered into Duan Lingtian's ears first. Big brother, I'm already at the 3rd level of the void initiation stage. Little White is only at the 2nd level of the void initiation stage. She isn't as formidable as me. The little white snake instead drooped her little head and didn't reply. Duan Lingtian hurriedly consoled. All right, Little White. Your natural talent isn't inferior to Little Black. You'll surely be able to catch up to Little Black very quickly. The little white snake raised her little head when she heard this, and she lightly rubbed the back of Duan Lingtian's hand. Big brother, I'll work hard. I'll surely surpass Little Black. Duan Lingtian had a complicated look in his eyes when he heard Little White's confident words. He had long realized that Little Black and Little White would have extraordinary achievements if they followed Xuanai. But he never imagined that the two little fellows had actually already broken through to the void initiation stage, and it was even at the 2nd and 3rd level of the void initiation stage. He'd completely left the little gold mouse behind. Xiao Jin, where are you now? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but think of the little golden mouse, and he felt a wave of worry. Duan Lingtan, aren't you going to choose? Time is running out. Suddenly, Su Li came to Duan Lingtian's side and reminded the Duan Lingtian who was playing with the snake. There's a time limit? Duan Lingtian was stunned. The Prince of Yong just said that he would give us half an hour. Su Li said again. Duan Lingtian nodded and began to walk around the treasury. What treasury? It's all a pile of trash. I'm not choosing. Right at this moment, Han Xuanai's voice suddenly sounded out, and it caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to help but laugh bitterly. This little ancestor's background was extraordinary, and it was even to the extent that she might be from a formidable power in the foreign lands. It was pardonable that she who possessed such a background looked down upon the treasures within the Darkstone Empire's treasury. The corners of the mouths of most of the young geniuses, including Su Li, twitched. I've known her since a few years ago. According to my judgment, her identity isn't simple, and she ought to be from the foreign lands. Duan Lingtian replied via voice transmission. The foreign lands? Su Li's pupils constricted, and then he said via voice transmission, no wonder King Yong is so courteous to her. Looks like she ought to have told King Yong of her identity, Or perhaps King Yong has guessed her identity. Perhaps. Duan Lingtian nodded. Duan Lingtian's group of 10, and now Han Xuanai had arrived, and they followed behind King Yong and the two old men as they soared into the sky. Over there, King Yong brought along the two old men and Duan Lingtian's group of 11 to head towards the east. After a short moment, they left the imperial palace and the imperial city. A lofty and enormous mountain appeared ahead. Meanwhile, King Yong stopped moving. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian and the others stopped moving as well. Right when Duan Lingtian and the others were bewildered as to why King Yong brought them here, rumble. The lofty and enormous mountain ahead trembled, and it started to sway before the eyes of Duan Lingtian and the others. Right at this moment, swoosh, an exceedingly enormous figure charged into the sky, and in the blink of an eye, it stood in the clouds and approached Duan Lingtian and the others. Roar! A demon beast that was like an enormous mountain appeared before the eyes of Duan Lingtian and the others, and it roared into the sky and emitted a deafening enormous roar. For a time, the clouds and mist in the horizon were dispersed by its roar. On the other hand, the expressions of the few 8th-level void-prying stage martial artists in Duan Lingtian's group, including Long Yun, couldn't help but go slightly pale. Obviously, they were affected by the enormous roar of the demon beast. Now, Duan Lingtian was able to see it clearly. The demon beast before them was a tiger-type demon beast, and its body was enormous like an enormous mountain. When looked at from afar, it was like a tiger with an enormous mountain backbone, and its body was coiled with a mane that was like flames. This demon beast. Under his curiosity, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force stretched out with the intention of probing this demon beast. Right at this moment, a voice transmission from Origin Energy followed along his spiritual force and transmitted over. Little fellow, your strength isn't bad. A mere 7th-level void-prying stage martial artist is actually able to resist my sound wave that contained Origin Energy. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force completely dispersed. That's a third eye? Duan Lingtian, who observed in detail, quickly noticed. A crack suddenly split open between the brows of this enormous demon beast, and a demonic eye appeared before his eyes. In the blink of an eye, this eye closed once more. 3 eyes. It's even able to see through my cultivation with a single glance. Duan Lingtian gasped as the lifetime worth of memories of Samsara Emperor Wu flashed within his mind, and he intended to know the background of this demon beast. In next to no time, he found the answer. According to the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, this demon beast before him ought to be 3-eyed flame tiger? Duan Lingtian's thoughts hadn't finished when he heard Han Xuanai's slightly surprised voice. Xuanai is actually able to recognize it? Duan Lingtian was surprised. Earlier, he'd found records related to the 3-eyed flame tiger from the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. The 3-eyed flame tiger was a type of demon beast with formidable strength. An adult 3-eyed flame tiger even had the chance to ascend to the void interpretation stage. It was a king amongst the numerous demon beasts beneath the demon realm. So long as the 3-eyed flame tiger's third eye is open, it's able to see through the cultivation of a person or demon beast with a cultivation lower than it with a single glance. Earlier, it precisely relied on its third eye to see through my cultivation. The bewilderment in Duan Lingtian's heart vanished without a trace. What a pity! Han Xuanai looked at the distant 3-eyed flame tiger, and she was like a little adult as she commented on it. Your bloodline isn't pure, and you'll at most be at the 9th level of the void initiation stage in this lifetime. It's difficult for you to advance a step further. Han Xuanai's words infuriated the 3-eyed flame tiger. Roar! The 3-eyed flame tiger shook its head that was like a small hill, and its enormous eyes that seemed to be burning with flames stared fixedly at Han Xuanai. What? Big guy, you're angry? Han Xuanai chuckled, and she seemed as if she didn't take the big fellow seriously. Roar! Instantly, the 3-eyed flame tiger was completely enraged, and it roared out explosively as its figure flashed out to charge directly over. Right at this instant, Duan Lingtian felt a scorching aura assault his face, and it caused his expression to be unable to refrain from going grim. The other young geniuses, including the strongest Mo Xian, went grim as well. Right at this moment, a gentle and enormous force arrived, and it carried Duan Lingtian and the others to the side. It was precisely King Yong that had made a move. This coldness came from the swiftly revolving origin energy vortex on Han Xuanai's hand. Presently, waves of extremely terrifying icy cold aura were extending out from the origin energy vortex. The air around Han Xuanai was now frozen to the point it was practically motionless. Big guy, I know you three-eyed flame tigers hate water and ice the most. I'll let you have a taste of being frozen into a popsicle. Suddenly, Han Xuanai spoke out with a voice that was moving like an aureole, yet at this moment caused one's hair to stand on end. Frozen into a popsicle? Right when the hearts of Duan Lingtian and the others jerked. Han Xuanai's palm descended and slapped onto the space between the three-eyed flame tiger's brows. Instantly, a terrifying hurricane swept out, and an extremely icy cold aura was mixed within it, whereas the clouds and mist in the horizon had completely stopped at this moment. They were completely frozen by the icy cold aura. Duan Lingtian and the others were utterly unable to clearly see how many ancient horned dragon silhouettes had appeared above Han Xuanai. When the clouds and mist swayed once again, the figures of Han Xuanai and the three-eyed flame tiger had once again appeared before the eyes of everyone. But the scene before their eyes caused everyone, including King Yong, to be dumbstruck. I've really become a popsicle. Duan Lingtian looked ahead and muttered. At the place Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on, the distant three-eyed flame tiger had stopped on the spot. Whereas now, there was a layer of thick ice that had frozen the three-eyed flame tiger within it, causing it to become a unique ice sculpture. Whereas within the ice sculpture, one could vaguely see that the origin energy on the three-eyed flame tiger was gradually being annihilated. As for the 8th level fire concept within the three-eyed flame tiger's origin energy, it had been completely destroyed long ago. Presently, the three-eyed flame tiger was completely frozen in midair, and its body started to slowly descend. Right at this moment, swoosh, a swift figure instantly arrived beneath the three-eyed flame tiger's body and supported it up, so as to prevent the three-eyed flame tiger from falling down. Otherwise, with the height the three-eyed flame tiger was at now, once it fell down, it would surely transform into countless pieces along with the ice that froze it. The person that saved the three-eyed flame tiger was naturally King Yong. Presently, King Yong had a bitter smile as he looked at the yellow-clothed young girl in the distance. In the eyes of King Yong, the seemingly harmless young girl was no different than a devil. Miss Xuanai, this three-eyed flame tiger didn't intentionally make things difficult for you. Please show mercy. King Yong's tone contained slight helplessness mixed within. Han Xuanai raised her head and glanced indifferently at the frozen three-eyed flame tiger, then said indifferently, "Who asked it to want to eat me? Uncle Red Mole, if you want to save it, then you can save it. I won't stop you." As she finished speaking, a wisp of a sly smile appeared in Han Xuanai's eyes. It seemed as if there was some sort of conspiracy. King Yong's face sank as he sighed. Miss Xuanai, stop joke. You used your origin energy combined with ice concept to freeze it, and you've already caused it to merge into one with the ice. If I were to forcefully attack the ice, then it would die along with it. Han Xuanai's beautiful face froze, and she said with slight surprise, Uncle Red Mole, I never imagined that you would know this. Uncle Red Mole, where did you find out? According to my knowledge, ice concept isn't common. When he saw Han Xuanai intentionally changing the topic, King Yong was completely helpless, and he glanced at the distant violet-clothed young man with a pleading gaze as he sent a voice transmission. Duan Lingen, please ask this Miss Xuanai to spare this three-eyed flame tiger. This three-eyed flame tiger is the empire-guarding demon beast of our Darkstone Empire's imperial family, and it has an extraordinary meaning to our Darkstone Empire. Miss Xuanai's ice concept is truly too formidable. With the three-eyed flame tiger strength, it'll die for sure within half an hour at most. As he finished speaking, King Yong's voice was slightly trembling. Ice concept? Duan Lingtian gasped. Never had he imagined that Xuanai had actually comprehended such a terrifying concept. Ice concept could be said to be the upgraded version of water concept, and it reigned above the numerous concepts of nature. Since ancient times, there was a saying that had been passed down. Ice was formed by water, yet colder than water. This was the same principle as the pupil surpasses the master. Xuanai, Duan Lingtian looked at Han Xuanai. Big brother Lingtian, don't worry. Without waiting for Duan Lingtian to finish speaking, Han Xuanai interrupted Duan Lingtian, and she'd obviously guessed what Duan Lingtian wanted to say. The craftiness in the depths of her beautiful eyes was even deeper. I won't kill this big guy. Wasn't it unwilling to submit earlier? Then I'll freeze it for 15 minutes and let it wake up properly. Let's see if it still dares to be unconvinced. Her tone contained slight childishness mixed within. 15 minutes? Duan Lingtian's expression froze when he heard this, and he glanced sympathetically at the three-eyed flame tiger that had been frozen into a popsicle. This big fellow, why did he have to offend this little she-devil? He's simply asking for trouble. But Duan Lingtian's heart was still filled with shock. Never had he imagined that Xuanai's strength was actually so terrifying earlier because the clouds and mist in the horizon were frozen by Xuanai's ice concept. He and the others didn't see the total number of ancient horned dragon silhouettes condensed from the energy of the heavens and the earth when Xuanai attacked. But even then, Duan Lingtian was still able to confirm it. Xuanai's strength was surely at the void interpretation stage or above. Moreover, she wasn't an ordinary void interpretation stage martial artist. This could be seen from the attitude that the Prince of Yong displayed in front of Xuanai. At the beginning, he'd discerned that King Yong was extremely afraid of Xuanai. At that time, he thought that it was because Xuanai had spoken of her origins that caused King Yong to be like this. Now it would seem that the truth wasn't so. Perhaps, when Xuanai stretched out her hand to pat King Yong's shoulder before the treasure vault in the Darkstone Empire's imperial palace earlier, she revealed her terrifying strength before King Yong. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart as he guessed in his heart. Xuanai wouldn't really be a figure like the Maiden of Heaven, right? Duan Lingtian glanced at Han Xuanai and felt his back go cold. Of course, Duan Lingtian only thought in his heart and didn't say it out loud. He didn't want to become a popsicle like the three-eyed flame tiger. Moreover, this was only Duan Lingtian's irresponsible and random guess. If Xuanai was really a figure like the Maiden of Heaven, then how could she possibly be willing to call a young kid like him Big Brother? All these thoughts of his didn't hold water before the facts. Perhaps, Xuanai's appearance didn't change in the slightest during these past few years because of some reason. Duan Lingtian guessed in his heart. But, such a large popsicle is really rare in the world. After returning to his senses, Duan Lingtian sighed with emotion as he looked at the three-eyed flame tiger that was frozen in ice. 15 minutes? King Yong looked at the three-eyed flame tiger above him and laughed bitterly. Meanwhile, everyone including the two old men that had always been following behind King Yong looked at Han Xuanai with gazes filled with terror and astonishment. Never had they imagined that this harmless-looking young girl that looked to be around 15 or 16 years old would actually possess such a terrifying cultivation. Chapter 593. This fellow Duan Lingtian actually knows such a terrifying figure. Su Li glanced at Duan Lingtian and shook his head, and he sighed with emotion. He originally thought that being able to meet his master was already a great fortuitous encounter, and others could only be envious. But Duan Lingtian was even more exaggerated. The 15 or 16-year-old young girl he knew was in existence at the void interpretation stage or above. In terms of fortuitous encounters, compared to him, she was not inferior at all. Hiss hiss, two little pythons stuck out their heads from Duan Lingtian's sleeve, and their eyes revolved ceaselessly as they flickered their tongues. It seemed as if they were cheering for the young girl's actions. 15 minutes of time passed in the blink of an eye to Duan Lingtian and the others. But to the three-eyed flame tiger, it was undoubtedly extremely torturous. Even though the three-eyed flame tiger was frozen to the point of being unable to move. But Duan Lingtian and the others were still able to see traces of terror flickering within its large eyes. Miss Xuanai, 15 minutes have passed. After 15 minutes, King Yong, who was still holding the three-eyed flame tiger, looked at Han Xuanai, and his face carried a helpless bitter smile from the beginning until the end. He believed the three-eyed flame tiger had probably never received such a punishment in its entire life. However, he also believed that even if the three-eyed flame tiger received such a punishment, it wouldn't dare be dissatisfied with the young girl in the slightest. This young girl was utterly not an existence that the three-eyed flame tiger could deal with. Big guy, remember this? In the future, you can only nod to what this young miss says. If you dare question again, then be careful that this young miss will freeze you into a popsicle again. Han Xuanai glared at the three-eyed flame tiger that was frozen within the ice, and then she didn't make any movements. She only snapped her fingers. And it was at this instant that the ice that imprisoned the three-eyed flame tiger instantly shattered into pieces, and in the end, it transformed into mist that covered the sky before completely dispersing in the heavens and the earth. After the three-eyed flame tiger escaped, its mountain-like body began to tremble slightly. Its pair of large eyes, which were looking at Han Xuanai, flickered slightly. Then, it revealed the fear that came from the bottom of its heart. The current three-eyed flame tiger was as obedient as a kitten in front of Han Xuanai. Seeing this scene, Duan Lingtian and the others sighed. In this world where the strong ruled, the strong could dominate everything. In the beginning, this three-eyed flame tiger was enraged because of Han Xuanai's words. It aggressively wanted to swallow Han Xuanai to prove its dignity. In the end, he was tormented by Han Xuanai. Now, the three-eyed flame tiger was thoroughly convinced by her abuse. It didn't dare to have the slightest bit of dissatisfaction towards Han Xuanai. There was only extreme fear that came from the bottom of its heart. Everyone, get on the back of the three-eyed flame tiger. We'll immediately depart for the Dark Han dynasty. Meanwhile, King Yong's words entered into the ears of everyone. So it turns out that King Yong brought us here because he wanted the three-eyed flame tiger to carry us to the Dark Han dynasty. The three-eyed flame tiger was originally called over by King Yong as a means of transportation. But who knew that it would actually encounter this little she-devil? Now that I speak of it, it's really unfortunate. Yeah, anyone that offends this little she-devil will suffer misfortune. I really envy Duan Lingtian for being able to form a relationship with this little she-devil. Many young geniuses discussed animatedly. Meanwhile, everyone successively stood on the back of the three-eyed flame tiger. The body of the three-eyed flame tiger was enormous, like an enormous mountain, and its back was extremely spacious as well, sufficient to accommodate many people. The back of this three-eyed flame tiger. In terms of size, it can compare to a football field from my previous life. Duan Lingtian looked around, and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart as he looked at the flat ground on the back of the three-eyed flame tiger. Big brother Lingtian. Han Xuanai followed by Duan Lingtian's side like a shadow, and she teased the two little pythons that stuck their heads out from under Duan Lingtian's sleeve as she greeted Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Duan Lingtian looked at Han Xuanai with an extremely complicated gaze. All those years ago, he felt that Han Xuanai wasn't simple, but he didn't think too much about it. Unexpectedly, Han Xuanai actually possessed such a terrifying strength. If Xuanai is really only a little over 20, yet possesses such a cultivation, then her background, Duan Lingtian was slightly unable to imagine. Xuanai. Duan Lingtian looked at Han Xuanai and asked via voice transmission with slight uncertainty. How old are you this year? When she heard Duan Lingtian's question, Han Xuanai's intelligent eyes spun, and she replied via voice transmission. 21. 21? Duan Lingtian was dumbstruck. He only recovered from his shock after a short moment, and he couldn't help but ask. Then why have you always been like this? All those years ago when I first saw you, you were already like this. Your appearance hasn't changed at all. Han Xuanai drooped her little head when she heard this, and she said with slight helplessness. Big brother Ling Tian, actually I don't want to be like this. But the cultivation technique I cultivate is like this, and I can't do anything about it. Only when my cultivation attains a certain extent would I be able to break through the shackles of this childish appearance, and I'll be able to grow like a normal person. Cultivation technique? Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. If all this was because of the influence of a cultivation technique, then it could be understood. Of course, if it was anyone else, they might feel it was unbelievable. A mere cultivation technique was capable of allowing a person to maintain a childish appearance for many years? Only Duan Lingtian knew that the abilities of some cultivation techniques were beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Let's not talk about those that were too far away, just take the Reincarnation Emperor Wu for example. The Reincarnation Emperor Wu cultivated the 3 lives reincarnation technique back then, and he could experience 3 lifetimes with the same soul in different bodies. In the eyes of ordinary people, this was an unbelievable and inconceivable thing. However, it did indeed exist. If it were not for an accident, the Reincarnation Emperor Wu's 3rd life would have already begun. If that was the case, the current Duan Lingtian would not exist. So, that's how it is. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. He could finally confirm that Xuanai was not an old witch or a heavenly maiden. Xuanai, can you tell me about your background? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. It was as if there were tens of thousands of ants crawling in his heart, and his curiosity about Han Xuanai's background was stirring. Big brother Lingtian, you'll naturally know in the future. Even if I tell you now, you might not know. Han Xuanai's answer was ambiguous. I might not know if you tell me? Duan Lingtian neither agreed nor disagreed when he heard Han Xuanai's answer. After all, he wasn't a frog at the bottom of a well in Han Xuanai's eyes. Perhaps in Han Xuanai's eyes, he was only a country bumpkin that had never left the Dark Han dynasty, a hothead that had never been to the foreign lands. However, in reality, he possessed the memories of 2 lifetimes of an extremely formidable Emperor Wu. This little girl Xuanai is still acting mysterious with me. Perhaps her background is closely related to the Reincarnation Emperor Wu. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. According to the memories of 2 lifetimes of the Reincarnation Emperor Wu, when the Reincarnation Emperor Wu was at his prime, he had interacted with many of the top forces on Cloud Continent. As far as Duan Lingtian was concerned, it was extremely likely that Han Xuanai was from one of those forces. It was a coincidence. Amongst those forces, one of them was led by a person surnamed Han. The ancient clan, Han clan. According to the memories of the Reincarnation Emperor Wu, the Han clan was one of the most ancient clans on Cloud Continent. It was immortal after countless years. In Cloud Continent, there were only 2 clans that could be traced back to the ancient times. These 2 clans had been passed down until now and were called ancient clans. The Han clan was one of them. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian knew in his heart and didn't pursue the matter further with Han Xuanai. It was just as Han Xuanai had said. If he was able to become a martial monarch or even Emperor Wu in the future, he would surely have interacted with the top forces on Cloud Continent. At that time, he only had to casually ask to know if Han Xuanai was a member of the ancient clan, the Han clan. Let's go! Suddenly, King Yong's stern shout sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. They saw King Yong making the 3-eyed flame tiger beneath his feet carry them away, yet the 3-eyed flame tiger didn't move in the slightest and stood on the spot without moving, as if it was frozen. This caused the group of young geniuses to be slightly speechless. Could it be that this 3-eyed flame tiger still thinks it's frozen and unable to move? Xuanai. When he saw King Yong's expression becoming more and more unsightly, Duan Lingtian looked at Han Xuanai. Han Xuanai nodded knowingly, then lightly raised her leg and stomped on the back of the 3-eyed flame tiger as she shouted in a delicate voice. Big guy, leave quickly. Otherwise, I'll turn you into ice again. The word, rod, hadn't been spoken. The three-eyed flame tiger seemed as if it had been injected with chicken blood, and its figure flashed out to directly head towards the Dark Han dynasty. This caused the people present to be unable to refrain from sighing. Especially King Yong, a strand of bright light flashed within his eyes. At this moment, King Yong was even planning in his heart if he should properly teach the three-eyed flame tiger a lesson later and make the three-eyed flame tiger be afraid of him like it was afraid of Han Xuanai. In this way, he didn't have to worry about the three-eyed flame tiger not listening to him anymore. It could be imagined. If the three-eyed flame tiger were to know of King Yong's thoughts, it would probably be frightened to the point of fainting. Xuanai, accompany Little Black and Little White. I want to cultivate for a period of time. After Duan Lingtian passed the two little pythons to Han Xuanai, he sat down cross-legged and silently started cultivating. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique, lightning WM transformation. At the same time that he cultivated, Duan Lingtian didn't forget to mobilize the medicinal strength of the spirit fuse fruit accumulated in his body, and combined it with the medicinal strength of the void strengthening pill. It caused his cultivation to swiftly improve. Needless to say, the medicinal strength of the spirit fuse fruit was extremely shocking. 7 days later, Duan Lingtian had successfully broken through the bottleneck and stepped into the 8th level of the void prying stage. Half a month later, he'd successfully stepped into the 9th level of the void prying stage. Meanwhile, not much of the medicinal strength of the spirit fuse fruit remained. 9th level of the void prying stage. In a short half a month of time, his cultivation had undergone such a great transformation, and it caused Duan Lingtian to be extremely satisfied. After Duan Lingtian awoke, he didn't continue cultivating for the time being. Instead, he sized up the surroundings. Only now did he notice that practically everyone was sitting cross-legged on the wide back of the three-eyed flame tiger as they cultivated, and even King Yong and the old man by King Yong's side were no exception. Han Xuanai was the only one who was jumping around and chasing after the two little pythons. Chapter 594. Now, I've already broken through to the 9th level of the void prying stage, and I'm only a step away from the void initiation stage. I ought to contact the owners of the other 8 jade swords. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian withdrew a crystalline and translucent jade sword from his spatial ring. This jade sword was precisely the key left behind by the Boundless Sect's young sect leader to open the Sword Monarch's treasure. The Sword Monarch's treasure, just by hearing its name, one would know that it was a treasure vault left behind by a formidable martial monarch. Moreover, it was a sword cultivator martial monarch. Without the slightest hesitation, Duan Lingtian moved the origin energy in his hand rhythmically just like 3 years ago, and he activated the voice transmission inscription on the jade sword. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian heard an aged voice. After 3 years, you finally made an appearance once more. I heard that fellow from the Darkstone Empire mention you 3 years ago. You're the owner of the other jade sword? Duan Lingtian asked. The aged voice entered into Duan Lingtian's ears through the voice transmission inscription, and it was extremely clear. Where are you from? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. I'm from the Cry Phoenix Empire. The aged voice replied indifferently. Cry Phoenix Empire? Duan Lingtian was stunned. It's not surprising that you haven't heard of it. The Cry Phoenix Empire is extremely far away from the Darkstone Empire, and it doesn't belong to the Dark Han dynasty. The aged voice continued. I heard that fellow say the other day that you want to wait for your strength to be sufficient before asking us to open the Sword Monarch's treasure together? You took the initiative to contact us this time. Have you already prepared? As he finished speaking, the aged voice was slightly excited. Just think about it. The key to open the Sword Monarch's treasure had gathered dust in his possession for many years, and now that it could be put to use and open up a great fortuitous encounter, it was undoubtedly something that caused one to be excited. Not to mention the various dynasties including the Dark Han dynasty, even if it was in the entire foreign lands, countless martial artists would covet the Sword Monarch's treasure. Of course, if one didn't have a jade sword, it would probably be impossible to find the location of the Sword Monarch's treasure. Furthermore, even if he had the jade sword, it would be useless if he didn't have all 9 of them. Only by gathering all 9 jade swords would one be able to head to the Sword Monarch's treasure and open it through the guidance of the jade swords. Duan Lingtian responded. Very good. The owner of the old voice said excitedly, how about this? You and I set a time and place. I'll be in charge of contacting the other 7 people. We'll meet at the agreed place, Fangji. How about that? Sure. Duan Lingtian agreed without hesitation. When and where do you think we should meet? The owner of the old voice said, I have a rough idea of where they are. How about this? Let's meet at the Pheasant Ridge north of the Eastern Mulberry Empire's imperial city in 3 months? Dongsang Empire? Sure. Duan Lingtian replied, then it's settled. See you in 3 months. Duan Lingtian had heard of the Dongsang Empire before. It was an empire that was adjacent to the Darkstone Empire, and it was situated in the east of the Darkstone Empire. After passing through the eastern border of the Darkstone Empire was the Dongsang Empire. See you there. The owner of the old voice spoke out as well. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian withdrew the origin energy he'd fused with the voice transmission inscription and broke off the connection with the owner of the voice. He thought in his heart and intended to put away the jade sword in his hand. Unexpectedly, a swift gust of wind attacked. In the next moment, the jade sword in Duan Lingtian's hand was seized away. Duan Lingtian's face went grim, and he heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the person that seized his jade sword was Han Xuanai. But, Big Brother Lingtian, this jade sword of yours doesn't seem to be simple. Han Xuanai blinked her mischievous eyes as she looked at the jade sword in her hand, then looked at Duan Lingtian as she spoke with deep meaning. There's nothing not simple about it, it's just a little toy. Duan Lingtian lightly shook his head and smiled as he stretched out his hand to seize the jade sword from Han Xuanai's hand. Unexpectedly, Han Xuanai moved aside, causing Duan Lingtian to grab onto thin air. Big Brother Lingtian, you're lying? How could a little toy have an inscription on it? Moreover, it's a voice transmission inscription. As she spoke up to hear, the gaze Han Xuanai looked at Duan Lingtian was filled with craftiness. Xuanai. You're able to discern that there's a voice transmission inscription on it? Duan Lingtian was stunned and was slightly surprised. For a moment, Han Xuanai was even more mysterious in his eyes. I've seen this type of inscription before. Han Xuanai laughed. Duan Lingtian came to an understanding. If Han Xuanai was really a member of the ancient Han clan, then it wasn't strange for her to be able to recognize the voice transmission inscription on the jade sword. The Han clan didn't lack inscription masters, nor did they lack voice transmission inscriptions. Han Xuanai's mischievous eyes ceaselessly spun as she looked at Duan Lingtian with a spurious smile, and she seemed as if she wouldn't return the jade sword to Duan Lingtian if Duan Lingtian didn't tell her. Xuanai. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly, then he sent a voice transmission and told Han Xuanai the origins of the jade sword. Sword Monarch's treasure? After Han Xuanai found out about the origins of the jade sword, her mischievous eyes flickered with bright lights, and she'd obviously aroused interest towards the Sword Monarch's treasure. Big Brother Lingtian, you're too bad. You wouldn't be intending to abandon me, Little Black and Little White, to go to such a fun place by yourself, right? After Han Xuanai returned the jade sword to Duan Lingtian, she spoke with slight dissatisfaction. Fun place? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched as he laughed embarrassedly, yet he didn't admit it, even though he did indeed have such thoughts. Big Brother Lingtian, I want to go with you. Han Xuanai's tone was resolute and decisive, and there wasn't the slightest room for discussion. If you want to go, then go with me. Duan Lingtian didn't refuse. As far as he was concerned, Han Xuanai was in existence at the void interpretation stage or above, and even in the entire Dark Han dynasty, she was a top expert. If he had her, then perhaps his trip to the Sword Monarch's treasure would be even easier. Needless to say, As a 9th-level Void Initiation Stage Demon Beast, the three-eyed flame tiger's speed was extremely swift. It only spent a month of time to traverse the Darkstone Empire's imperial city and the Darkhan Dynasty's capital to arrive in the sky above its destination. The three-eyed flame tiger stood in the sky without moving in the slightest, and it was like an enormous mountain that floated high in the sky. On this enormous mountain, a group of people stood in a row as they looked down at the vast expanse of land below them. This is the Darkhan Dynasty's capital? A young genius couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. Presently, a city that was so vast that it was comparable to the sum of a few Darkstone Empire's imperial cities had appeared before the eyes of Duan Lingtian's group. As expected of the Darkhan Dynasty's capital, it's absolutely the largest city I've seen in my lifetime. Zhong Nan sighed with emotion. Yeah, even I feel like a frog at the bottom of a well before the Darkhan Dynasty's capital. Gao Yuhai lightly fanned the fan in his hand, and he had a complicated gaze. All of you will only know what a frog at the bottom of a well is when you truly see the young experts of the Darkhan Dynasty. King Yong said indifferently, according to my knowledge, there are many people in the Darkhan Dynasty with strengths that aren't inferior to Mo Xian. Even though all of you have come here to compete for the qualifications to participate in the selection, I only have confidence in Mo Xian. Of course, it isn't that I'm looking down on your natural talent. Amongst all of you, Duan Lingtian and Su Li aren't inferior to Mo Xian in terms of natural talent. But unfortunately, they're too young. If they were given a few more years of time, it wouldn't be impossible for them to catch up to Mo Xian. When he spoke up to here, King Yong looked at Duan Lingtian and Su Li as if he was consoling them. For a time, the gazes of most people couldn't help but descend onto Duan Lingtian and Su Li. King Yong's words were extremely pertinent, and most of them agreed. Of course, there were also some that didn't agree. That was Long Yun. At this moment, Long Yun had an unconvinced expression. It was as if he was unconvinced because King Yong didn't mention him. Duan Lingtian and Su Li couldn't help but look at each other when they heard King Yong. Duan Lingtian, looks like King Yong doesn't look favorably upon the two of us. Su Li spoke to Duan Lingtian via voice transmission. Then we'll let our actions prove that his judgment is wrong. Duan Lingtian shrugged and replied with an indifferent expression. I have the same intention. Su Li's face was filled with confidence. Come, let's go over there. In next to no time, King Yong spoke out and urged the three-eyed flame tiger to head towards the continuous mountain range at the west of the Darkhan Dynasty's capital. The continuous mountain range was impossible to see the end of. After King Yong found a spacious gorge as a resting place for the three-eyed flame tiger, he instructed. From today onwards, you'll stay here. Once the dynasty martial competition ends, I'll bring the people that were eliminated to come look for you and return to the Darkstone Empire together. Awu, the three-eyed flame tiger's body that was like an enormous mountain lay within the gorge as he nodded to King Yong. At the same time, he didn't forget to glance at the nearby yellow-clothed young woman, and fear that came from the soul was mixed within the depths of his gaze. Let's go. After settling down the three-eyed flame tiger, King Yong and the two old men behind him brought along Duan Lingtian and the others to head directly to the Darkhan Dynasty's capital. Looking down at the Darkhan Dynasty's capital from the sky was a completely different feeling from looking up at it from outside the gates of the Darkhan Dynasty's capital. How magnificent! Duan Lingtian looked at the city that was like an enormous beast before his eyes, and his heart trembled. The entire city emitted an ancient and experienced aura from top to bottom, and it seemed as if it was telling of the long history of its existence. There's already no way to find out how long the Darkhan Dynasty has existed. King Yong sighed. Before our Darkstone Empire and even the other empires of the Darkhan Dynasty were born, the Darkhan Dynasty had already existed. For example, the gold and silver notes we usually use came from the Darkhan Dynasty. No matter how the empires, imperial kingdoms, or kingdoms change dynasties, so long as the Darkhan Dynasty still exists, the gold and silver notes won't lose their value. As King Yong finished speaking, he felt deep veneration. A dignified existence at the void interpretation stage couldn't help but arouse respect from the bottom of his heart when facing the history of the Dark Han dynasty. As the capital of the Dark Han dynasty, it was heavily guarded, and not just anyone could casually enter the capital. Let's go! Under the lead of King Yong, Duan Lingtian's group walked towards the entrance of the Dark Han dynasty's capital. Duan Lingtian's group registered themselves under the lead of King Yong. Darkstone Empire, King Yong? The guard that was in charge of registering Duan Lingtian and the others glanced at King Yong with slight surprise, and then he passed 14 command tokens to King Yong after they registered themselves. Everyone had one of these command tokens, and it was used to enter and exit the Dark Han dynasty's capital. After they registered themselves, they only had to display their command tokens to enter and exit the capital within the next 3 years, and they didn't have to continue registering. Under the lead of King Yong, Duan Lingtian's group walked into the Dark Han dynasty's capital. Numerous tangled and complicated roads entered their eyes, and it caused Duan Lingtian and the others to be unable to help but be dazzled. As the Dark Han dynasty's capital, it was bustling and flourishing. On the various roads, horses and carriages moved like dragons, and they flowed endlessly. Big Brother Lingtian, when are we leaving? There's still 2.5 months before the agreed date between you and the other possessors of the Jade Swords. Han Xuanai's voice transmission entered into Duan Lingtian's ears in a timely manner. It caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to refrain from laughing bitterly. This little girl, Xuanai, seemed to have an even greater interest towards the Sword Monarch's treasure than him. Of course, he was able to discern it. Xuanai entirely wanted to join in the fun and felt that it was fun. We'll leave after we settle down. Is this all right? Duan Lingtian replied with slight helplessness. Han Xuanai's mischievous eyes flashed when she heard this, and she nodded with satisfaction. We'll go have a meal first, and then we'll stay at an estate our Darkstone Empire's imperial family bought in the Dark Han dynasty's capital. King Yong spoke to Duan Lingtian's group. Everyone had no objections. Duan Lingtian and the others weren't surprised that the Darkstone Empire's imperial family had an estate in the Dark Han dynasty's capital. Under King Yong's lead, they casually found a restaurant and finished their meal. Duan Lingtian's group followed behind King Yong and arrived at the estate the Darkstone Empire's imperial family bought in the Dark Han dynasty's capital. The estate was extremely large, and it was divided into a front courtyard and rear courtyard. There are 108 independent courtyards in the rear courtyard. All of you can stay in the east courtyard of the rear courtyard during this period of time. There are 20 independent courtyards in the east courtyard. After King Yong led Duan Lingtian's group to the rear courtyard, he instructed before leaving with the 2 old men by his side. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian's group started to distribute the various courtyards in the east courtyard. Chapter 596. The three-eyed flame tiger couldn't be bothered to shake the gorge to the point it shook, and its eyes that were large like gongs stared wide open as it looked at the yellow-colored figure that slowly descended from the sky. Why has this great ant returned? My life is over. The three-eyed flame tiger shouted in its heart. Big guy, I never imagined that you missed me so much and were actually so excited when you saw me. The yellow-clothed young woman descended from the sky and stood on the broad back of the three-eyed flame tiger, and her mischievous eyes flickered with craftiness as she lightly smiled. Instantly, the three-eyed flame tiger's body stiffened, and it didn't dare tremble in the slightest. It didn't want to infuriate this great ant. If this great ant was unhappy and used her ice concept to condense ice to seal it, then it would really not know who to cry to. From the beginning until the end, The actions of the three-eyed flame tiger were noticed by Duan Lingtian, who followed behind it. This big fellow is completely and utterly afraid of Xuanai now. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Big brother Lingtian, come quickly. Han Xuanai stood on the back of the three-eyed flame tiger as she called out to Duan Lingtian. Swish! Swish! Duan Lingtian was still in midair when a black and white bolt of lightning flashed out from beneath his sleeve, and they descended onto the back of the three-eyed flame tiger first. It was precisely the two little pythons. These two little fellows are so swift. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh when he saw the scene before him. In the past, the cultivations of these two little fellows had surpassed him. Now, many years had passed since that time, and he'd obtained fortuitous encounters repeatedly, yet he was still unable to compare to these two little fellows. I hope I'll be able to surpass these two little fellows in one go after I come out from the Sword Monarch's treasure this time. Duan Lingtian spoke silently in his heart. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian descended onto the back of the three-eyed flame tiger as well. Big guy, let's go. Return to the Darkstone Empire. Han Xuanai lightly stomped her foot. The three-eyed flame tiger was so shocked that it trembled. The canyon once again began to shake. At the same time, it flew up and disappeared into the clouds. Subsequently, he brought along Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai and headed towards the Darkstone Empire. On the way, Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged and quietly cultivated. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique, lightning W-arm transformation. A month's time passed quickly. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian had completely exhausted the medicinal strength of the Void Fuse fruit, and his cultivation had approached the bottleneck after the 9th level of the Void Prying stage. It was also the final bottleneck of the Void Prying stage. So long as Duan Lingtian comprehended a type of concept and broke through this bottleneck, he would be able to officially break through to the Void Initiation stage, and his strength would undergo a tremendous change. My cultivation will step into the final bottleneck of the Void Prying stage in at most a month. At that time, what I have to do is comprehend Wind concept or Lightning concept and step into the Void Initiation stage in one go. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he thought to himself, Big brother Lingtian, we've arrived at the Darkstone Empire. Meanwhile, Han Xuanai's voice that was like an aureole sounded out. Xuanai. Duan Lingtian suddenly thought of something. Ask this big fellow to head towards the northeast of the Darkstone Empire. I want to go retrieve something. Big brother Lingtian, what do you want to retrieve? Xuanai asked curiously. I don't know for now. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Han Xuanai was even more curious when she heard Duan Lingtian, and she instructed the three-eyed flame tiger to head towards the northeast of the Darkstone Empire. A wave of piercing howls sounded out, and Duan Lingtian only saw a black bolt of lightning flash past. Subsequently, the bald man's chest abruptly exploded open when he was still halfway there, and beautiful and dazzling fresh blood ceaselessly gushed out. The bald man's pupils constricted as his legs straightened and he directly fell onto the ground, and he was completely devoid of any signs of life. Swish! The black bolt of lightning appeared once more, and this time, it descended onto Han Xuanai's shoulder and revealed its figure. It was precisely the little black snake. Hiss hiss, the little black snake complacently shook its little head, and it flicked its tongue as it looked at Han Xuanai, as if it was asking for credit. Little Black is so obedient. Han Xuanai wasn't surprised in the slightest by the little black snake swiftly attacking and killing the bald man, and she lightly rubbed the little black snake's little head with a face filled with doting. Meanwhile, the surrounding people all looked at the man and snake with terror, and they all retreated backwards. They were deeply afraid of offending this pair of maleficent existences. Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at the bald man's corpse before raising his head and continuing forward. Even though flourishing Summer City was chaotic as before. But because of the bald man's death, Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai had become existences that no one dared rashly offend. They smoothly arrived at the treasure-gathering pavilion. After walking into the treasure-gathering pavilion and ascending to the second floor, it was still that counter. Duan Lingtian withdrew half a jade pendant and passed it to the middle-aged man behind the counter. Did I obtain the reward for the ageless root with a grade 4 spirit sword that day? The middle-aged man was still the same person from before, and he returned to his senses when he heard Duan Lingtian, and only now did he recognize Duan Lingtian. Customer, the thing you want hasn't been obtained yet? Are you continuing the reward or withdrawing the reward? Withdrawing the reward, Duan Lingtian said. He didn't have the slightest hope of finding the ageless root in the Darkstone Empire now. All right. The middle-aged man withdrew an exquisite long box from under the counter, and after he opened it, a spirit sword silently laid there. It was precisely the grade 4 spirit sword that Duan Lingtian had deposited in the box that day. The middle-aged man placed the half-jade pendant Duan Lingtian passed over together with the other half-jade pendant in the box, and then he nodded. Exactly. Customer, this is your reward. As he spoke, the middle-aged man withdrew the spirit sword and passed it to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian received the spirit sword and directly put it away in his spatial ring. Customer, aren't you going to confirm it? The middle-aged man couldn't help but be stunned when he saw Duan Lingtian's straightforward actions. Isn't this young man afraid that the spirit sword isn't the grade 4 spirit sword of the past? After all, the outer appearance of a spirit sword was extremely easy to imitate. There's no need for that. Duan Lingtian shook his head, then turned around and left the treasure-gathering pavilion with Han Xuanai. What a joke! Not to mention his spiritual force was sufficient to directly detect the level of the spirit sword. Even if he didn't use his spiritual force to detect it today, he'd already confirmed it when his hand touched the spirit sword. The spirit sword from before was indeed the grade 4 spirit sword he'd casually refined that day. After leaving the treasure-gathering pavilion, Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai had a meal together before leaving flourishing Summer City. They'd only just left the city when Han Xuanai sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. Big brother Lingtian, someone is following us, yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. He'd noticed long ago. Since the moment he left the treasure-gathering pavilion, he'd noticed that someone was following him and Han Xuanai from the shadows. That person's cultivation was rather profound. It was an existence at the 8th level of the void initiation stage. A man's wealth is his own ruin by causing others greed. These words aren't wrong in the slightest. Duan Lingtian sighed. Big brother Lingtian, what you mean is that person came for the grade 4 spirit sword we just obtained from the treasure-gathering pavilion? Han Xuanai asked. Only this possibility. Duan Lingtian nodded, and his eyes flashed. Moreover, that person's identity ought to not be simple. It's even to the extent that he might be the pavilion master of the treasure-gathering pavilion. An existence at the 8th level of the void initiation stage. In flourishing Summer City, Duan Lingtian could only connect that person with the pavilion master of the treasure-gathering pavilion. As for the others, it was probably impossible for them to possess such a cultivation. Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai had just left the city not long ago. Swoosh! Piercingly cold howls of the wind swept over, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived not far ahead of Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai. An aged figure appeared before the eyes of Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai. This was an old man with a robust figure, a goatee, and a pair of eyes that flickered with a sheen of greed. The pavilion master of the treasure-gathering pavilion? Even though Duan Lingtian had his guesses, he still asked for confirmation. You're extremely smart, you were actually able to guess my identity. Chapter 597. Is that so? Duan Lingtian didn't get angry when he heard the old man, but laughed instead. When he saw the killing intent in the old man's eyes ceaselessly rising, Duan Lingtian said, "The treasure-gathering pavilion is an extremely famous business in the Darkhan dynasty at any rate, yet I never imagined that scum like you would appear. The reputation of the treasure-gathering pavilion will sooner or later be ruined by scum like you. Ha! The old man suddenly started laughing loudly and said with a savage expression, "So long as I kill all of you, who would know that it was me? Who would know that your deaths are related to the treasure-gathering pavilion? Kid, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not understanding the principle of not showing off your wealth. A grade 4 spirit weapon isn't something you're worthy of possessing." As he finished speaking, the old man spoke with a reprimanding tone. "If I'm not worthy of possessing it, could it be that you're worthy?" Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at the old man and sneered. "Do you really think that everything is within your control now?" The old man's face went slightly grim when he saw Duan Lingtian being so composed, and he looked around the surroundings. When he noticed that there was no movement in the surroundings, the old man sneered. "Kid, don't try to be mysterious. Today you, this little girl, and the 2 snake-type demon beasts by your side will all die." Obviously, the old man had noticed Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai walking all the way here. He even knew of the existence of the 2 little pythons. "Then let's see if you have the ability." Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at the old man, and then he looked at Han Xuanai who stood at the side. "Xuanai, I'll leave this old fellow to you. Don't worry, big brother Lingtian." Xuanai nodded, and then she looked at the old man, and her voice that was pleasant like an oriole's was filled with a trace of icy coldness. "I hate disrespectful old things like you the most. Little girl, you're courting death." The old man burst into rage when he heard Han Xuanai, and the origin energy on his body roiled as he abruptly took a step forward and prepared to attack. In the sky above him, the energy of heaven and earth started to roil as numerous ancient WRM silhouettes started to condense into embryonic form. Unfortunately, in the next moment, all of this was obliterated into nothingness. A gust of cold wind blew past. The old man maintained his posture of taking a step forward, but his body was frozen in place. Around his body, a thick layer of ice enveloped him, completely sealing him in ice. For a moment, the old man turned into an ice sculpture. One could vaguely see that there was only fear left in the old man's eyes. It was fear that came from the bottom of his heart and soul. Meeting Xuanai can only be considered as this old fellow's bad luck, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. However, Duan Lingtian's heart was still full of shock. Earlier, his gaze had been on Xuanai from the beginning until the end, wanting to see what cultivation Xuanai actually had. Unfortunately, before he could see clearly how many silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared in the sky, the silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above Xuanai's head had completely vanished. The old man was also sealed in ice. "Big brother Lingtian, I'll go look for big guy first. I'll leave him to you." Han Xuanai gave Duan Lingtian a brilliant smile, then she soared into the sky and concealed herself in the sky. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled helplessly. He was able to discern. Xuanai couldn't be bothered to kill this old fellow. Being lazy to this extent can be considered to be at the same level. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. After returning to his senses, Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto the ice sculpture before him, and he walked over step by step. Duan Lingtian's gaze met the old man's slightly constricted eyes. At this moment, the old man's origin energy was suppressed, and he was utterly unable to use origin energy to communicate with Duan Lingtian via voice transmission. The only thing he could do now was to use a pleading gaze to beg Duan Lingtian for mercy. "I just wanted to tell you. A smart person might not live for long." Duan Lingtian walked up to the ice sculpture and grinned at the old man within the ice sculpture. His smile was bright and dazzling. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and lightly pressed it down towards the ice sculpture that sealed the old man. Duan Lingtian's hand casually pressed down, and instantly, the ice sculpture shattered into pieces, and the old man within the ice sculpture shattered with a bang along with the ice sculpture. Bang! The ice sculpture shattered into a pile of shattered ice that fell beneath Duan Lingtian's feet. Looking at the shattered ice that was all over the ground without a trace of blood, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh. "I've heard of a saying in the past, killing can also be an art." Today, I can be considered to have witnessed it. Duan Lingtian found the old man's spatial ring from the shattered ice. Fortunately, it wasn't damaged. Duan Lingtian placed the shattered ice that sealed the spatial ring on his palm. Grade 4 core fire blazed up. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian was dumbstruck. Because he noticed that the shattered ice and even the spatial ring within it had been melted by his core fire. The spatial ring had obviously become a part of the shattered ice as well. Xuanai's ice concept is too overbearing, right? If I knew earlier, I would have given this shattered ice to her and asked her to help take out the spatial ring within it. Now, the spatial ring has melted along with the shattered ice. Duan Lingtian felt a wave of heartache. This spatial ring was the spatial ring of the flourishing Summer City's treasure-gathering pavilion's pavilion master, and there were surely many good things within it. But now, along with the spatial ring vanishing, the things within were completely gone as well. As he sighed, Duan Lingtian soared into the sky and returned to the back of the three-eyed flame tiger. A wave of coldness arose in his heart for no reason as he gazed at the young girl that sat at the side teasing the two little pythons with a harmless expression. "Big fellow, go to the Eastern Mulberry Empire's imperial city." Duan Lingtian instructed the three-eyed flame tiger. This time, the three-eyed flame tiger didn't dare hesitate, and it nodded obediently before flying towards the east. As the empire-guarding demon beast of the Darkstone Empire, it naturally knew the location of the Eastern Mulberry Empire that was adjacent to the Darkstone Empire. Whereas Duan Lingtian instead sat cross-legged. He didn't cultivate, but instead searched through the memories of the Samsara Emperor Wu, ice concept. Chapter 598. After separating from the three-eyed flame tiger, Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai entered the Eastern Mulberry Empire's imperial city together. After all, it was the imperial city of an empire, and the area it occupied was on par with the Darkstone Empire's imperial city. After Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai entered the city, they casually found a restaurant to eat. Hiss hiss, the two little pythons flicked their tongues like bolts of lightning as they fought for the food on the table before Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai, and it caused the two of them to be unable to refrain from shaking their heads and laughing. Big brother Lingtian, were Little Black and Little White so greedy in the past? Han Xuanai looked at Lingtian and asked with a smile. More or less. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then he called out to the waiter and ordered another 2 tables of dishes, allowing the 2 little pythons to eat separately. Hiss hiss, instantly, the 2 little pythons became excited. "Thank you, big brother." "Thank you, big brother." A voice transmission from a boy and a voice transmission from a girl that were filled with joy entered into Duan Lingtian's ears at practically the exact same time. It was precisely the voices of the 2 little pythons. At the same time that Duan Lingtian's face revealed a smile as he looked at the 2 little pythons eating happily, a trace of worry appeared in his eyes. This scene just happened to be captured by Han Xuanai. "Big brother Lingtian, what are you thinking about?" Han Xuanai asked. "You seem to be worried about something," Duan Lingtian sighed. Then he spoke of the matter of the little gold mouse without concealing anything. Actually, there was no need to conceal it. Jade-eyed heavenly mouse? Han Xuanai was surprised. "Big brother Lingtian, you actually have a jade-eyed heavenly mouse by your side? Where did you encounter it?" This jade-eyed heavenly mouse is a descendant of a holy beast. In terms of natural talent and potential, it isn't inferior to the current Little Black and Little White. "I bought it from an auction house," Duan Lingtian said. "Auction house?" Han Xuanai's gaze became slightly strange. Bought a jade-eyed heavenly mouse from an auction house? Who would be so wasteful as to bring a jade-eyed heavenly mouse to an auction house? Even in the foreign lands, jade-eyed heavenly mice were extremely rare existences, and every single infant jade-eyed heavenly mouse that appeared would practically cause a storm of blood. There was utterly no one would waste God's given gifts, a heavenly mouse, and heavenly clan to auction house. That person thought little gold was a mouse gold mouse. Little gold mouse was king, heavenly mouse was gold, said heavenly mouse was gold. At the same time, she comforted Duan Ling Tian. Big brother Lington, don't worry. Little gold will be fine. Heavenly mouse heavenly mouse. Heavenly mouse of the heavenly sky, heavenly mouse, and. I hope so. Duan Ling Tian nodded, but the worry in his eyes didn't reduce in the slightest. After they finished eating, Duan Ling Tian brought along Han Xuanai and the two little pythons to find an inn to stay for the time being. Normally, besides cultivating, he would stroll around the imperial city with Han Xuanai. In the blink of an eye, 20+ days passed. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. In the sky above the imperial city, a figure was like a bolt of lightning that ceaselessly flashed past. Swift like the wind, swift like lightning. Suddenly, an ear-piercing howl of the wind sounded out. In the sky, the 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes that flashed along with the figure that was like a bolt of lightning suddenly trembled before instantly dispersing. Meanwhile, the speed of the figure that moved along with the wind instantly increased by a few times. In the sky, after the 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes dispersed, an enormous silhouette coiled down while baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. It was precisely the ancient horned dragon silhouette. First-level wind concept. I've finally comprehended it. At that moment, the rapidly moving figure came to a stop and revealed its true appearance. A handsome young man with slanted brows and starry eyes. The young man wore violet clothes that fluttered with the wind, and at the same time that he muttered to himself, his figure lowered and actually sat cross-legged in midair before closing his eyes like an old monk in meditation. After a short moment, vast origin energy instantly swept out from the young man's body. For a time, the surrounding clouds and mist were completely swept away. Meanwhile, the young man slowly opened his eyes. I've finally broken through. The young man's eyes were like dazzling starry marks, and a wisp of a dense smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Along with this thought in the young man's heart, his gaze raised slightly as origin energy that was like flames rose up from his body. At the same time, two ancient horned dragon silhouettes condensed into form in the sky above him, and they spiraled down as they ceaselessly fluttered about. First level of the Void Initiation stage. The violet-clothed young man was precisely Duan Lingtian. After many days, he'd finally comprehended first-level wind concept, and he'd raised his cultivation to the peak of the 9th level of the Void Prying stage to break through to the Void Initiation stage in one go. Wind concept, Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as his figure flashed out to merge into the wind. At this moment, he felt as if he'd merged into one with the wind in the heavens and the earth, and there was no distinction between him and the wind. Is this the concept of wind? How miraculous! Duan Lingtian was able to clearly feel that when he utilized the strength of wind concept at this moment, it was as if he was relying on the entire strength of the wind in nature. Like a shadow following the body. Presently, when Duan Lingtian utilized his movement technique, it was as if he was moving his arms. Tempest Point. With a raise of his hand, Duan Lingtian pointed out with his finger. Swish. Instantly, the force of his origin energy finger whistled out, and it was accompanied by first-level wind concept and advanced lightning force as it shot into the sky before vanishing behind the clouds and mist. In the sky above Duan Lingtian, the three ancient horned dragon silhouettes were surrounded by the 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes like a host of stars surrounding the moon. If I utilize a spirit weapon, my strength will be even stronger. Duan Lingtian stopped moving once more, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. First-level wind concept. Void Initiation stage cultivation. This was his current strength. Besides that, now that I've broken through to the Void Initiation stage, I can already officially start cultivating the 6th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, the Earth Dragon form. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed, and his mind was completely immersed in the memories of the Samsara Emperor Wu, and it was related to the sixth form of the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique, the Earth Dragon form. The Earth Dragon form wasn't just the mental cultivation method of the sixth form of the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique. Amongst them, there was a high-grade Earth-rank defensive martial skill, Earth Dragon's Barrier. The fourth form of the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique is the Wind WRM form, and it aids me in comprehending wind force. The fifth form is the Lightning WRM form, and it aids me in comprehending lightning force. The sixth form is the Earth Dragon form, and it aids me in comprehending earth force. Besides that, the sixth form also comes with a high-grade Earth-rank defensive martial skill, Earth Dragon's Barrier. The Earth Dragon's Barrier will be the first defensive martial skill I cultivate after the Earth Dragon's Shield, and it's able to be executed when combined with Earth Force and Earth Concept, causing its defensive strength to be extraordinary. The smile on Duan Lingtian's face became even more brilliant. He understood that at the instant his cultivation stepped into the void initiation stage, his strength had already undergone a tremendous change. Earth Force. Duan Lingtian's figure flashed out, and he was like a soaring dragon that descended towards the boundless ground outside the Eastern Mulberry Empire's imperial city. Bang! Duan Lingtian descended onto the ground, and then his figure flashed to lie down, and the origin energy on his body raged as it ceaselessly fused into the ground. This was the best method of comprehending Earth Force recorded in the sixth form of the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique, the Earth Dragon form. It was also the method that Emperor Wu of Samsara had discovered all those years ago. All those years ago, Emperor Wu of Samsara had only comprehended Earth Force after lying on the boundless ground for 3 days and 3 nights. Duan Lingtian's origin energy ceaselessly gushed out to become the hub between him and the ground, and it forcefully connected him to the ground. A day passed, yet Duan Lingtian didn't feel anything. 2 days passed, yet he still didn't feel anything. During the first lifetime of the Rebirth Martial Emperor, he comprehended the Earth Force in 3 days and 3 nights just like me. Whereas until now, I still haven't sensed even a trace of the Earth Force, and I haven't even sensed the seed of the Force. Duan Lingtian was slightly helpless. Just like this, the 3rd day passed. Duan Lingtian had finally sensed a trace of Earth Force, and he'd smoothly comprehended the seed of Earth Force. The 5th day. Duan Lingtian's origin energy still tirelessly fused into the ground, and he became more and more intimate with the ground. As I lie on this boundless ground, my restless heart seems to have calmed down. Before this boundless ground, everything seems to be not worth mentioning. Gradually, Duan Lingtian understood this ground more and more. At this moment, as he lay on this ground, it was as if he was lying in the embrace of his mother. The veil of night descended, and strands of dense earthen yellow aura finally arose from Duan Lingtian's body. I've finally comprehended Earth Force. Duan Lingtian's face revealed a brilliant smile as he sat up at the same time, and the origin energy on his body pulsated to transform into numerous strands of dragon-shaped origin energy that coiled around his body. Within these strands of dragon-shaped origin energy, strands of earthen yellow energy gradually leaped up and fused into the dragon-shaped origin energy. Chapter 599. There are another 3 days before we converge with the other possessors of the Jade Swords. Big Brother Lingtian, have you contacted them during this period of time? Han Xuan'ai looked at Duan Lingtian as she asked. No. Duan Lingtian shook his head. During this period of time, he was busy cultivating, so how could he have the time to care about other things? I feel that some of them have surely arrived at the Eastern Mulberry Empire's imperial city at this time. It's even to the extent that they might be staying in some inns in the imperial city. Han Xuan'ai guessed. Perhaps I'll contact them after I return to my room. Duan Lingtian nodded, and then he said, It's already late, go to bed early. Han Xuan'ai nodded, and her eyes were still filled with excitement when she returned to her room. This little girl is even more excited than me. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. After Duan Lingtian returned to his room, his gaze flashed. I've finally advanced my cultivation to the void initiation stage before I enter the Sword Monarch's treasure. After washing up, Duan Lingtian lay on the bed and withdrew his jade sword. His origin energy fused into the voice transmission inscription on the jade sword. Instantly, a sonorous voice that seemed familiar entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. Brother, you finally made an appearance. We'll be able to meet in a few days, and I'm really looking forward to it. Duan Lingtian recovered from his shock and recognized the owner of this sonorous voice. At that time, when he was still in the Crimson Sky Kingdom, it was precisely this person that he'd contacted when he used the voice transmission inscription on the jade sword for the first time. I've already arrived at the Eastern Mulberry Empire's imperial city. Where are all of you? Another voice sounded out. To Duan Lingtian, this was a completely unfamiliar voice. It ought to be the possessors of the other jade swords. I've arrived at the imperial city as well. I haven't arrived yet, I'm on the way. I ought to be able to arrive punctually at Pheasant Ridge 3 days from now. I'll be able to arrive at the Eastern Mulberry Empire's imperial city tomorrow. Following that, more voices could be heard. They were all owners of other jade swords. By the way, brother, did you bring a friend? According to our agreement, every single one of us can bring a person along with us into the Sword Monarch's treasure. Suddenly, the owner of the loud and clear voice spoke again, obviously speaking to Duan Lingtian. Yes, I brought a friend. Duan Lingtian responded. It turned out that he was still worried about whether the other jade sword possessors would have any objections if Xuanai headed to the Sword Monarch's treasure with him. Now it would seem that Xuanai entering the Sword Monarch's treasure with him wasn't considered to be abrupt. But with Xuanai's strength, it wouldn't be difficult for her to annihilate the others at the moment the Sword Monarch's treasure is opened. Duan Lingtian shuddered at the thought of Han Xuanai's strength. If Xuanai really annihilates the others at the moment the Sword Monarch's treasure is opened, then wouldn't Xuanai and I be able to monopolize all the treasures within the Sword Monarch's treasure? When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian's breathing became slightly hurried. At dawn the next day, Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai walked out of their respective rooms and left the inn together before finding a nearby restaurant to have breakfast. It wasn't long before the restaurant was filled with customers. I heard that the Tang clan will be auctioning a treasure at the central square this afternoon. At that time, we have to go join in the fun. Doesn't the Tang clan have its own auction house? Why isn't it auctioning it at the auction house? I don't know about this. But based on the Tang clan's great fanfare, that treasure is probably not simple. I'm interested as well after hearing what you said. Let's go together at that time. A wave of discussion sounded out from the table beside Duan Lingtian. It was 3 young men in embroidered clothes chatting. Big brother Lingtian, let's go join in the fun in the afternoon as well? Han Xuanai's eyes glowed, and she'd obviously aroused interest towards the Tang clan's treasure. Duan Lingtian nodded, as he was similarly interested. It would be great if it's the ageless root. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. But he knew as well that this was practically impossible. Even if the Tang clan possessed the ageless root, it would probably be impossible for it to be so great fanfare. The central square of the Eastern Mulberry Empire's imperial city was undoubtedly an existence similar to the central square of the Darkstone Empire's imperial city, and it was extremely bustling and filled with streams of people. At that time, the Darkstone Empire's imperial city held the Young Genius competition of the empire at such a place. As far as Duan Lingtian was concerned, the Tang clan's great fanfare meant that the treasure was surely a publicly acknowledged treasure, and it wasn't the ageless root that many people were unable to recognize. After they finished their breakfast, they walked around the imperial city. All along the way, Duan Lingtian was able to hear that the entire imperial city was filled with the news of the Tang clan auctioning the treasure in the afternoon. I must go earlier in the afternoon so as to occupy a good spot. It would be great if I was a martial artist at the void prying stage or above, as there are many spots in the sky. Yeah, if it was an existence at the void prying stage or above, then there would be utterly no need to fight for a spot on the ground. Duan Lingtian could hear these discussions everywhere. Big brother Lingtian, I'm becoming more and more interested in the thing the Tang clan is auctioning in the afternoon. Han Xuanai giggled, and her watery eyes revealed a trace of craftiness. Xuanai, if you like it, I'll buy it for you. Duan Lingtian was rather confident now. All along the way, the wealth in his possession had already accumulated to an extremely terrifying extent. During these past few years, he hadn't only plundered a large amount of wealth from everywhere. Even the spatial rings of those people that had died at his hands contained quite a large amount of wealth. His gold and silver wealth continued to accumulate. Up until now, he was slightly unable to remember exactly how much wealth he possessed. Big brother Lingtian, if I'm really interested, then I'll directly seize it. Why would I need you to spend money? Han Xuanai blinked her crafty eyes and smiled. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth couldn't help but twitch when he heard this. Yeah. With Xuanai's strength, seizing a treasure from the Eastern Mulberry Empire's Tang clan wasn't difficult at all. After all, even the #1 expert of the Darkstone Empire, King Yong, was extremely fearful before Xuanai. The strongest expert of the Eastern Mulberry Empire was at most at the same level as King Yong. He was most probably inferior to Xuanai. In the afternoon, Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai brought along the two little pythons to fly through the sky and arrive at the central square of the Eastern Mulberry Empire's imperial city. So many people. Duan Lingtian looked down at the central square and noticed that it was packed with people, and he could only see numerous heads ceaselessly moving about, causing it to be extremely bustling. Presently, there were many martial artists at the void prying stage and above in the sky. Most of these martial artists had come to join in the fun. The Tang clan has caused such a great commotion today. I wonder what treasure they're auctioning off. Someone couldn't refrain from speaking curiously. No matter what treasure it is, I have to properly experience it today. The Tang clan has never done anything that pleases the crowd. I presume they're really auctioning off some extraordinary treasure today. I really look forward to it. More and more martial artists at the void prying stage and above converged over and discussed animatedly. Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai stood in the sky that was closest to the center of the square. Presently, a high platform had been erected at the center of the square. This high platform had just been erected not long ago, and it was obviously specially built by the Tang clan for the sake of the auction this afternoon. Swoosh! A young man in embroidered clothes flashed over from afar and descended near Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai. Duan Lingtian was fine and didn't have any reaction. However, Han Xuanai instead frowned and turned her head to look at the young man in embroidered clothes. You go away. Don't stand beside me and my big brother Lingtian and disturb us. Obviously, Han Xuanai had taken the sky that she and Duan Lingtian stood in to be her private territory. The young man in embroidered clothes was first stunned when he heard Han Xuanai's voice, and when he turned around and saw Han Xuanai's peerlessly beautiful face, he revealed an evil smile. Little miss, don't worry, big brother guarantees that I won't disturb you. But little miss, you're really pretty. Smile for big brother to see. The young man in embroidered clothes spoke frivolously as he flew forward to approach Han Xuanai. At the same time, he stretched out his hand to touch Han Xuanai's chin. Duan Lingtian glanced at the young man with a gaze of pity. He knew that this fellow was going to suffer misfortune. At practically the instant that this thought arose in Duan Lingtian's mind. Swish! Swish! Two ear-piercing howls sounded out. Two bolts of lightning, one black and one white, flashed out from Han Xuanai's sleeve and flashed directly towards the young man in embroidered clothes. In the next moment, a bloody hole appeared on the young man's throat and chest, and dazzling and resplendent blood sprayed out from them. The young man didn't even have the time to emit a shrill cry, and his hand remained in the posture of wanting to touch Han Xuanai's chin as he directly fell down. Bang! The young man in embroidered clothes fell on the high platform that was built before his death, and he was completely silent. Instantly, the surroundings were in an uproar. Isn't that the Bai clan's third young master, Bai Fan? Exactly, it's Bai Fan. I truly never imagined that Bai Fan, who ran amok in our Eastern Mulberry Empire's imperial city, would fall here today. Yeah, I truly never expected this. Waves of exclamations of surprise sounded out from the surroundings in a timely manner. Of course, most of them were taking pleasure in Bai Fan's misfortune. Obviously, Bai Fan's reputation wasn't good. Hiss hiss. Meanwhile, the two little pythons returned to Han Xuanai's hand, and they glared fiercely at Bai Fan's corpse. Alright, he's already dead. Han Xuanai lightly smiled and lightly rubbed the heads of the two little fellows. The two little fellows instantly closed their eyes in enjoyment. Xuanai, I'm slightly jealous when I see little black and little white being so close to you. Duan Lingtian joked. But while Han Xuanai was able to discern that he was joking, the two little pythons were unable to discern it. Swish, swish. In the next moment, two bolts of lightning, one black and one white, flashed out from Han Xuanai's hand and descended onto Duan Lingtian's shoulder in the end. Hiss hiss, hiss hiss. Chapter 600. Duan Lingtian held the two little pythons in his hand, and his eyes were filled with gentleness. Presently, the little white snake had broken through to the third level of the void initiation stage after the little black snake. The Bai clan's third young master, Bai Fan, was at most a void prying stage martial artist, and he didn't have the slightest strength to fight back before the two little pythons. He wasn't even able to react before he was killed. Fan. Right at this moment, a voice that was like a thunderclap and contained boundless rage sounded out from afar. Duan Lingtian slightly turned his head, and he could see a middle-aged man that was escorted by two old men as he soared over, and his speed soared to the limit in the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, the middle-aged man swooped down to descend on the high platform at the center of the square, and he embraced Bai Fan as he cried out in grief. Fan! Fan! It's the Bai clan's second master, Bai Ming. Looks like it wasn't only the Bai clan's third young master, Bai Fan, that came to join in the fun today, even his father, Bai Ming, has come as well. This Bai Fan probably came with his father and arrived here first, yet was killed in the end. That young man, young woman, and the two snake-type demon beasts by their side are going to suffer misfortune. The surrounding crowd of spectators whispered in discussion. Most people glanced at Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai with pity. But Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai weren't affected in the slightest, and they stood in midair on the spot with carefree expressions, as if their expressions wouldn't change even if Mount Tai collapsed before them. Bush, bush. Meanwhile, the two old men that the middle-aged man brought along flew out, and they stood not far from the two sides of Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai, as if they were preventing Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai from fleeing. Meanwhile, Bai Ming finally recovered from his shock, and he who was filled with extreme grief and indignation embraced his dead son as he soared up into the sky, forming a triangle with the two old men that surrounded Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai at the center. You dare kill my son? Today, I'll make you pay with your blood. Bai Ming gnashed his teeth as he spoke word by word. At this moment, Bai Ming was enraged to the limit. He had been obsessed with martial arts all his life and only had one son. Now, his son had died because of the person in front of him. You're the second master of the Bai family, right? Duan Lingtian glanced at Bai Ming indifferently. When you say these words, shouldn't you first ask why we killed your son? Just now, if Bai Fan had not wanted to make a move on Han Xuanai, Little Black and Little White would not have suddenly killed him. That's not necessary. Bai Ming coldly snorted, and his eyes were filled with a ruthless luster. No matter what the reason is, since you killed my son, then you must be buried with him. As he spoke up to here, the origin energy on Bai Ming's body raged and skyrocketed. Above his head, 10 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons condensed into form and spiraled down, giving off an extremely strong oppressive feeling. 7th level of the void initiation stage. The second master of the Bai clan is indeed worthy of being one of the two great experts in the Bai clan who can stand shoulder to shoulder with the Bai clan's ancestor. He lives up to his reputation. Now that the second master of the Bai family is enraged, this young man and young woman are probably dead for sure. They were too impulsive and actually dared to kill Bai Fan. Could it be that they didn't know that Bai Fan was the favorite of the second master of the Bai family? The surrounding people observed a moment of silence for Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai. No matter what the reason is, we must be buried with your son? Bai Ming's words angered Duan Lingtian to the point his face sank slightly. Big brother Lingtian, you can't reason with some people. To them, strength is sufficient to replace any reason. Han Xuanai had a calm expression and wasn't enraged by Bai Ming's words. Or perhaps, from the beginning until the end, she didn't take Bai Ming seriously. Just, Xuanai, you do as you deem fit in this matter. Duan Lingtian nodded and didn't say anything further as he watched all this coldly from the sidelines. Kill them! Bai Ming shouted out explosively as he embraced the corpse of his son with one hand and slapped out with the other like a cattail leaf fan. Boom! Waves of fiery red energy rose from the palm that was filled with raging origin energy and swept out. It blasted towards Duan Lingtian, wanting to directly kill Duan Lingtian. At the same time, another 6 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared above Bai Ming's head. 6th level fire concept. When Bai Ming's palm struck out, Duan Lingtian only felt an extremely hot gust of wind in front of him. The hot aura grew stronger and stronger as it rose continuously. In the end, Duan Lingtian's forehead began to sweat uncontrollably. Faced with Bai Ming's menacing palm strike, although Duan Lingtian felt a great pressure, he didn't have any intention of dodging. He stood on the spot, unmoving like a mountain. Has this young man gone mad? He still dares to stand foolishly at this time? Many of the surrounding people were dumbfounded. Perhaps he feels that he can't escape death today, so he might as well give up resisting. Do you think he can survive in front of the second master of the Bai family? Someone had another idea. That makes sense. His words obtained the agreement of many people. At this moment, most people looked at Duan Lingtian with gazes filled with pity. They didn't think that Duan Lingtian would be able to survive under Bai Ming's palm strike. For a time, the atmosphere at the scene was slightly oppressive. Right at this moment, an abrupt voice broke the oppressive atmosphere at the scene. You dare make a move against Big Brother Lingtian? You're courting death. Under the gazes of everyone present, the yellow-clothed young girl that stood in midair spoke. At the same time that she spoke, the people present didn't see the yellow-clothed young girl make any movements. In the next moment, an extremely icy cold aura suddenly exploded out in midair, and it covered the heavens and the earth as it swept down, causing everyone present to be frozen to the point they couldn't help but shiver. When they returned to their senses, they saw a scene that they would never be able to forget in their entire lives. They saw Bai Ming, the second master of the Bai family that attacked the violet-clothed young man, had completely stopped in midair and transformed into an ice sculpture. Bai Fan's corpse in his arms had also transformed into an ice sculpture along with him. The people present were able to clearly see. The fire concept on Bai Ming's body had already been completely suppressed by the ice that enveloped his body now. It wasn't just that, the origin energy on his body was ceaselessly vanishing as well. After a short moment, the origin energy on Bai Ming's body vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, his body had lost its final support, and accompanied by the ice that covered his body, it crashed down. Bang! An enormous bang sounded out, and everyone clearly saw that Bai Ming's entire body along with the ice that covered his body fell to the ground and shattered into countless pieces of ice. Bai Ming, the second master of the Bai clan, one of the only 2 7th level void initiation stage experts in the Bai clan, had died. The scene was deathly silent. Over 90% of the people present were staring blankly at the pieces of ice that covered the ground. Not a single complete piece of these pieces of ice could be seen. Ice concept. In next to no time, someone exclaimed in shock with a trembling voice. His words caused everyone present to be unable to help but recover from their shock, and they couldn't help but look at the yellow-clothed young girl in midair with gazes filled with fear and reverence. Based on her outer appearance, this yellow-clothed young girl was at most 15 or 16 years old. At the beginning, many people were indescribably shocked when they saw the yellow-clothed young girl appear. A young girl that was 15 or 16 years old standing in midair undoubtedly indirectly displayed her cultivation at the void-prying stage or above. This was already sufficient to cause people to be shocked to the point of being speechless for a long time. But now, the yellow-clothed young girl had once again caused everyone to be shocked. The young girl had only just finished speaking when she caused a 7th-level void initiation stage martial artist to transform into an ice sculpture before falling to the ground and shattering, and he died a graveless death. Such a shocking ability would cause terror to arise from the bottom of anyone's heart when they saw it for the first time. Most importantly, it was because all of this was caused by a young girl. A young girl that was at the prime of her youth, and the Bai clan's second master, Bai Ming, was gone just like that. Did she really do it herself? Many people were bewildered and didn't dare believe that all of this was true. A young girl that was 15 or 16 years old had killed a 7th-level void initiation stage existence. Even if it was in the entire foreign lands, there were probably not many people capable of doing it, right? Not to mention a mere Eastern Mulberry Empire. I didn't see clearly that it was she who did it, but I can be sure that even if it wasn't her, it was still someone that was concealed in the shadows and protecting her. Looks like her identity isn't simple, and there's actually an expert that's capable of instantly killing the Bai clan's second master, Bai Ming, concealed by her side. That expert is an extremely rare existence that has comprehended the ice concept. Supposedly, ice concept can be considered to be a top concept amongst the numerous concepts of nature. Now that I've seen it today, it deserves its reputation. Too terrifying. In the blink of an eye, she sealed a person in ice and transformed him into an ice sculpture before allowing him to perish on his own before being forcefully smashed into countless pieces. The surrounding crowd of spectators discussed ceaselessly. Their words were filled with fear. He was wary of Han Xuanai. Of course, there were some people with comparatively higher cultivations amongst the people present, and they saw the numerous ancient horned dragon silhouettes that flashed in the sky above Han Xuanai. Even though they didn't see clearly how many ancient horned dragon silhouettes there were. But they could be sure of one thing. Earlier, it was indeed this yellow-clothed young girl that made a move and sealed the Bai clan's second master, Bai Ming, in ice. Second master. The two old men that appeared with Bai Ming now looked at the shattered ice that covered the ground, and their emaciated bodies lightly trembled. The scene before them had exceeded their expectations. The second master was one of the two great experts of their Bai clan, and his strength was comparable to their Bai clan's ancestor. But in the blink of an eye, he was killed. They were slightly unable to accept this. You two old fellows, do you want to continue staying and take revenge for your second master and third young master? Or get the hell out of my sight? Han Xuanai's gaze lazily descended onto the two old men, and her voice that was like an aureole had a trace of impatience mixed within. The two old men's bodies trembled as if they were struck by lightning when they heard this. In the next moment, they didn't dare hesitate in the slightest and hurriedly fled into the distance, vanishing before the eyes of everyone in the central square. What a joke! Even the second master was instantly killed. If they continued to stay, they would only be courting death. They knew clearly in their hearts. Chapter 601. Along with the departure of the two old men of the Bai clan, Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai had become the center of attention of the entire scene. But the attention of the surrounding people was quickly moved away. Only because the members of the Tang clan had arrived. It's the Tang clan's Grand Elder. The Tang clan's Grand Elder is an existence that has stepped into the 8th level of the Void initiation stage. In the Tang clan, in terms of strength, he's only inferior to the Tang clan's ancestor. I never imagined that the Tang clan's Grand Elder would personally preside over the auction this afternoon. The surrounding crowd of spectators were clamorous. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto the 5 people that were flying over from afar. Amongst these 5 people, the person in the lead was a white-haired old man, and his pair of muddy eyes occasionally flashed with a dazzling bright light. When looked at from afar, he seemed like an ordinary old man. However, the spiritual force that Duan Lingtian stretched out told him that this old man was in existence at the 8th level of the Void Initiation stage. He's the Tang clan's Grand Elder? Duan Lingtian listened to the surrounding discussions and easily guessed the old man's identity. Duan Lingtian had come to the Eastern Mulberry Empire's imperial city for a period of time after all, and he had a certain level of understanding towards the Eastern Mulberry Empire's Tang clan. Besides the imperial family, the Tang clan was the strongest power in the Eastern Mulberry Empire. It was undoubtedly extremely rare for a clan to be able to reign supreme in an empire. Supposedly, there were 5 people at the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage or above in the Tang clan. The strongest person was even in existence at the 9th level of the Void Initiation stage. That day, when he just found out about the Tang clan's strength, Duan Lingtian had even sighed with emotion. The strength of this Tang clan is probably not much inferior to the imperial family of the Eastern Mulberry Empire. Everyone! Meanwhile, the 5 people of the Tang clan led by the Tang clan's Grand Elder descended onto the high platform, and the Tang clan's Grand Elder looked at the surroundings before speaking abruptly. Instantly, the entire place fell silent and quieted down. Today, our Tang clan will be auctioning a demon beast here. A Void Initiation stage demon beast. The Tang clan's Grand Elder was obviously not a person and directly went straight to the point. Void Initiation stage demonic beast? Instantly, the onlookers, whether on the ground or in the air, were in an uproar. After all, once a demon beast broke through to the Void Initiation stage, its intelligence was already no different than a human. Most importantly, Void Initiation stage demonic beasts usually had their own dignity. He would rather die in battle than live on his knees. Even if a human strength surpassed a Void Initiation stage demon beast, wanting to subdue a Void Initiation stage demon beast was practically impossible. It was precisely because of this that the value of Void Initiation stage demon beasts in the human world was extremely high. Now, the Tang clan wanted to auction off a Void Initiation stage demon beast? A Void Initiation stage demon beast that was able to be auctioned off by the Tang clan was undoubtedly not the type of demon beast that would rather die than submit. Anyone would want to get their hands on such a demonic beast. Especially those people that belonged to powers that had a limited number of Void Initiation stage martial artists. Their faces were flushed red as they mustered up all their strength and prepared to bid for that Void Initiation stage demon beast. Void Initiation stage demonic beast? Duan Lingtian's brows raised. This Tang clan has some ability. They're actually able to capture a Void Initiation stage demon beast to auction off. May I ask Grand Elder Tang, what level of the Void Initiation stage demon beast is your Tang clan bidding for? In next to no time, someone couldn't refrain from asking. First level of the Void Initiation stage. The Tang clan's Grand Elder replied indifferently. Even though it was only at the first level of the Void Initiation stage, it still didn't extinguish the fervor of the surrounding people, and everyone looked at the Tang clan's Grand Elder with anticipation. Grand Elder Tang, where's that demon beast? Yeah, you have to let us experience it, right? Otherwise, how would you bid? Exactly. The surrounding crowd of spectators were in an uproar. Presently, most of the people that spoke were martial artists that stood in the sky with cultivations at the void prying stage or above. These people mostly had extraordinary backgrounds and abundant wealth. Everyone calm yourselves. The disciples of my Tang clan will bring that demon beast over right away. The Tang clan's Grand Elder raised his hand to stop the clamorous noise of the crowd. Needless to say, the Tang clan's Grand Elder still had a certain level of dignity. As soon as he finished speaking, the scene returned to calm once more. I thought it was some treasure, so it turns out that it's only a first-level void initiation stage demon beast. Han Xuanai frowned and spoke with slight disappointment. Big brother Lingen, let's go. I'm not interested in a void initiation stage demon beast. Han Xuanai said to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly. Not interested in a void initiation stage demon beast? Probably only Xuanai was capable of saying these words. Since we've already come, let's see what demon beast the Tang clan wants to auction. I'm extremely curious as well, what sort of void initiation stage demon beast the Tang clan has tamed. Duan Lingtian suggested. Alright, then I'll accompany big brother Lingtian to join in the fun. Han Xuanai nodded with a light smile and agreed. Not long after, a wave of howling sounds of the wind sounded out from the distance. Subsequently, a middle-aged man that held an object covered by a red cloth flew over from the sky and flashed directly to the central square. After a short moment, he descended onto the high platform. Grand Elder. Subsequently, the middle-aged man respectfully and reverently passed the object covered by the red cloth to the Tang clan's Grand Elder. The Tang clan's Grand Elder nodded, and then he raised his hand to directly remove the red cloth. A specially made cage appeared in the Tang clan's Grand Elder's hand. Squeak, squeak. Right at this moment, a wave of low cries sounded out from within the cage. A little gold mouse that was completely furry was weakly lying within the cage in a sorry state, whereas the little gold mouse's jade-green eyes were looking up at the sky above the central square. The little gold mouse's eyes were filled with excitement. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtun was completely stunned, and he stared blankly at the little gold mouse within the cage as he muttered to himself with slight stupefaction. Little gold. Everyone. Meanwhile, the Tang clan's Grand Elders spoke out slowly. This little gold mouse is the void initiation stage demon beast that my Tang clan wants to auction. According to my deduction, it ought to be a variant gold fur mouse. Even though it's only a first-level void initiation stage demon beast, it has comprehended second-level lightning concept. As the Tang clan's Grand Elder finished speaking, his tone was resolute. Comprehended second-level lightning concept at the first level of the void initiation stage? Instantly, the gazes of the surrounding crowd of spectators lit up. The comprehension ability of such a demon beast could be said to be shocking. Grand Elder Tang, I think its situation isn't good. Could it be that your Tang clan has used some medicine on it? Suddenly, a person with sharp gazes asked. Exactly. The Tang clan's Grand Elder nodded. Our Tang clan has indeed used origin stalling powder on it. However, this demon beast's will to live is extremely strong, and it's entirely possible to use origin stalling powder to control it and make it work for your Tang clan. When he spoke up to hear, the Tang clan's Grand Elder was slightly complacent. Origin stalling powder is our Tang clan's unique secret prescription. Today, no matter who bids for this demon beast, our Tang clan will unconditionally provide 100 years of origin stalling powder to that person. As soon as the Tang clan's Grand Elder finished speaking, the scene was deathly silent, and only waves of heavy breathing remained. 100 years? Right at this moment, a cold laugh broke the silence of the scene. Do you really think that your Tang clan can continue existing for 100 years? An enraged and ruthless voice continued to sound out, and it caused the expressions of the Tang clan members, including the Tang clan's Grand Elder, to go pale. The gazes of everyone shot towards the source of the voice. A violet-clothed young man stood there. It's him. In next to no time, someone recognized Duan Lingtun. What does he want to do? Coldness arose in the hearts of many people. Even though this violet-clothed young man hadn't made a move since the beginning, a terrifying expert was concealed behind him and the young woman by his side. That expert hadn't made an appearance, yet was able to kill a 7th-level void initiation stage martial artist. That level of ability had already exceeded the scope of the void initiation stage. Kid, you actually dare blaspheme our Tang clan? You deserve death. Right at this moment, The middle-aged man that stood by the side of the Tang clan's Grand Elder shouted out explosively before transforming into a flowing light that flashed directly towards Duan Lingtian. For a time, two ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared in the sky above the middle-aged man. Obviously, this was a first-level void initiation stage martial artist. Bang! The middle-aged man slapped out with his palm, and raging origin energy condensed to transform into a palm print that was accompanied by strands of blue-colored energy as it enveloped towards Duan Lingtian. Another ancient horned dragon silhouette appeared in the sky, first-level water concept. Duan Lingtian revealed disdain when faced with the middle-aged man's shocking palm strike, and it was even to the extent that he didn't have any intention of dodging. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian raised his hand, and origin energy raged on his hand before converging onto his index finger. Tempest Point. Duan Lingtian abruptly pointed out with his finger, and first-level wind concept and advanced lightning force were accompanied by the finger force of his origin energy to transform into the Tempest Point that pierced towards the middle-aged man's palm print. In the sky, three ancient horned dragon silhouettes dashed out under the push of the 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes. Swish! The terrifying Tempest Point easily shattered the middle-aged man's palm print, and it didn't lose momentum in the slightest as it pierced through the middle-aged man's chest. The middle-aged man's pupils stared wide open as he raised his hand and pointed at Duan Lingtian, wanting to say something, yet he wasn't able to continue in the end. Bang! The middle-aged man's body shook, and accompanied by fresh blood that sprayed out all over the sky, he fiercely fell onto the ground and completely lost all signs of life. Meanwhile, the pupils of the surrounding spectators constricted as they looked at the violet-clothed young man in the sky with astonishment. What a terrifying young man! His age looks to be around 25 at most. But his cultivation has already stepped into the first level of the void initiation stage. Moreover, he has comprehended first-level wind concept and advanced lightning force. Where exactly did such a monstrous genius martial artist come from? With his strength, he probably possesses the qualifications to participate in the Dynasty Martial Competition 8 months from now, right? Not a single expert in the younger generation of our Eastern Mulberry Empire can compare to him. The surrounding crowd of spectators sighed successively. They were all subdued by Duan Lingtian's natural talent and comprehension ability. Chapter 602. Exactly what sort of enmity does my Tang clan have with you? As the Tang clan's Grand Elder finished speaking, the turbidity in his eyes wasn't there any longer, and replacing it was terrifying killing intent. It seemed as if he would completely annihilate Duan Lingtian if Duan Lingtian was unable to give him an explanation. What enmity? Duan Lingtian sneered, and his gaze descended onto the miniature cage in the Tang clan's Grand Elder's hand. Your Tang clan actually dares to torture little gold like this? It's little gold? Duan Lingtian hadn't finished speaking when he was interrupted by the nearby Han Xuanai. Han Xuanai was originally curious why her big brother Lingtian would suddenly lose his composure like this. Now, she could be considered to have completely understood. So it turned out that the little gold mouse that was imprisoned within the miniature cage by the Tang clan members was little gold. It really is a jade-eyed heavenly mouse. I didn't pay much attention to it earlier. Han Xuanai seriously sized up the little gold mouse for the first time, and she discerned the little gold mouse's background. Hiss hiss, at this moment, two little heads popped out from under Duan Lingtian's sleeve. It was little black and little white, and they were currently sizing up the little gold mouse within the cage with slightly complicated gazes. Little gold! The Tang clan's Grand Elder was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian, and he was unable to react for a moment. And right at this moment, Han Xuanai moved. Han Xuanai swept her sleeve, and in an instant, an extremely icy cold gale swept out and enveloped the Tang clan members. In an instant, the 5 members of the Tang clan, including the Grand Elder of the Tang clan, turned into 5 ice sculptures. Only the cage in the Tang clan's Grand Elder's hand wasn't sealed in ice. Squeak squeaks, however, the little gold mouse within the cage was still frozen to the point its entire body trembled. Little Gold. Duan Lingtian's figure flashed as he descended and seized the miniature cage. Swish. The grade 4 spirit sword struck out and easily slashed the cage apart. Xiao Jin, are you okay? Duan Lingtian rescued the little gold mouse and held it in his hand, sizing it up with a face full of concern. Creak, creak. The little gold mouse cried out twice before sending a voice transmission into Duan Lingtian's ears. Big brother. I feel terrible. I feel terrible. It's nothing. You've just been poisoned by the Tang clan's origin stalling powder. I'll bring you to the Tang clan right now and have them hand over the antidote. Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold. Duan Lingtian was so angry that he even forgot that he could concoct the spirit cleansing pill that could cure all kinds of poisons. With the grade 3 pill fire that Duan Lingtian possessed after breaking through to the void initiation stage, so long as he was able to find the materials, he was completely capable of refining a grade 3 spirit cleansing pill. A grade 3 cleansing spirit pill, besides some extremely rare poisons in Cloud Continent, could easily neutralize all other poisons. At the same time that Duan Lingtian conversed with the little gold mouse, his arms swung up and abruptly swept out. Vast origin energy swept out and enveloped the 5 Tang clan members, including the Tang clan's Grand Elder, that had transformed into ice sculptures. Bang, bang, bang. 5 enormous bangs sounded out at practically the exact same time. In the next moment, the 5 ice sculptures transformed into shattered ice that covered the sky and fell to the ground. The 5 Tang clan members were all dead. Killing without spilling blood was nothing more than this. Xuanai, accompany me to the Tang clan, please. Duan Lingtian's eyes were dyed with a wisp of crimson red as he looked at Han Xuanai, and his tone contained slight sincerity mixed within. Big brother Lingtian, why are you being so courteous with me? Your business is my business. Xuanai shook her head and smiled, then looked at a nearby middle-aged man and asked indifferently, Do you know where the Tang clan is? I know. The middle-aged man's expression went grim when he was stared at by Han Xuanai. Initially, he did not want to be involved in this matter. However, under Han Xuanai's burning gaze, he finally nodded his head. Lead the way. Han Xuanai spoke indifferently. The middle-aged man didn't dare hesitate and hurriedly flashed towards the distance. What a joke! Earlier, he'd clearly seen this young woman's ability. With a raise of her hand, she'd sealed 5 great experts of the Tang clan in ice. He felt that his strength was far inferior to the experts of the Tang clan, so he completely couldn't arouse the thought of refusing the young woman's request. Who knew if the young woman would become enraged from embarrassment because of this? If the young woman was enraged, killing him was only a matter of an instant. Sush. Duan Lingtian took the lead and followed the middle-aged man. Han Xuanai followed closely behind as well. As for the others present, their eyes shone as they followed from afar. Looks like the Tang clan is going to suffer misfortune today. Yeah, if that young woman is enraged, the Tang clan will probably be completely removed from our Eastern Mulberry Empire. I originally thought that there was an expert behind the young woman that was helping her. Earlier, when the young woman made a move, I found out that there was no one helping her at all. Her strength is too terrifying. I'm sure that she's an expert from the foreign lands. The surrounding crowd of spectators discussed animatedly at the same time that they followed Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai. For a time, this corner of the Eastern Mulberry Empire's imperial city was completely bustling with noise and excitement. Both of you, this is the Tang clan estate. The middle-aged man that led the way pointed at the vast estate ahead. Duan Lingtian's gaze went slightly cold as he directly barged into the Tang clan estate. Who's there? The Tang clan disciples at the entrance of the Tang clan estate naturally wouldn't allow Duan Lingtian to barge in. K off. Duan Lingtian's eyes were filled with ruthlessness. With a raise of his hand, he swung out his arm and easily blasted the Tang clan disciples that blocked his way flying. After heavily injuring them, he directly entered the Tang clan estate. When Han Xuan'ai followed closely behind, she couldn't help but stick out her tongue. Big brother Ling Tian is really angry. Looks like the jade-eyed heavenly mouse's position in his heart isn't the slightest bit inferior to Little Black and Little White. After he barged into the Tang clan estate, Duan Ling Tian seemed as if he'd entered into an uninhabited land. Swish, 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 swish. The two little pythons ceaselessly flashed out, and the Tang clan disciples that blocked the way fell one by one. For a time, the entire Tang clan estate was in complete chaos. Flee! Flee quickly! Devil, he's a devil! He's a devil! The Tang clan disciples within the Tang clan estate, as well as the clan generals, servants, and servant girls, fled in all directions. Who's there? You actually dare barge into my Tang clan? Finally, a stern shout sounded out, and a middle-aged man that wore luxurious clothes and had a handsome appearance led over a dozen old men in a hurry. Squeak, squeak. After the middle-aged man in luxurious clothes appeared, the little gold mouse that lay on Duan Lingtian's shoulder raised its head with difficulty and cried out twice before sending a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. Big brother Ling Tian, it's him. He captured me and tortured me in every possible way before forcing me to consume that origin stagnation powder. Besides that, the spatial ring you refined for me was seized by him as well. As she finished speaking, the little gold mouse was extremely furious. Take out the antidote for the origin stagnation powder. Duan Lingtian looked at the middle-aged man and spoke word by word with a deep voice. The middle-aged man hadn't spoken when an old man behind him stood out and shouted with a grim voice. Kid, do you know who you're talking to? You dare be presumptuous before our Tang clan's patriarch? I think you're courting death. As soon as the old man finished speaking, the origin energy on his body skyrocketed like a ball of flames that ceaselessly rose. I think it's you who's courting death. A clear and cold voice suddenly sounded out and entered into the ears of everyone present. In the next moment, a strong wind that was icy cold to the extreme swept out, and it seemed to have transformed into a dreadful beast that pounced towards the old man. Instantly, the old man's body froze on the spot, and his entire body transformed into an ice sculpture. Ninth Elder. The expression of the middle-aged man, the Tang clan's patriarch, went grim, and he stretched out his hand to press onto the ice sculpture, wanting to rescue the old man. But as he raised his hand and pressed onto the ice sculpture, origin energy swallowed and spat out. Cracks that were like spiderwebs instantly appeared on the ice sculpture, then it exploded apart and transformed into countless pieces of ice. Whereas the old man that was sealed within the ice was completely shattered. Ninth Elder. The Tang clan's patriarch was dumbstruck. What exactly is going on? Ice concept. It's ice concept. Patriarch, this little girl has comprehended ice concept. Meanwhile, another sharp-eyed old man looked at Han Xuan'ai, and his tone was filled with fear. Ice concept? The pupils of the Tang clan's patriarch constricted as his body lightly trembled, and he recalled the records related to ice concept that he'd once seen in a book. Only now did he realize. Earlier, it was she who'd indirectly killed their Tang clan's ninth elder. Who exactly are all of you? The Tang clan's patriarch finally realized the severity of the matter. They'd obviously come prepared, otherwise, they wouldn't be so arrogant. Moreover, this young woman that had comprehended ice concept had a cultivation that obviously surpassed him. He was a 7th level void initiation stage martial artist at any rate. Yet he was actually inferior to a young woman that looked to be 15 or 16 years old, and it caused him to be slightly driven mad. Who are we? Duan Lingtian sneered. Debt collectors. Debt collectors? The Tang clan's patriarch was first stunned, then he noticed the little gold mouse that lay on Duan Lingtian's shoulder, and his face went grim. Why is she in your possession? He didn't think that this little gold mouse was bought by someone with a large sum of money. Even if the ancestor comes, he might not be able to do anything. Those two people are utterly not existences our Tang family can go against. Even the ancestor doesn't have the strength to annihilate the patriarch and all the elders with a flip of his palm. A discerning Tang family disciple couldn't help but sigh. It was exactly as he'd said. When the Tang family's ancestor descended, he saw the ice shards that covered the ground and heard the sequence of events. Even though he was furious to the extreme, he didn't mention the matter of revenge, and he just muttered to himself, "My Tang family's calamity. My Tang family's calamity." A group of people had surrounded the Tang family estate. These people had followed Duan Lingtian and Han Yunshi here. However, they didn't dare barge into the Tang family estate, and they could only wait outside for news. Not long after, they found out the sequence of events from some of the Tang family disciples that left the Tang family estate in panic. That young man and young woman annihilated all the higher-ups of the Tang family, including the patriarch. Only the ancestor of the Tang family is left? Looks like the Tang family is bound to decline. The Tang family's ancestor is already over 100 years old now, and I'm afraid he doesn't have many years left to live. I truly never imagined that the powerful Tang family would fall at the hands of a void initiation stage demon beast in the end. For a moment, everyone sighed with emotion. At the same time, they couldn't help but shudder when they recalled the violet-clothed young man and the yellow-clothed young woman. As far as they were concerned, offending those two people was no different than offending the god of death. Presently, after Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai left the Tang family estate, they didn't directly return to the inn. Instead, they went to the largest medicinal store in the Eastern Mulberry Empire's imperial city. After buying a pile of medicinal materials, they returned to the inn. "Big brother Lingtian, you're an alchemist as well?" After returning to the room in the inn, Han Xuanai was instantly surprised when she saw Duan Lingtian take out the medicinal materials he prepared and withdraw a cauldron. Duan Lingtian nodded, and with a raise of his hand, a strand of violet flame lit up at the center of his palm. If one looked carefully, one would be able to see that there was a layer of copper edges around the violet flame, and the copper edges moved rhythmically along with the violet flame. It was extremely peculiar. Violet copper pill fire. Han Xuanai, who stood at the side, couldn't help but be moved. "Big brother, Lingtian, you're a grade 3 alchemist?" The violet copper pill fire was the grade 3 pill fire that only grade 3 alchemists possessed. When she saw the grade 3 pill fire appear in Duan Lingtian's hand, she felt her heartbeat quicken. It wasn't that she hadn't seen a grade 3 alchemist before, but she'd never seen or heard of such a young grade 3 alchemist. "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded, then he intentionally suppressed the pill fire in his hand, causing the pill fire to weaken. In next to no time, the grade 3 pill fire with violet copper edges gradually turned into a blue grade 4 pill fire. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian started to refine the medicine. The medicine that Duan Lingtian prepared to refine was precisely the grade 4 spirit cleansing pill. It wasn't that he didn't want to refine the grade 3 spirit cleansing pill, but the medicinal materials were difficult to find. Moreover, his cauldron was only a grade 4 spirit weapon, and was utterly unable to withstand his grade 3 pill fire. So, he could only suppress his pill fire to grade 4 and refine the grade 4 spirit cleansing pill. The medicinal materials he went to buy earlier were precisely the medicinal materials required to refine the grade 4 spirit cleansing pill. Fortunately, the medicinal materials for the grade 4 spirit cleansing pill aren't rare. Otherwise, I can only settle for the next best thing and refine the grade 5 spirit cleansing pill. Duan Ling lightly sighed in his heart. Of course, as far as he was concerned, even a grade 5 spirit cleansing pill ought to be sufficient to completely eradicate the origin freezing powder's medicinal strength within Little Gold's body. Duan Lingtian's alchemy technique wasn't inferior to his weapon's refinement technique, and after spending 2 hours of time, he'd successfully refined a grade 4 spirit cleansing pill. After feeding the grade 4 spirit cleansing pill to the unconscious Little Gold mouse, Duan Lingtian pressed his hand onto Little Gold's body, and his origin energy fused into Little Gold's body to dissolve the medicinal strength for her. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian was able to clearly sense that the origin freezing powder was gradually weakening. The medicinal strength of the origin stagnation powder in Xiao Jin's body was gradually losing ground, completely unable to withstand the medicinal strength of the grade 4 spirit cleansing pill. Half an hour later, the medicinal strength of the origin freezing powder was completely swept away by the overbearing medicinal strength of the grade 4 spirit cleansing pill, and it wasn't able to cause any more trouble. Little Gold finally returned to normal. Duan Lingtian's face revealed a smile as he lightly rubbed the little fellow's fluffy back inside. This little fellow is really plagued with misfortune. The first time I saw it was at the auction house. This time, it actually went missing because it was captured by someone, and it similarly wanted to be auctioned off. Hiss hiss. Meanwhile, two little pythons flashed out from Duan Lingtian's sleeve, one on the left and one on the right, and they descended by the little gold mouse's side before stretching out their little heads to lightly rub against the little gold mouse. Squeak squeak. After a short moment, the little gold mouse awoke, and the first thing she saw was the two little pythons that stood by her side. Squeak! Instantly, the little gold mouse seemed as if she'd been injected with chicken blood, and she transformed into a golden light that dodged to the side before staring vigilantly at the two little pythons. Hiss hiss, the little black snake flicked its tongue as it raised its little head before the little gold mouse, and it looked at the little gold mouse with a complacent gaze. Squeak! The golden fur on the little gold mouse's entire body stood on end, as if her fur had exploded, and the origin energy on her body pulsated. Instantly, two ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared in the sky above her, and they accumulated force while waiting to attack. The little black snake wasn't willing to show weakness, and four ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared in the sky above her. Chapter 604. Speak the Human Tongue? Even Duan Lingtian was shocked by the little gold mouse now. That day, when Little Gold stepped into the void prying stage, it was already capable of condensing sound with origin energy, and it had already caused him to be extremely shocked. After all, in the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, only demon beasts at the void initiation stage and above knew how to condense sound with origin energy. As for speaking the human tongue, that was the mark of a void interpretation stage demon beast. Samsara Emperor Wu had experienced 2 lifetimes, yet he'd never seen a demon beast that hadn't stepped into the void interpretation stage that was capable of speaking the human tongue. Yet now, a variant like this had appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. According to the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, ordinary void initiation stage demon beasts are capable of condensing sound with origin energy. Void interpretation stage demon beasts are capable of speaking the human tongue. Void transformation stage demon beasts are capable of taking human form. Duan Lingtian stared fixedly at the little gold mouse that sat on Han Xuanai's hand in enjoyment, and his heart shook. But Little Gold, it was capable of condensing sound with origin energy when it was at the void prying stage. Now that it's broken through to the void initiation stage, it's capable of speaking the human tongue. If it continues according to this pattern, then wouldn't it be able to take human form when it steps into the void interpretation stage? When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but gasp. Xuanai. Duan Lingtian looked at Han Xuanai and asked, when did Little Black and Little White start to be able to communicate with you via voice transmission? Void initiation stage. Han Xuanai said, practically all void initiation stage demon beasts are capable of condensing sound with origin energy. This is extremely normal. But Little Gold being able to speak the human tongue is something that I'm slightly puzzled about. As expected, Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. Little Black and Little White were like ordinary demon beasts, and they were only capable of condensing sound with origin energy when they were at the void initiation stage. But Little Gold exceeded his expectations. Xuanai, there's something you don't know. When Little Gold had just broken through to the void prying stage that day, it was already capable of communicating with me via voice transmission. Duan Lingtian said. What? Han Xuanai was stunned and was shocked once again. She stared at the little gold mouse in her hand and carefully sized it up. This little fellow is so peculiar? If this continues, wouldn't it be able to transform into a human and directly become a demon when it reaches the void interpretation stage? Unfathomable emptiness stage, Xiao. I've never heard of one before. At this point, Han Xuanai shook her head. Her beautiful eyes were filled with confusion. Even she couldn't figure out why Little Gold was so peculiar. In that case, this little fellow is really different from the rest. Duan Lingtian glanced at the little gold mouse and sighed. Creak, creak. The little gold mouse cried out twice, then looked at the two little pythons. Both of you don't know how to speak. Both of you aren't as formidable as me. Duan Lingan shook his head and laughed bitterly when he saw the little gold mouse actually daring to provoke Little Black and Little White. Bush. Two bolts of black and white flashed by, and it terrified the little gold mouse to the point of curling up in Han Xuanai's hand. Gentlemen, moves. The little gold mouse's words entered into the ears of Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai, and it caused them to be unable to help but be stunned, and then they chuckled as they looked at each other. Where did this little fellow learn these words? Little Gold's luck isn't bad. This time, we can bring it along to the Sword Monarch's treasure. Perhaps there's a fortuitous encounter within it. Han Xuanai said. Duan Lingtian nodded. In the next 2 days, Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai didn't go out, and they passed the time in the inn. Unknowingly, the agreed date with the other possessors of the jade swords arrived as scheduled. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai had left for Pheasant Ridge as well. Pheasant Ridge was situated north of the Eastern Mulberry Empire's imperial city, and it was a vast mountain ridge that occupied an area of a few tens of times the size of the Eastern Mulberry Empire's imperial city. Big Brother Lingtian, once we converge with them and arrive at the Sword Monarch's treasure and open it with the 9 jade swords, should I freeze all of them into popsicles? In that way, there wouldn't be anyone competing with us for the things within the Sword Monarch's treasure. Han Xuanai's beautiful eyes flashed as she revealed a devilish smile. Even though Duan Lingtian had this thought since long ago. But when he heard Han Xuanai speak of it now, he still shuddered slightly, and his heart shook. This little girl, Xuanai, is really a complete little she-devil. Fortunately, we're friends and not enemies. There's no need. Duan Lingtian shook his head and rejected Han Xuanai's plan. During these past 2 days, besides cultivating, he'd also considered many things related to the Sword Monarch's treasure. The Sword Monarch's treasure was undoubtedly left behind by a sword cultivator martial monarch. This point could be heard from the name. Whereas the treasure vaults left behind by ordinary martial monarchs and Emperor Wu were mostly games they intentionally created. Perhaps there were many treasures within, yet there would surely be corresponding tests. All those years ago, Emperor Wu of Samsara had once played a similar game. There was once when he intentionally opened up a treasure vault, and in the end, all those that entered it died. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian felt a slight chill run down his spine. In the eyes of those formidable martial monarchs and Emperor Wu, even an existence at the void transformation stage was no different than an ant. The death of an ant was unable to affect their state of mind. To them, the games they created were only existences for their entertainment. Xuanai, think about it. Even if there are treasures within the Sword Monarch's treasure, it would surely not be so easy to obtain. We can take less risks if they go in with us and lead the way. Duan Lingtian said to Han Xuanai, if we really encounter any treasures within, then it wouldn't be too late for you to make a move and seize it at that time. At any rate, with your strength, there ought to be no one amongst them that's capable of comparing to you. Big Brother Lingtian, you've thought it through thoroughly? Alright, we'll do it this way. Duan Lingtian's suggestion obtained Han Xuanai's agreement, and an evil smile appeared on Han Xuanai's face. I love seizing things the most. When I was young, I often seized Shui Yi's toys. Shui Yi. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Han Xuan. Who's that? Han Xuanai's eyes were filled with a cunning expression. She's my Uncle Mu's daughter, and she's half a month older than me. Since we were young, I loved seizing things from her the most, whereas she would cry loudly every time. Duan Lingtian was speechless. He felt a moment of silence for Mu Shui. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian withdrew his jade sword and fused his voice transmission into it to get in touch with the possessors of the other jade swords. Squeak squeak, the little gold mouse stuck its head out from Duan Lingtian's sleeve and cried out twice before curiously sizing up the surroundings. After 2 days of recovery, the little gold mouse was in high spirits. Hiss hiss, whereas the 2 little pythons stuck their heads out from under Han Xuanai's sleeve as well, and they flicked their tongues as they didn't forget to look provocatively at the little gold mouse. 2 idiots that don't know how to speak. The little gold mouse's childish voice was finally coherent now. However, its provocative words had instead infuriated the 2 little pythons. If it wasn't for Han Xuanai calming the 2 little pythons, they'd probably have already pounced over and fought the little gold mouse. Little gold, you can't continue like this. If you continue like this, then I won't take care of you next time, and I'll make little black and little white properly train with you. Duan Lingtian glared at the little gold mouse, and it terrified the little gold mouse to the point it mischievously stuck out its tongue before burrowing back into his sleeve, and it didn't make any further movements. Little black, little white, both of you hide first. Duan Lingtian spoke to the 2 little pythons, then he called out to Han Xuan. Xuanai, let's go over there. Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai headed directly north of Pheasant Ridge. When they arrived above a ravine in Pheasant Ridge that was filled with the fragrance of flowers, Duan Lingtian looked down at the ravine beneath his feet. Xuanai, let's go down. This is the place I agreed upon with them. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai descended into the ravine. Presently, there were already 4 people waiting within the ravine. The 4 people were divided into 2 groups. One of the groups was the combination of 2 middle-aged men in embroidered clothes. The other group was the combination of a robust middle-aged man and an azure-clothed old man. At this moment, all 4 of them were dumbstruck when they saw Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai appear. A young man that was 25 years old and a young girl that was 15 or 16 years old. Is this a pair of brother and sister that are lost? The 4 of them didn't think that the 2 of them were the possessors of one of the jade swords. Cute little girl, are you and your brother lost? The robust middle-aged man took a step forward and looked at Han Xuanai as he asked with a light smile. It was like an adult coaxing a child. It's you! Han Xuanai hadn't reacted when the nearby Duan Lingtian had already exclaimed in a low voice. You are! The robust middle-aged man couldn't help but be stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian, and he couldn't help but size up Duan Lingtian from top to bottom. Brother, do I know you? Even though you don't know me, but we seem to have communicated more than once or twice before this, right? It wouldn't be that you can't even recognize my voice, right? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he spoke slowly. When the robust middle-aged man spoke, he'd recognized the voice of the robust middle-aged man. Chapter 605. Duan Lingtian wanted to restrain her, yet it was already too late. This little girl, Xuanai, had always been outspoken and unforgiving. Little girl, be careful that trouble comes from a loose tongue. The green-clothed old man's face sank slightly as he suddenly looked at Han Xuanai, and killing intent flashed within his muddy eyes. Trouble comes from a loose tongue? Little bastard. How could Han Xuanai endure it when she heard the old man's threat, and she instantly exploded with rage. Xuanai! Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian stretched out his hand to grab Han Xuanai's hand, and he lightly shook his head to her as he said via voice transmission at the same time. There's no need to lower yourself to his level. Moreover, this old fellow's strength isn't bad. We'll just seize whatever treasure he finds after he enters the Sword Monarch's treasure. Killing him now isn't worth it. Duan Lingtian's words caused Han Xuanai's expression to ease up, and she grunted. Old bastard, this young miss won't fuss about it with you out of consideration for big brother Ling Tian. At the same time, traces of an excited sheen were mixed within Han Xuanai's eyes, and she said via voice transmission to Duan Lingtian, Big brother Ling Tian, you're right. We'll seize the treasure from this old bastard after he finds it, and we'll kill him after angering him to the point of spitting blood. Han Xuanai's voice transmission caused Duan Lingtian to feel a chill run down his spine, and he couldn't help but observe a moment of silence for the green-clothed old man. This old fellow could offend anyone, yet he dared to offend this little she-devil. You! The old man was angered to the point his face went grim and his body trembled when he was reprimanded by a young girl at the age of 15 or 16. When he saw the old man about to flare up, the nearby Dong Ming hurriedly restrained him. Elder Hu, since this young miss has already taken a step back, then why continue fuss about it with her? Forget it. Oomph. Elder Hu grunted coldly, and he listened to Dong Ming in the end and didn't flare up again. Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at the old man. The old man's cultivation was unable to conceal itself before his spiritual force. This old man was in existence at the 8th level of the Void Initiation stage. In terms of strength, it was the same as the Grand Elder of the Tang family who was frozen by Han Xuanai and killed by Duan Lingtian 2 days ago. At this moment, the valley regained its peace. The two middle-aged men in embroidered clothes standing at the side were now sizing up Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai from head to toe. Their eyes revealed a strange luster that was difficult to distinguish. No one knew what he was thinking. Bush. One figure after another descended from the top of the valley. Not long after, the remaining 5 groups of people arrived as scheduled. These people were all in groups of 2 or 2. Now, when the other 5 groups of people appeared, they couldn't help but be stunned when they saw the combination of Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai. They are also Jade Sword owners? For a moment, many people couldn't help but be curious. Youngsters, do you really have Jade Swords in your hands? In next to no time, someone looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with a doubtful expression. Duan Lingtian didn't say anything, and with a raise of his hand he withdrew the jade sword that belonged to him from his spatial ring before waving it before the person that doubted him. Instantly, that person was speechless. Young man, if I was you, I'd look for a senior to go with you to the Sword Monarch's treasure. You're truly too rash. A green-clothed old man that was comparatively kinder shook his head and sighed. The dangers of the Sword Monarch's treasure was something no one could predict. It was precisely because of this that no one dared underestimate the dangers within the Sword Monarch's treasure. The unknown was undoubtedly the most terrifying. Under these circumstances, the stronger one's strength was, the higher the chances one had of surviving and obtaining a fortuitous encounter of one's own. Thank you for the reminder, senior. Duan Lingtian smiled gratefully towards the green-clothed old man's reminder. But I know what I'm doing, so there's no need for senior to worry. Has the others brought jade swords? Meanwhile, another person withdrew a jade sword and asked the others. For a time, the other 7 groups of people each withdrew a jade sword and displayed it before the eyes of everyone. 9 jade swords were gathered together. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian noticed that the jade sword in his hand had suddenly started trembling, and it seemed as if it had received the call of something, and it urgently wanted to leave his hand. On the other hand, the jade swords in the hands of the other 8 people were more or less the same. The 9 jade swords were trembling now, and every single jade sword pointed towards the same direction. Precisely speaking, it was at the same point. According to legend, once the 9 swords combine into one, they'll be able to transform into a completely new jade sword that leads us to the Sword Monarch's treasure. Meanwhile, Dong Ming, who held a jade sword, spoke out. Everyone, how about we combine the 9 swords now and look for the Sword Monarch's treasure together? As soon as he finished speaking, Dong Ming glanced at the surroundings. I have no objections. Duan Lingtian shrugged with an indifferent expression. I have no objections as well. I have no objections. For a time, besides Dong Ming who'd made the suggestion, another 5 people that held jade swords shook their heads. Including Duan Lingtian and Dong Ming, a total of 7 people agreed to directly combine the 9 swords and search for the Sword Monarch's treasure. Only the other 2 people that held jade swords hadn't made a stand. One of them was one of the 2 middle-aged men that had arrived at the gorge since long ago. The other person was an emaciated old man with a short figure and a pair of cross-eyed eyes. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian noticed that the middle-aged man and emaciated old man had suddenly glanced at each other before nodding at the same time. They seemed to have come to some sort of agreement. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian noticed. The 2 middle-aged men, the emaciated old man, and the gray-clothed old woman by the emaciated old man's side looked at him at the same time. Precisely speaking, they were looking at him and Han Shuanai who was by his side. What do all of you want to do? Dong Ming's expression went slightly grim. Nothing. I just feel that some people don't have the qualifications to hold jade swords. Why don't you hand over the jade swords and give up 2 spots? The middle-aged man that held the jade sword shook his head as he looked at Duan Lingtian. It was as if he was narrating something that wasn't important. Exactly. The emaciated old man that similarly held a jade sword nodded in agreement. I have a friend in the Eastern Mulberry Empire's imperial city. I originally didn't intend to bring him along. But since there are 2 spots left now, I intend to call him along. He's in existence at the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage, and if he enters the Sword Monarch's treasure with us, it'll be extremely helpful to us. The emaciated old man's words caused many people that had grim expressions earlier to heave a sigh of relief. They didn't know what dangers were within the Sword Monarch's treasure. But they could be sure of one thing. The stronger one's strength was, the higher one's chances of survival would be. For a time, the gazes of most people descended onto Duan Lingtian and Han Shuan. Perhaps, in their eyes, even if a violet-clothed young man around the age of 25 and a yellow-clothed young woman around the age of 15 or 16 entered the Sword Monarch's treasure, they would be of no help to them and would only drag them down. But even though the others felt like this, they didn't speak out and only watched coldly from the sidelines as the situation developed. Dong Ming was included amongst these people. After a short moment, Duan Lingtian and Han Shuanai were surrounded by the middle-aged man, emaciated old man, and gray-clothed old woman in 4 corners. 4 gazes stared fiercely at the jade sword in Duan Lingtian's hand. Kid, if you hand over the jade sword now and leave right away, we can spare your life. Exactly. So long as you hand over the jade sword and give up those 2 spots, there's no enmity between us, so there's no need for us to make a move against you. Kid, put down the jade sword and fuck off if you're sensible. The 4 of them looked at Duan Lingtian, and their words were filled with threats. The atmosphere within the gorge was ready to fight. Of course, there were another 5 groups of people that were watching the show. Brother Lingtian. Dong Ming, who stood nearby, frowned, and he was unable to continue watching in the end, so he took a step forward with the intention of rescuing Duan Lingtian. Dong Ming. Meanwhile, the green-clothed old man by Dong Ming's side stopped Dong Ming. Don't get involved in this mess. Otherwise, I won't forgive you. Dong Ming's figure stiffened as he glanced at Duan Lingtian with guilt, and then he sighed before withdrawing his footsteps in the end. This scene was clearly noticed by Duan Lingtian. At the same time that warmth arose in his heart, he couldn't help but be slightly enraged. Of course, his rage was directed towards the green-clothed old man. Brother Lingtian, give the jade sword to them. No matter what's within the Sword Monarch's treasure, it's all fake. Only your own life is real, and it's the most important. Dong Ming's voice transmission sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. Dong Ming wanted to persuade Duan Lingtian to give up the jade sword and leave. Duan Lingtian naturally knew that Dong Ming had good intentions. No matter what, amongst all the people present, only you have the intention to help me and persuade me. Duan Lingtian will remember this favor. Duan Lingtian nodded to Dong Ming, and then he sent a voice transmission before changing the topic. But not just anyone has the ability to seize the jade sword in my hand. Dong Ming was stunned. It was difficult for him to imagine where exactly this young man's confidence came from. No matter how strong the natural talent of a young man that looked to be around the age of 25 was, at most, a martial artist that had just entered the void initiation stage. As for the other young girl that was around the age of 15 or 16, her ability to fly had already shocked him. As far as he was concerned, the young girl was at most a genius martial artist that had just broken through to the void prying stage. Chapter 606. Now, when she heard Duan Lingtian's question, Han Xuanai's beautiful face revealed a smile that could turn the world upside down. Big brother Lingtian, what do you think? Han Xuanai looked at Duan Lingtian and seemed to have the intention of allowing Duan Lingtian to decide. From the beginning until the end, Han Xuanai didn't even look the four people that surrounded them in the eye. Perhaps, in her eyes, the four of them weren't worthy of her looking at them in the eye. I think we can give them a taste of their own medicine. For example, let them make a choice. Either put down the jade sword and live, or be stubborn and die. Duan Lingtian spoke indifferently, and as he finished speaking, his gaze swept past the four people that surrounded him and Han Xuanai. Duan Lingtian had only just finished speaking. The surrounding spectators couldn't help but be stunned. Has this young man gone mad? He's obviously courting death. No one looked favorably upon Duan Lingtian. Dong Ming frowned. He originally wanted to say something, yet when he saw the confidence that shot out from Duan Lingtian's eyes, he hesitated for a moment instead. Where did brother Lingtian get such confidence from? Dong Ming's heart was filled with curiosity. Subconsciously, he had a strong intuition. He kept having the feeling that Duan Lingtian's confidence wasn't baseless. On the other hand, the four people that surrounded Duan Lingtian, including the two middle-aged men in embroidered clothes, the emaciated old man, and the gray-clothed old woman, were stunned for a moment when they heard Duan Lingtian. The emaciated old man was the first to recover from his shock, and he said angrily, "Looks like all of you really don't want to hand over the jade sword. Since it's like this, then I'll send all of you on your way." As soon as the emaciated old man finished speaking, he flashed out like a hawk to pounce towards Duan Lingtian. Vast origin energy condensed into form in his hand to transform into palm prints that covered the sky, and they formed a heaven-encompassing net that enveloped down towards Duan Lingtian. In the sky, 10 lifelike ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared. 7th level of the void initiation stage. Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows. Right at this moment, a cold snort suddenly sounded. It was Han Xuanai, who was standing beside Duan Lingtian, who had made her move. She raised her hand, and a biting cold wind swept out to meet the skinny old man. As for the skinny old man, he instantly stopped in his tracks. His entire body turned into an ice sculpture that was connected to the earth, and he remained motionless. As for the palm imprints that filled the sky, they were also destroyed by the extremely cold wind and disappeared without a trace. Within the valley, there was a deathly silence. Everyone stared blankly at the scene in front of them, completely dumbfounded. For a moment, only the sound of a gentle breeze could be heard in the valley. A dignified 7th level void initiation stage expert was frozen into an ice sculpture with a raise of the hand by a 15 or 16-year-old young girl. Men. The gray-clothed old woman's expression changed drastically. She cried out in grief and pounced towards the ice sculpture, wanting to save the old man who was frozen inside. Meanwhile, the expressions of the two middle-aged men went grim, and they hurriedly shouted out. But unfortunately, their reminder was still too late. When the gray-clothed old woman's hand touched the ice sculpture, Numerous hideous cracks instantly split open on the ice sculpture, and they were like spiderwebs that extended towards the surroundings. When the cracks extended to the limit, bang, the ice sculpture transformed into countless pieces of ice that crashed to the ground, whereas the body of the skinny old man that was frozen within shattered into pieces along with the ice sculpture. Even though the old man was dead, he didn't leave behind even a trace of blood. This strange scene caused the crowd to gasp when they finally came back to their senses. Old man, the old woman was stunned, completely stunned. She killed her husband? I'll kill you. Under his extreme rage, the old woman lost all reason and pounced towards Han Xuanai without regard for her life. The outcome was obvious. The old woman had transformed into an ice sculpture as well, and she stood there with a strange posture. Along with Han Xuanai grunting coldly, she lightly raised her hand to descend onto the ice sculpture, and she instantly shattered the ice sculpture of the old woman into countless pieces. The old woman had followed in the footsteps of her husband. What a terrifying ice concept. Dong Ming's pupils constricted as his heartbeat sped up. Now, he finally understood why Duan Lingtian would be so confident. So it turned out that there was such an expert by Duan Lingtian's side. Killing 2 7th-level Void Initiation Stage martial artists was simply as simple as killing chickens or cutting grass. If he didn't see it with his own 2 eyes, he would find it difficult to believe. A young woman that looked to be at most 15 or 16 years old actually possessed such a terrifying cultivation. Most importantly, the young woman had attacked twice, yet from the beginning until the end, the energy of the heaven and earth hadn't completely condensed into an ancient horned dragon silhouette when she'd already stopped. It caused others to be unable to see through her exact cultivation. Demon. In the next moment, a thought suddenly appeared in Dong Ming's mind. After this thought arose, it was impossible to get rid of. Void transformation stage demon beasts were capable of taking human form, and they were called demons. This was something that was common knowledge. Most importantly, after Void transformation stage demon beasts took human form, they had a chance to shape their outer appearance on their own. According to rumor, some demons with strange tempers liked to transform themselves into the appearance of human children. In the foreign lands, it was very likely that a human child that looked to be 7 or 8 years old was a Void transformation stage demon, and their strength was extremely terrifying. It wasn't only Dong Ming, there were many others that had similar thoughts. The body of Elder Hu that stood by Dong Ming's side started trembling imperceptibly. He couldn't help but feel a lingering fear in his heart when he thought of the conflict he'd had with this young woman earlier. If he really dared make a move at that time, then the consequences were obvious. The young woman killed 7th-level Void Initiation Stage martial artists like cutting grass or killing chickens. He didn't think that he was much stronger than a 7th-level Void Initiation Stage martial artist. Along with the gazes of Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai moving over, it descended onto the 2 middle-aged men in embroidered clothes that surrounded them. The gazes of the others descended onto the 2 of them in unison. At this moment, their gazes were filled with pity. You 2 are the people that completely slaughtered all the higher-ups of the Tang clan, including the Tang clan's patriarch and grand elder 2 days ago? The young man in embroidered clothes that held the jade sword had recalled the incident that gave rise to much discussion in the Eastern Mulberry Empire's imperial city 2 days ago when Han Xuanai made a move. Now, he had no choice but to link that incident with the yellow-clothed young woman before him. Only because their methods were too similar. I remember now. One of the spectating old men couldn't help but exclaim in shock. I heard that a terrifying young woman that had comprehended ice concept made a move 2 days ago to transform all the higher-ups of the Tang clan into ice sculptures and killed them. So it was her. I've heard of that incident as well. Supposedly, that young woman killed 8th-level Void Initiation Stage martial artists with a raise of her hand. Looks like someone is going to suffer misfortune. The spectating people whispered in discussion. They didn't have the slightest bit of sympathy towards the 2 middle-aged men that went ghastly pale and shivered. At the bottom of it all, this incident was brought about by the two middle-aged men, and they couldn't blame anyone else. One had to pay for what they did. "I'll give you the jade sword. I'll give you the jade sword. Don't kill me, don't kill me." At this moment, the middle-aged man that held the jade sword had taken the jade sword to be a hot potato, and he hurriedly threw it at Han Shuanai's feet as he spoke in panic. "I'll give you the jade sword. We'll give up the chance to enter the Sword Monarch's treasure. We'll leave right now, we'll leave right now." The other middle-aged man in embroidered clothes glanced at Han Shuanai with fear, and when he noticed that Han Shuanai was expressionless, he took a deep breath before the origin energy beneath his feet skyrocketed, and he shot into the sky. The middle-aged man in embroidered clothes in front instantly followed up when he saw his companion about to leave. "Big Brother Ling Tian gave all of you a chance, but all of you didn't cherish it properly." Han Shuanai spoke slowly with a voice that was pleasant to the ear like an aureole, yet when it entered into the ears of everyone present, it was no different than the voice of a devil. Along with Han Shuanai raising her hand, strong winds that were icy cold to the extreme appeared once more and charged into the sky. Instantly, the bodies of the two middle-aged men that had just soared into the sky froze before transforming into two ice sculptures that floated in midair, and they slowly glowed under the rays of the scorching sun. On the other hand, the origin energy on their bodies was ceaselessly suppressed. After a short moment, their origin energy was completely exhausted. The two ice sculptures lost the support of their origin energy and crashed to the ground, shattering into two piles of shattered ice. The gorge was deathly silent once more. Besides Duan Lingtian, the gazes of everyone that looked at Han Shuanai were filled with terror that came from the soul. The ability of this young woman had completely shocked them. If she's a human, she's at least a void interpretation stage expert. Or perhaps, she's a demon that has stepped into the void transformation stage. This was the unanimous thought in the hearts of everyone present. Duan Lingtian took 2 steps forward and searched for a while at the place where the ice sculpture of the emaciated old man shattered, and then he found the jade sword that belonged to the old man. The jade sword was completely intact. Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised by this. No matter what, this jade sword was the key to the Sword Monarch's treasure, and it was something left behind by the martial monarch. Unless it was an expert at the martial monarch stage or above, it would probably be as difficult as ascending the heavens for an ordinary martial artist to destroy it. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian picked up the jade sword that was by Han Shuanai's feet. For a time, there were 3 jade swords in Duan Lingtian's hand. "Everyone, please withdraw your jade swords and allow the 9 swords to combine into one to lead us to the Sword Monarch's treasure." Duan Lingtian's gaze swept past the remaining 6 groups of people. These people were all people that agreed to combine the 9 swords earlier. Earlier, they didn't refuse allowing the 9 swords to combine into one. Now that they'd witnessed Han Shuanai's extremely terrifying strength, they didn't dare dally and released the jade swords in their hands. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian released the 3 jade swords in his hand as well. Instantly, the 9 jade swords charged into the sky and collided together. A strong light flashed, and it caused everyone to be unable to refrain from instinctively narrowing their eyes. When everyone including Duan Lingtian opened their eyes once more, a completely new jade sword had appeared before their eyes. This was a jade sword that flickered with jade green flowing lights, and it emitted waves of fierce aura. Swish! The jade sword trembled, and transformed into a streak of green light. Then, it flew straight towards the south. Instantly, numerous figures transformed into flowing lights that chased after it. "Let's go as well." Chapter 607. Big Brother Ling Tian. Wait. They'd just flown out for a while when Han Shuanai called out to Duan Lingtian. Just as Duan Lingtian was stunned, a voice rang out. "Big guy!" Han Shuanai's voice had already spread out far and wide, and it swept through the entire Pheasant Ridge. Even though Pheasant Ridge was huge, Han Xuanai's voice that contained origin energy still clearly spread out to every corner. Swoosh! In next to no time, an exceedingly enormous figure charged into the sky and appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. It was precisely the three-eyed flame tiger. I almost forgot about this big fellow. Duan Lingtian started laughing. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai sat on the back of the three-eyed flame tiger, allowing the three-eyed flame tiger to hasten on their journey. With the three-eyed flame tiger's speed, it didn't take long for it to catch up to the 12 people in front. When these 12 people saw a demon beast that was like an enormous mountain catching up to them at first, they thought that they'd alarmed this demon beast, and all of them seemed as if they were facing a great enemy. Brother Lingtian. Dong Ming's gaze was sharp, and he noticed Duan Lingtian on the back of the demon beast with a single glance, and he was instantly slightly surprised. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled and nodded to Dong Ming. Come on up. With this big fellow as your mount, it's much faster than flying by yourself. However, at this moment, Dong Ming seemed as if his acupuncture points had been hit, and he stared blankly at the enormous beast before him. Brother Lingtian, this demon beast. It wouldn't be the empire-guarding demon beast of our Darkstone Empire, the three-eyed flame tiger, right? Dong Ming fiercely swallowed a mouthful of saliva and asked with difficulty. Exactly, it's him. Duan Lingtian nodded. Dong Ming was greatly shocked in his heart when he heard this. As a member of the Darkstone Empire, he naturally knew what the three-eyed flame tiger meant to the Darkstone Empire. In the Darkstone Empire, the strongest was none other than King Yong. Below King Yong was the 9th-level Void Initiation Stage Demon Beast, the three-eyed flame tiger, and the few 9th-level Void Initiation Stage experts of the Imperial family. The Empire-guarding demon beast of the Darkstone Empire? Instantly, many people were dumbstruck. The Darkstone Empire's guardian demon beasts were all abducted by them? Some people couldn't help but have this thought. In their opinion, that yellow-clothed girl was like a little demoness. It wasn't strange for her to do anything exaggerated. Moreover, with the yellow-clothed young woman's strength, she was utterly unafraid of the Darkstone Empire. Even if he abducted the Darkstone Empire's divine beast protector, the Darkstone Empire's royal family wouldn't even dare to fart. Under Duan Lingtian's call, Dong Ming landed on the back of the three-eyed flame tiger. Elder Hu. At this moment, Dong Ming called out to the azure-clothed old man, wanting the old man to ascend onto the incomparably spacious back of the three-eyed flame tiger. However, the green-clothed old man shook his head and refused Dong Ming's good intentions. What a joke! Just now, he had a conflict with the two of them. At this time, not to mention that he was too embarrassed to sit on the other party's demonic beast, even if he shamelessly sat on it, he was afraid that he would be blasted off by the other party. He could feel the hostility of the yellow-clothed girl towards him. A day's time passed very quickly. However, the speed of the Jade Sword did not slow down in the slightest. Where exactly is the Sword Monarch's treasure? After 3 days and 3 nights, some people were unable to restrain themselves. Even if one was made of iron, flying for 3 days and 3 nights would more or less cause one to feel a trace of exhaustion. Many people looked at Duan Lingtian's group of 3 that sat upright on the back of the three-eyed flame tiger, and their eyes were filled with envy, and they wished for nothing more than to be able to ascend and allow the three-eyed flame tiger to give them a ride. But they didn't have the guts. Who knew if they did this, the yellow-clothed young woman would freeze them into ice sculptures as well. When they recalled the 4 people that had died at the hands of the young woman 3 days ago, they still had a lingering fear in their hearts. Who? Duan Lingtian, who sat on the back of the three-eyed flame tiger, awoke from his cultivation, and his gaze flickered. My cultivation has finally approached the bottleneck before the 2nd level of the Void Initiation stage. It's time to consume the Spirit Void fruit. As Duan Lingtian muttered to himself, a crystalline and translucent spirit fruit appeared in his hand. A dense fragrance spread out. Spirit Void fruit? Han Xuanai looked at the spirit fruit at the first possible moment, and although she was slightly surprised, she didn't take it seriously. The spirit void fruit was of no use to her now. But, Han Xuanai not taking the spirit void fruit seriously didn't mean that the others didn't take it seriously as well. At this moment, everyone including Dong Ming stared at the spirit void fruit in Duan Lingtian's hand with burning gazes. If it wasn't for them being afraid of the young woman's terrifying strength, they'd probably have swarmed over long ago and seized the spirit void fruit in Duan Lingtian's hand. The spirit void fruit was a spirit fruit used exclusively by void initiation stage martial artists. Even if it was a 9th level void initiation stage martial artist that consumed it, it would still be extremely helpful. Besides Han Xuanai, all the people present were void initiation stage martial artists, and all of them had covetous eyes when they saw the spirit void fruit in Duan Lingtian's hand. Squeak squeak, hiss hiss. Presently, even little gold, little black, and little white that were hidden under the sleeves of Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai were slightly restless. Under the gazes of everyone present, Duan Lingtian stuffed the spirit void fruit in his hand into his mouth and swallowed it in a few mouthfuls. A warm flow followed along his throat and flowed into his body. He was able to clearly sense the vast medicinal strength contained within the warm flow. This spirit void fruit was precisely obtained from the Dark Han Dynasty's Milky Way City's treasure-gathering pavilion's master, Xianxia, and he didn't consume it earlier because he was waiting for an opportunity. Although the medicinal strength of the spirit void fruit couldn't be considered to be top amongst the spirit fruits used by void initiation stage martial artists. But to a first-level void initiation stage martial artist, it was undoubtedly extremely strong. After he broke through to the void initiation stage, Duan Lingtian had a plan. Chapter 608. Based on the perception of my spiritual force, Xuanai's current ice concept ought to be intermediate concept without a doubt. Moreover, it's at least at the 7th level. Relying on the lifetime experience of Samsara Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian was faintly able to deduce the level of ice concept that Xuanai had grasped now. 7th level intermediate concept was equivalent to the strength of 80 ancient horned dragons. Xuanai's strength was regardless of cultivation. Merely the energy of concept was sufficient to cause Duan Lingtian to be extremely shocked. Duan Lingtian, who recovered from his shock, didn't continue cultivating, but instead pulled out the little gold mouse from his sleeve and held it in his hand. This little fellow is actually cultivating as well. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled as he looked at the little gold mouse that lay on his hand without moving. Finding the little gold mouse once more was undoubtedly a matter worthy of being happy to Duan Lingtian. What caused Duan Lingtian to be pleasantly surprised was that the little gold mouse had already advanced into the little gold mouse. The little gold mouse had actually broken through to the void initiation stage as well, and it wasn't just that, she had even comprehended 2nd level lightning concept. After lightly putting down the little gold mouse, Duan Lingtian stood up and walked to stand on the shoulder of the three-eyed flame tiger before looking ahead. Ahead was a boundless expanse of land, and behind this boundless expanse of land, strands of inconspicuous blue could be faintly seen, and it was extremely far away from where he was now. That's the sea? Duan Lingtian thought in his heart as he thought in his heart. A few days later, Duan Lingtian looked at the expanse of blue that grew closer and closer, and he finally confirmed it. It really is the sea. The distant sea and the azure sky had practically merged into one. The so-called sea and sky merging into one ought to be talking about the scene before my eyes, right? Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Another day and night passed. At this moment, Duan Lingtian, who stood on the shoulder of the three-eyed flame tiger, could feel waves of sea breeze blowing over, and there was even a trace of the smell of the sea mixed within. After coming to this world for so many years, it's still the first time I've seen the sea. Looking at the endless sea before him, Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. The entire cloud continent was located in the endless ocean. Duan Lingtian had learned this from the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu. As for that boundless sea, not even Emperor Wu of Samsara dared to explore it when he was at his peak. The endless sea region was an extremely mysterious existence to the group of experts who stood at the peak of Cloud Continent. No one knew what was on the other side of the sea. That place could be a boundless sea or another continent. It could also be a dangerous place that even a martial emperor would find difficult to defend against. Not long after, Duan Lingtian saw the jade sword enter the sky above the sea and enter deep into the sea. The sword monarch's treasure wouldn't be in the depths of the sea, right? At this moment, someone couldn't help but exclaim, "The jade sword has stopped." Suddenly, someone cried out in alarm, attracting everyone's attention. Duan Lingtian glanced over. In the distance, the jade sword that had been moving forward paused in midair. Meanwhile, the three-eyed flame tiger had stopped as well. For a time, Han Xuanai and the little gold mouse who were meditating and cultivating on the back of the three-eyed flame tiger had awoken. Squeak squeaked, the little gold mouse blinked her hazy eyes, then her body shook before transforming into a golden light that flashed out to descend onto Duan Lingtian's shoulder, and she sized up the scene before her with interest. "We've arrived." Han Xuanai arrived by Duan Lingtian's side as well, and she looked at the jade sword in midair with Duan Lingtian. The jade sword stopped there and ceaselessly revolved. Strands of green light suffused out within it. Hiss hiss, meanwhile, two little pythons came out from beneath Han Xuanai's sleeves, and they flicked their tongues in high spirits. Suddenly, there was movement from the jade sword. Swish! A green light flashed by, and the jade sword actually pierced straight into the calm sea. Along with the jade sword entering, the calm sea started to roil and transform into circle after circle of ripples that spread out, seeming to sparkle under the scorching sun. "Big guy, let's go down. Remember to use your origin energy to protect us." Han Xuanai spoke indifferently. The three-eyed flame tiger nodded, then its figure flashed to dive down. At the same time, a layer of milky white light barrier arose on the surface of the three-eyed flame tiger's body, and it was precisely a protective barrier formed from origin energy. Along with the enormous body of the three-eyed flame tiger entering the sea, waves of tempestuous waves charged into the sky with a shocking impetus. With the protection of the three-eyed flame tiger's origin energy barrier, Duan Lingtian, Han Xuanai, and Dong Ming weren't assaulted by the seawater. The sea was completely isolated outside by the origin energy barrier, and it formed a completely different world from the place Duan Lingtian stood. "Over there!" Suddenly, a wave of voice sounded out through the seawater. It was Elder who'd come with Dong Ming, and he'd noticed the traces of the jade sword in the depths of the sea. Instantly, the three-eyed flame tiger and the remaining group of people went deep into the sea. After a short moment, the group of people entered the deep sea. Within the deep sea, it was completely pitch black like the night, and they could vaguely see some living beings that emitted light circling around everywhere. The milky white origin energy barrier that arose from the three-eyed flame tiger was like a large light bulb that illuminated half the deep sea. Whereas the remaining group of people had their origin energy barriers open as well, and they chased after the jade sword all the way. "This is the deep sea?" Duan Lingtian sized up the deep sea, and he could see some ferocious beasts within the sea that overestimated their ability and pounced over. However, these ferocious beasts hadn't even approached when they were easily annihilated by the three-eyed flame tiger and the others. For a time, the deep sea was suffused with waves of the smell of blood. Moreover, the ferocious beasts that smelled the smell of blood were even more numerous, and they advanced in succession, as if they couldn't be killed completely. "There are no demon beasts here?" Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be stunned as he gazed at the fresh blood that dyed the seaweed in the deep sea. Logically speaking, if there were demon beasts here, they ought to have smelled the smell of blood since long ago and followed the smell of blood over. "Big brother Lingtian, there are naturally demon beasts here. But don't forget, demon beasts are existences that possess the intelligence of humans. They've sensed the big guy's aura from afar, so how could they dare come over and give their lives away?" Han Xuanai shook her head and smiled. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding, and only now did he recall that the big fellow beneath his feet was a formidable 9th-level void initiation stage demon beast. How could ordinary demon beasts dare be presumptuous before it? But this place still belongs to the outer sea. Even though there are many demon beasts, the strongest are at most some void initiation stage demon beasts. If we continue heading towards the inner sea, we might even encounter void interpretation stage demon beasts. Han Xuanai continued. Xuanai, you seem to be extremely familiar with the sea? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. He noticed that when Xuanai introduced the sea, she was extremely familiar with it. When I was young, my father didn't have time to accompany me, so I basically asked Qing Nu to bring me to play in the sea. Han Xuanai's face revealed a wisp of sorrow as she sighed. As time passed, the boundless sea became a part of my childhood. When she spoke up to hear, Han Xuanai paused for a moment, and the sorrow on her face vanished without a trace. I heard Qing Nu say that there are even some void transformation stage demons in the depths of the inner sea. If we continue heading towards the core area of the inner sea, we might even encounter demon monarchs and demon emperors. Demon monarchs? Demon emperors? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched. According to the information he obtained from the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. All those years ago, when Samsara Emperor Wu went deep into the boundless sea, he'd once encountered some demon monarchs and 3 demon emperors. One of the demon emperors had a strength that was even close to him. It was precisely because of this that Samsara Emperor Wu took into account the unknown nature of the boundless sea, so he chose to return to Cloud Continent. Perhaps, if Samsara Emperor Wu continued to go deep into the boundless sea all those years ago, he might even encounter a demon emperor that was stronger than him. This was also the thing that Samsara Emperor Wu was most worried about. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, Samsara Emperor Wu's choice at that time was undoubtedly wise. When Dong Ming, who stood nearby, heard Han Xuanai, he was terrified to the point his face went pale. For the first time, he felt that. So it turned out that the sea was so terrifying as well. He originally thought that only existences at the void transformation stage and above existed in the foreign lands. Who knew that there were even existences in the sea? Swish. Yu Jian led the way in front while Duan Lingtian and the others followed behind. The deep sea was originally extremely quiet, and Duan Lingtian's group had broken the silence as they moved through it. All along the way, the glowing seaweed and various deep-sea creatures entered their eyes, and it caused Duan Lingtian and the others to be slightly dazzled. We're still going down. Duan Lingtian's brows raised. He noticed that the origin energy light barriers on the surface of the bodies of some of the 11 people with comparatively weaker cultivations had already started to tremble. In the deep sea, the deeper one went, the greater the pressure. All of you come in. After another period of time, Duan Lingtian noticed that the origin energy light barriers on the surface of their bodies were already on the verge of collapse, and he spoke to them. The few of them felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off their shoulders when they heard this, and they passed through the origin energy light barriers on the surface of the 3-eyed flame tiger's body before descending onto its back. Thank you. The few of them looked at Duan Lingtian and repeatedly thanked him. Duan Lingtian nodded lightly and paid no further attention to them. The few of them weren't angry. To them, this young man being able to lend them a helping hand at this moment had already caused them to be extremely grateful. Moreover, when they left this place later on, they would probably have to rely on this 3-eyed flame tiger and ask for help from him. When they thought up to here, they completely lost their temper. We've arrived at the bottom of the sea. Suddenly, the old man in green who was walking at the very front stopped in his tracks. Meanwhile, everyone saw it once more. The jade sword that led them forward had stopped within the sea now, and it was ceaselessly revolving as if it was searching for the location of the sword monarch's treasure. When they arrived at the bottom of the sea, it was a completely different scene. It was peerlessly beautiful and dazzling. Swish! Suddenly, the jade sword moved and flashed directly to the side of the sea. Everywhere the jade sword passed, Duan Lingtian and the others chased after it, causing the half of the sea that was pitch black like ink to become bright as day for a time. In next to no time, a tall mountain at the bottom of the sea appeared before the eyes of Duan Lingtian and the others. This tall mountain was an entire few hundred meters tall. And on the side of the mountain facing them, there stood a magnificent door. The door was ancient and aged. Even though it was deep within the sea, it didn't suffer any corrosion, and it was obviously constructed from unusual materials. When the jade sword arrived before the door, it lost its luster and fell down. "We've arrived." The eyes of many lit up. "This is the door to the Sword Monarch's treasure?" As he looked at the door before him, Duan Lingtian's heart trembled slightly. Chapter 609. The door of the Sword Monarch's treasure that was at the bottom of the sea before him caused Duan Lingtian to be shocked. According to the memories of Emperor Wu of Samsara. Even if it was Emperor Wu of Samsara all those years ago, even though he'd played many similar games, it wasn't exaggerated and exhausting to such an extent. The martial monarch that left behind this Sword Monarch's treasure seems to have gone a bit too far. Even though he thought like this in his heart, Duan Lingtian didn't feel there was anything wrong with it. Perhaps the martial monarch that left behind the Sword Monarch's treasure was more playful. "How do we enter?" In next to no time, someone noticed this problem. For a time, the gazes of everyone including Duan Lingtian started to revolve around the door of the Sword Monarch's treasure and size it up. They wanted to find the method to open it. After looking for a long time, everyone was still bewildered. According to rumor, the 9 jade swords are the key to open the Sword Monarch's treasure. But there isn't even a single keyhole on this door. Someone frowned. "Looks like we can only force our way in." A blue-clothed middle-aged man took a step forward, and with a raise of his hand, his origin energy skyrocketed while his concept followed like a shadow as it pressed down towards the door of the Sword Monarch's treasure. Bang! An enormous bang sounded out as the seawater roiled and became extremely muddy. At the same time, it shocked many underwater creatures to the point they fled in all directions as if they were fleeing for their lives. These underwater creatures couldn't even be considered as wild beasts, and they didn't possess the slightest offensive strength. The blue-clothed middle-aged man's attack caused quite a commotion, yet the door of the Sword Monarch's treasure didn't move in the slightest. What a firm door! The blue-clothed middle-aged man had a shocked expression as he looked at the door of the Sword Monarch's treasure. He was in existence at the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage at any rate, but even if he exerted his full strength and utilized his concept, the door of the Sword Monarch's treasure actually didn't move in the slightest. Han Xuanai, who stood by Duan Lingtian's side, grunted lightly and mocked. "Don't forget that this Sword Monarch's treasure is a treasure vault left behind by a martial monarch. A martial monarch is an existence that surpasses the Void Transformation stage. The things he left behind, not to mention you, a Void Initiation stage martial artist, even a Void Transformation stage martial artist may not be able to destroy them." Hearing Han Xuanai's words, the blue-clothed middle-aged man smiled awkwardly. "I was reckless. Making a move in front of Miss is like showing off in front of an expert. Young Miss, I wonder if you have a way to open the door to the Sword Monarch's treasure? If we can't open this door, then our trip today will be in vain." A green-clothed old man looked at Han Xuanai respectfully and asked. Instantly, besides Duan Lingtian, who was still sizing up the door of the Sword Monarch's treasure from top to bottom, Duan Lingtian was still in a daze. Everyone looked at Han Xuanai. Han Xuanai was, without a doubt, the most powerful existence in this group. Being stared at by so many people, Han Xuanai frowned unhappily. "Didn't you hear what I just said? This is the treasure vault left behind by a martial monarch. Not to mention me, even a Void Transformation martial artist would be powerless, let alone a martial artist like me who has yet to step into the Void Transformation stage." Everyone was slightly embarrassed when they heard this. But when they heard the young girl, they finally confirmed one thing. That was, the young girl wasn't a demon. If she was a demon, then it was impossible for her to not possess a cultivation at the Void Transformation stage. Duan Lingtian didn't treat her like those people by her side in the past, and he completely treated her as a little sister, causing her to experience the warmth of an older brother for the first time. Since that time, she'd taken Duan Lingtian to be her older brother, and she enjoyed the care and concern of her older brother. Now, someone actually dared ridicule her older brother? Along with Han Shuanai speaking, strands of coldness arose around her for no reason or rhyme. The coldness was extremely cold and it swept out. For a moment, the seawater was turbulent and it was greatly affected. After a while, some of the seawater at the bottom of the sea even condensed into pieces of ice and fell to the ground. The amount of ice shards was still increasing. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before the seawater around the bottom of the sea where everyone was at would condense into ice. You? Elder Hu's expression changed drastically. Only then did he remember how terrifying this young girl in yellow was. She wasn't someone he could deal with. Now, he wished he could slap himself in the face. Why did he have to say so much? He was simply asking for trouble. Young miss, I don't think this senior has any ill intentions. Someone looked at Han Shuanai and advised softly. Yes, this senior is also thinking for the common interests of everyone, so he's a little impulsive. Please calm down, young Mississippi. Many people followed suit. Now, in their eyes, this young girl in yellow in front of them was a living Yama who controlled their lives. If the young girl continued like this, they would undoubtedly become the burial objects of the old man in green. The extremely icy coldness was still ceaselessly rising. It probably wouldn't be long before the surrounding seawater would transform into ice, whereas they would be frozen within it and have a slim chance of survival. Unless they left now and abandoned the Sword Monarch's treasure and everything within it. But how could they be willing to leave just like this? They'd been looking forward to this day for a long time. Now, everyone present hated Elder Hu to the extreme. If it wasn't for him, how could the young girl be enraged? Brother Ling Tian. Dong Ming looked at Duan Ling Tian with a gaze filled with a pleading expression. As far as he was concerned. Now, only Duan Ling Tian was capable of calming the young girl's rage. Forget it, Xuanai. Duan Ling Tian glanced coldly at the old man, then looked at Han Xuanai and said with a light smile, "There's no need to get angry with some people, just take his words as nonsense. Moreover, if a dog bites us, we can't bite it back, right? What difference would that make us from a dog?" Duan Lingtian's words caused the gazes of everyone to become strange. Elder Hu's face went grim. This Duan Lingtian said he was a dog? The corners of Han Shuanai's mouth trembled slightly as a trace of a smile appeared on her face. At the same time, the coldness on her body was restrained, but her eyes that were filled with rage still stared at Elder Hu. Apologize to Big Brother Ling Tian, otherwise, die. When everyone present heard Han Shuanai's furious and overbearing words, they felt a chill run down their spines. They didn't doubt the young girl's words in the slightest. They'd witnessed the young girl's strength with their own two eyes. Elder Hu's face went grim. She wanted him to apologize to someone that had just insulted him? As an 8th-level Void Initiation stage martial artist, he had his own dignity. But now, when he felt the killing intent contained within the young girl's eyes, his heart couldn't help but tremble. Especially now, when numerous rapid sound transmissions pierced into his ears. Without exception, all these voice transmissions were from everyone present, and all of them were advising him to apologize. This time, he'd obviously incurred the wrath of everyone. In the end, Elder Hu gritted his teeth and took a deep breath before looking at Duan Lingtian. "I'm sorry." Duan Lingtian nodded indifferently. "Xuanai." When the others heaved a sigh of relief, Duan Lingtian looked at Han Xuan. "Pick up that jade sword and pass it to me." Presently, Duan Lingtian felt that it was difficult for the light barrier formed from his origin energy to resist the water pressure at the bottom of the sea. So he was unable to pick up the jade sword on the ground outside the Sword Monarch's treasure himself. Even though she didn't know what Duan Lingtian wanted to do, Han Xuanai still flew out and propped up an origin energy light barrier on her body before grabbing the jade sword with a raise of her hand. In the blink of an eye, She'd returned to Duan Lingtian's side and passed the jade sword to Duan Lingtian. Big brother Lingtian, what do you want this jade sword for? It's nothing, I just want to test if my guess is correct. Duan Lingtian smiled lightly. For a time, the gazes of everyone descended onto Duan Lingtian, and they were curious about what Duan Lingtian wanted to do. Squeak squeak. When they opened their eyes once more, they noticed that the 9 jade swords had actually perfectly fused together with the door of the Sword Monarch's treasure. Rumble. Suddenly, the door of the Sword Monarch's treasure trembled. A wave of rumbling clearly entered into the ears of Duan Lingtian and the others, and it reverberated in their ears like thunder. The speed of sound traveling through the water wasn't the slightest bit slower than the speed of sound traveling through the air. At the same time, the door of the Sword Monarch's treasure moved upwards and gradually vanished before the eyes of Duan Lingtian and the others. What's that? Origin Energy Light Barrier? It actually completely isolated the seawater outside. Suddenly, someone exclaimed in shock. Meanwhile, the others clearly noticed that after the door of the Sword Monarch's treasure was opened, a layer of translucent light barrier appeared before their eyes. Behind the light barrier was an expanse of gray and hazy, and it seemed as if there were dark and heavy clouds moving rhythmically, causing them to be unable to see the situation within clearly. It's an inscription formation again. Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted as his heart trembled slightly. Could it be that the martial monarch that left behind the Sword Monarch's treasure was an inscription master as well? First, it was the miraculous inscription formation that combined 9 swords into one and 9 swords into one. Now, it's an inscription formation that isolates the seawater. Duan Lingtian sighed with emotion in his heart. 2 types of inscription formations. The former was something that even Emperor Wu of Samsara hadn't touched upon all those years ago. Because of this, Emperor Wu of Samsara even felt regretful. On the other hand, the latter was comparatively more ordinary. So long as Duan Lingtian's strength was sufficient, and so long as he possessed sufficient materials, he would be able to set it up as well. Amazing! It's all thanks to Brother Lingtian. Yeah, otherwise, we would probably be refused entry today. Instantly, everyone present looked at Duan Lingtian and sighed with admiration, and they weren't stingy with their praise in the slightest. Even though Duan Lingtian spoke of splitting a sword into 9 in a casual manner. But everyone present was experienced, so how could they be unable to discern that Duan Lingtian spoke half-heartedly? As far as they were concerned, if Duan Lingtian didn't make a move, then even if they arrived before the door of the Sword Monarch's treasure, they would probably be unable to enter. Right at this moment, Elder Hu, who stood in the distance, grunted coldly, and his figure flashed out to be the first to charge towards the light barrier formed by the inscription formation that isolated the seawater. Elder Hu's figure easily fused into the light barrier. In the blink of an eye, he vanished before the eyes of Duan Lingtian and the others. The smile on Han Xuanai's face was restrained when she saw this scene, and her eyes flickered with cold lights. As the greatest contributor, Big Brother Lingtian hasn't entered yet. This old bastard actually dares to enter the Sword Monarch's treasure before us. I hope I don't see him again, otherwise, I'll surely kill him. As Han Xuanai finished speaking, her tone was filled with ruthlessness. Yet this time, no one sympathized with Elder Hu. All of them felt that Elder Hu had gone too far. Amongst them included Dong Ming. Dong Ming glanced at Duan Lingtian with slight embarrassment. Brother Lingtian, I'm sorry. Elder Hu's temper is like this, I hope you can forgive him. How about this? Since Elder Hu is the first to enter the Sword Monarch's treasure, for the sake of fairness, I'll be the last to enter amongst all of us. How about it? I advise you to stay away from him. If he encounters any treasure within the Sword Monarch's treasure, then a person like him might be the first to kill you and take the treasure for himself. Duan Lingtian had an indifferent expression. As far as he was concerned, that old fellow would die sooner or later. He'd endured it over and over again, and it was none other than because he had the intention of allowing that old fellow to lead the way. Even though that old fellow was extremely detestable. But needless to say, his strength wasn't bad, and he was extremely useful within the Sword Monarch's treasure. Dong Ming sighed and didn't say anything further. Brother Ling Tian, young Miss Xuanai, please go ahead. Meanwhile, the others moved aside successively, and then they looked at Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai as they spoke. Xuanai, let's go in. Duan Lingtian nodded to Xuanai, and then the two of them brought along the little gold mouse and two little pythons to fly towards the translucent light barrier at the entrance of the Sword Monarch's treasure. During this entire process, the origin energy on Han Xuanai's body skyrocketed to envelop Duan Lingtian as well, and she protected Duan Lingtian as they passed through the light barrier and entered the Sword Monarch's treasure. Before Han Xuanai entered the Sword Monarch's treasure, she didn't forget to instruct the three-eyed flame tiger. Big guy, obediently wait here for us to come out. If we don't see you when we come out, then I'll surely freeze you into a popsicle. Chapter 611. When they heard Han Xuanai's words and noticed the movements of the three-eyed flame tiger, the corners of the mouths of everyone that hadn't entered the Sword Monarch's treasure twitched. Only now did they realize that the reason the three-eyed flame tiger was so afraid of the young woman was because it had once been frozen into a popsicle by the young woman. As expected of a void interpretation stage expert, she's easily able to use ice concept to freeze a 9th-level void initiation stage demon beast into a popsicle. Many people sighed in their hearts. Subsequently, everyone passed through the translucent light barrier at the entrance of the Sword Monarch's treasure and entered the Sword Monarch's treasure. Dong Ming did as he said and chose to be the last to enter. Behind the translucent light barrier, Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai felt their bodies ceaselessly descending. After descending for over 10 breaths of time, the gray and misty clouds and mist before their eyes vanished. A boundlessly vast cavern appeared before their eyes. Bang, 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 bang. Right at this moment, a wave of enormous bangs sounded out from ahead, and it clearly entered into the ears of Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai. When the two of them flashed forward, they quickly saw the figure of the azure-clothed old man, Elder Hu. Presently, Elder Hu was standing together with over 10 translucent human-shaped silhouettes. These human-shaped silhouettes all possessed extraordinary strength. Of course, none of them were as strong as Elder Hu. But every time these human-shaped silhouettes were crushed by Elder Hu, they would condense once more, and they were like cockroaches that couldn't be killed. Origin shadow puppets. Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted as he looked at the human-shaped silhouettes that weren't afraid of death as they fought Elder Hu. Looks like the martial monarch that left behind the Sword Monarch's treasure is really an inscription master. Origin shadow puppets are only condensed by a martial monarch stage inscription master with an inscription formation. Duan Lingtian gasped. Inscription formations were extremely profound. To a certain extent, martial monarch stage inscription masters were able to set up some inscription formations that were difficult for ordinary people to imagine. Amongst them was the Origin Shadow Inscription Formation. The nascent image inscription formation was an inscription formation that used origin stones as the foundation of the formation and supported the construction of various inscriptions. This kind of inscription pattern formation did not have any specific offensive power. However, once someone passed by the place where the inscription formation was set up, the inscription formation would automatically activate and mobilize the energy within the origin stones to condense origin shadow puppets. There were strong and weak origin shadow puppets, and the specifics still depended on the level of the inscription formation. An origin shadow inscription formation set up by a martial monarch stage inscription master was completely capable of condensing an origin shadow puppet with a cultivation at the void prying stage or above. Among the origin shadow puppets, the stronger ones were at the void ascension stage and void transformation stage. As for the void transformation stage origin shadow puppet, it wasn't something a martial monarch stage inscription master could condense with an inscription formation. If it was the reincarnation Emperor Wu, he would be completely capable of condensing a void transformation stage origin shadow puppet with the origin shadow inscription formation. However, the origin shadow puppet would at most be at the 9th level of the void transformation stage. Moreover, the greatest weakness of the origin shadow puppet is that it doesn't have force or concept to rely on. So even if it's an origin shadow puppet with a cultivation at the void transformation stage, it wouldn't be able to develop a concept fragment. The records related to the origin shadow puppets in the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu flashed within Duan Lingtian's mind. These 10+ origin shadow puppets only have a cultivation at the 4th level of the void initiation stage, and they who don't have concept to rely on are at most able to exert the strength of 6 ancient horned dragons. This old fellow is really looking for trouble, and he's actually wasting time with the origin shadow puppets. So long as the origin stones within the origin shadow inscription formation at the area he's at aren't completely exhausted, then the origin shadow puppets will never vanish. Duan Lingtian was slightly speechless towards Elder Hu's ceaselessly destroying the origin shadow puppets. This old fellow probably doesn't even know what an origin shadow puppet is. It would be great if I'm able to obtain some origin stones from this sword monarch's treasure. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and he felt slight anticipation. Origin stones were commonly used by foreign lands martial artists to assist in their cultivation. Gold and silver were completely worthless in the foreign lands. The currency that circulated in the foreign lands wasn't gold and silver, but origin stones instead. When martial artists absorbed origin stones to cultivate, it was much more efficient than purely absorbing the spirit energy of the heavens and the earth to cultivate. Some martial artists with high natural talent relied on origin stones to cultivate, and they even advanced by leaps and bounds. But unfortunately, the origin stones used to circulate the inscription formation aren't suitable for cultivation due to the structure of the inscription formation being disturbed. Otherwise, I could consider digging out the origin stones within the inscription formation here. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart and was slightly disappointed. Big brother Lingtian, we don't have to pay attention to these silhouettes and directly walk in. These silhouettes are only origin shadow puppets, and they're unable to pose any threat to us. Han Xuanai's voice transmission entered into Duan Lingtian's ears in a timely manner. If an origin shadow puppet catches up to us, then we'll directly make a move and destroy it. So long as we leave the area of effect of the origin shadow inscription formation that condenses the origin shadow puppets, then the origin shadow puppets won't attack us again. Obviously, Han Xuanai knew about origin shadow puppets and even knew about the origin shadow inscription formation. Of course, she didn't know that Duan Lingtian knew even more about this type of inscription formation than she did. But Duan Lingtian didn't expose her and only replied, "All right." Swoosh, swoosh. Their figures flashed out as if they transformed into 2 bolts of lightning that flashed out directly. After a short moment, they'd caught up to Elder Hu. Elder Hu's face sank when he saw Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai who'd caught up to them, and slight fear appeared in his eyes. Big brother Lingtian, I don't want to see this old bastard again. Han Xuanai spoke to Duan Lingtian as she used a fierce gaze to examine Elder Hu. Xuanai, there's no need to pay attention to him now. It wouldn't be too late to kill him after we've finished searching the Sword Monarch's treasure. At that time, no matter what he gains in the Sword Monarch's treasure, it'll all belong to us. Duan Lingtian shook his head and rejected Han Xuanai's plan. Han Xuanai pondered for a moment before agreeing in the end. Then we'll let him live for a few more days. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. When Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai passed by the area Elder Hu was at, 20+ origin shadow puppets condensed in the sky and flashed directly towards them. The two of them who were prepared since long ago didn't panic and easily destroyed these origin shadow puppets. When the origin shadow puppets condensed once more, they flashed all the way in. After annihilating 2 waves of origin shadow puppets, there were finally no more origin shadow puppets that chased after them. Alright, we've already left the origin shadow inscription formation. Meanwhile, Han Xuan'ai spoke to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded. Let's continue in and take a look. All along the way, even though those origin shadow puppets that attacked Duan Lingtian were existences at the 4th level of the Void initiation stage, but because they didn't have concept to rely on. In terms of strength, they were far inferior to Duan Lingtian. Even though Duan Lingtian was only a 3rd level Void initiation stage martial artist, he'd comprehended concept energy and coupled with his spirit weapon to rely on, he was easily capable of destroying origin shadow puppets at this level. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian and Han Xuan'ai continued to go deeper. In the end, they experienced a few more similar areas enveloped by the origin shadow inscription formation. The further they went, the stronger the origin shadow puppets became. Gradually, it was slightly strenuous for Duan Lingtian to deal with them. But with Han Xuan'ai present, they easily crushed all the origin shadow puppets. In the end, the two of them arrived at the end of the vast cavern. Duan Lingtian's gaze was sharp, and he noticed a stone platform in the distance with a single glance, and a box was placed on the stone platform. The box was covered in dust. There's a flight of stairs behind it. Han Xuan'ai's voice sounded out in a timely manner, and it clearly entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. Only now did Duan Lingtian notice that behind the stone platform the box was on was a flight of stairs that led down. That place seemed to lead to another space. Let's see what's in the box first. Han Xuan'ai's speed was swift, and she directly arrived before the box before raising her hand to wipe away the dust on it before opening the box. Inside the box, there was an emerald jade piece and a sword-shaped fragment lying there quietly. It's a sound transmission jade slip. Duan Lingtian recognized the jade slip, and he stretched out his hand to pick it up before fusing his origin energy into it. On the other hand, the nearby Han Xuan'ai's gaze descended onto the sword-shaped fragment, and her eyes lit up abruptly. Sword concept fragment? That martial monarch is really generous. Concept fragments were fragments that contained advanced concept that only experts at the Void transformation stage or above were capable of developing. Once these concept fragments that contained advanced concept were obtained by someone that had comprehended the same concept, the person would be able to rely on it to swiftly advance that concept. Whereas this concept fragment now belonged to the sword concept soul fragment.